This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Astral Calendar 1248. Autumn Dusk Moon October. Border of the Principality of Stars. Blackstone City. The weather gradually became cooler, and occasionally a few yellow leaves could be seen flying in the wind, making people realize that the hot summer is about to pass. Walking on the cobblestone courtyard path, the old butler Geller tightened his collar to prevent the cold wind from pouring in, and his other hand was holding a wooden box steadily. Crossing the courtyard, old Geller came to a remote courtyard. Looking at the secluded and deserted courtyard, he couldn't help frowning. He really couldn't understand why Master Sunan moved here to live, and asked the servants not to come and disturb him. He said he liked quietness, but he didn't think it was too deserted. Since the death of the old master Baron Arnest, and the two young masters were exiled to Blackstone City, young Master Sunan, who was originally a bit introverted, has become even more taciturn. He either hides in his room to read books or tinkers with strange things all day long. He also asks young Master Key to help collect various herbs and small animals. His actions are confusing. Fortunately, there is still young Master Key. Unlike young Master Sunan, young Master Key has been working hard to govern and practice since he came to Blackstone City. He is already a senior knight at the age of 19, and is deeply loved by his subordinates. Having such a ruler is undoubtedly a good thing for Blackstone City, which has been harassed and robbed by black-scaled lizardmen for many years. While thinking, old Geller had already come to the door of the innermost room and raised his hand to knock on the door gently. Young Master Sunan, I'm here to bring you the silver moon flower. Just put it at the door. A weak voice came from inside. Yes, Master Sunan. Old Geller skillfully placed the wooden box on the right side of the door, then bowed and turned to leave the yard. After a while, the door creaked open, and a 16 to 17-year-old boy with a thin body and pale face walked out. He bent down to pick up the wooden box, turned around and walked back to the room, closing the door. The room was simply decorated, with long tables piled on all sides, and glass bottles and jars neatly placed on the tables, containing various strange materials. In the center of the room was a large laboratory table, which almost occupied half of the room, with large and small glass bottles, test tubes, beakers, and other tools on it. Because the doors and windows were closed and there was no ventilation, the air was filled with a mixture of spicy and sweet smells, mixed with a smell similar to disinfectant. Sunan casually placed the wooden box on the table, then picked up the book that he had not finished reading and continued to read attentively. About half an hour later, he finally finished reading the last page and closed the book with a snap. At the same time, a line of text appeared in the void in front of him. Reading Basics of Pharmacy. Learning Progress of Potion Making plus 0.5%. Learning Progress of Potion Making has reached 100%. And obtained Potion Making LV1. Sunan let out a long breath, and a touch of joy appeared on his pale face. After reading related books for more than 2 months, plus multiple practical operations of drug extraction and purification, he finally filled up the Learning Progress of Potion Making. Putting down Basics of Pharmacy, Sunan looked at the box in the corner of the room. There were more than 20 books in it. They were all wizard books collected by his predecessor. The top book was wrapped in a cold and hard black cover on the outside, and there was a string of strange words on the front, which made people unable to understand the meaning. But Sunan could distinguish the meaning of this string of ghosts. Enlightenment. This is an enlightenment book for wizard apprentices. After reading it, people with wizard qualifications can activate their spiritual power and become the lowest level first level wizard apprentice, and then embark on the wizard's road to seek truth and power. For those without wizard qualifications, the consequences of forced reading range from coma to death. His predecessor rashly read enlightenment books and eventually died, which led to his occupation of the magpie's nest. However, what surprised Sunan was that the world he traveled to was still a virtual reality game that he had just come into contact with in his previous life. The background of the game is a vast continent of swords and magic. The sword refers to the knight. The magic refers to the wizard. Of course, this time point is still when the 1.0 version of the Night War just opened. The wizards abandoned the continent with poor elemental energy thousands of years ago, and went to the multiverse to find a more suitable living plane. The wizards will not return until the elements of the continent revive thousands of years later. And the current active on the stage of the times is still the military class called knights. It's a pity that when I entered the game, it was already version 2.0 of The Witcher Returns, and I didn't know much about version 1.0. Otherwise, with the information in hand, I could live better in this world. Sunan sighed. Fortunately, as a time traveler, he is not without support. As his mind moved slightly, a translucent light screen slowly appeared in front of him. Sunan Yinist. Human male. 16 years old. Spirituality 1.5/physicality 0.7. Skills. Star Ring Meditation Method LV1, 103/1000. Potion Making LV1, 0/1000. Player Panel. This is one of his time travel benefits. Through the panel, you can clearly understand your own strength. All skill learning is also digitized, and you can see the progress bar. As long as you learn, your proficiency will increase. As long as you work hard, you can steadily improve your strength. This is the advantage of players. Sunan's mind moved, and the light screen flashed instantly, turning into a dense grid. A total of 10 rows and hundreds. Synthesis Cube. This is another of his golden fingers. Simply put, the synthesis cube can synthesize multiple items of the same kind to further improve their quality, effect, or power. Sunan opened the wooden box brought by old Geller. Inside was a layer of red velvet, on which lay 10 small silver flowers. Silver moon flower. A plant with a refreshing effect. Many nobles have the habit of making scented tea with silver moon flower. Drinking a cup in the morning can dispel sleepiness and make them energetic. In fact, this is because silver moon flower contains ingredients that activate the spirit. Purifying and refining this ingredient can further enhance its refreshing effect. Sunan took the wooden box to the experimental table in the center of the room, took out the silver moon flower and put it in the beaker, and then lit the alcohol lamp for heating. It's a pity that I can't find the magic stone. Otherwise, I can make a magic stone lamp to make potions more effective. The Starlight Continent in the 1.0 game version is still an elemental desert, and the concentration of energy particles in the air is pitifully low. Thanks to this, various resources have also been greatly reduced compared to the past, including magic stones. At this point in time, the Starlight Continent does not have enough resources to cultivate a formal wizard. Fortunately, Sunan has a synthetic magic cube. Even if there are not enough resources, you can find a way to synthesize it yourself. After adding some water to the beaker, Sunan covered it with a glass lid. Under the burning of the flame, the liquid in the beaker quickly boiled, and a lot of bubbles came out. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the water inside completely turned into a beautiful silver blue color, and a lot of water vapor gushed out from the edge of the lid, and the whole room was filled with a refreshing smell. Sunan took a sip and felt refreshed immediately. More than 10 minutes later, the gurgling boiling sound stopped, and more than half of the liquid in the beaker evaporated. Sunan picked up the beaker and took a look, nodding with satisfaction. Almost 100 milliliters of silver moon flower extract. Successfully completed a drug purification and refining, and the proficiency of drug making +1. Sunan divided the extract into 10 equal portions, 10 milliliters each, and then opened the synthesis cube and put one portion of the extract into the grid. The corresponding information soon appeared above the grid. Silver moon flower extract. Purity 37.12%. Mental activity increases by 21.47% after taking, and the duration is 10 hours and 35 minutes. Sunan put the remaining 9 extracts in. The interface suddenly changed, and a huge grid appeared on the right, which contained a silver blue liquid with brighter colors and an illusory feeling. Silver moon flower essence. Purity 76.44%. Mental activity increases by 160.24% after taking, and the duration is 10 days, 14 hours and 22 minutes. Obviously, this is the finished product after synthesis. If it is just ordinary silver moon flower extract, the effect cannot be superimposed. The 10 extracts can only maintain the mental activity effect for less than 5 days, and the increase is only 21.47%. But after being synthesized by the magic cube, both the effect and the duration are greatly improved. This is the power of the synthetic magic cube. Sunan raised his head and drank the silver moon flower essence. As the effect of the medicine spread, his whole mind suddenly became clear. Without wasting any time, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Chapter 2 Illusory Legends. Each enlightenment book is actually a kind of meditation method. The Star Ring Meditation Method is the meditation method attached to the Enlightenment book that activates Sunan's spiritual power. The core is to build a star ring in the mind. Every time a star ring is built, the spiritual power will increase significantly. According to the description of the Enlightenment book, as long as 3-star rings are successfully built and the spiritual power reaches 12 points, you can be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. As Sunan closed his eyes, his vision fell into darkness in an instant, and his consciousness was like a stone falling into a lake, gradually sinking to the bottom of the quiet and silent lake. A dazzling starlight slowly emerged from the darkness, gradually growing to form a lock ring. However, most of this lock ring has an illusory texture, and only about 1/10 of it is real. During the meditation process, light spots kept flashing around Sunan, sinking into his body, and constantly filling the illusory part of the star ring. After an unknown period of time, Sunan suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He took out his pocket watch and saw that nearly 2 hours had passed. On the panel, the star ring meditation method increased its proficiency by 5 points, and its mental strength also increased by 0.01. It's the same 2 hours of meditation, but the gains are about 2.5 times the usual. This is the benefit of increased mental activity. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by someone knocking on the door. Master Sunan, Lord Key is back and asked you to go to the martial arts training ground. Sunan came back to his senses and said lightly, I know. Blackstone City was built on the mountain in order to prevent the invasion of black-scaled lizardmen. The city walls were built particularly tall, and towers were densely built on the periphery. From a distance, it looked like a beast entrenched in the mountains and forests. In the center of the city, there stood a wide inner castle. Unlike the crucial city walls, the inner castle had not been repaired for many years and looked a little dilapidated. Only the martial arts training ground was flat and spacious. It was obvious that it had just been expanded, revealing the owner's desire for martial arts. When Sunan walked into the martial arts training ground, he saw his elder brother Key standing at the edge of the ground, followed by 7 or 8 strong men in armor. These people were the only knights in Blackstone City, and the last bit of fighting power left by their father, Baron Arnest, who was loyal to the Flash family. The physical fitness of formal knights is above 8, and high-level knights like my elder brother can reach more than 14 points. Compared with these inhuman beings, my body is so weak. Looking at his physical fitness of only 0.7, which was worse than that of ordinary people, Sunan couldn't help but sigh secretly. His predecessor was born with congenital deficiencies and had a weak physical fitness since childhood. Although he also practiced breathing methods, he made almost no progress and was not a knight at all. From childhood to adulthood, he has always lived under the halo of his elder brother Key. He didn't say it on the surface, but he was very unwilling in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have pinned his hopes on the illusory wizard legend, but ended up losing his life. Although there are many wizard books left on this continent, ordinary people cannot understand the words on them, so people only regard these books as antiques worth collecting. Wizards have also become legendary things, and most of the time, they only appear in some ancient legends. Brother, Sunan shouted. He turned around and looked at his brother, with a smile on his sculpture-like face. You came just in time. I got you what you want. The knights around bowed to Sunan. Sunan looked at the cart on the side. There were more than 10 corpses on it. These corpses were covered with black scales, with eagle claw-like palms, protruding mouths and sharp fangs. Even though they were dead, they still exuded a fierce aura. It was the Blackstone City's mortal enemy, the black-scaled lizardmen. These subhuman creatures lived in the wilderness dozens of kilometers away. They did not produce anything, but only knew how to plunder. Every year, they invaded villages around Blackstone City to plunder and kill people, which was disgusting. Whenever the Blackstone City guards were dispatched, they were mostly to deal with these bandits. Brother, please send someone to carry the stuff to my lab. No problem. He called a soldier and gave him an order, then turned to look at Sunan, hesitated, and couldn't help asking, can we really find a way to improve the army's combat effectiveness with just these black-scaled lizardmen's corpses? Sunan smiled and said, I'm telling you now. Brother, you won't believe it. It's better to wait until I show you the results, and you won't doubt it when you see it with your own eyes. He sighed, I'm not doubting you, but the wizard's legend is illusory, and whether it's true or false has not been determined yet. And I'm not sure. Sunan smiled and said, anyway, It's just more than a dozen black-scaled lizardmen's corpses. So I don't feel bad about losing them. He nodded and said nothing more. Half a year ago, his father died unexpectedly on the battlefield. And the cause of his death was a mystery. With the support of Marquis Jean Yin, his uncle Owen Yinus took the opportunity to seize the title of the Flash Baron and took over most of the territory of the Flash territory. If it weren't for the fear of being too ugly, and the ambiguous attitudes of the other three lords of the Flash territory, Owen would have killed the two brothers long ago, instead of finding a reason to exile them to Blackstone City in disguise. Even so, the threat from Owen is still a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. It might fall one day and take the lives of the two brothers. For this reason, he practiced desperately and tried his best to strengthen the power of Blackstone City. So much so that the so-called wizard methods held a glimmer of hope, although he was not optimistic about this matter in his heart. Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, many knights around showed disapproving expressions. They didn't believe that the black-scaled lizard people had something that could make them stronger. It's not like no one has tried lizard meat before, and it didn't make the body stronger after eating it. And the meat was very unpalatable. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Sunan sighed secretly. People in this world don't understand how powerful wizards are. Knights and wizards, just like practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals, are simply incomparable. Even the most powerful legendary knights in the Principality of Stars are just a slightly larger ant in front of a formal wizard, and can be killed with a backhand. Shaking his head, Sunan didn't intend to explain, and said a few words to Qi, then turned and left the martial arts training ground. Returning to the courtyard where he lived, Sunan went straight to the basement. This is the laboratory he had people clean up for biological transformation research. A large number of books left by the predecessor, except for Enlightenment books and a few spell model books. The rest are books related to biological transformation and potion making, including biology, mutation, blood extraction, anatomy, neurology, basics of pharmacy, magic plant cultivation. It was with these books, plus some practical operations, that Sunan successfully completed the learning progress of potion making and successfully mastered this skill. In addition, the learning progress of another skill, biological transformation, has also exceeded 50%. It is estimated that it will be successfully completed in another month or two. But if you want to master other skills or spells, you have to collect more wizard books. This is also one of the reasons why Sunan boasted in front of his elder brother. Only by making others realize the power of wizards' methods will they help collect various resources more wholeheartedly. Otherwise, even if the elder brother is willing to continue to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to help collect resources for the sake of brotherhood, the knights under his command will be full of complaints and work without effort. For more than 2 months, Sunan has been busy with this matter. He took great pains to master potion making in order to prepare for the next action. After looking at the dozen or so lizardmen corpses piled in the corner, he took out a book called Zero Level Potion Encyclopedia from the cabinet and turned to page 284. The pages were filled with dense text and complicated patterns. The first line at the top was a few bold black fonts. Dragon Blood Potion. Chapter 3, Secondary Dragon Blood Potion. Among many wizard potions, Dragon Blood Potion is a very special potion. Its effect is to strengthen the human body. It is also effective for formal knights. The reason why it is special is that the upper and lower limits of Dragon Blood Potion can reach an extremely different level. Low-quality Dragon Blood Potion has no level and can only be regarded as a zero-level potion. But high-quality Dragon Blood Potion can even reach the third-level level. And even formal wizards will be tempted when they see it. The level of Dragon Blood Potion mainly depends on the quality of its main material, Dragon Blood. The higher the quality of Dragon Blood, the better the effect of the potion made, and the higher the level. However, let alone real Dragon Blood, even slightly stronger Sub-Dragon Blood, Sunan does not have the ability to get it now. But there are substitutes. The ancestors of the black-scaled lizard people were descendants of the Dragon Clan tens of thousands of years ago, and they have dragon blood in their bodies. Although the dragon blood in the black-scaled lizards has been extremely weak since its inception, it still contains the blood of the giant dragon. Sunan's goal is to extract dragon blood from the blood of the black-scaled lizards to meet the material standards of Dragon Blood Potion. Patting his cheeks, Sunan cheered up and prepared to start. However, he was exhausted and panting just by moving the heavy lizard corpse to the operating table. After making the Dragon Blood Potion, You must take it yourself first to improve your physical fitness. After calming down his breathing, Sunan picked up the scalpel and began to dissect and extract blood. These black-scaled lizards had just died not long ago, and the bodies had been preserved with drugs. The blood in the body had not yet coagulated, and the blood extraction process was very smooth. It took more than an hour to extract all the blood of the lizards. And then Sunan began the blood extraction process. Completed a blood purification. Biological transformation learning progress plus 0.01%. Completed a blood refining. Biological transformation learning progress plus 0.01%. Completed a blood extraction. Biological transformation learning progress plus 0.03%. After multiple purifications and refinings, a large bucket of blood was finally left with just over 3 liters. Looking at the jelly-like viscous scarlet blood in the glass, Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Dragon lizard blood. Purity 35.68%. Contains dragon lizard blood. After being injected into the human body, there is a very small probability that it will mutate into a dragon lizard body, and a high probability of rejection reaction. In severe cases, it will lead to death. The stronger the physique, the higher the success rate of mutation, and the lower the rejection reaction. With my current technology, refining to this point is already the limit. Sunan sighed. Blood extraction and refining are part of biological transformation. He hasn't even mastered the biological transformation skills yet, so his technology is of course limited. Fortunately, he still has the synthetic cube as a cheat. It takes 80 milliliters of dragon blood to make a dragon blood potion. Sunan separated 2 80 milliliters of dragon lizard blood and put them into the magic cube. The corresponding information soon appeared on the synthesis interface. Dragon lizard blood. Purity 51.59%. Blood containing dragon lizard blood has a small probability of mutating into a dragon lizard body after being injected into the human body, and a high probability of rejection reaction, which can lead to death in severe cases. The stronger the physique, the higher the success rate of mutation, and the lower the rejection reaction. Not enough. Sunan put in more dragon lizard blood. The purity of the synthetic product continued to increase, but the increase was getting lower and lower, until the 8th dragon lizard blood was added. The information of the synthetic product finally showed a qualitative change. Subdragon blood. Purity 1.12%. Blood containing dragon blood has a very small probability of mutating into a subdragon body after being injected into the human body, and a high probability of rejection reaction, which can lead to death in severe cases. The stronger the physique, the higher the success rate of mutation, and the lower the rejection reaction. Finally succeeded. Sunan had a happy smile on his face. Dragon blood is the minimum standard material for refining dragon blood potion, considering that the failure rate might be a bit high for the first time making potion. Sunan thought about it and decided to prepare a few more materials, and did not continue to synthesize. In the end, more than 3 liters of black-scale lizard blood were synthesized into a total of 5 portions of dragon blood. Sunan did not start making potions immediately, but meditated for a round to restore his energy to the peak state, and then started making potions for the first time. The most important ingredient of dragon blood potion is dragon blood. Other materials are not difficult to find, and Sunan has prepared them long ago. He lit the alcohol lamp, put the beaker, then added water, and put in the materials in order. The whole process is similar to the quenching of silver moon flower, but there is an extra step at the end. Under the bright candlelight, Sunan flicked his finger, and a blue-purple halo instantly sank into the beaker. At the same time, his lips moved slightly, and he uttered a series of strange syllables, sometimes sharp and high-pitched, sometimes low and weak. As he spoke, the bright red liquid in the beaker also changed into various shapes. A real potion, even a zero-order potion, must be guided by mental power during the production process. Otherwise it will inevitably fail. This is why wizard potions are mysterious and powerful. After more than 10 minutes, the bright red liquid gradually calmed down, and its volume was slowly shrinking. But at a certain moment, the liquid suddenly boiled sharply again, emitting a lot of green smoke. And after a bang, it turned into a ball of charred black powder. Complete a potion production failure. Potion production proficiency +4. Even if it is a failed potion production, the increased proficiency is far greater than the extraction of silver moon flowers. There was no frustration on Sunan's face. He didn't expect to succeed in the first attempt to make a potion. After a short rest, Sunan continued to make the second potion. However, this time it still ended in failure. The subsequent third potion production also failed. Sunan summed up the experience of 3 failures, and finally succeeded in the 4th production. Complete 1 potion making. Potion making proficiency plus 12. Secondary dragon blood potion, 0 level/low quality. After taking it, it can strengthen the physique. The specific degree of strengthening depends on the physique of the user. The weaker the physique, the stronger the effect. Taking it multiple times will weaken the effect. It's just a secondary dragon blood potion. Yes, after all, the purity of the sub-dragon blood is too low. And it's already very good to be able to make it successfully. Without saying a word, Sunan poured the liquid medicine into his mouth. The moment the liquid medicine entered his stomach, a stream of heat suddenly exploded and instantly surged through his limbs. Sunan felt as if his whole body was soaked in boiling magma. And there was a sense of pleasure that was difficult to conceal in the severe pain. It took 4 or 5 minutes for the severe pain to slowly dissipate. Sunan was sweating all over, as if he had just been fished out of the water, and his clothes were soaked. But at this moment, he felt that the whole person was full of energy, as if he had endless strength, and there was no feeling of physical weakness before. After taking off his shirt, Sunan looked down at his body. His body, which was so thin that his ribs could be clearly seen, has now become much stronger. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed his abdomen, and he could clearly feel the abdominal muscles under the shallow fat. He clenched his fist and exerted force, and his arm immediately showed obvious muscle lines. Sunan opened the panel and was surprised to find that his physical fitness had increased from 0.7 to 2.6. It increased by 1.9. A physical fitness of 2.6 is almost equivalent to that of an apprentice knight who has practiced for 4 or 5 years. Sunan was full of amazement. A bottle of potion turned him from a thin ordinary person into a powerful apprentice knight. This is the power of wizard potion. This is only a low-grade 0-level potion. If it is replaced with an entry-level dragon blood potion, it may allow an ordinary person to be promoted to a knight directly. The entry-level potion is still too far away for me, and the secondary dragon blood potion is enough for now. Chapter 4 Magical and Awesome Wizard Methods. The 5th potion making failed, and Sunan used up the last portion of dragon blood. But he didn't care. No need to take out the real thing. He himself is the best proof now. After a good sleep, Sunan found Key in the meeting hall the next day. Key had just returned from the inspection, still wearing armor, looking dusty. He and a group of knights and generals were sitting in the hall, discussing how to deal with the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen. In previous years, the black-scaled lizardmen would invade in the month of frost, rob food and go back to spend the winter. It's about time now. Scouts found traces of the black-scaled lizardmen more than 10 kilometers north of the city yesterday. This group of damned robbers. They never changed their bad habits. Sir, give me a team of 100 people. I will definitely kill those robbers. Key frowned. Blackstone City is just a small city, and the total army has only more than 500 people. More than half of them were militiamen, who had only received basic training and had never seen blood. They were okay for defending the city, but if they were pulled out to fight the black-scaled lizardmen, they would probably collapse at the first sight. There were only more than 250 soldiers who could really be called combatants. This number of troops was really insufficient to defend Blackstone City and the many surrounding villages. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. In addition to Owen, the black-scaled lizardmen were also a threat that he had to deal with. If he didn't deal with it properly, Blackstone City would be in trouble this winter. While he was having a headache, Key saw Sunan coming in from the corner of his eye, raised his hand to signal his subordinates to shut up, and looked at Sunan. "What's the matter?" Sunan said. "I succeeded." After a moment of stunned silence, Key realized what Sunan meant, and said half doubtfully, "Have you found a way to improve the strength of the army?" Others also reacted at this time, and looked at Sunan in unison. But there was obvious doubt in their eyes. It's only been a day, and they've already figured out a feasible solution? This doesn't sound reliable. Facing everyone questioning eyes, Sunan didn't waste any words, and went straight to a long table, grabbed the edge of the table with one hand, and lifted it up. There was a creaking sound, and the heavy long table was lifted off the ground, hovering steadily about 20 centimeters above the ground. Without a single shake, everyone looked at the scene in amazement, and their eyes almost popped out. It was well known that Sunan was in poor health, and he couldn't even lift a long sword normally. But now, he could easily lift a table made of solid wood, weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds. And it looked very easy. This strength is probably no less than that of an apprentice knight. After coming to his senses, he got up and looked at his younger brother with surprise. "What's going on?" Sunan put down the long table, smiled and nodded, explaining, "I made a potion that can strengthen the human body. I took a bottle myself. Now my physical condition is roughly equivalent to that of an apprentice knight. The worse the physical condition of the user, the stronger the effect of the potion. It is also effective for formal knights. It can be taken multiple times, but the effect will gradually weaken. More specific information requires collecting more data for analysis." Listening to Sunan's words, Key's eyes became brighter and brighter. According to this, if there are enough potions, it is entirely possible to train apprentice knights or even knights in batches. An ordinary person can be promoted to an apprentice knight after taking the potion. Then an apprentice knight is likely to be promoted to a formal knight. Isn't it? Key's face flushed with excitement. People who are not lords have no idea how difficult it is to train a knight these days. An ordinary person starts practicing skills and training his body at the age of 12. On average, it takes 4 or 5 years for an ordinary person to train his physical fitness to the point where he can practice breathing techniques and thus be promoted to a knight squire. And a knight squire generally has to practice breathing techniques for 4 or 5 years before he can be promoted to an apprentice knight. After that, it takes another 7 or 8 years of training to condense the seeds of life before being promoted to a formal knight. It takes an average of 17 or 18 years to train a knight. This is only if the qualifications are sufficient. Those with poor qualifications may never become knights in their lifetime. In addition, the manpower and material resources consumed in the training process are also a huge expense. Therefore, even the powerful nobles who own the territory often cannot train too many knights. Take the Flash territory as an example. Even at its peak, the total number of knights in the territory did not exceed 100. This shows how precious a potion that can train knights in a short period of time is. After taking a few deep breaths, Key calmed down his excitement, stared at Sunan, and asked solemnly, "What do you need me to do?" Sunan said seriously, "It takes a lot of black-scaled lizardman blood to make this potion." "No problem." Key agreed without saying a word. "Tomorrow, I will lead the army out of the city to hunt down the black-scaled lizardman." After a pause, he walked quickly to Sunan and patted his shoulder with a look of relief. "I didn't expect the legendary wizard's method to be true. I was wrong to suspect you before. I apologize to you here." Sunan smiled slightly. "We don't have to worry about this as a family." Key's smile became brighter and brighter, and he nodded vigorously. "Well said. If we brothers work together, sooner or later we will be able to take back the Flash territory and avenge our father." Sunan nodded seriously, but his heart was calm. With the goal of becoming a wizard, he had no interest in being the king. He just wanted to practice quietly and live forever, and live to the recovery of elements and the wizard's heyday 1,000 years later. However, although he thought so in his heart, he still had to act in front of his eldest brother. After all, wizard practice requires a lot of resources. And with a lord brother, it is more convenient and faster to collect resources. Therefore, Sunan's goal is very clear. On the one hand, he wants to improve the strength of the territory and turn it into a logistical platform for collecting resources for himself. And on the other hand, he practices to improve his strength and strives to be promoted to a formal wizard as soon as possible. On the other side, the generals also recovered from their shock and looked at each other. No one thought that the legendary wizard's method was actually true. It can make ordinary people become apprentice knights in just one day. This method is simply magical and awesome. For a moment, everyone looked at Sunan with amazement and awe. Then came a strong surprise. With such a magical potion, the territory is expected to grow. So when Key gave the order to go out of the city to hunt the black-scaled lizardmen tomorrow, a group of generals responded with excitement. They have never wanted to see those damn bandits so much. The black-scaled lizardmen, who used to hate them, have now become precious walking potions in their eyes. That's all capital for becoming stronger. Chapter 5 Spell Model. The next morning, Kay led the army out of the city in a hurry, hunting the black-scaled lizardmen with great momentum. Sunan stayed in the room as usual, doing his own things. In the study room with the doors and windows closed, the bright yellow candlelight flickered. Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. After about 2 hours, he ended his meditation and opened his eyes. On the panel, the proficiency of the star ring meditation technique increased by 5 points. Mental power also increased by 0.01. At this rate, it will take about half a year to build the first star ring. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. According to the description in the Enlightenment book, without the help of external forces, most wizard apprentices will take 2 to 3 years to build the first star ring. Wizard apprentices with excellent qualifications can shorten this time to about 1 year. From this point of view, even if the enhancement effect of the silver moon flower essence is removed, his qualifications are still very outstanding. After all, in most games, players with digital panels are rare geniuses compared to natives. However, Sunan is still not satisfied. It takes more than half a year to build the first star ring, and the second and third star rings will take even longer. It will probably take 3 or 4 years to be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. Then it will take more than 10 or 20 years to be promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. What about being promoted to a formal wizard? Hundreds of years? You should know that the lifespan of a wizard apprentice is not much longer than that of an ordinary person. Without physical transformation, it will not exceed 200 years at most. Only when the promoted wizard breaks through the shackles, and the essence of life is sublimated, the lifespan will be greatly improved. Sunan's goal is to be promoted to a wizard before his life ends, so that he can live to the recovery of the elements 1,000 years later. We still need to further improve the efficiency of meditation. Sunan got up and walked to the bookshelf, taking out the zero-level potion encyclopedia. This book records a total of 18 recipes for zero-level potions. In addition to the dragon blood potion, there are also brute force potions, healing potions, swiftness potions, photosensitivity potions, etc. Among them, the one that most interests Sunan is a zero-level potion called Secondary Active Potion. The effect of this potion is similar to that of the Silver Moon Flower Essence, both of which increase mental activity. But the effect is much stronger than the latter, and it can be regarded as an upgraded version of the Silver Moon Flower Essence. If there is a Secondary Active Potion to assist meditation, it can be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice in 1 or 2 years at most. Sunan's heart is burning. However, when he saw the materials needed to make the secondary active potion, his excitement cooled down again. Although the materials such as sushin grass, dragon eye mint and black-spotted python bone powder are precious, they can always be found as long as you are willing to spend time. But the juice of the Mingxin tree is a headache. In Sunan limited game memory, the Mingxin tree seems to be only in the territory of the Songjin Empire in the south. It is thousands of kilometers away, and it is impossible to get the juice of the Mingxin tree. We can only try to see if we can use Silver Moon Flower Essence as a substitute. The main effect of the Bright Heart Tree sap is to enhance mental activity. Similar to Silver Moon Flower Essence, the feasibility of using Silver Moon Flower Essence as a substitute is still quite high. The key is that Silver Moon Flower is not a particularly precious item. 1 silver coin can buy 1. However, whether it is feasible or not, we have to wait until other materials are collected before further experiments. In addition, the secondary active potion is also the most difficult to make among the zero-level potions. Sunan estimated that at least level 2 potion making is required to get started. Otherwise, the success rate must be shockingly low. During this period, use the secondary dragon blood potion to brush up your proficiency. When the materials are collected, the potion making should be almost upgraded to level 2. And then we can conduct experiments. Sunan put down the zero-level potion encyclopedia and took a few spell model books from the cabinet. There are only 4 spell models left by the predecessor. They are the Hand of the Mage, Acid Splash, Sleeping Spell and Flash. All of them are the lowest level zero-ring spells without exception. But it just fits Sunan's current situation. If it is a first-ring spell, it is basically impossible to master it with his current mental power. Sunan turned the page, which was filled with dense text and various complex and complicated models. The spell model is the basis for mastering spells. To release a spell, you need to use mental power to compile the corresponding spell model first, and then use the model to induce energy particles and release it in a special way, which becomes the so-called spell. In simple terms, the spell model is a CPU processor that converts energy particles into various spells. It's just that this processor is extremely precise and complex, and the dense spell circuits and spell nodes are enough to make people's scalps numb. Even the simplest zero-ring spell model is far more complex than ordinary people can imagine. And each spell model involves several branches of knowledge. Take the Mage's Hand as an example. It involves energy circulation and force field energy conversion. If you want to master the Mage's Hand, you have to find books related to these two branches of knowledge. Learn and integrate them. Therefore, the time required for a wizard apprentice to learn a spell is often measured in years. However, Sunan, this hacker, is an exception. With his own player panel, he does not need to understand the knowledge in the book, nor does he need to master the prerequisite knowledge. As long as he reads the spell book, he can increase the learning progress of the spell, even if he can't understand it at all. Similarly, there is no need to work hard to build a complex spell model in his mind. As long as the learning progress is full, he can master the spell instantly, and the related knowledge involved can also be integrated in an instant. This is the advantage of the player. Opening the spell model book of the Mage's Hand, Sunan read it attentively. About half an hour later, a line of text slowly appeared in front of him. Read the Mage's Hand spell model. Mage's Hand learning progress plus 0.08%. In the following time, Sunan meditated and read spell books every day. Occasionally, he took time to deal with the black-scaled lizard corpses sent by Key, and took blood to make secondary dragon blood potions. As his skill proficiency increased, his skills in making potions became more and more proficient, and his success rate gradually increased. In the end, on average, 3 portions of sub-dragon blood could make a bottle of secondary dragon blood potion. After half a month, he had accumulated 11 bottles of secondary dragon blood potions. When he returned to the meeting hall of the inner castle of Blackstone City, he saw Sunan and the potions neatly arranged on the table. Is this the potion that you said can enhance physical fitness? He picked up a bottle of potion and looked at the bright red liquid shaking in the transparent glass bottle, with a look of amazement on his face. The knights around him also stretched their necks to look at the potion on the table, revealing fiery eyes. After all, according to Sunan, these potions are also effective for official knights. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Chapter 6 Knowledge is Power. All the potions made during this period are here. I give them to you, big brother, to distribute, Sunan said. Thank you for your hard work. He patted Sunan's shoulder with excitement, then looked at the potion on the table, thought for a while, and asked, how effective is this potion for senior knights? Very limited, Sunan answered without thinking. It can probably only enhance the physique of senior knights by 1% to 2%. Is that so? He shook his head in disappointment. It was a waste for him to take this potion. He thought about it, turned around and shouted, Jodan. Yes, sir. The knight whose name was called stepped forward with joy. He picked up a bottle of potion and threw it to Jodan. Drink it. Jodan uncorked the cork without hesitation, raised his head, and poured the bright red liquid into his mouth. The next moment, his skin became visibly red, his veins bulged, and his face became twisted because of the severe pain. Fortunately, it only lasted less than 2 minutes, and Kayatan's body returned to normal. He was panting heavily, sweating, but his expression was very excited. What a magical effect! I feel that my strength has increased a lot, and my reaction speed has also increased. Qiaoan gestured excitedly. Sunan nodded secretly. The secondary dragon blood potion should enhance the physical fitness of the primary knight by 0.7 to 0.9 points. You should know that the physical fitness of the primary knight is only between 8 and 10. The physical fitness enhancement of about 1/10 is already a huge increase. If it is a high-level knight, it is estimated that it will only increase the physical fitness by 0.2 to 0.3 points. However, this is only a 0-level low-grade secondary dragon blood potion. When the potion-making skills are improved in the future and the material quality is improved, it will naturally be possible to make a better dragon blood potion. Seeing the changes in Qiaoan, the knights around him shone with light, and their eyes looking at the potion on the table became more and more fiery. He also showed a happy smile on his face, thought for a while and said, Go and call Nelson, Cuddy, Norden. Call them over. He said 7 names in a row. These people were all apprentice knights, who followed them, and the brothers out of the Flash territory. They were the fighting force left to them by their father, and their loyalty was guaranteed. The secondary dragon blood potion was naturally given priority to these people. Immediately, a knight turned around to convey the order. The other knights were a little disappointed. But they quickly calmed down. They all knew that it would be more appropriate to use the potion on the apprentice knights than to give them the potion to enhance their strength. If a few knights could be strengthened, it would be more beneficial to Blackstone City, especially when the black-scaled lizards were ready to invade Blackstone City. At this time, even if there were 3 or 4 more knights, it would greatly alleviate the dilemma of Blackstone City's shortage of manpower. Soon, the 7 selected apprentice knights were brought to the meeting hall. After taking the secondary dragon blood potion, 3 of the 7 people condensed the seeds of life on the spot and broke through to become formal knights, although the remaining 4 people failed to break through. Judging from their appearance, they are not far from being promoted to knights. The 7 people were so excited that their faces flushed. He encouraged the 7 people for a few words, then looked around and said solemnly, "The existence of the potion is crucial. Without my permission, no one present is allowed to disclose the potion to others. Those who violate the order, don't blame me for military punishment." Everyone's expression became solemn, and they all responded in unison. They are not stupid, and know what this potion represents. Apart from anything else, if the rebel in Flash City knew the existence of the secondary dragon blood potion, he would definitely attack Blackstone City without hesitation, and would never let them grow and develop safely. Sunan wanted to remind him, but seeing that his elder brother was thoughtful, he stopped talking and took out a list from his body and handed it to Key. "Brother, help me collect the materials above, as many as you want, and the wizard books. Please keep an eye on them for me." "No problem." Key nodded without hesitation. After seeing the magic of the secondary dragon blood potion, he no longer had any doubts about the wizard's methods, and only had amazement and admiration. Now he was eager to meet all the requirements of his younger brother, so that he could concentrate on research and make a potion more powerful than the secondary dragon blood potion. After entering the frost month, the weather became colder. Blackstone City already had a hint of bleakness. The thin white air exhaled by the militia in the cold air enveloped the sky above the city wall to form clouds. Many militia huddled behind the parapet, rubbing their hands to resist the cold, and occasionally poking their heads out to look outside. Suddenly, one of them stood up abruptly, stared at the distance with wide eyes, and then shouted loudly, "There are scout cavalry coming, and it seems to be coming from the direction of Castle Village." Several militias quickly put down the hanging basket and prepared to pick up people. More than 10 minutes later, a loud alarm bell rang over Blackstone City. Everyone heard the sound. In the study, Sunan raised his head, and his expression changed slightly. "This bell means the black-scaled lizardmen are finally here. Since last month, Blackstone City has been preparing to deal with the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen, temporarily moving residents of villages farther away into the city. Soldiers were stationed in nearby villages. At the same time, Key sat in Blackstone City in armor, ready to lead the army to kill the black-scaled lizardmen at any time. In previous years, the atmosphere in Blackstone City was always very heavy at this time. After all, the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen would cause considerable losses to Blackstone City. The casualties, building damage, and trampled fields would take a whole spring next year to slowly recover. In the war with the black-scaled lizardmen, Blackstone City did not gain any benefit, and would be damaged regardless of winning or losing. But this year is different. The existence of the secondary dragon blood potion makes the blood of the black-scaled lizardmen a nutrient for the Blackstone City army to become stronger. Every time a black-scaled lizardman is killed, the Blackstone City army has an extra chance to become stronger. Blackstone City already has the capital to strengthen its strength through war. In this case, the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen is no longer a simple disaster for Blackstone City, but an opportunity, as long as a large number of black-scaled lizardmen corpses can be obtained. Blackstone City will have a large number of trainee knights, and even knights next year. With interests as a driving force, the army will naturally burst out with several times the morale and enthusiasm. Sunan can already imagine the group of knight generals rushing towards the black-scaled lizardmen with excitement. Just a zero-level potion can reverse the predicament of Blackstone City. Knowledge is power. This sentence is indeed correct. Sunan's eyes flashed, and he lowered his head to continue looking at the book. On the slightly yellowed page, the first line was written with a line of small black words. "Wisdom is the real source of power for wizards." Chapter 7: The Fighting Power of the Wizard Apprentice. The frost month, November, at the end of the month. The first snow fell. The Blackstone City was covered in silver and white. Sunan learning progress of the Mage's Hand also reached 100% on this day. The Mage's Hand learning progress has reached 100%. And the Mage's Hand has been obtained. A large amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Sunan closed his eyes to digest it for a while. Then opened his eyes, looked at the book on the table, and uttered a series of strange syllables with his lips slightly opened. The moment the sound sounded, the book suddenly trembled slightly, and then slowly floated up, slowly moving up and down and left and right as his eyes moved. The effect of the Mage's Hand is to make distant objects float and move at will. To outsiders, it looks like an invisible ghost hand is moving objects. The name of the Mage's Hand comes from this. Among many zero-level spells, the Mage's Hand is one of the most practical spells. Whether it is a surgical experiment or making potions, using the Wizard's Hand to assist can save a lot of effort. In battle, the Wizard's Hand can also be used to remotely control weapons to attack the enemy. As for the effective distance and weight that can be controlled, it depends on the caster's spellcasting attainments and mental strength. This is also the reason why Sunan chose the Wizard's Hand as the first spell. With the Wizard's Hand, it will be much more convenient to make potions and extract lizard blood in the future. Which spell should I choose as the second spell? Sunan's mind moved, and 3 spell books automatically floated out of the bookcase and landed on the table. Acid Splash, Sleeping Spell, and Flash. The effects of the 3 spells are easy to understand, and you can see the clues from the names. After thinking for a while, Sunan finally decided to learn the sleeping spell first. In order to improve the learning progress of biological transformation, he caught a lot of small animals for experiments. If you master the sleeping spell, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient when doing experiments. Anyway, the black-scaled lizards have retreated, and the territory does not need him to participate in the battle now. So there is no need to rush to learn attack spells. In fact, the combat power of the first-level wizard apprentice is generally not strong. When they are just promoted, the first-level apprentice is actually just a novice whose mental power is stronger than that of ordinary people, who can attract external energy particles and store them in the body to form the concept of mana. Later, as meditation improves mental power, the body will gradually become stronger due to the subtle infiltration and improvement of energy particles. At this time, the first-level wizard apprentice is actually not much better than the trainee knight. Compared with the trainee knight, it is just a little more spell resistance, far inferior to the knight-level characters. When they master 2 or 3 attack spells, the first-level wizard apprentice can be considered to have real combat power and have the strength to fight against the formal knight. This situation will continue until they are promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice. The second-level wizard apprentice can initially control energy particles, which is enough to strengthen the physique to a very high level. If spells are added to assist, even the peak knight will find it difficult to match, and only the strong at the level of the great knight can resist. In addition, a second-level wizard apprentice can also contract a magic pet and use magic items. A second-level wizard apprentice with a magic pet and combat magic items. Even a great knight dare not confront him directly. At this time, the gap between wizard apprentices and knights really appeared. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan picked up the sleeping spell and began to read. Reading Sleeping Spell Spell Model. Sleeping Spell Learning Progress plus 0.08%. Reading Sleeping Spell Spell Model. Sleeping Spell Learning Progress plus 0.08%. Time flies. Following the Frost Descent month, the coldest and most difficult sleeping month of the year, December, has also passed. On the 5th to last day of December, the black-scaled lizardmen finally retreated in a panic on the snow. This war that lasted for more than 2 months came to an end. After a 5-day rest, Blackstone City then ushered in the first day of the winter piano month, January, in the 1249th year of the starlight calendar. This day is the new year of the Principality of Stars. The cold wind howled, but it could not cover the joyful atmosphere in the city. Houses decorated with lights can be seen everywhere on the street, and children run in groups in the crowd. Their little faces are frozen red in the cold wind, but they still giggle. In the inner castle, the banquet hall, the young maids are busy, constantly bringing fragrant ham, cheese, dried fruits, and fine wine to the table. The knights are drinking and talking around the table, and burst into laughter from time to time. Old Geller directed the servants to decorate the hall. He glimpsed this scene from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help feeling emotional. At this time of year in previous years, because of the losses caused by the black-scaled lizardmen, The former lord and generals were all exhausted, and had no intention of holding a New Year banquet. But this year is completely different. I heard from Knight Jotan that they beat the group of lizard bandits so badly this year that they couldn't even survive the first snow and fled back to their nest. The surrounding villages suffered almost no damage. Because of this, on the first day of the new year, the serfs sent all kinds of agricultural products to the inner castle to express their gratitude to the lord. But what puzzled old Geller was that he heard that this was all the credit of Master Sunan. The knights and generals he knew all meant this, and they all spoke of Master Sunan with a respectful tone. This puzzled old Geller. Having been in Blackstone City for decades, he could vaguely feel that the city seemed to be undergoing some kind of positive change. The Lord and Lord Sunan are here. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded. The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their heads to look at the door. He and Sunan walked into the hall side by side. Both of them were dressed in formal attire, and they had 70% similar faces, and were equally handsome. As the eldest brother, he was tall and sturdy, with full and round muscles and hard lines, as perfect as an ancient Greek statue. Although Sunan, the younger brother, still looks thin, he no longer looks weak, and exudes a lean and capable aura, especially his eyes, which are as deep and bright as stars, making people dare not look at each other. The arrival of the two brothers immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lord, Sir Sunan. The knights bowed and saluted. The address for Sunan also changed from young master to sir to show respect. Kay strode to the front of the crowd and raised the wine glass in his hand. Thank you for your hard work last year. Let's drink wine and taste delicious food tonight. The knights cheered loudly, and the noisy waves almost overturned the roof. Sunan watched this scene quietly, picked up a glass of fruit wine from the table, and took a sip. After more than 2 months of energy particle infiltration, his physique has now grown to 2.79, almost reaching the peak of an apprentice knight. And because he can absorb energy particles, he doesn't have a big appetite like other apprentice knights. And he needs a lot of food to replenish the energy consumed by training. If necessary, he can even go without food for several months. Now he eats more to satisfy his appetite. Just after Sunan finished a glass of fruit wine, Kay walked up to him. Why don't you go drink with everyone? I still like to be alone and quiet. Kai knew his brother's temper, and he didn't say much after hearing this. He smiled and said, I have good news for you. I have found what you want, and it should have been moved to your yard now. Chapter 8 Secondary Active Potion. Sunan was not very interested in the banquet to begin with, and now that he knew that the thing he had been thinking about had been found, he had no intention of staying any longer. After talking to Key for a few words, he left the banquet hall in advance and returned to the courtyard where he lived. As soon as he entered the door, Sunan saw 2 boxes placed in the courtyard. He used the magician's hand to move the 2 boxes into the study, and then opened them for a careful inspection. There were more than 10 books in one of the boxes. On the dark hardcover, complicated and irregular lines formed words that only wizards, apprentices, could understand. Among the 12 books, Touch of Fatigue, Detection of Toxicity, Unlocking, Charming Humans, Shielding, Analysis of Alien Life, Reincarnation of the Dead, and Principles of Negative Energy. Except for 5 spell model books, the rest were various professional knowledge. And among these 5 spells, Charming Humans and Shielding are both first-level spells. First-level spells? Sunan was a little jealous. Charm Humans and Shield spells are both very practical first-level spells, especially Shield spells, which are life-saving spells that almost every wizard apprentice must learn. It's a pity that if you want to learn first-level spells, your mental power must reach at least 10 points. He is still far from it now. Although the wizards abandoned this world, they left behind many classics, magic items, and even inheritance. These things are useless to ordinary people, and they can't even understand them. But they are precious treasures for wizard apprentices. Sunan smiled. As long as they are willing to spend time and have enough financial resources, any wizard apprentice can actually collect enough knowledge in this world to be promoted to a formal wizard. Of course, resources are another problem. Although 2 first-level spells cannot be learned for the time being, 3 zero-level spells are not a problem. Sunan put away the spell book and planned to learn slowly later. Afterwards, he flipped through the remaining professional knowledge books one by one. But unfortunately none of them triggered the corresponding skills. Apparently, this knowledge is not classified as a skill. Read it slowly when you have time. It will also increase your knowledge. Sunan was slightly disappointed. Put away the books. And then opened another box. The box was densely packed with various small boxes of different sizes. Sunan opened them one by one. As expected, the boxes were full of various well-preserved materials. Sushin grass, dragonimon, and black-spotted python bone powder are all materials for making secondary active potions. After counting, except for the sap of the heart-clearing tree, all the materials for making secondary active potions were complete, and the amount was not small. Enough to make 40 or 50 potions. With so many materials, it should be enough for me to research a new version of secondary active potions. Sunan was a little impatient, and went straight to the laboratory with the materials. The progress bar of the star ring meditation method has passed halfway. If he has the help of the secondary active potion, it won't take long for him to build the first star ring. Arriving at the laboratory, Sunan lit the candlelight, and then went straight to the long table filled with beakers and test tubes. In the past 3 months, he has made the secondary dragon blood potion at least 200 times in total. The potion making has already reached LV2, which is more than enough for the zero-order potion experiment. So in the following time, in addition to meditation and spell learning, Sunan has another task of potion experiment. He constantly synthesized silver moonflower essences of different purities and capacities, experimented with the compatibility with other materials, and explored the best ratio as a substitute. Starlight Calendar Year 1249. Resurrection Month, February, as the black-scaled lizardmen completely retreated to their old nest. The Redhorn Wilderness, the Blackstone City, without the threat, was completely relaxed. He put his focus back on the management of the territory. Since Blackstone City is located in the south and has a hot climate, the snow began to melt at the beginning of the month. It is expected that the planting and plowing can begin in the spring dawn moon March. He ordered the militia to build irrigation canals for the territory early and introduce river water to prepare for the farming work in the spring dawn moon. With the irrigation of river water, it is foreseeable that this year's harvest will be good. In addition, he also called on the serfs in the territory to rely on the river to fish during the slack season, which can be regarded as increasing the income of the territory. After a battle with the black-scaled lizardmen, the strength of the Blackstone City army has not decreased but increased. Under the effect of the secondary dragon blood potion, the number of knights has soared from the original 9 to 21. And this number is expected to continue to increase in the next 2 months until the accumulated black-scaled lizardman blood is consumed. As a result, the meat consumption in the territory has soared. After all, if a knight opens his belly, he can eat 30 or 40 kilograms of meat a day. It is difficult to support it with only the beef and mutton of Blackstone City. So he can only think of ways to fish. However, fishing can only slightly alleviate the food problem. He had to spend money to purchase a large amount of meat from other cities. In addition, his brother's research is also a huge expense. Last month alone, the batch of antiques and materials cost dozens of gold coins, which is almost equivalent to the tax revenue of Blackstone City for 1 month. Key's flesh hurts as if it is dripping blood. However, considering the long-term development of the territory, Sunan research expenses must not be cut off. In order to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, Key, as a lord, has lost countless hairs recently. Sunan, who was locked in the laboratory and devoted to researching potions, had no idea about this. In the middle of the month of recovery, after unremitting efforts in experiments and research, Sunan finally made the first bottle of secondary active potion. Secondary active potion, 0 level/low quality. After taking it, can improve mental activity, lasting for 15 days and 4 hours. And there is no effect of superposition. Finally done. Looking at the beautiful silver blue liquid in the potion bottle, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with joy. With the synthetic cube, he can precisely control the refreshing effect of the silver moonflower essence, so that its effect is infinitely close to the sap of the heart-clearing tree, reaching the level of a substitute. The whole experimental process is actually to constantly adjust the proportion of materials, and it went very smoothly. That's why Sunan was able to make a new version of the secondary active potion so quickly. Without hesitation, he immediately drank the potion, and then sat down on the spot and began to meditate. A mid-like coolness suddenly spread from the abdomen and quickly spread to the whole body. For a moment, Sunan felt as if he was wandering at the bottom of a cold lake, with an indescribable sense of peace. After an unknown amount of time, He suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole person was full of energy. This is the positive effect brought about by a small increase in mental power in a short period of time. Sunan immediately opened his personal panel. Mental power increased by 0.03, and the proficiency of the star ring meditation method increased by 25 points. Sunan was overjoyed. This efficiency is almost 5 times higher than before. Sure enough, the effect of the potion is much better than the pure plant essence. Sunan was extremely happy. At this efficiency, he can build the first star ring in 10 days. Chapter 9 Blackstone Mine. 10 days later. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground. In the void that others could not see, countless energy particles seemed to be pulled by invisible forces, rushing into his body. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, most of the star ring had materialized, leaving only the last bit of it still showing an illusory texture. And as the energy particles continued to fill, this last bit of phantom also disappeared visibly. When the last bit of phantom materialized, the entire star ring suddenly shone brightly and trembled slightly. Sunan suddenly felt a clear sound in his mind, and his mind suddenly became clear. Success? Sunan opened his eyes and showed a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. It took nearly half a year from the beginning of practicing the star ring meditation method to the present, and he finally built the first star ring. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan looked at the panel as soon as possible. Spirit 3.60/Constitution 3.25. Spirit increased by 0.78. And Constitution also increased by 0.31. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Even with the help of the secondary active potion, he had to meditate for almost a month to increase this much mental power. The improvement brought by the construction of the star ring is indeed very significant. In terms of Constitution, Sunan is now above the trainee knight, but it is still far from the 8-point constitution of the standard for formal knights. After all, he has not practiced breathing. If I practice breathing now, the progress should not be too slow. Breathing and constitution complement each other. The faster the breathing progresses, the faster the constitution improves. The same is true in reverse. With Sunan's current constitution, he may be able to practice breathing to a small degree in less than a month. But that being said, he does not intend to do so. Wizards have many ways to strengthen their constitutions, and there is no need to waste time and energy practicing breathing. With this time, it is better to brush up the learning progress of spells or skills. Sunan opened the spell list with a thought. Mage's Hand, Sleeping Curse, Acid Splash, Flash. Thanks to the buff effect of the secondary active potion, his efficiency in learning spells has increased several times. In just 2 months, he not only successfully mastered the Sleeping Curse, but also learned Acid Splash and Flash. Currently brushing up the learning progress of lockpicking. Most of the knowledge fields involved in wizards are extremely profound and take a lot of time to master. This is also the main reason why many wizard apprentices with good qualifications have to spend hundreds of years to become wizards. But as long as there is enough resource support, this time can be greatly shortened. Sunan sighed secretly. The Starlight Continent was abandoned because of the withering of elements and the lack of resources. So wizards could not see the hope of improving their strength. If he did not have the golden finger of the synthetic magic cube, it would be a foolish dream to want to become a wizard in the current Starlight Continent. It takes 3,000 points of proficiency to upgrade the level 2 star ring meditation method, which takes about 4 months. If you can keep the supply of secondary active potions constant, you can be promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice in 2 years at most. Sunan estimated that the cost of making a bottle of secondary active potion is about 12 gold coins. If you become more proficient later, it should be reduced to about 10 gold coins. That's 20 gold coins a month. It seems that the tax revenue of Black Rock City is only 40 or 50 gold coins a month, which is not a small expense. Sunan has thought about synthesizing secondary active potions, which may greatly improve the effect of the potion. Unfortunately, with the current income level of Black Rock City, he does not allow him to purchase a large amount of materials at one time to make enough secondary active potions. Let's discuss it with my brother. Sunan got up and walked out of the meditation room. On the way, he met old Giller. After asking, he learned that Key was in the study. So he turned around and went straight to the study. However, when he found Key in the study, he found that the latter was also sighing and looking sad. Looking up and seeing Sunan, Key suppressed his sorrow and asked with all his strength, "It's you, Sunan." You have locked yourself in the yard for many days. Why did you dare to come out today? Brother, I have something to discuss with you. Sunan got straight to the point and talked about buying materials. After hearing this, he smiled bitterly. There are more than 50 gold coins in the account. I originally planned to use them to purchase armor. Since you want to use them, I will give them to you first. Sunan glanced at Key, and thinking of his worried look just now, he immediately understood. Is the territory short of money now? He did not hide it, and sighed and said, the number of knights in the territory has increased a lot recently, and the food expenses have increased significantly. We will start farming next month, and we have to spend money to buy tools and seeds. The expenses are indeed not small. Is there any way to increase income and reduce expenditure? It's impossible to save money if the territory wants to develop, whether it's arming the army or developing the economy. Gold coins are indispensable. He has always wanted to strengthen his strength to take back the Flash territory, so he naturally can't be content with being a salted fish. As for opening up new sources of income, I have an idea. I plan to restart the Blackstone mine. Blackstone mine? Sunan's expression moved slightly. He remembered that Blackstone City used to be famous for producing Blackstone iron. Blackstone iron is a high-quality metal. It only needs to be simply refined to have a hardness comparable to that of refined iron. It is a good material for forging armor and weapons. The name Blackstone City also comes from this. It is precisely because of Blackstone iron that Blackstone City has become one of the most prosperous cities in Jinan province. It was only later that something happened, which led to the abandonment of the Blackstone mine, and Blackstone City gradually declined. Speaking of which, why was the Blackstone mine abandoned in the first place? Sunan asked in confusion. Without special reasons. The successive lords of Blackstone City would never give up a cash cow that can continuously produce gold coins. According to the old soldiers in the city, it's because a monster appeared in the mining area. Monster? He was prepared and took out a piece of parchment and spread it on the table. The picture on it was a dark leopard, but the stone texture was clearly visible on its body, and it exuded a metallic luster, looking like a creature made entirely of gold and stone. The previous lord called this monster an iron swallower. They feed on Blackstone iron ore, and their bodies are as hard as Blackstone iron. Each one has the combat power comparable to that of a junior knight, and it is very difficult to deal with. Are there many such monsters? Sunan asked. Although the knight-level monsters are terrible, they are not so daunting that the successive lords will be deterred. If it really doesn't work, spend a few hundred gold coins to ask a great knight to solve it, unless there are a lot of monsters, or there are other reasons. As expected, he continued to say, there are not many monsters. Probably only about 20 or 30. The key is that the iron swallower is very cunning. Once it sees that the situation is not good, it will drill into the rock wall and escape very quickly. Even the knight can't stop it. If these monsters are not cleaned up, the mine area cannot be operated normally. Monsters that can drill into the ground? Sunan raised his eyebrows. This is indeed difficult to deal with. Of course, only relative to ordinary people. If it's just like this, it's not that there is no solution. The words from Sunan's mouth made Key stunned. After a long time, he reacted and stood up in surprise. Do you have a way to deal with the iron swallower? Sunan pondered. You can try. Although Sunan did not make a 100% guarantee, it has made Key ecstatic. You know, what bothered him most during this period was the gold coins. If the Blackstone mine could be restarted, all problems would be solved. Chapter 10. Is this the wizard? The Blackstone mine is located in the southwest of Blackstone City. There are more than 10 mines covering a very wide area. The mining of shallow or veins has hollowed out the surrounding mountain walls, forming an inward valley. Looking inward from the mouth of the valley, there are large areas of red-gray and lead-black rocks. The valley is full of mine carts and railroad tracks. It can be seen that the original lord invested a lot of resources in the construction of this mining area. It's a pity that decades later, this place has long become a desolate and deserted ruins. And the mine carts and railroad tracks are also covered with rust. Key and Sunan stood side by side in front of the valley entrance, looking at the environment inside. More than a dozen knights and hundreds of soldiers followed behind. Due to the importance of the Blackstone mine, Key mobilized nearly half of the troops in Blackstone City at one time. Of course, ordinary soldiers can't play a big role in this operation. Their mission is to guard the retreat and ensure logistics. The real main force of the battle is Sunan. He and more than a dozen knights. Is it really okay? Jodan glanced at the dark entrance of the mine and muttered with some concern. I heard from the veterans that those iron-swallowing beasts are very powerful. Wouldn't it be too risky for us to go in with so few people? Hearing this, the eyes of the other knights flickered. To be honest, they were all surprised when they heard the Lord say that he wanted to clean up the iron-swallowing beasts in the Blackstone mine. The Blackstone mine is well known in Blackstone City, and they have heard some news. It is said that several lords have thought about solving the Blackstone mine, but they all failed in the end and lost a lot of manpower. Over time, no one has thought about the Blackstone mine anymore. No one expected that Key suddenly planned to restart the Blackstone mine. If it weren't for Lord Sunan saying that there was a way to solve the iron-swallowing beast, they would have raised objections long ago. But even so, many people are still a little nervous. Jodan, if you shake the morale of the army again, I will punish you by not allowing you to drink for a month when you go back. He turned around and glared at him. Kaizen's head shrank, and he kept silent. He loved all kinds of fine wine and strong liquor, and he couldn't live without wine. Forbidding him to drink for a month was no different from asking him to die. Seeing Xiaoan calm down, he turned back to look at the mine, and his heart was actually a little up and down. After all, he had never seen an iron-swallowing beast with his own eyes. If these monsters were more terrible than the veteran said, it would be troublesome. But after looking at Sunan beside him, he finally chose to believe his brother, and didn't show his worries. Sunan touched the scale armor on his body. This is the only scale armor in Blackstone City, and its value is more precious than a set of fine iron armor. Originally it was Key's equipment, but Key was afraid that something would happen to him. So he put the scale armor on him and stuffed him with a long sword. Although Sunan's swordsmanship level was very poor, it was better than nothing. Let's go! At Key's command, everyone lit torches and entered the mine pit one after another, leaving only soldiers to guard the cave entrance. The shallow veins in the Blackstone mine had been mined out, and several deep wells were dug underground to mine the underlying ore layers. The mines were crisscrossed under the rock layer, and every few hundred meters, you could see an oil lamp hanging on the rock wall. But the oil inside had already evaporated. A knight held a leather bag, poured oil into the oil lamp, and then lit it. Soon, a series of flames lit up in the mine tunnel, using the division of light and shadow to outline a winding trajectory at a very long distance from each other, guiding everyone forward. As they went deeper, everyone gradually slowed down their pace. These underground tunnels were uneven, and the light was dim, so if you were not careful, you would fall and bleed. Although all the knights present were strong, no one wanted to fall and eat shit. There was silence all around, except for the footsteps and breathing of the crowd. No other sounds could be heard. There was no breath of life in the cold underground. If an ordinary person were to move forward alone in such a place, he would definitely feel instinctively terrified. After walking a distance forward, the surrounding rock walls finally changed. A knight approached the rock wall with a torch. With the help of the firelight, it could be clearly seen that the surface of the rock was coated with a layer of deep and coal black. It's Blackstone iron ore. Xiao Dun's eyes lit up. Without him saying it, everyone present saw it. Everyone immediately reminded themselves to be very careful. Going further forward, there was a vein layer that had not been mined yet. It was very likely that the miners at that time had to stop mining because they encountered an iron-eating beast in front. In other words, they would soon meet the target of this trip. Facts proved that they were not wrong. After walking 400 or 500 meters forward, everyone soon heard a rustling sound coming from the front, as if something was moving close to the ground. Be on guard. Get ready for battle, he said in a deep voice. Everyone raised their weapons with solemn expressions, staring at the front as if facing a great enemy. Soon, cats appeared from the darkness. They stepped gracefully into the range of the torchlight, staring at the uninvited guests in front of them with a pair of gray gemstone-like eyes. Iron-swallowing beasts. Exactly the same as the portrait that Sunan had seen. More and more iron-swallowing beasts appeared in the darkness, and there were more than 10 of them in a hurry. And there were several pairs of eyes flickering with glimmers outside the light and shadow dividing line. More than 10 iron-swallowing beasts formed a semicircular encirclement, surrounding everyone. These beasts have a big appetite, and it seems that they want to keep all of us here, Knight Brad said in a muffled voice, tightening the huge steel shield in his hand. He is the knight in Blackstone City who is second only to Key in strength, and he is only one step away from being promoted to a senior knight. He is 2 meters tall and good at using shields. He is the knight with the best shield skills in Blackstone City, and is also a famous warrior on the battlefield. After seeing the iron-swallowing beasts up close, Brad could feel that the aura of these monsters would definitely not exceed the level of a primary knight. And he immediately relaxed a lot. If that's true, it's actually a good thing. I'm just afraid that these beasts will escape. He also saw it, and breathed a sigh of relief. More than 10 monsters at the level of a primary knight. Their lineup is enough to deal with them. The question is how to stop these iron-swallowing beasts, and prevent them from escaping. Reality did not leave them room for thinking. The iron-swallowing beasts quickly launched an attack, and leaped towards the crowd. The battle broke out in an instant. The tunnel was suddenly filled with the sound of metal clashing. Brad raised his shield and smashed an iron-swallowing beast away. The other side flew more than 10 meters, and hit the rock wall with a bang. And the stone powder immediately fell straight down. But the iron-swallowing beast just shook its head after standing up, and continued to pounce, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Brad's brows were immediately locked. On the other side, the knights were also in a bitter fight. The body of the iron-swallowing beast was so hard that even a sword with fighting spirit could only leave a not very obvious crack. Only Key, a senior knight, could cause obvious damage to the iron-swallowing beast. If it weren't for the narrow space of the tunnel that restricted the movement of the iron-swallowing beast and prevented them from exerting their swift and agile speed, it would be even more difficult to deal with. The battle was not as easy as they expected, and it fell into a stalemate for a while. At this moment, Sunan took action. He uttered strange syllables and pointed at the same time. In an instant, a ball of acid the size of a basketball formed out of thin air at the tip of his finger, and then flew out, accurately hitting an iron-swallowing beast and covering its face. Zzz. A large amount of pungent white smoke suddenly appeared on the face of the iron-swallowing beast, and its body rolled wildly on the ground, trying to wipe off the corrosive liquid on its face. There is no weak attack spell. Although the acid splash is only a 0-ring spell, its corrosiveness is more terrible than Aqua Regia. A ball of acid the size of an egg is enough to corrode an ordinary adult male human being, leaving no trace. Even if the body of the iron-swallowing beast is extremely hard, it would not feel good if it was hit by such a blow on its vital parts. Swish! A figure flashed over, stabbed the wound on the face of the iron-swallowing beast with a sword, and then spit out a force. And the head of the iron-swallowing beast exploded instantly. The headless body shook a few times on the spot, and fell to the ground with a bang. He drew out his long sword, turned around and glanced at Sunan in surprise. The other knights also couldn't hide their horror. They had personally experienced how hard the body of the iron-swallowing beast was, which was no less than real Blackstone iron. But even with such a hard body, half of its head was corroded in a few breaths. What kind of terrifying power is this? If a flesh and blood body was hit by such a blow, what would happen? Just thinking about that scene, everyone present felt their scalps numb. Is this a wizard? Chapter 11 Puppet Creation. Just when everyone was shocked by Sunan thunderous means, the person involved was still not satisfied. If the mental power was higher, the acid splash just now would have killed the iron-swallowing beast. Sunan felt a little regretful, stretched out his hand and pointed, and another acid splash flew out, attacking an iron-swallowing beast like an arrow. Sizzle! Although the iron-swallowing beast dodged in time, it was still hit in the side abdomen, and most of its waist and abdomen were corroded in an instant, and its movements were inevitably affected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he flashed forward and cut the iron-swallowing beast in half with a sword. The two brothers cooperated tacitly, and killed 4 iron-swallowing beasts in a short while. The morale of the crowd was immediately boosted when they saw this. The iron-swallowing beast seemed to realize that something was wrong and gradually retreated. Noticing this, Key shouted hurriedly, "Don't let them escape. Stop them!" The knights rushed towards the iron-swallowing beasts. Sunan narrowed his eyes, and cast a sleeping spell on the last iron-swallowing beast. But to his surprise, the iron-swallowing beast was not affected at all. The spell didn't work. Sunan was stunned. At this moment, an iron-swallowing beast suddenly jumped up and crashed into the rock wall as if falling into the water, and disappeared. The whole process was so smooth that no one had time to react. The other iron-swallowing beasts followed suit and disappeared into the rock wall. Seeing the last iron-swallowing beast also jumped up and crashed into the rock wall, the stunned Sunan finally reacted, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, The elegant posture of the iron-swallowing beast came to an abrupt stop, and it was fixed in midair, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and it could not touch the ground or the wall at all. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the invisible restraints on its body. "Kill it," Sunan said in a deep voice. The people who were staring at the bizarre scene in front of them woke up as if from a dream and took action one after another. Crack! The iron-swallowing beast in midair was instantly shattered to pieces. "Sunan, you just..." He looked at Sunan with a look of surprise. If the secondary dragon blood potion was still within his understanding, then the miraculous means that Sunan had just displayed were far beyond his cognition. Sunan knew what he wanted to ask, and explained calmly, "This is a spell." Spell. Everyone present chewed on this word silently, and felt that a whole new world was slowly unfolding in front of them. Sunan didn't care about other people, and quickly came to an iron-swallowing beast that was cut in two, squatted down to check. After a moment, a strange look appeared on his face. "Is there anything wrong?" Seeing Sunan's expression, he asked hurriedly. Sunan shook his head, stood up and said, "I roughly know where these iron swallowers came from. When the sleeping spell didn't work just now, he actually felt something was wrong. There are generally only two situations in which one can be immune to spells. One is that the spell resistance is high enough, such as the dragon race. The dragon race is famous for its natural high magic resistance. Adult dragons can be immune to all spells below the third ring. The other is that the life form of the creature happens to be immune to a certain spell. Take the sleeping spell as an example. Elemental creatures, undead creatures and puppet creatures are all immune to the sleeping spell. And the iron swallower can obviously only be the latter. I thought it was a metal-shaped creature, but I didn't expect it to be a puppet creature. When checking just now, Sunan found enchanted runes in the fragments of the iron swallower's body. It is impossible for a naturally born life form to have enchanted runes. The only explanation is that the iron-swallowing beasts are artificially made, and the only ones who can make puppets are wizards, apprentices. There is probably a legacy left by wizards deep in this mine. Sunan was filled with ecstasy. He had originally planned to go out and search for the whereabouts of the wizard's legacy after being promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice. But he didn't expect that there was one near Blackstone City. This is undoubtedly a huge surprise. After Sunan's explanation, Key and others showed extremely shocked expressions. No one expected that these iron-swallowing beasts, which had the combat power comparable to that of knights, and the strange ability to drill into the rock wall, were actually puppets made by wizards. Magical potions, terrible spells, powerful puppet creations, these things that are unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people, are actually made by wizards. What kind of group is this? The more they understand, the more they can feel the mystery and power of wizards. It is said that thousands of years ago, wizards once ruled the entire continent and created an unprecedented prosperity. In the past, they just thought it was a myth. But now it seems that it is very likely to have really happened. Everyone had different thoughts, and the tunnel fell into silence for a while. Sunan didn't care at all, and said something to Kei before sitting on the ground, meditating to restore his mental strength. A lot of spells were cast in the battle just now, and almost all of my mental power was consumed. Considering that there will be a fierce battle next, it is safer to wait until my mental power is restored before continuing the exploration. About 2 hours later, Sunan ended his meditation. The team continued to move forward. Fear comes from the unknown. After knowing the origin of the iron swallow beast, everyone's fear of this monster suddenly decreased a lot. Especially after killing 5 iron swallow beasts in the battle just now. The team's morale reached its peak. However, what is confusing is that on the way down, the iron swallow beasts seem to have disappeared and never appeared again from beginning to end. Where did those monsters go? Xiaotan smacked his lips unhappily. Kei also frowned. If the remaining iron swallow beasts just hid like this, they really couldn't do anything to them. Trying to find a group of iron swallow beasts that can drill through the wall in the dimly lit underground tunnels that extend in all directions is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sunan was thoughtful. High-level puppets have autonomous consciousness and artificial intelligence that are no less than humans. But the iron-swallowing beasts are obviously not among them. They are low-level puppets at first glance, and they usually act according to a certain specific program. For example, when encountering an enemy that they cannot deal with, they will prioritize their own safety. This also explains why successive lords have been unable to eliminate the iron-swallowing beasts. facing a group of monsters that bully the weak and fear the strong, and have first-class hide-and-seek abilities. Even the great knights are helpless. However, the fact that the previous lords were helpless does not mean that Sunan has no way out. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the energy particles in the air. If nothing unexpected happens, these iron-swallowing beasts should be the guards of the unknown wizard heritage deep in the mining area. As long as they find the location of the wizard heritage, the iron-swallowing beasts will definitely appear to stop them. And then, they can completely annihilate the opponent. And where the wizard heritage is located, the concentration of energy particles must be much higher than other places. As long as you go to a place with a high concentration of energy particles, you will most likely find the target location. Not long after, Sunan opened his eyes, pointed to the tunnel entrance on the right and said, "Go that way." He was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and led the way to the right without hesitation. Everyone came to their senses and hurried to follow. Along the way, the team walked and stopped. Every time they encountered a fork in the road, Sunan would stop and sense it for a while, and then decide the direction to go. After walking for an unknown period of time, everyone suddenly stopped. This time, it was not that they encountered a monster or found a fork in the road, but that the road was gone. To be precise, a dark door appeared in the middle of the tunnel. The closed door sealed the entire tunnel. Chapter 12 Wizard Heritage. Some strange patterns were engraved on the dark iron door, intertwined and entangled, with a hint of mysterious charm. He and others were confused, but Sunan recognized these patterns at first sight. Enchanted runes. The structure of the runes is not complicated, and it looks like a simple magic trap. Once someone touches the iron door, it will issue a warning and attack the toucher. However, these runes have become dim and obviously have long been ineffective, probably because of the long years of erosion. No matter how exquisite the enchanted runes are, they cannot resist the erosion of time. Is the place behind that iron door where the iron-swallowing beasts are made? He looked at Sunan, who nodded and reminded him again. Be careful. Those iron-swallowing beasts will not watch us go in. As if in response to Sunan's words, as soon as his voice fell, a group of iron-swallowing beasts suddenly emerged from the rock walls on both sides of the iron door, rushing towards everyone with a vicious wind. Everyone was prepared, shouted, and went forward fearlessly. Only Brad stepped back a few steps, holding a heavy shield in front of Sunan. After seeing Sunan's methods, everyone understood that Sunan was the main force to deal with the Iron Devourer, and naturally would not ignore his safety. Sunan's lips uttered strange syllables, and this time, he did not use Acid Splash, but changed to the Magician's Hand. More than 10 meters away, an Iron Devourer that was jumping towards Key suddenly stopped, and its body seemed to be suspended in midair against gravity, with its limbs dancing, but unable to land. Key's eyes lit up, and he took the opportunity to dodge forward, and slashed the same position of the Iron Devourer's neck with several swords in a row, cutting off its head. The headless Iron Devourer quickly fell to the ground, motionless and silent, compared with the Acid Splash that can only attack once. The Magician's Hand has a small attack power, but it lasts for a long time, and it is perfect to cooperate with Key to kill the Iron Devourer. Fortunately, the low-level puppets are not very smart and do not know how to kill the fragile spellcasters first. Otherwise, these guys would rush forward and Brad alone would not be able to resist. Sunan thought silently in his heart. Of course, if the iron-swallowing beasts were not puppet creations, he would not have to use acid splashes and the Magician's Hand to deal with these guys. After a flash spell, these creatures that have lived in the dark underground for many years and are extremely sensitive to light will instantly become blind and be slaughtered. With the tacit cooperation of everyone, one iron-swallowing beast after another fell to the ground. As Sunan guessed, the iron-swallowing beast's mission is to guard the Iron Gate. So even if they suffered heavy casualties, they did not show any signs of escaping. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by a crisp sound, the last iron-swallowing beast was also broken into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. So far, more than 20 iron-swallowing beasts were completely wiped out. Looking at the blackstone iron fragments all over the ground, Key's expression was full of uncontrollable excitement and joy. Before coming here, he never thought that the biggest threat in the Blackstone mine area could be solved so easily. And all this was thanks to Sunan. Looking at Sunan back, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When Sunan said he wanted to become a wizard, he thought Sunan was fooling around and believed what was written in the book, because he was obsessed with reading books. But he didn't expect that he would not only succeed, but also become so powerful, with all kinds of strange and powerful methods emerging one after another, which made people amazed. So much so that Key was a little moved. After returning to the inner castle, should I try to see if I can follow the path of wizards? Sunan didn't notice Key's little thoughts, and quickly came to the iron gate to check carefully. As expected, the magic trap on the door had indeed failed. So Sunan called 2 knights, and pushed the heavy iron gate open together. Boom! The iron gate slowly opened, shaking the stone powder above the head, and making dust fly. When the dust cleared, the situation behind the iron gate gradually appeared in front of everyone. Inside was an extremely spacious hall, about 400 or 500 square meters. The entire hall was paved with blue-gray square stone bricks, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. There were messy footprints and traces of beasts lying in many places. It can be seen that this hall is the usual place for the iron-swallowing beast to move around. There are 3 open stone doors deep in the hall, and it is dark and unclear what is inside. Several knights holding torches walked into the 3 stone doors respectively. After checking to make sure there was no danger, Sunan and Key entered the stone door. Behind the first stone door was a room suspected to be a warehouse, with a large area filled with dense black stone iron. It was not the black stone iron ore that had just been excavated, but the black stone iron ingots that had been refined. Looking at the tens of thousands of square black stone iron ingots, everyone's expression was a little dull. I've become rich. Joe Don stared at the black stone iron ingot in front of him, and swallowed his saliva with a gurgling sound in his throat. No one laughed at his gaffe. Everyone had a similar expression. Even Key's eyes were wide open. Shocked, ecstatic, and dazed. All kinds of expressions mixed together, making his face a little distorted. The hardness of black stone iron is not inferior to that of refined iron, but it is much lighter, so the price is more expensive than the same weight of refined iron. I dare not say that these black stone irons are worth 10,000 gold coins, but there are definitely 6,000 or 7,000 gold coins. It is almost equivalent to the tax revenue of Blackstone City for 10 years. Such a windfall. How can people not be ecstatic? Only Sunan didn't have too much obsession with gold coins. Although he was also surprised, he quickly came to his senses and walked to the next room. The second room was a little smaller, and it was filled with various tools, including a furnace, molds and blowers for iron making. But the most eye-catching thing was the huge stone table in the center of the room, which was more than 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide. It was covered with messy cutting marks. Sunan glanced at the pile of black stone iron in the corner of the room, and his mind suddenly understood. This should be the laboratory where the wizard apprentice made puppets. He had ruled out the speculation that the owner here was a formal wizard. Whether it was the strength level of the iron-swallowing beast or the attainments of the magic trap on the iron door, it showed that the owner here was at most a wizard apprentice, far from reaching the level of a wizard. If it was a formal wizard, they would not be able to break through the guards outside and enter here with the strength of their group of people. With thoughts turning in his mind, Sunan's actions were not slow, and he quickly searched the entire room. To his disappointment, apart from those tools and iron ingots, he did not find anything else valuable. Sunan shook his head, turned around and left the room, and walked into the third room. Compared with the previous 2 rooms, the third room was smaller in area, but the decoration was more delicate and comfortable. In addition to a small bed and a desk, there was also a bookshelf. It can be seen that this is a study. Sunan's eyes fell on the bookshelf full of books, and his eyes lit up slightly. Chapter 13. What wizards pursue is truth, not immortality. If you want to know what is the most valuable thing in a wizard's inheritance, knowledge is undoubtedly one of the answers. Sunan suppressed his joy, walked quickly to the bookshelf, and quickly scanned the books on it. Composition, material science, life energy structure, enchantment rune foundation, puppet mechanics principles, puppet basic structure, puppet and golem. More than 80% of the books are related to puppet manufacturing. It can be seen that the owner here loves this skill very much, and can even be called obsessed. No wonder he created a puppet creature like the iron-swallowing beast. Just don't know where this wizard apprentice went later. Sunan had a vague guess in his heart, thought about it, and turned to the desk. The surface of the desk made of solid wood was covered with a thick layer of dust, and there was nothing on it. Sunan opened the drawer below, and the first few drawers were empty. Only the last drawer contained 2 diaries, a ring and 2 boxes. Sunan took out the top diary and opened the cover. There was only a few words on the slightly yellowed first page. Ange McLean. Recorded in the 1124th year of the Starlight Calendar. The 1124th year of the Starlight Calendar was about 125 years ago. The iron-swallowing beast appeared in the Blackstone mine, which seemed to be exactly 100 years ago. Sunan was thoughtful and continued to turn the pages. I don't know what the paper of the diary is made of, but it can still be kept intact after so many years. April 12th. 1124th year of the Starlight Calendar. Today, the exploration of the Blackstone iron ore vein was completed. As I guessed, the reserves of this ore vein are very rich. Now I have enough materials to use for my puppet experiment. This is really good news. I decided to build a laboratory deep in the mine as my future retreat. February 8th. 1126 in the Starlight Calendar. The experiment of the Black Rock Leopard finally achieved a key breakthrough. It won't be long before I can successfully refine my own puppet creature. So that kind of puppet is called the Black Rock Leopard. Sunan raised his eyebrows. March 15th. 1127 in the Starlight Calendar. Ha! I succeeded. I finally succeeded in refining the first Black Rock Leopard. This is my own puppet creature. I am really a genius. However, the combat effectiveness of the Black Rock Leopard is still not good enough. It is much worse than that of a formal knight. There are still many areas that can be improved. More combat data needs to be collected. It just so happens that there are many knights outside. So let them act as opponents of the Black Rock Leopard. They are really a group of lucky guys. June 10th. 1128 in the Starlight Calendar. The improvement experiment went smoothly. The Black Rock Leopard now has the combat effectiveness level comparable to that of a primary knight. It's a pity that the timid lord gave up this mining area. I have to find a new target that can provide combat data. Perhaps the black scale lizardman in the north is a good target. There is not much content on each page of the diary. Only 2 or 3 sentences. And the time span is relatively large. The shortest interval is more than half a year. Most of the content in the back is the progress of the improvement experiment of the Black Rock Leopard. Occasionally, there are some meditations, spell learning, and going out to collect materials. From the lines, it is not difficult to see that this wizard apprentice named Ange is a bit arrogant and withdrawn, and does not like to contact the outside world. It is worth mentioning that he is also a 3rd-level wizard apprentice in the elemental desert and the resource-poor Starlight Continent. Ange was promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice before he was 100 years old. It must be said that Ange is indeed a genius and has the capital to be proud. However, as he grew older, Ange gradually shifted his energy from puppet research to cultivation, and the tone in the diary became more anxious and confused. September 20th. 1162 in the Starlight Calendar. The improvement of mental power seems to have reached a bottleneck. There has been no obvious growth for more than half a year. Perhaps I should use external forces. January 4th. 1163. Starlight Calendar. Lucky. I found a recipe for an evil hallucination potion. If I can make an evil hallucination potion, I can definitely solve the problem of my mental power not growing. May 19th. 1165. Starlight Calendar. Damn it! Why can't I find all the ingredients in the recipe? I have found the place where the ingredients grow according to the records in the book. But why can't I find it? Is the record in the book wrong? February 6th. 1167. Starlight Calendar. So that's it. With the loss of elements and the sharp decrease in the concentration of energy particles, the continent we are on has become a Jedi. No wonder I haven't met other wizard apprentices in all these years. No, I won't give up. If I can't find all the ingredients, then try other substitutes. I don't believe that I can't solve the problem with my wisdom. April 4th. 1169. Starlight Calendar. The experiment failed. February 9th. 1170. Starlight Calendar. The experiment failed. Record of repeated failed experiments, Astral Calendar March 16th. 1192. No matter how much the low-level materials are extracted and purified, the effect cannot reach the point of replacing high-level materials. There is no possibility of making this potion successfully. Damn it! I am not willing to accept this. The content of the more than 10 pages after this is all about various kinds of resentment and scolding of this world. The reluctance to see no way forward. Bitterness and despair. It was not until after the 1200th year of the starlight calendar that Ange seemed to have suddenly awakened and regained his calmness between the lines. Astral calendar December 3rd. 1200. I can feel that my vitality is gradually fading away. It seems that I will not live long. If I carry out biological transformation, I may live longer. But this is not my strong point. I don't want to turn myself into a ghost for the sake of survival. Maybe it's just because that kind of transformation will make me completely lose the hope of becoming a wizard. If I can't be promoted to a wizard, then what's the point of living longer? Wizards pursue truth, not immortality. May 5th. 1202. Starlight calendar. Death is getting closer and closer. And I seem to be able to smell the decay of my body. The good news is that I found the legend of the Tower of Stars in an ancient book. It is said that it is the inheritance left by the ancient wizards. Maybe there is a way for me to be promoted to a wizard. This is my only hope now. I decided to find the whereabouts of the Tower of Stars. The Tower of Stars. Sunan face moved. In his few memories of the previous life game, the Tower of Stars seems to be one of the only 3 wizard inheritances in the Starlight Continent in version 1.0. It is not a laboratory left by wizard apprentices like this, but a legacy left by real wizards. It is the last bit of goodwill left to this continent by wizards who went on an expedition to the multiverse thousands of years ago. There must be a lot of precious knowledge and materials in that place. If I can find the Tower of Stars, it will definitely not be a problem to be promoted to a wizard. Sunan was excited and quickly turned to the next page. But what he saw was a blank. No more. Sunan continued to flip the pages. But the pages were all blank. It was obvious that after Ange McLean went out to look for the Starry Tower, he never came back. I wonder if he finally found the Starry Tower. Sunan guessed that the answer was probably no. Otherwise, this laboratory would not have been deserted for 50 years. Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. With Ange McLean's talent, he would have become a powerful wizard in the wizard era 1,000 years ago. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era, and he could only waste his life and die unwillingly. Wizard's Jedi? Chapter 14 Bloodvine Ring. Soul-enriching grass. Sighing, Sunan shook his head and didn't think much about it. No matter what. He had 2 golden fingers, the synthesis cube and the player panel, and he would never end up like Ange McLean. Putting down the diary, Sunan picked up another diary. What surprised him was that the content of this diary was Ange McLean's Black Rock Leopard experiment record. It detailed the refining process of the Black Rock Leopard. With this experimental record, as long as you use these books on the bookshelf to brush out the puppet refining skills, you can try to refine the Black Rock Leopard. Sunan showed a happy smile on his face. The Black Rock Leopard is a 9th level puppet, and it is loyal and reliable, fearless, and can be regarded as an excellent combat force. If you have a batch of Black Rock Leopards in your hands, you will be more secure when you go out to search for materials in the future. After putting away the 2 diaries, Sunan picked up the ring. The gray ring looked like a cheap accessory sold by a street vendor. Not very eye-catching at all. But in Sunan's perception, the ring was like a miniature black hole, constantly devouring the free energy particles in the surrounding air. Magic item. Sunan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Ange McLean actually left a magic item. Sunan turned around and saw that everyone else was staying outside. So he unnoticedly opened the synthetic cube and put the ring on it. A line of text soon appeared in front of him. Bloodvine Ring, Alchemy/secondary magic item. After activation, it can summon bloodvines to bind the designated target and continuously absorb the target's energy in a small amount. It can be used 3/3 times, and the number of uses can be restored by injecting mental power or automatically absorbing free energy particles. Not bad. Very practical effect. Sunan nodded secretly. Magic items are divided into levels. The lowest level is the alchemical level, also called the secondary magic item. This kind of magic item often only has a single enchantment property. For example, the Dimension Bag and the Space Ring. For example, there are various enchanted weapons with sharpness, bleeding, black steel, and other characteristics. Although it is only the lowest level magic item, its power is very impressive. Take the Bloodvine Ring as an example. Sunan estimates that even a strong knight like the Peak can't break free if he is bound by the Bloodvine. For him, A wizard apprentice. A sub-magic item is undoubtedly precious. Of course, if he wants to use the Bloodvine Ring, he has to wait until he is promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice. Only when he has the initial ability to control energy particles can he activate the magic item. Above the alchemical level, there are glimmer-level magic items, also known as low magic items. This level of magic items usually have multiple magic properties, and their value is far more precious than alchemical magic items. Even a third-level wizard apprentice would be ecstatic to get one. Above the glimmer level, it is the magic level. This level is a real magic item, also known as a magic weapon. A magic weapon usually has at least one inspiritable magic power, and is amazingly powerful. Generally, only formal wizards are qualified to own a magic weapon. As for magic items of higher levels, Sunan guessed that there probably wasn't even one in the current Starlight continent. In fact, in the game of the previous life, it wasn't until the wizard's return in the 2.0 game version that magic weapons above the magic level appeared. I remember that there seemed to be a lot of sub-magic items and low magic items left in the 1.0 version of Starlight Continent. I have to ask my brother to pay more attention to it, Sunan thought secretly. However, that being said, unactivated magic items look like normal items to ordinary people, and it's hard to tell them apart. Even if he helps to keep an eye out, it probably won't be of much use. It's better than nothing. Sunan put away the Bloodvine Ring and looked at the last two wooden boxes. Open the larger wooden box, and there are 3 index finger-long leaves in it. It looks a bit like a 4-leaf clover, but it's purple-green, and it's crystal clear and warm like a leaf-shaped gem. This is the soul grass. Sunan recognized the origin of the leaves at the first time, and his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately put the leaves into the magic cube. Soul-enhancing grass. Purity 29.28%. Can slightly increase mental power after swallowing. The specific effect depends on the mental power of the user. The higher the mental power, the weaker the effect. It is ineffective for users with mental power of 12 or above. It's soul-enhancing grass that can increase mental power. Ange McLean is really willing to spend money. Halfway through the words, Sunan suddenly realized that as a third-level wizard apprentice, Ange McLean's mental power is definitely more than 12 points. Soul-enhancing grass has no effect on him, and it is normal that he is not valued. Well, it's a bargain for me now. Sunan happily closed the wooden box and opened another wooden box. What came into view were more than 30 shining gems. Sapphire, ruby, fire opal, radiant stone, moonstone. Sunan was amazed. The total value of these gems is definitely more than 1,000 gold coins. Good stuff. Sunan thought about it and decided to keep these gems for himself. Anyway, with a batch of blackstone iron in the warehouse and the blackstone mine that is about to be restarted, Blackstone City should not be too short of money for a long time in the future. So there is no need to sell these gems in exchange for gold coins. More importantly, for wizards, gems are also a precious material. Precious gems are not only for viewing and decoration. In the hands of wizards, gems can be used for many purposes. For example, they can be used as a medium for casting spells and casting certain special spells. Sunan remembered that there was a spell school called Gem Spell, and its medium for casting spells was various gems. This spell school is notorious for swallowing gold. Each spell requires a gem, which costs at least a dozen gold coins, and at most hundreds of gold coins. If you are not a wealthy wizard, you can't afford it. However, in contrast, the spells of this school are also incredibly powerful. A first ring burning hand, using a ruby as a medium for casting, can increase the power to the point where the second ring spell is close to the third ring spell. Therefore, the descendants of this spell school are all well-known wealthy people and masters who challenge cross-level challenges. In addition to the medium for casting, gems are also materials often used in making magic items. The most common one is the staff. Inlaying different types of gems on the staff can add specific magical power. In addition, gems are often used as the energy core of puppet creations. Many wizard apprentices who cannot afford soul crystals will choose gems as a second choice to make energy cores. In short, gems have many uses, and Sunan is reluctant to sell them unless necessary. After checking the drawer, Sunan searched the other corners of the room carefully again, but unfortunately, he could not find anything else valuable. Forget it. I have already got a lot of good things this time, so I can't be too greedy. Sunan let out a long breath. collected the things and left the room. During the time he stayed in the study, he had sent someone to notify the soldiers, who stayed outside to bring in carts to move the black iron ingots. The hall was busy at the moment. Seeing Sunan coming out, he did not ask him what he found inside, but pointed to the laboratory and asked, "Do you want the things inside? If you do, I have someone carry them to your yard." "No need." Sunan shook his head. Decades have passed, and even the magic traps have become ineffective. The puppet refining equipment inside has long been damaged, and there is no point in repairing it. Anyway, there are relevant equipment drawings in the experimental records left by Ange McLean. If you need them in the future, just ask the blacksmith in the territory to make a set. Chapter 15 Undercurrents. Golden Rock Province. Flash City. As the central city of the barony, Flash City is actually more prosperous than the central cities of many viscounties. Among the 7 baronies in Golden Rock Province, the Flash territory of the Arnis family deserves to be ranked first. Whether in terms of territory area or economic strength, it is not much inferior to the viscounties. Unfortunately, it also attracted the covetousness of big men, making the baron position easy for him to get. Inner castle. Bedroom. After getting dressed with the help of a young and beautiful maid, Owen Arnis then came to the restaurant. As soon as he sat down and drank a sip of warm milk, he saw the clerk hurried in. "My lord." The clerk bowed. Owen nodded and said, "You look so hurried. What urgent matter has happened?" "I have a few things to report to you." "Say." Owen was concise, and did not stop his elegant eating movements. Since he inherited the baronship, he has paid more attention to his noble manners, and tried to integrate into the circle of noble lords. And with his efforts, and more importantly, with the support of Marquis Jean, many noble lords have shown goodwill to him. In time, his position in the circle of noble lords will only become more and more stable. And when everything is settled, it is time to free up his hands to completely solve the worries. Lord Zal sent someone to deliver a letter, clearly stating that he will participate in the harvest celebration of Flash City this year, the clerk said. Hearing this, Owen paused slightly, and a knowing smile appeared on his slightly fat face. It seems that Zolf has finally recognized the situation. Very good. What do Norwood and Davin say? They haven't agreed yet, but they haven't explicitly refused. They are probably still waiting and watching. A trace of contempt flashed in Owen's eyes. Wait and watch. Huh? Do they think those 2 little guys can still return to Flash City? Ridiculous idea. The secretary smiled flatteringly. Your Excellency is right. Sooner or later, the 2 lords will realize that you are the real master of Flash territory. The real master of Flash territory. This title made Owen's expression a little relieved, and his mood suddenly improved a lot. Speaking of which, what are my 2 nephews doing recently? The secretary hesitated and said, I heard that they plan to restart the Blackstone mine. Blackstone mine? Owen was slightly stunned. He had heard about what happened in Blackstone City in the past, and naturally knew the situation in the Blackstone mine, and couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. Do they have a way to deal with the monsters in the mining area? I'm not sure about that. The clerk glanced at Owen and explained carefully. Black Rock City has blocked the mining area, and my people can't find out the specific situation there. Seeing Owen frown, he quickly said, Don't worry, sir. If the Black Rock mining area is really restarted there, my people will definitely get the news. Owen thought so too. So he stopped holding on to this matter and asked, Is there anything else? The clerk hurriedly said, There is another thing. Just yesterday, the Earl of Storm was attacked by the Spark cult while hunting and was seriously injured. Storm territory is now in chaos. Dang! The crisp sound of the knife and fork touching the porcelain plate sounded. After hearing this news, Owen suddenly lost his elegance and demeanor just now. He put down his knife and fork and stood up, looking solemn, and asked, Serious injury? How serious is the injury? The clerk hesitated and said, He has been unconscious for a day and a night, and he has not woken up yet. Owen's face changed slightly. From this point of view, the situation of Earl Storm is not optimistic. Owen sat back in his chair, his face changing. He didn't care about Earl Storm's life or death. He cared more about the subsequent impact caused by this incident. Earl Storm was one of the 2 powerful earls in Jianyan province, second only to Marquis Jean. Unlike Earl Winterfrost, who had a close relationship with Marquis Jean, Earl Storm had never been close to the former, and could even be said to be a little indifferent. For Marquis Jean, who was trying to control the entire Jianyan province, The existence of Earl Storm was quite annoying. Others might not know, but Owen knew that the relationship between Marquis Jean Yin and the Spark Church was not simple. When he was able to win the position of Flash Baron, the Spark Church also helped behind the scenes. Behind the attack on the Earl of Storm, there may be the shadow of Marquis Jean Yin. After a long silence, Owen said, "Continue to pay attention to the situation in Storm territory, and report any intelligence to me as soon as possible. In addition, let Fari take people to the edge of Norwood and Davin's territory, just in the name of suppressing bandits." The Jinan province is becoming more and more uneasy, and Owen is no longer planning to wait. He must take full control of the Flash territory as soon as possible. If Norwood and Davin still don't know what's good for them, don't blame him for using other means. Time flies, and it's the month of recovery, March. More than 10 days have passed since the discovery of Ange McLean's laboratory. He sold the Blackstone iron in the warehouse through a secret channel and received nearly 7,000 gold coins, in addition to keeping some to purchase military equipment and improve the territory. The rest was invested in the reconstruction of the Blackstone mine. Everything is developing in an orderly manner. Sunan doesn't care about these things. After returning to Blackstone City, he devoted himself to study and practice as always, and didn't pay much attention to things outside. After reading the books brought back from the laboratory, Sunan successfully triggered the learning progress of puppet refining. Compared with biological transformation and potion making, puppet refining involves a wider range and has a higher threshold. This skill not only includes enchantment knowledge, but also covers some areas of biological transformation and magic item manufacturing. Therefore, the learning progress of puppet refining skills is slower, even with the bonus of secondary active potions. After more than 10 days, the learning progress has only advanced to just over 10%. Sunan estimated that he would have to wait until the Flowing Fire month, July, to fully master the puppet refining skills. On the contrary, meditation practice was very smooth. After returning from the Blackstone mine, Sunan used the synthetic magic cube to fuse 3 pieces of soul-enhancing grass on the same day. Star pattern soul-enhancing grass, with a purity of 15.33%, can greatly increase mental power after swallowing. The specific effect depends on the mental power of the user. The higher the mental power, the weaker the effect. It is ineffective for users with mental power of 20 or above, inclusive. As expected, the effect of the star pattern soul-enhancing grass synthesized by the synthetic magic cube is stronger than the simple 3 soul-enhancing grass added together. After taking the star pattern soul-enhancing grass, Sunan mental power soared by 1.87. It is almost equivalent to the results of 2 months of meditation. Thanks to this, his mental power soared to 5.77. The benefit of the surge in mental power is that the proficiency of the star ring meditation method increases faster. Meditation increases mental power, and the increase in mental power will in turn improve the efficiency of meditation. The two complement each other. Now Sunan can increase his proficiency in the star ring meditation method by 10 to 12 points every day of meditation. At this rate, he should be able to build a second star ring in 7 or 8 months at most. But it can actually be faster. The financial pressure in Blackrock City is not that great now. I can draw more gold coins to buy materials to make secondary active potions. And then I can use the magic cube to synthesize potions with better effects. In this way, the efficiency of meditation can be further improved. Chapter 16 Synthesizing First Level Potion. Gurgle. The sound of the boiling liquid gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely. Sunan picked up the beaker, poured the viscous liquid into the potion bottle, plugged it with a wooden stopper, and then put it on the table behind him. On the solid wood table, 15 bottles of potions were lined up in a row, shining with a charming luster under the bright yellow light. Looking at the potions in front of him, Sunan smiled. These 15 bottles of potions are the results of his production in the past few days. The materials consumed for this cost more than 150 gold coins. But it was all worth it. After calming down, Sunan put the potions into the synthesis cube one by one. As the number of potions added increased, the information displayed on the synthesis interface on the right was also constantly changing. When the number increased to 3 bottles, the synthesized secondary active potion changed from 0 level / low quality to 0 level / middle quality. When the number increased to 7 bottles, it became 0 level / high quality again. Sunan kept moving and continued to put in secondary active potions, until the 12th bottle of potion was put in. The synthesis interface suddenly flashed, And the potion that appeared finally changed its appearance. Active potion, first level/low quality. After taking it, can greatly improve mental activity. Prolonged meditation time, lasting for 30 days and 12 hours. Stacking has no effect, and the mental strength of the user must reach 5 or above. Compared with the secondary active potion, the active potion has 2 more words greatly in the description of improving mental activity. In addition, an extended meditation time was added, which is actually a disguised way to improve meditation efficiency. But what made Sunan frown was that the duration was only doubled. On the contrary, the subsequent usage restrictions did not surprise him. Most of the entry-level potions will have usage restrictions, and the higher the level, the more stringent the restrictions. This restriction is generally reflected in mental strength. People with insufficient mental strength who forcefully take potions will suffer from mental disorder and damage to the soul at the least, and become some strange things at the worst, or even explode and die. After thinking for a while, Sunan put the remaining 3 bottles of secondary active potions into the Rubik cube. Perhaps because the quantity was too small, the quality of the synthesis did not change this time. Seeing this, Sunan took out the 3 bottles of potions again and chose to synthesize. In an instant, there was an extra bottle of active potion in his palm. Without hesitation, Sunan took it on the spot. He could not see anything from the effect description alone, so he planned to experience the effect of the next level potion in person. As the liquid medicine entered his stomach, Sunan felt his spirit suddenly lifted, and the whole world seemed to become much clearer in an instant, just like changing from low resolution to high resolution. Without delay, Sunan sat down on the spot and began to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock for the first time. He was surprised to find that nearly 4 hours had passed, and it was already dark outside. Meditation time has doubled. Sunan opened the panel and was surprised to find that his mental power had increased by 0.09. The star ring meditation method increased his proficiency by 68 points at once. The increase in mental power is less than expected, but the efficiency of increasing proficiency is almost 6 times higher than before. Sunan quickly estimated in his heart. The results of meditating with active potions for 1 month are probably a little more than the results of meditating with 12 bottles of secondary active potions for 6 months. The difference is not particularly obvious, but the time used is very different. For wizard apprentices with limited lifespans, it is obvious which one is more beneficial. This is the irreplaceable advantage of precious resources. It can increase mental power faster and break through the level faster. If I can continue to use active potions, I can build the 2nd star ring in more than 40 days. In less than a year, I will definitely be promoted to a 2nd-class wizard apprentice. Sunan was extremely happy. After being promoted to a 2nd-class wizard apprentice, many restricted means can be used, and his combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. And he really has the power to gain a foothold in this world. Should I continue to synthesize and improve the quality of active potions? After hesitating, Sunan finally rejected this idea. It's definitely worthwhile to synthesize it, but a higher quality active potion will definitely require more mental strength. If a potion that cannot be taken at this stage is produced, it will be a waste. Although the economic pressure of Black Rock City has been greatly relieved, there is not much money for him to squander at will. The 1st level low-grade active potion is enough before being promoted to a 2nd level wizard apprentice. It is the thunder month, April, and the weather is still hot. The serfs in the villages around Black Rock City have completed farming one after another, and the farming work is coming to an end. More manpower has been withdrawn and invested in the reconstruction of the Black Rock mine. It is expected that by the end of the month, the Black Rock mine will be completely rebuilt. However, in order not to waste time, he decided to recruit miners at the beginning of the month and decided to start mining in advance. So the Blackstone mine immediately started to operate at full capacity. Every day, ore was transported from the underground mine to the ground and then put into the furnace to become square Blackstone iron ingots. The whole Blackstone city was shrouded in a bustling atmosphere. The only exception was the courtyard where Sunan was, which was as quiet and peaceful as ever. In the meditation room, Sunan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly trembled slightly, then opened his eyes and smiled happily. Finally, the 2nd star ring was built. In the depths of a sea of consciousness, the 2 star rings intersected and connected with each other, forming a chain-like shape, exuding a deep and mysterious atmosphere. Sunan felt radiant and opened the panel with joy. Spiritual power increased by 1.21. Sunan nodded secretly. Originally, his mental power was only 9.64. And with the successful construction of the star ring, it instantly broke through the 10-point mark. According to this situation, when he builds the third star ring, his mental power will definitely exceed 12 points, and he will be promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice. Physique has also exceeded 5 points. Sunan clenched his fist. He did not deliberately strengthen his physique, but with long-term meditation and mental power improvement, his physique has been subtly enhanced. It is estimated that when he is promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice, even if his physique is not as good as that of a formal knight, it is estimated that it will not be much worse. The proficiency of the level 3-star ring meditation method has increased by more than 2 times. But 10,000 points of proficiency can be completed in half a year if it is fast. Sunan's eyes swept across the skill column and fell on the biological transformation at the bottom. This is a skill that he mastered yesterday, since he had potion making and puppet refining. Sunan spent most of his time on these 2 skills, and only occasionally took the time to brush up the learning progress of biological transformation. However, the original learning progress of this skill was already halfway through. After brushing it intermittently for several months, it finally reached 100% yesterday, and thus appeared on the skill column. As long as you continue on the path of wizards, you will sooner or later come into contact with the field of biological transformation, and then this skill can be used. On the other hand, the learning of spells is also very smooth. The subsequent lockpicking, toxicity detection, and touch of fatigue have been mastered one after another. Needless to say, the first 2 spells can be seen from the name. Touch of Fatigue is an offensive spell. It can inject negative energy into the recipient by contacting it, making it fall into a state of fatigue. Its practicality can only be said to be average. It's just that when there are no other spells to choose from. Sunan learned this spell. I asked my brother to collect wizard books and magic items before, and I don't know how things are going. Chapter 17: The Best Mount. After leaving the yard, Sunan walked towards the main building of the inner castle. The patrolling soldiers he met along the way saluted and greeted him. For the sake of keeping secrets, Sunan asked his elder brother to block the news that he became a wizard apprentice. As a result, the civilians and ordinary soldiers in Blackstone City didn't know much about Sunan. They only knew that the lord's younger brother was a little withdrawn and rarely went out. Only the knights who knew the inside story would be in awe of Sunan from the bottom of their hearts. Entering the main building, Sunan went straight to the study on the 3rd floor. Except when he would discuss matters with the generals in the meeting hall, he usually handled government affairs in the study or went to the martial arts training ground to practice. According to his usual habits, he should be in the study at this time. As soon as he stepped onto the corridor on the 3rd floor, Sunan saw a beautiful maid coming out of the study. Looking at her disheveled appearance, flushed cheeks and wet hair, it was obvious that she had just experienced an intense exercise. Seeing someone coming up, the maid turned around and saw that it was Sunan. She was startled and saluted at a loss. Master Sunan. Sunan looked at the maid with a strange look. He vaguely remembered that the maid seemed to be a widow. He didn't expect that his elder brother would like this. Go down. Sunan waved his hand. The maid hurriedly left. Sunan stood at the door for a while, then pushed the door open and walked in. Kui behind the desk had already put on his clothes and was reading a book attentively. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he looked up and smiled naturally. It's Sunan. Do you have something to do with my elder brother? Sunan didn't expose him, pulled a chair and sat down, and asked, how is the Blackstone mine? It's going well. When mentioning the Blackstone mine, Kuyi's face suddenly had a few more smiles. It's only been half a month, and we have already earned hundreds of gold coins by selling Blackstone iron. This is just the beginning. The output of the mine will continue to grow. When it stabilizes, the territory can earn at least 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins every year by selling Blackstone iron. A Viscount's annual income is probably only 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins. Blackstone City, with only one city, has an annual income comparable to that of a Viscount's territory, which shows the strong gold-making ability of the Blackstone mine. What is the reaction from Flash City? Sunan asked. The Blackstone mine made too much noise, and it basically couldn't be concealed for long. If nothing unexpected happened, Flash City must have known about the restart of the Blackstone mine by now. As long as Owen is not stupid, he will not watch Blackstone City grow and develop by relying on the Blackstone mine. You can tell with your toes that he will definitely make a move to obstruct it. Key's smile faded, and he said in a deep voice, "The buyers of Blackstone iron are mainly the lords and chambers of commerce in the Jinghua Principality. If they don't take the route of Jinan Province, it's not easy for Owen to intercept them. Jinghua Principality is a principality as famous as Fanqing Principality, and its border happens to be adjacent to Blackstone City. If they trade with them, the caravan can reach Blackstone City without passing through Jinan Province. So there is no need to worry about being embarrassed by Owen at the checkpoints along the way. Of course, Owen can send troops to intercept the route. But in that case, the nature of the matter will probably change when the Jinghua Principality is involved. Owen is unlikely to be so impulsive unless he has to. It is necessary to guard against the other party using other means. I plan to form a cavalry," he said suddenly. Sunan raised his eyebrows and quickly reacted. The reason why Owen was able to occupy the Baron title and suppress the other three lords to remain silent is because he has an elite cavalry regiment of 500 people under his command. Blackstone City will have to confront Owen sooner or later, so it must prepare for this early. The best way to deal with it is to form an equally powerful army. It will cost a lot of money, Sunan said. Key nodded. Purchasing war horses and armor will cost a lot of money. In this era, war horses and armor are extremely expensive items. It is impossible to buy a war horse and a set of armor without 30 or 40 gold coins. The subsequent cavalry training, war horse breeding, and equipment maintenance are even more of a huge expense. It can be said that the cavalry regiment is a gold-eating cave, and most of the tax revenue of many territories is basically consumed on it. It is precisely because of this that the number of cavalry under the command has become the standard for judging the strength of a lord. Even if Blackstone City has the cash cow of the Blackstone mine, it is very difficult to form an elite knight regiment. If that's the case, I have a way. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. What way? Key's eyes lit up and asked impatiently. Having seen many of Sunan's miraculous methods, he can be said to have great trust in his brother. When he heard Sunan say that there was a way, he suddenly felt hopeful. Black Rock Leopard. Sunan's words were concise and to the point. Kay immediately understood what he meant, and his eyes lit up. He had seen the fighting power of the Black Rock Leopard, which was no less than that of the knight. The key is that this kind of puppet creature is fearless, does not get tired, and does not need to eat. If it can be used as a mount, it is definitely the best mount. Can you refine a Black Rock Leopard? He looked at Sunan expectantly. It should be no problem, Sunan said. Thanks to the buffing effect of the active potion, the learning progress of puppet refining has increased a lot during this period, and now it has exceeded 90%. In 4 or 5 days at most, he will be able to master this skill. Then, he will be able to refine a Black Rock Leopard. Great! Key was ecstatic. Subconsciously stood up and paced back and forth excitedly, not knowing what to say for a while. The cavalry regiment with Black Rock Leopard as a mount is definitely the strongest cavalry army in Jinan Province. If he can master such a cavalry regiment, the number of people does not need to be too large. As long as there are 300 people, he will have the confidence to counterattack Flashing City. In addition to excitement, he looked at Sunan, and he sighed in his heart. After returning from the mine, he got the Enlightenment book from Sunan, wanting to test whether he had the potential to become a wizard apprentice. As a result, after reading only 2 pages of the book, his head hurt as if it was going to explode. So he had no choice but to give up. As it turned out, he did not have the qualifications to become a wizard apprentice. For this, he regretted for several days, but later he also figured it out. It didn't matter if he couldn't become a wizard apprentice, as long as Sunan was there. With Sunan's support behind them, the 2 brothers will definitely be able to revive the Annis family. After a while, he calmed down his inner excitement and patted Sunan's shoulder hard. This matter is handed over to you. If you can succeed, you will be a great contributor to our family. Sunan just smiled faintly when he heard this, changed the subject, and mentioned the purpose of his visit this time. After hearing this, he slapped his forehead and smiled. I was just about to tell you about this. He got up and walked out of the desk, motioning Sunan to follow. A while ago, I asked the Firefox merchants of the Jinghua Principality to help find what you want. They just arrived in Blackrock City this morning and should be resting in the tavern now. Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 18 Firefox Chamber of Commerce. Walking on the street, Sunan was surprised to find that there were obviously more people in the city. and it was much more lively than before. Many of them wore leather armor and carried weapons with them, looking tough. Noticing Sunan's gaze, Key smiled and explained, after the Black Stone mine was restarted, many caravans heard the news and rushed over. Many of these people were caravan members and accompanying mercenaries. Sunan suddenly realized, the prosperity of a city often starts with the prosperity of business. As long as the Blackstone mine continues to develop, it will take a few years for Blackstone City to become one of the top cities in Jinan province. Walking, Sunan saw a simple shed area built with wooden sheds. More than a dozen people were busy inside, some cooking porridge, and some distributing porridge. A group of ragged, sallow and thin people lined up in front of the shed area, staring at the porridge shed. Their throats kept moving, and their faces were impatient. However, under the warning eyes of the surrounding soldiers, they could only wait in line. Who are those people? Sunan looked at Key. They are refugees from Jinghua Principality in the west. There is a war going on there, and many civilians are displaced. I sent people to meet them and prepare to absorb these people into the city. Sunan was thoughtful after hearing this. In addition to income, population is also a very important factor in the prosperity of a city. Blackstone City is located on the border, and the population is not large. Even the army has only more than 500 people. This is a congenital deficiency. If this problem is not solved, Blackstone City will never grow, and the cavalry regiment will not be formed. And absorbing refugees is undoubtedly an excellent measure to solve the problem. Especially the refugees, who can survive the long journey, are mostly young men and women with good physical fitness. After joining the territory, they can immediately become a labor force after a few days of recuperation. Young and middle-aged people can directly join the army to strengthen the military strength of Blackstone City. Before winter comes this year, I plan to take the initiative to attack the black-scaled lizardmen tribe in the Red-Horned Wilderness. He continued with a gleaming look. By moving the battlefield to the Red-Horned Wilderness, Blackstone City will also suffer less from the war. Sunan nodded in understanding. Although Key did not say it, the two of them knew the more important reason. With more blood of black-scaled lizardmen, Blackstone City can train more knights. The two then talked about what happened in the Golden Rock province recently. When Sunan heard that the Count of Storm was seriously injured and unconscious after being attacked, he could not help but be a little surprised. The Count of Storm is a great knight and a powerful lord, so the guards around him must be very strict. Under such circumstances, the assassin was able to severely injure the Count of Storm. What is the origin of the Spark sect? Seeing Sunan doubts, Key explained, the Spark sect is a mysterious sect that appeared more than 10 years ago. It has developed very quickly. In just 3 or 4 years, it has grown into a sect with influence all over the principality. They act very secretly, and their sect purpose is unclear. It is said that they have colluded with many nobles in private, but they have also done a lot of assassinations of nobles. It is very strange. The more Sunan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Would there be a wizard, apprentice, behind the Spark sect with this development trajectory? Sunan recalled, but he didn't have much impression of the Spark sect in his memory. After all, when he came into contact with the game in his previous life, it was already version 2.0. In version 1.0, unless it was something very important related to wizards, he basically didn't understand it. While thinking, there was a sudden noise in front of him. It turned out that the two of them turned the corner and had come to the vicinity of the tavern. The door of the tavern was open, and there was a noisy and lively sound from inside, as if many people were shouting loudly. When he walked in, he found that someone was drinking. 2 burly men sat on either side of the round table, pouring wine into their mouths desperately. While pouring, they cast provocative eyes at their opponents. There were more than a dozen tall and strong men around, cheering happily, and occasionally bursting into thunderous applause. Sunan's eyes swept through the crowd and fell on one of the men who was competing in drinking. The man was about 25 or 26 years old, with a rough face and lush body hair. His exposed arms, open chest, and most of his face were covered with hair. His eyes were amber, and they didn't look like human eyes, but like the pupils of wild beasts. Beastman. Sunan's expression moved, and he blurted out subconsciously. The Beastman was originally the product of wizard experiments. Most of them are bloodthirsty and cruel, and extremely aggressive. Once they are subjected to some external stimulation, it is easy to lose control of their bloodthirsty instincts, transform into beasts, and attack all living creatures they can see like crazy. In ancient times, the earliest beastmen had caused a beast disaster, causing a large number of casualties, until it was suppressed by wizards later. However, after many years of reproduction and weakening of blood, the later beastmen have become much better and can basically control their beast abilities. Beastmen cannot practice breathing techniques, but their physiques are far superior to those of ordinary people. Adult beastmen have the strength of an apprentice knight. Some beastmen with the blood of wild beasts can even have the strength comparable to that of knights after hard training. However, in contrast to their strong physiques, the lifespan and reproductive capacity of beastmen are much worse than those of normal humans. Today, it is rare to see beastmen on the continent. Even if there are, most of them live in the Songjin Empire. Sunan didn't expect to see a descendant of a beastman here. Few people can tell the origin of Oda at a glance. Your Excellency is really knowledgeable. A voice suddenly came from his ear. Sunan turned his head and saw a tall man in his 40s walking towards him with a smile on his face. He was wearing a red fox fur coat that looked very expensive. Lord, long time no see. Walking closer, the man first saluted Tiki, then looked at Sunan. What's your name? Sunan. Sunan nodded slightly at the other person. He had guessed his identity. This is my brother, Ki introduced, and then introduced the man's identity to Sunan. This is Mujwa Ismail, the owner of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce. Sir Sunan, nice to meet you. Mujwa shook hands with Sunan with a smile on his face. But he was secretly confused in his heart. According to the information he had inquired, the second young master of the Flash family was a loner, and his favorite thing to do was to lock himself in the room and tinker with some strange things, and rarely went out. Such a person should not have seen much, and it should be impossible to tell the identity of the Oda Beastman at a glance. In addition, the information also said that Sunan did not have the qualifications of a knight, and he had not yet mastered the breathing method, and his physique was weaker than that of ordinary people. But looking at Sunan in front of him, he has an upright posture, bright eyes, and a full spirit. How can he look frail at all? What do those people who are responsible for collecting intelligence do for a living? They can't even do the smallest things. Mujwa frowned secretly, and made up his mind to scold those people when he got back. Chapter 19 Energy Rune. After a few pleasantries, Kay spoke. After listening, Mujwa smiled and said, How dare I ignore the things that the adults ordered? I have collected a lot of things. I will take you to see them now. After speaking, he shouted loudly in the middle of the tavern, Oda, stop drinking. Come here quickly. The beastman named Oda had drunk his opponent, and was enjoying the cheers and flattery of the people around him. Hearing Mujwa's voice, he wiped his mouth and walked over with big strides. When he came closer, Oda's eyes paused on Sunan for a moment. His pupils seemed to shrink, and then he looked at Mujwa and grinned and said, Boss, what's the matter? It's time to work. Mujwa pointed to the backyard, and then smiled at Ki and Sunan. Please follow me. The carriages and goods of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce were placed in the backyard, guarded by more than a dozen fully armed men. Judging from the uniform clothing and weapons of these people, they should not be mercenaries, but private soldiers trained by the Fox Chamber of Commerce. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. These days, the chambers of commerce that have the ability to train private soldiers are all large chambers of commerce. It seems that the Fox Chamber of Commerce has a lot of foundation. Under Mujwa's order, Oda took out a heavy wooden box from one of the carriages and put it on the ground with a bang. After opening it, there were more than 10 thick books and 5 small boxes inside. These are all the things the Lord wants. Mujwa smiled. But what surprised him was that Ki just nodded without any movement. Instead, Sunan walked to the box and squatted down to check the contents. There were a total of 14 books, 4 of which were the same as the book Sunan already had. There was nothing he could do about it. Ordinary people could not understand the words on the wizard books, so naturally they could not be asked to make choices when collecting, and duplication was inevitable. The remaining 8 books were also of the type that could not trigger skills. But Sunan was not disappointed. Although he could not trigger the skill, the more new knowledge the better. After all, for wizards, knowledge represents power, and he has a player identity. As long as the reading progress of a book reaches 100%, he can fully master the knowledge in the book. This alone gives him a huge advantage over other wizard apprentices. However, there is a book that Sunan is interested in. Extraction and transformation of green chameleon ability. From the content of the preface. This book tells how to extract blood containing color-changing ability from a lizard called green chameleon, and then integrate it into the human body for transformation, so that people can have the invisible ability to adapt to the environment like a chameleon. It's a very interesting experiment. Sunan put down the book and planned to read it carefully after returning, and then opened the 5 small wooden boxes one by one. 3 of the boxes contained scrolls made of parchment. The moment he opened the box, Sunan felt the energy particle fluctuations contained in the scroll. Obviously, the 3 scrolls are spell scrolls. Moreover, the spells recorded on it are all first-level spells, namely Freeze Ray, Concealing Mist, and Level 1 Summon Monster. Good stuff. A hint of joy flashed in Sunan's eyes. His current mental power is not enough to learn first-level spells. But there is no problem using first-level spell scrolls. Spell scrolls can be activated by injecting a small amount of mental power, and any wizard apprentice can use it. Of course, if one's own strength is insufficient. When using spell scrolls of too high a level, it is easy to be accidentally injured by the energy fluctuations caused. However, first-level spell scrolls do not have this problem. These 3 spell scrolls can fully play a good role in battle. After a while of joy, Sunan continued to look at the remaining 2 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were also filled with parchment scrolls, but what was recorded on them was not spells, but other things. What surprised Sunan was that the first scroll actually recorded the formula of the active potion, the essence of the sap of the heart-clearing tree, the powder of the ghost python bone, the thousand-soul grass, and the magic sound flower are all rare and precious materials. Sunan curled his lips secretly. It is not easy to collect all these materials in the current Starlight continent. It is still unknown how much manpower and material resources will be spent. Even if you want to use the magic cube to synthesize a suitable substitute, you have to go through many experiments. In comparison, it is easier to synthesize the active potion with the secondary active potion. The second scroll records the technique called Energy Rune. Sunan has an impression of this technique. Energy Rune is a branch of enchantment. Its method is to manipulate energy particles to condense a rune with elemental characteristics, attach it to yourself or other items, and add corresponding elemental effects to it. For example, attaching a lightning rune to a weapon can make the weapon have lightning damage and paralysis effects for a short time. Attaching a wind rune to the body can make the body lighter and greatly enhance agility and flexibility. In simple terms, energy runes are actually a skill that can temporarily turn ordinary items into magic items, or temporarily bless yourself with a buff state. Since energy runes consume very little mental power, after mastering them, they can exert excellent combat power in close combat, and are very practical in combat. To put it bluntly, it is actually an advanced skill for energy particle manipulation, which has extremely high requirements for the caster's energy particle manipulation ability, so it requires at least a 3rd-level wizard apprentice to use it. However, Sunan clearly remembered that in his previous life, a player had developed a special method that allowed 1st- and 2nd-level wizard apprentices to use energy runes. If this method is used, perhaps he can master energy runes in advance. Go back and try it. Sunan had a plan in his mind. Closed the wooden box and put it back in the box, and slowly stood up. Mujwa also realized at this time that it was actually Sunan who really wanted to collect these things. So he smiled and said, "These things can still be in your eyes, right? Not bad." Sunan nodded slightly, and he didn't show anything on his face. But he was actually very satisfied in his heart. Not to mention the books and spell scrolls. The energy runes alone made him feel like he had gained a lot. Kay saw that his brother was quite satisfied with these things. So he raised his hand to call 2 soldiers, and asked them to move the things back to the inner castle. He and Sunan then said goodbye to Mujwa and left. Watching Kay and Sunan walk away, Mujwa showed a thoughtful expression. Books and other items related to wizards are all good collections. Many nobles have a hobby of collecting such items. But as far as he knows, the situation of the Kay brothers does not seem to be very good, and it stands to reason that the 2 should not have the intention to collect collections. After all, these things are not cheap, and dozens of gold coins are enough to buy several sets of armor. But if it wasn't for collection, why did Sunan collect these things? After thinking for a while, and still not being able to figure out the reason, Mujwa shook his head and stopped worrying. Turning around, he saw Oda staring at the direction where Sunan and the others left, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Oda hesitated and said, "That nobleman named Sunan gives me a very dangerous feeling." "Very dangerous?" Mushua's face moved. Because of his beastman blood, Oda has a beast-like intuition, and can vaguely sense whether a person is a threat to him. But you have to know that Oda, as his guard leader, has the strength of a mid-level knight. To make him feel very dangerous, he must be at least a peak knight. Although Sunan doesn't look thin at all, he doesn't look like a peak knight at all. Mushua was more and more confused. Chapter 20: The Transformation Ability with Low Practicality. In the spacious study room, the bright candlelight flickered slightly, casting long shadows on the wall. Sunan sat behind the desk, concentrating on reading the book Extraction and Transformation of Green Chameleon's ability in his hand. The reason why chameleon is called this name is that it is good at changing the color of its body at any time according to the changes in the environment. This physiological change is mainly achieved by regulating the autonomic nervous system, expanding or contracting the pigment cells in the skin. The color-changing ability of green chameleon is several levels stronger than that of ordinary chameleons. Almost invisible, even if standing in front of ordinary people, it is difficult to observe it with the naked eye. The author of this book extracted the color-changing ability of green chameleon, transformed and strengthened it, and then transplanted it to the human body, so that humans can also obtain similar abilities. It has to be said that this idea can be called a fantastic idea. But in Sunan's opinion, the transformation ability finally obtained is not very practical. First of all, the essence of this ability is to change its external form according to the environment. No matter how fast the change is, it takes time, so there will inevitably be a slight lag. People with less sensitive perception may not notice it, but wizard apprentices can definitely find something unusual. In the final analysis, this ability can only be used to deal with ordinary people or knights, and it is of no use to wizard apprentices. It is still a big gap from real invisibility, and the real invisibility is a second ring spell, which can be learned and mastered by third-level wizard apprentices. Therefore, only those who have no hope of being promoted to third-level wizard apprentices will try this ability transformation. Moreover, physical transformation is not something that can be implemented casually. The human body can be said to be one of the most plastic bodies. After all, many wizards' physical transformation experiments are based on human bodies. Once the physical transformation is carried out, if you encounter better physical transformation or blood fusion in the future, the difficulty will increase dramatically. Therefore, many wizards, apprentices, although they don't mind transforming themselves, they will be very cautious. If Sunan had the choice, he would not have transformed himself into this color-changing ability. However, this book still has a lot of reference value, and it can be used as a reference when conducting similar experiments in the future. Putting away the book, Sunan took out the parchment scroll of the energy rune, unfolded it, and placed it flat on the table. After a pause, he opened the drawer again, took out a few gems, and placed them on the table. The reason why the energy rune can only be cast by a third-level wizard apprentice is that it is completely composed of energy particles, and the caster's ability to control energy particles is very demanding. The first-level wizard apprentice, who can only sense energy particles, and the second-level wizard apprentice, who only has the initial ability to control energy particles, naturally cannot use it. However, if the energy rune is given a carrier to increase its stability, then even the second-level wizard apprentice with poor ability to control energy particles can use the energy rune. In the previous life, many players relied on this method to use energy runes across levels. There are not many carriers suitable for energy runes, and gems are one of them. But in this way, the energy rune becomes a disposable consumable. Each time it is used, a gem is consumed, which is painful enough. Sunan picked up a gem and looked at it in the candlelight. That being said, if you can master one more powerful combat method, it is worthwhile to consume some gems, even as strong as the storm count. He was seriously injured by the assassin, and was on the verge of death. This world is far more dangerous than he expected. In order to ensure the safety of his own life, the more combat methods, the better. First read and master this skill, and after being promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice, I will immediately make energy rune gems. After making the decision, Sunan immediately restrained his distracting thoughts and concentrated on reading the contents of the scroll. Time flies. 5 days later, the learning progress of puppet refining finally reached 100%. At the same time, a puppet refining skill appeared on Sunan panel. At the door of the laboratory, Sunan looked at the full set of brand new puppet refining equipment in the room and nodded secretly. After returning from the Black Rock mine, he copied down the equipment design and asked the blacksmith in the city to help build the equipment. A few days ago, the equipment was completed and sent to the laboratory. Today, he successfully mastered the puppet refining skills, and he could start trying to refine the Black Rock Leopard. More than 90% of the main body of the Black Rock Leopard is black stone iron, which is also one of the most important materials. Another key material is the energy core. In this regard, Sunan chose gemstones as the energy core. After all, he did not have soul crystals, nor did he know how to make soul crystals. But even if he knew, he could not make it at present. Soul crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals formed by the condensation of souls. Its raw material is the purified soul. To make a piece of the lowest soul crystal, at least thousands of ordinary human souls are needed, or dozens of ninth souls. No matter which one, Sunan has no conditions to achieve it now. He can only make the energy core with gems as a second choice. With complete experimental records and the puppet refining skills he has mastered, Sunan successfully refined the Black Rock Leopard in his first attempt. To his surprise, the Black Rock Leopard can also be put into the synthetic magic cube. The Black Rock Leopard, puppet/primary night level. A puppet creature made of black stone iron, has the ability to sneak in the black stone iron vein, and can replenish energy and recover from injuries by swallowing black stone iron. It seems that non-living objects can be synthesized and upgraded with magic cubes. Sunan nodded secretly. In this way, he can use the Black Rock Leopard to synthesize a more powerful puppet. As for the ability to sneak in the black stone iron vein in the description text, Sunan had seen it in Angel McLean's experimental diary. He was a little disappointed at first. After all, he always thought that the Black Rock Leopard had the ability to sneak through rocks. That's right. If it really has the ability to sneak through rocks, it would be more than just a low-level puppet. Shaking his head, Sunan looked at the remaining black stone iron in the corner. It takes about 5 tons of black stone iron to refine a Black Rock Leopard. For gems, you can choose cheaper types. The total cost is about 38 gold coins. So many gold coins are enough to buy 2 or 3 good war horses. However, considering the combat effectiveness, the Black Rock Leopard is obviously more cost-effective. Forget it. Let Big Brother worry about the money. I'm only responsible for refining puppets. High-level puppets can automatically absorb free energy particles in the air to replenish energy and recover from injuries. But the Black Rock Leopard obviously does not have this ability, so it can only obtain the same effect by swallowing black stone iron. However, with the current concentration of energy particles in the Starlight Continent, Sunan estimates that even if he refines a high-level puppet, he may not be able to absorb enough energy particles from the air. Chapter 21 Mujwa Show of Goodwill. In the martial arts training ground, more than 20 knights gathered in a circle, looking at the Black Rock Leopard in the middle with shining eyes, as if they saw a beautiful woman taking off her clothes. As long as they are knights, there is no one who does not want to own an excellent warhorse. Although the Black Rock Leopard is not a warhorse in the strict sense, it can also be used as a mount. The key is that this mount has the combat power of a junior knight. Isn't it much stronger than a warhorse? How majestic it would be to ride it. It is simply invincible on the battlefield. My lord. Sir, can you give me one of these Black Rock Leopards first? Jodan rushed to Ki and Sunan with excitement, and said in a voice so loud that the whole martial arts training ground could hear it. After hearing this, the other knights were immediately dissatisfied. Why should I give it to you? A drunkard? First? I'm an intermediate knight. I should go first. Bah! I'm the best rider. You should give it to me first. You're riding a horse. This is a leopard. They're almost the same. Bullshit. I'm also good at riding women. Shouldn't the Black Rock Leopard be given to me first? Seeing that everyone was about to start a quarrel, he rubbed his brows with a headache and waved his hand, saying, Shut up. Everyone. This Black Rock Leopard should be given to Brad first. Brad, who was standing quietly aside, didn't expect such a surprise, and smiled immediately. Thank you. Sir. Thank you. Your Excellency. Jodan and others looked at each other, curled their lips and said nothing. Brad's prestige among the knights was not low, and his strength was one of the best. The first Black Rock Leopard was given to him first, and the others had no objection. As for Ki, Sunan had already said that he would refine a more powerful Black Rock Leopard for him later. Sunan threw a necklace to Brad and said, "This is the key to control the Black Rock Leopard. As long as you wear it, the Black Rock Leopard will be under your command. But it can only accept some less complicated instructions." "I know. Thank you, sir." Brad put on the necklace excitedly, and rode the Black Rock Leopard around the martial arts training ground in the envious eyes of others. He turned to look at Sunan and asked, "How long does it take to refine a Black Rock Leopard?" 3 or 4 hours will do." Seeing that Key and the knights were happy, Sunan poured cold water on them again. The materials of the Black Rock Leopard are black iron and gemstones, and the cost of one is about 38 gold coins. Hearing this, Key frowned, but soon relaxed. Compared to the increase in military strength, the cost of 38 gold coins is nothing. As long as the Black Rock mine is there, Black Rock City will have a steady stream of gold coins. In contrast, what Black Rock City is more in need of now is military strength. Only with a strong army can we defend the cash cow of the Black Rock mine. Don't worry about the money. I take care of it. Next, you have to work hard to refine the Black Rock Leopard." Sunan nodded calmly. Now, apart from meditation and making secondary active potions, he spends the rest of his time reading books. And his sleep and rest are basically replaced by meditation. It is not difficult to take a few hours out of it to refine the Black Rock Leopard. Moreover, refining the Black Rock Leopard can also increase the proficiency of puppet refining. When more and more puppets are refined, and the level is improved, the time spent will become shorter and shorter. This matter will not take up too much of his energy. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the summer hazy month June, the rising temperature burned the leaves, and the scorching sun licked the ground day after day. Although the weather was very hot, the faces of the residents in Black Rock City were covered with smiles. With the restart of the Black Rock mine, a large number of caravans were attracted to Black Rock City. The prosperity of business has raised the living standards of the people to a higher level. Although the city had just absorbed a large number of refugees not long ago, the Blackstone mine, the army, and the reclamation of wasteland were 3 places to absorb these refugees well, greatly eliminating the impact of the refugees on Blackstone City. Everyone can see the prosperity of Blackstone City, and are more hopeful about the future. It is worth mentioning that Sunan's birthday is also in the month of summer. Although Sunan said no, Key still insisted on holding a 17th birthday party for him. All the knights of Blackstone City, and several chambers of commerce that have close cooperation with Blackstone City sent representatives to attend the banquet. Mujwa, the president of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, came in person and presented Sunan with a precious gift of 12 rubies. Perhaps he heard that Blackstone City was purchasing gems. In any case, this gift worth hundreds of gold coins is unique among all the gifts of the guests. The generosity of the gift has surprised many people secretly. Sunan was also a little surprised. He could sense that Mujwa wanted to build a good relationship with him, but he didn't understand why he did that. Could it be that Mujwa had noticed his identity as a wizard apprentice? And he also understood the meaning of this identity? Although he was confused, Sunan did not reject Mujwa overtures, and had a lively conversation with him during the banquet. "I heard that the old fox Mujwa likes to invest in young people with potential. He may have known that you are a wizard apprentice, and he probably knows the power of wizard apprentices, so he gave you such a big gift." After the banquet, Key and Sunan returned to the study, and sat down to talk about Mujwa actions tonight. However, the Firefox Chamber of Commerce has influence throughout the Principality of Jinghua, and has cooperative relations with many chambers of commerce in the Principality of Fanqing. If you make friends with him, it will be much easier for you to collect wizard books and materials. Indeed. Sunan nodded and glanced at Key. "What happened? You seem a little absent-minded tonight." "You saw it." Key smiled bitterly, and then his expression became serious. "The spies I arranged in Flash City received intelligence that Zulf, Norwood, and Davin will all attend the harvest celebration held in Flash City 3 months later. Zulf, Norwood, and Davin were all subordinates who followed Baron Arnest on the battlefield back then, and he promoted them to lords. However, when Baron Arnest died unexpectedly on the battlefield, and Owen tore his face and seized the Baron's title, the 3 people were intimidated by the power of Marquis Jin Yen and chose to protect themselves. It was precisely because of the silence of the 3 people that Owen was cautious and did not eliminate the 2 brothers at the first time. However, he would not be grateful or forgiven for this. If it weren't for my father, how could those 3 guys have the opportunity to obtain the title of Lord? But they don't know how to be grateful at all. And now they have turned around and joined the bandit. Damn it! Compared with Key's anger, Sunan seemed calm and said calmly, except for Blackstone City. Owen has now completely controlled the power of the entire Flash territory. I think he will attack us soon. Key restrained his anger and frowned. What Sunan said is also what he is most worried about now. After thinking for a while, he quickly made up his mind. Slapped the armrest of the chair, stood up and said solemnly, "We can't drag it on any longer. We will attack the black-scaled lizardmen's lair in 3 days, and solve this closest threat first." After 2 months of training, the cavalry regiment formed by Key has taken shape. Although there are only more than 60 people, there are 20 knights, and the rest are trainee knights. More importantly, the entire cavalry regiment is equipped with black rock leopards as mounts. Although the time is a bit rushed, with this cavalry regiment in hand, Key still has some confidence in exterminating the black-scaled lizardman. Let's do it. I go with you. Sunan stood up and said, if the war is postponed to the book month, August, when he is promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice, he will attack the black-scaled lizardman, and the losses will definitely be reduced to the minimum. Now, even if he can win, the losses will inevitably be relatively large. But it's not necessarily the case. After all, he still has the trump card of the spell scroll. If he is lucky, there may be a good result. Chapter 22 Attacking the Tribe. The Redhorn Wilderness is a wasteland located more than 200 kilometers north of Black Rock City. There are few plants and water sources in the wasteland. There are only many jagged rocks shaped like red horns, which is why it is called the Redhorn Wilderness. Due to the harsh environment, there are no other intelligent biological groups in the Redhorn Wilderness except the black-scale lizardmen. It is precisely because it is difficult to find enough food in the Redhorn Wilderness that every winter, the black-scale lizardmen invade the territory of Black Rock City to plunder enough food for the winter and consume too many tribal populations. This predatory and barbaric race that brings disaster to Black Rock City every year is deeply hated by the people of Black Rock City. Therefore, when Key ordered a surprise attack on the black-scale lizardman tribe, he immediately received a fanatical response from a group of knights. I have been unhappy with those lizard bandits for a long time, and I must kill them today. Jotun rode on the black rock leopard with excitement on his face. The knights around were also ready to fight. Due to the importance of this war, Key not only dispatched the newly formed cavalry regiment, but also transferred 500 soldiers. With sufficient gold coins, the army of Blackstone City has now expanded to 1,000 people. This does not include the militia. Compared with last year, the military strength has been strengthened several times. The cavalry regiment was in front, and the infantry was behind. The long team of more than 500 people marched in an orderly manner in the wilderness. Kay and Sunan were in the middle of the team, riding a black rock leopard under their crotch. But compared with the black rock leopard of the cavalry regiment, the black rock leopard they rode looked more robust and tall, and the body luster was more profound. The black rock leopard, puppet/senior knight level, a puppet creature made of black stone iron, has a body stronger than black stone iron, has the ability to sneak in the black stone iron or vein, and can replenish energy and recover from injuries by swallowing black stone iron. This is the elite black rock leopard synthesized by Sunan using 7 black rock leopards. Each of them has the combat power of a senior knight, and their bodies are even harder. Even weapons made of black stone iron can only leave a shallow mark on them. He couldn't let go of this elite black rock leopard, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with his mount. As he went deeper into the Redhorn Wilderness, the surrounding environment became more and more desolate. After another half an hour of driving, the scout in charge of exploration returned and shouted, "Sir, the black-scale lizardman's tribe is about 2 kilometers ahead." Very good. He was refreshed and gave an order in a deep voice. Everyone speed up and get ready for battle. As the order was issued, the team's marching speed suddenly increased. Not long after, the black-scale lizardman's tribe was seen in the field of vision. It was called a tribe, but in fact it was a number of low houses made of hay and was surrounded by wooden fences, which were primitive and backward everywhere. The black-scale lizardmen were not blind, and could not have failed to notice the approach of more than 500 troops. When the army arrived, hundreds of black-scaled lizardmen had gathered in front of the tribe with weapons in hand, staring fiercely at the incoming enemies. The black-scaled lizardmen can be regarded as a tribe where everyone is a soldier. Even women and children have the same combat power as normal adult men. Adult black-scaled lizardmen have the strength level comparable to that of knights attendants. A few elite black-scaled lizardmen can reach the level of apprentice knights. If a black-scaled lizardman with a trace of dragon lizard blood awakens due to atavism, he can compete with the knights. At present, there are more than 10 knight-level black-scaled lizardmen standing in the front, with red lines on their scales, and obviously awakening the dragon lizard blood. The black-scaled lizardman in the lead, who is nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall and exudes a fierce and violent aura, gives Sunan an aura that is almost the same as Ki. You should know that just last month, Ki had been promoted to the peak knight. In other words, this black-scaled lizardman, who was suspected to be the chief of the tribe, was likely to have the strength of a peak knight. In addition, the number of black-scaled lizardman warriors holding weapons was obviously more than 200. In terms of number, they might be less than theirs, but their individual strength was only higher. It seemed that it was not that easy to win this battle. However, whether it was Ki or his knights, they were all fearless and in high spirits. It was because there was a wizard standing behind them. While running, all the cavalrymen of the cavalry regiment took out the potion at the same time, used their thumbs to push open the cork, and raised their heads to pour it into their mouths. Brute Force Potion. A 0-level potion that can greatly enhance strength. For this battle, Sunan made more than 60 bottles of potion in one breath, and equipped each cavalryman with 1 bottle. With the blessing of the Brute Force Potion, even the trainee knights were able to exert strength that was not much inferior to that of the official knights. Charge! He drew out his long sword and shouted loudly. With him at the forefront, the cavalry regiment rushed into the black-scaled lizardmen's defense line like sharp arrows. In an instant, blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. The battle broke out in an instant and quickly became white-hot. The open space in front of the tribe turned into a bloody battlefield in an instant. The cavalry regiment with black rock leopards as mounts was on the battlefield for the first time since its formation. The combat effectiveness they showed did not disappoint, even if the black-scaled lizardmen could resist the weapons cut down by the cavalry. They were soon torn apart by the claws of the black rock leopards. What they faced was no longer a single cavalry individual, but a joint attack of cavalry and black rock leopards. This was completely different from the cavalry armies they had faced before. As expected, the information gap at the first meeting caused heavy losses to the black-scaled lizardmen. Sunan stood in the back, looking at the battlefield and nodding secretly. It seems that there has never been an example of taming exotic beasts as mounts in this world. At least there has never been one in the Principality of Stars. As a result, it is easy for people who face the unprecedented black rock leopard cavalry to make wrong responses for the first time. And on the ever-changing battlefield, wrong responses often mean death. The number of black rock leopard cavalry is still relatively small. When this army is expanded into a truly large-scale cavalry regiment, it will surely bring a huge surprise to the enemies of Black Rock City. Sunan retracted his gaze, glanced at Brad who was standing by, and sighed slightly in his heart. He still had to be promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice as soon as possible. Otherwise he would always be a fragile wizard and would need someone to protect him on the battlefield. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts and uttered strange syllables. The void in front of him quickly condensed into a basketball-sized acid. As he extended his fingers, it flew like an arrow towards a knight-level black-scaled lizardman. The distance of the mage's hand was not long enough and was not suitable for use on the battlefield at this time. Therefore, Sunan chose to perform acid splashing. Chi-chi. The black-scaled lizardman did not expect that there would be an attack from a distance, and was hit in the face by the acid when he was caught off guard. In just a moment, the acid corroded a big hole on the black-scaled lizardman's face. All the facial features were corroded, leaving only a big black hole. Even the bones inside were corroded a lot. The black-scaled lizardman twitched and fell to the ground, and it was obvious that he was dead. The terrifying power of the acid splashing made the black-scaled lizardmen around him scalp numb. For a moment, the black-scaled lizardmen looked at Sunan with deep fear. They were not afraid of human blades and fists, but this strange and terrifying attack was beyond their cognition and understanding. What kind of power is this? Chapter 23 Fire Boy, an Alien Giant Lizard. Sunan's face was cold, and he continuously released a ball of acid splash. He was aiming at those knight-level black-scaled lizardmen. In just over 10 breaths, as many as 7 black-scaled lizardmen died under his spell. The black-scaled lizardmen were already at a disadvantage, and with Sunan attack, the situation became increasingly unfavorable to them. The balance of victory and defeat gradually tilted towards the Blackstone city. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly exploded. It was the chieftain of the black-scaled lizardmen who noticed Sunan's threat and planned to kill this human with strange power first. But as soon as it made a move, it was stopped by Ki. Lizardhead, your opponent is me. Ki sneered and swung his sword. The peak night level power plus the enhancement of the brute force potion made this blow stir up a sharp explosion in the air. The pupils of the black-scaled lizard chief shrank suddenly. He dared not take the attack head-on and dodged backwards in a hurry. But he also lost the opportunity to approach Sunan. Ji Luwa Ji. The black-scaled lizard chief made a strange and harsh sound. Kui thought it was scolding unwillingly and ignored it. He was about to continue the attack, but suddenly realized something was wrong and looked towards Sunan. A huge black shadow appeared from the back of the battlefield at some point and rushed towards Sunan. Brad noticed the black shadow at the first time. Turned around suddenly, shouted angrily, raised the blackstone iron shield, and hit the attacking black shadow. Bang! In the deafening muffled sound, Brad flew out like a kite with a broken string. On the other hand, the black shadow just took a few steps back, shook his head, and returned to normal. Taking this opportunity, Sunan also saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a giant lizard that was 7 or 8 meters long and covered with cold and hard black and red scales. I didn't expect that these lizards would play the trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Sunan curled his lips, but there was no panic on his face. He discovered this monster earlier than Ki and Brad, and had already prepared spells. He immediately released a sleeping spell. This giant lizard was obviously an alien species that had awakened the blood of the dragon lizard. It could easily knock Brad, who had taken the brute force potion, away in a power confrontation. Its combat power may have reached the peak night level. The acid splashing would not cause much damage to it, but would instead stimulate its ferocity. So Sunan decisively chose the sleeping spell. The giant lizard that was about to launch a charge suddenly shook its head and swayed in place as if it was drunk. Should I say it is worthy of its alien bloodline? It can even resist the sleeping spell. Sunan pulled the corner of his mouth, took out the first level summoning monster spell without hesitation, spell scroll, and activated it instantly. In an instant, a shining hexagram array suddenly appeared on the ground a few meters ahead. As the light flashed, a creature less than 1 meter tall, surrounded by burning flames, and only vaguely humanoid, appeared out of thin air, opening its mouth and letting out a childlike crisp laugh. Fire boy. Good luck. A smile appeared on Sunan's lips. Summoning monsters, as the name suggests, can summon creatures from other worlds to obey the caster's orders and assist in combat. The strength of the summoned creatures from other worlds depends on the spell level, the caster's mental strength, and luck. The strength of the creatures from other worlds that can be summoned by the first level summoning monsters is roughly between the intermediate knight and the primary knight. The Fire Boy is a creature from the fire elemental plane, and its combat power is roughly equivalent to that of a peak knight, although it failed to summon the upper limit of the primary knight level of the alien creature. The peak knight level of the alien creature is already very good. Under Sunan command, the Fire Boy cheered, ran towards the giant lizard that had not yet woken up, and hugged it. Almost instantly, the scales on the lizard's body that were in contact with the Fire Boy softened, shrank, and then turned into charcoal. The blazing flames ignited immediately, burning the flesh and blood underneath. Sizzling. The severe pain instantly freed the lizard from the residual effects of the sleeping spell, and it let out a deafening scream. It suddenly turned its huge body and rolled quickly on the ground, extinguishing the flames on its body while getting rid of the Fire Boy. Then opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth and bit the Fire Boy fiercely. It was a pity that physical attacks had very limited damage to the Fire Boy, who was an elemental creature. The sharp teeth went straight through the Fire Boy, not only failing to cause much damage, but the lizard itself was burned by the flames in the mouth, and screamed in pain. The Fire Boy laughed and opened his hands and rushed over again, burning and flame aura. These are the two abilities that the Fire Boy possesses. The former can cause any creature touched by the Fire Boy to suffer from blazing flames. Even metal will be melted into slag. The latter allows the Fire Child to continuously emit high heat rays, and all creatures within a 10-meter radius of the Fire Child will continue to suffer secondary burning damage. In simple terms, the Fire Child is a walking high heat source. unless you have a magic item that can block high heat. Once you are approached, you will face constant flames and burns. The giant lizard obviously has no means to check and balance the fire boy. Its scales can't withstand the blazing flames. Under the pursuit of the fire boy, the giant lizard can only flee in embarrassment. And it has no majestic and ferocious posture when it first appeared. Brad, who had recovered his breath, just got up from the ground and looked up to see this scene. He stared at the spot with wide eyes. What kind of monster is this? It can actually suppress that terrible giant lizard. Not far away, he breathed a sigh of relief and sighed in his heart. As expected of Sunan, he has endless means. It has to be said that the black-scaled lizard man took him as a sneak attack target, which is the most wrong decision. He. The cheerful laughter and the painful howling intertwined and echoed over the battlefield. Although he tried his best to dodge and avoid being directly touched by the fire boy, the fire spirit energy attached to the fire boy also made the giant lizard miserable. In just a short while, there was no intact scale on the giant lizard's body, and it was covered with shocking burns. After extinguishing the flames on its body again, the giant lizard finally couldn't bear it anymore, rushed to a place not far in front of Sunan, and lay on the ground and kept shaking its head up and down. The amber vertical pupil showed a human-like pleading emotion, and it looked like it was begging for mercy. It's quite spiritual. Sunan was amazed. It was rare to encounter a rare alien species, and he didn't want to kill it just like that. So he stopped the fire boy's pursuit and threw a sleeping spell. The seriously injured giant lizard could no longer resist the effect of the sleeping spell, and his eyelids opened and closed a few times, and he fell asleep the next second. Out of caution, Sunan did not stop there, but patted the black rock leopard beside him, asking it to step forward and suppress the giant lizard, then stretched out his hand to press on the giant lizard's body, and released another touch of fatigue, draining the giant lizard's energy, ensuring that this big guy completely lost his fighting power. After doing all this, he was relieved to shift his attention away from the giant lizard and turned his head to look at the battlefield. At this moment, the surviving black-scale lizards felt a chill running up their spines. In their horrified eyes, the terrible fire monster rushed over with cheers. Chapter 24, A Great Victory. The battle was declared over in just 4 or 5 minutes. The addition of the fire boy became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the black-scaled lizardmen. Wherever the little guy passed, the black-scaled lizardmen turned into torches one after another, with blazing flames all over their bodies, wailing and screaming, and rolling wildly on the ground until they became charred corpses. As strong as the black-scaled lizardman chieftain was, he could only hold on for a while under the attack of the fire boy, and eventually he could not escape the fate of becoming a charred corpse. It can be said that elemental creatures like the fire boy are naturally nemesis to the black-scaled lizardmen, who do not even have fighting spirit and fight completely with their flesh. After the battle, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Everyone who passed by Sunan secretly looked at him with awe in their eyes. The fire boy is indeed terrible, but Sunan, who can summon such a monster, is obviously more awe-inspiring from the bottom of his heart. Especially those soldiers who did not participate in the Battle of the Black Rock Mine were extremely shocked. They never thought that the Thin Master Sunan would be so powerful. That strange and mysterious power seemed to be even stronger than the Lord. At this moment, they suddenly understood why those knights and generals were usually respectful to Sunan. That was clearly off for the strong. After today's battle, the news that I became a wizard apprentice can probably not be blocked. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding soldiers, Sunan thought silently in his heart. But he didn't care too much. Such things couldn't be kept secret for too long. With the increase in the number of knights in Black Rock City, and the activeness of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, more and more people will inevitably explore the reasons behind it. By then, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. There were still some black-scaled lizardmen, old and young, women and children in the tribe. About 60 or 70 people. Kay did not kill them all, but ordered these black-scaled lizardmen to be tied up and taken back to Black Rock City, obviously intending to keep them in captivity as a continuous blood supply. The bodies of the dead black-scaled lizardmen could not be wasted either. All the blood was drained and placed in special storage containers to be taken away. The giant lizard was also tied up and taken away. Compared with those ordinary black-scaled lizardmen, the giant lizard is undoubtedly a better blood supplier. After all, it has the real blood of dragon lizards in its body. On the way back, everyone was very excited. He had a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. This battle completely solved the cancer of black-scaled lizardmen. And the price they paid was less than 50 casualties. Such a brilliant record was thanks to Sunan. He alone killed 70 or 80 black-scaled lizardmen, including nearly 10 night-level black-scaled lizardmen elites. This battle can be described as a great victory. More importantly, from now on, Blackstone City will have a steady supply of materials for making secondary dragon blood potions. He seemed to have seen the scene of the sudden increase in the number of knights in Blackstone City. The army returning to the city in triumph was warmly welcomed by the people, especially when seeing the escorted black-scaled lizardmen captives. The cheers were even more deafening. Many civilians whose relatives had died at the hands of the black-scaled lizardmen could not help throwing stones at the captives. The soldiers did not stop them, pretending not to see them, and let the civilians vent their anger. Back in the inner castle, he ordered the butler Old Giller to prepare food and wine and hold a celebration banquet, which was warmly responded to by the knights led by Jodan. For a whole night, the inner castle was shrouded in an atmosphere of ecstasy. After the war, Black Rock City returned to the track of development. Sunan also began to get busy. In addition to meditation, he spent most of his time making secondary dragon blood potions. A large amount of black-scaled lizard blood was transported to Sunan Laboratory, and then turned into secondary dragon blood potions. Almost every day, new knights were born in Black Rock City. It was not until the black-scaled lizard blood obtained in the war was consumed and blood was extracted from black-scaled lizard captives as materials that Sunan slowed down the speed of making secondary dragon blood potions. But at this time, his attention began to shift to the giant lizard species. The giant lizard species has a strong vitality. After 10 days of recovery, the injuries left by the fire boy have long been healed. Sunan specially used blackstone iron to synthesize a batch of fine metals to build a huge cage to lock the giant lizard species in it. In order to prevent the giant lizard species from escaping, he had to give it a touch of fatigue every day. The giant lizard species now looked extremely afraid of him. In the giant metal cage, under the giant lizard's aggrieved eyes, Sunan drew a large tube of blood from it as usual, then walked out of the cage, closed the door and locked it. The concentration of dragon lizard blood in the giant lizard's body was higher than he expected, reaching 18.35%. If the blood of the black-scaled lizard man was used, it would take more than 20 times the volume of blood to synthesize this concentration of dragon lizard blood. Having this concentration of dragon lizard blood saves me a lot of time. Sunan looked at the bottles and jars filled with bright red liquid on the experimental table. They were all the blood he had extracted from giant lizards these days. If it was extracted from the black-scaled lizard captives, it would probably take 1 or 2 months to accumulate so much dragon lizard blood. This should be enough. After calming down, Sunan began to synthesize sub-dragon blood, and then made secondary dragon blood potions. During this period, a large number of potions were made. His potion-making skill proficiency had already exceeded the 2,000 mark, and he was only 800 proficiency away from level 3. The success rate of making secondary dragon blood potions also exceeded 30%. For a first-level wizard apprentice, this is already a very amazing success rate. After a half-day, there were more than 20 bottles of secondary dragon blood potions on the experimental table. 3 of them were of medium quality. Sunan put the potions into the magic cube one by one. After putting in 3 bottles of medium grade and 5 bottles of low grade secondary dragon blood potions, the potions on the synthesis interface finally showed a qualitative change. Dragon blood potion, first level/low grade. After taking it, can strengthen the physique. The specific degree of strengthening depends on the physique of the user. The weaker the physique, the stronger the effect. Taking it multiple times will weaken the effect. The user's physique must reach 5 or above. Not bad. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. If he made the dragon blood potion directly, with his current level 2 potion making skill, the success rate is estimated to be only a pitiful single digit. Even if he is lucky enough to make a bottle, the cost of the materials consumed is at least 6 or 7 times the current cost. In comparison, it is more cost-effective to make low-level potions, and then use the magic cube to synthesize them into high-level potions. Coming back to his senses, Sunan synthesized the potion without hesitation and took it on the spot. His current physique is 5.61, which just meets the limit for taking it. A familiar heat flow suddenly burst out from his body and instantly surged through his limbs and bones. Sunan felt as if his whole body was soaked in boiling magma. and there was a sense of pleasure that could not be concealed in the severe pain. After a while, the strange feeling on his body slowly dissipated. Sunan exhaled a long breath, and felt that his muscles and bones seemed to have become much denser, and there was a surge of power in his body, as if it would burst out at any time. Looking at the panel again, the physical attribute has become 11.46. It has increased by nearly 6 points of physical fitness. It is worthy of being a first-level potion. Sunan smiled happily. Now, in terms of physical fitness alone, he is almost the same as an intermediate knight. His physical fitness even exceeds the mental strength of 11.35. It can only be said that compared with improving mental strength, strengthening the body is almost not difficult for wizards' apprentices. The Star Ring meditation method is only 3,000 more proficiency away from level 4. And it will take more than a month if it is fast. Thinking that he will soon be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice, Sunan can't help but be excited. After coming back to his senses from his joy, he used the remaining secondary dragon blood potion to synthesize another bottle of dragon blood potion. He did not plan to take this potion himself, but to give it to Ki. The same person can only take 4 to 5 bottles of dragon blood potion at most, and it will not work if taken again after that. However, this amount should be enough for Ki to be promoted to a great knight. Chapter 25 Promoted to Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. The Moon of Flowing Fire. The day when the sun walks on the earth. The hot weather makes people irritable and weak. But there is joy in the inner castle. After taking 4 bottles of dragon blood potion in a row, Ki successfully broke through and became a great knight. If the knight is the backbone and elite combat force of a territory, then the great knight is the mountain stone of the territory. No matter which country, the great knight is undoubtedly a high-end combat force. The great knight who has mastered the external release of fighting spirit is a tank-level war beast on the battlefield. Invincible. With Ki promotion to the great knight, the haze from the Flash City that has been shrouding the sky above Blackstone City seems to have dissipated a lot. The joyful atmosphere outside cannot affect Sunan. After the Star Ring meditation method was only more than 200 proficiency points away from upgrading, he locked himself in the meditation room and told others not to disturb him and concentrate on preparing for promotion. 3 days later, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Deep in the sea of consciousness, tiny energy particles sank into the third star ring phantom, filling the last bit of illusion. When the entire star ring was fully materialized, an unprecedented trembling feeling came like a surging tide, instantly drowning his consciousness. In the silent tranquility, Sunan felt as if he was wandering in the boundless galaxy universe, with invisible warm currents washing through his body, and the indescribable extreme joy brought by the sublimation of the essence of life filled every inch of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Sunan slowly came back to his senses and opened his eyes. The world in front of him seemed to have wiped off a layer of gray dust, and suddenly became much clearer. Is this the feeling of promotion? Sunan's heart was filled with strong joy, and he quickly opened the panel. My mental power increased by 1.27, which is a little less than expected, but it's normal. After all, my original mental power is close to 12. My physical fitness hasn't changed much. It only increased by less than 0.5. Sunan showed a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. From this moment on, he is a second-level wizard apprentice. In today's Starlight Continent, a second-level wizard apprentice is undoubtedly a strong man. On the road to becoming a wizard, he has taken another solid step. Taking a deep breath, Sunan calmed down the excitement in his heart and began to study the improvement brought by this promotion. The first and most obvious change is that the casting speed has become faster. The preparation time for spells such as the Mage's Hand, Acid Splash, and Sleeping Curse has been reduced by about 1/3. The increase of 1 or 2 points of mental power is obviously not enough to produce such an effect. Sunan guessed that it was because the mental power of 12 points broke through a certain limit, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, which made the casting time so obviously shortened, although it only reduces the casting time by 1/3. In a rapidly changing battle, even a blink of an eye may change the outcome. For a wizard apprentice, casting time is equivalent to life. Super magic skills such as silent spells and instant spells can only be learned and mastered after being promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. At this stage, reducing the casting preparation time to about 1 second is almost the limit. The second change is the control of energy particles. Snap! Sunan snapped his fingers, and a layer of light blue halos suddenly lit up on his body. A layer of water vapor emerged out of thin air, soaking his whole body. Then a layer of fiery red halo lit up on his body, and wisps of white water vapor rose up. In a blink of an eye, the water was evaporated, and the whole person immediately became refreshed. With the promotion to the second-level wizard apprentice, the mental power has changed. Sunan can now initially control energy particles, and use their characteristics to achieve effects similar to spells. For example, using water energy particles and fire energy particles to clean the body. In addition, energy particles can also be used in combat. Sunan stretched out his palm, and a blue light suddenly flashed between his palms. The next second, there was a crackling sound, and countless tiny arcs appeared out of thin air, entwined on the surface of his palms, flickering and dancing. Then, the lightning turned into a blazing flame, and then turned into a whistling wind. Pure white frost, gloomy black shadows, and various elements appeared alternately. The second-level wizard apprentice can materialize energy particles as elemental entities to attack, or attach energy particles to weapons or themselves, giving them various elemental properties. For example, attaching fire energy particles to weapons will add fire damage. Attaching wind energy particles to the body will make the body lighter and more agile. And so on. This is why the combat effectiveness of the second-level wizard apprentice is far superior to that of the first-level wizard apprentice. Even if no spells are used, the second-level wizard apprentice can crush any level of knights with his own strong physique and the assistance of energy particles. If spells are added, it will not be a problem to confront the great knight head-on. Not to mention that the second-level wizard apprentice can also use magic items and contracted magic pets. Thinking of magic items, Sunan's expression moved, and he looked at the blood-vine ring that he had been wearing on his index finger since he brought it out of the black stone mine. Before, he could only sense the energy particles contained in the ring, but could not mobilize it. But now, as long as he has a thought, he can activate the magic properties of the ring at any time. With the power of the blood-vine ring, it is enough to become one of his trump cards. There are also energy runes. Now energy rune gems can be made. Magic pets should also be put on the agenda. Magic pets are a kind of magical creatures. Their original bodies are just ordinary animals. Exotic beasts or alien species with special bloodlines. After contracting with wizards, they awaken special abilities and are transformed into magic pets. Magic pets are divided into auxiliary and combat types. Auxiliary magic pets are mostly various spirit creatures, such as fairies, elves, etc. Most of these pets have strong plant spirituality and can naturally communicate with magic plants, making them very suitable for gardeners to cultivate magic plants. In addition, some pets are used by wizard apprentices as experimental assistants. There are many more types of combat pets, from small animals such as bats, cats, lizards, owls, snakes, toads, to various ferocious beasts comparable to knights. They can all be transformed into combat pets to assist wizard apprentices in killing enemies during battles. A few powerful pets can even become the trump card of wizard apprentices to defeat the enemy, and their role should not be underestimated. The more powerful the creature itself, the more powerful it will be after being transformed into a pet. The first time you contract a pet, you have to choose the object of transformation carefully. Wait! Sunan suddenly remembered. If you want to talk about a suitable transformation object, isn't there one in the yard now? That giant lizard species. Sunan's eyes lit up immediately. If a species with dragon lizard blood is transformed into a magical pet, it will definitely become another powerful fighting method in his hands. It's worth a try. Chapter 26 Physical Transformation Experiment. The book moon, August, is the month of knowledge and wisdom in the legend of the Starlight Continent. After entering the book moon, Sunan also began to get busy enriching himself. The first thing is to learn new spells. He now has only 2 first-level spells, Charm Human and Shield. The former can guess the specific effect from the name. The latter can create an invisible, transparent, tower shield-sized invisible shield out of thin air, floating and hovering 360 degrees without dead angles, automatically resisting attacks from all directions. Since the shield is actually a force field effect, even virtual contact attacks, mental shock, soul damage, can be resisted. Considering his own safety, Sunan naturally chose to learn the shield first. Read Shield Spell Model. Shield Learning Progress plus 0.02%. The difficulty of the first level spell is much higher than the 0 level spell, Sunan estimated that if he used active potions to assist, it would take about 40 days to master the shield technique. It would take no less time to master the charm of humans. The second thing was to create rune gems. Considering that it was his first attempt, Sunan chose the relatively stable earth energy particles. The gems he chose were also black opals that matched the force field protection properties. It's a pity that star sapphires are too expensive. One costs thousands of gold coins. Otherwise, star sapphires would be more effective. Sunan thought with some regret. Using star sapphires as carriers, the power of the final product can be at least doubled. But that would be a waste of money. He didn't have the financial resources now, so he could only choose black opals as a second choice. Black opals are a green opal with black spots and gold particles, which look strangely beautiful. As Sunan injected the condensed earthy yellow energy runes into the gems, the gems instantly burst into a hazy light. The light lasted only 4 or 5 seconds, and then quickly dissipated. The black opal seemed unchanged. But if you look closely, you can find that the surface of the gem is coated with a layer of mysterious and strange patterns. Successfully made a rune gem. Magic item manufacturing learning progress plus 0.5%. Huh? Sunan was slightly startled. A little surprised. How did the magic item manufacturing skill get triggered? But after thinking about it, he was relieved again. Energy rune text is one of the branches of enchantment. Things made by combining energy runes with gems can barely be considered magic items. It is not surprising to trigger the magic item manufacturing skill. I thought I had to find relevant books to trigger this skill, but I didn't expect it to be triggered in advance by accident. Sunan looked at the rune gem in his hand. A large amount of earth energy particles are concentrated in a gem as big as a soybean. As long as the energy inside is activated, a layer of earth element protection can be created for itself in an instant, compared with spells that still need to be prepared for casting. Rune gems, which can be activated instantly, are undoubtedly more practical in battle. The only disadvantage is that it costs money. Considering that there was already a defensive spell like shield, Sunan only made 2 earth rune gems and stopped, and began to make offensive rune gems. After all, the offensive spells he mastered were all zero-ring spells, which were already a bit behind the level, and rune gems could just make up for the lack of offensive means. Lightning, fire, frost, shadow. Except for the fire rune, which used the red zircon with the highest affinity with fire. The remaining 3 offensive energy runes all used rubies suitable for energy spells. Sunan made 3 of each rune gem as backup. In addition, he also made 2 plant rune gems to recover from injuries, including the ones that were damaged by mistakes. Sunan finally consumed a total of 18 gems, with a total value of more than 300 gold coins. Rune gems are also a gold-eating hole. Sunan sighed secretly. Fortunately, he had the support of the entire Blackstone city behind him. Otherwise he alone would have a hard time collecting wizard books, let alone rune gems. It took a long time to make the rune gem. When he came to his senses, Sunan found that it was already late at night outside. Seeing this, he controlled the energy particles to clean his body, and then returned to the meditation room, ready to use meditation instead of sleep. And by the way, restore the mental power consumed by making rune gems. After the promotion, Sunan still maintained the maximum meditation time of 4 hours a day. However, as the mental power increases, its growth is getting slower and slower. Now the average daily meditation can only increase mental power by 0.01 to 0.02 points. This is still with the assistance of active potions. To be promoted to a 3rd level wizard apprentice, you need to successfully build 9-star rings and have a mental power of more than 30 points. At this rate, it will take at least more than 10 years to be promoted, or even longer. In more than 10 years, he was promoted from a 2nd level wizard apprentice to a 3rd level wizard apprentice. This is absolutely dazzling in the current Starlight continent. But Sunan was not satisfied. He was already considering whether to synthesize a higher level potion to assist meditation. But in that case, he would have to spend more gold coins every month. Even if there was a mine at home, he could not afford his gold-eating hole-like expenses. Unless we take back the Flash territory and expand the territory income. Sunan narrowed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. After a moment, he shook his head, gathered his thoughts and concentrated on meditation. The next day, Sunan came to the room where the giant lizard was imprisoned. Being imprisoned in a narrow cage, and having blood and energy drawn every day, The giant lizard can be said to have suffered terribly for more than a month. Seeing Sunan coming in, it just raised its eyelids and lay on the ground motionless, as if it had lost all hope in life. Sunan opened the metal cage, used the magician's hand to lift the giant lizard out, and then came to the spacious laboratory and put the giant lizard on the experimental table. In order to match the giant lizard's huge body, he specially had this experimental table made, which is more than 10 meters long. Although he decided to transform the giant lizard into a magic pet, Sunan did not take action immediately. Any creature will awaken at least one spell-like ability after being transformed into a magic pet. As for what type of spell-like ability can be awakened, it mainly depends on the creature's own ability. For example, cat creatures, after being transformed into magic pets, the spell-like abilities awakened are generally illusions or shadow stealth. Snake creatures, after being transformed into magic pets, generally awaken spell-like abilities related to poison. As for the alien with dragon lizard blood in front of him, Sunan guessed that the awakened spell-like ability is most likely related to physical enhancement. For wizard apprentices, this kind of spell-like ability is undoubtedly the most unwelcome one. If you want to strengthen the body, wizard apprentices have many ways to do it, and there is no need to waste precious awakening opportunities. So Sunan planned to transform the giant lizard's body before the formal contract to transform the magic pet, so that it could master one more ability, so that it might be able to awaken abilities other than physical strengthening during the transformation process. As for the direction of physical transformation, the book Extraction and Transformation of Green Chameleon abilities that I got before can come in handy. Although you are not a chameleon, you belong to the order of lizards like chameleons, and your compatibility with color-changing abilities should be high. Sunan stretched out his hand, and a cage on the table behind him floated out of thin air and landed in his palm. There was a green chameleon in the cage. Although this creature is not at the level of a magical creature, it is also relatively rare. He still asked Mujua of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to find enough for the experiment. Swish! Sunan waved his hand again, and a sharp scalpel fell into his hand. At this time, the giant lizard finally realized that something was wrong and struggled frantically. But unfortunately, its weak body could not get rid of the suppression of the magician's hand. Seeing this, it whined again, and its vertical pupils showed humane pleading. Don't worry. It will be fine. When the experiment is over, you will become stronger. Sunan threw a sleeping spell, and the giant lizard's eyelids opened and closed several times, and soon fell asleep and stopped struggling. The sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh was then heard in the laboratory. Chapter 27 Cutting the Grass at the Root. Harvest month, September, in the middle of the month. The harvest celebration was held as scheduled. This is the grand celebration of the Principality of Stars, second only to the New Year. At this time, all noble territories will hold celebrations to celebrate the harvest of the whole year and pray for a good harvest in the coming year. From the beginning of the month, caravans and foreign travelers have entered the flashing city one after another. By the day of the harvest celebration, the flashing city is already full of people, and the festive atmosphere is everywhere. In the banquet hall of the flashing castle, the invited guests drank and laughed happily. In the corner of the hall, a group of young men and women gathered together, eating delicious food and chatting about gossip in a lively atmosphere. I heard that Earl Storm has been in a coma and hasn't woken up yet. His sons are fighting for the title, and their brains are almost broken. That's normal. After all, it's the title of Earl. If it were me, I would definitely fight for it with all my life. It is said that Earl Storm's wife also invited a wizard to treat Earl Storm. Wow. I didn't expect that the legendary wizard actually exists. Hee hee. They are just a group of guys pretending to be gods and ghosts. They only know some juggling skills, which is no different from the magicians performing acrobatics in the circus. I have heard about this. The so-called wizard didn't cure Earl Storm's illness at all. Later, he was stabbed to death by Earl Storm's second son. The legend of wizards has a large market in the upper class. As the topic unfolded, many people showed interest and joined the chat with their glasses raised. Speaking of which, Black Rock City seems to have a wizard. You are talking about Sunan, the second son of the previous Flash Baron. I heard that Black Rock City can develop into what it is now because of his efforts behind the scenes. Really? When the brothers Key and Sunan were driven out of Flash City and exiled to Black Rock City in disguise, almost no one was optimistic about this pair of brothers in distress. After all, Black Rock City is located on the border of Jiangnan Province, with a poor geographical location. And there is the black-scale lizardmen next to it, which is a big problem. The development potential is pitifully low. The two brothers with a bad hand are simply impossible to be the opponent of the current Flash Baron. As long as Owen integrates the territory, he will have time to deal with them. In the eyes of everyone, the two brothers are almost dead. But the subsequent development is a twist, beyond many people's expectations. Black Rock City not only restarted the Black Rock mine with a steady stream of gold coins, but also wiped out the black-scale lizardman in one fell swoop. Anyone can see the thriving and growing potential of Blackstone City today. If Blackstone City continues to develop, it may become one of the most important cities in Jiangnan Province in a few years. Many people are exploring the reasons behind the changes in Blackstone City, hearing that it may be related to Sunan. Many people present are skeptical. After all, Sunan's shy and introverted personality is no secret in the aristocratic circle. Compared with his talented elder brother, he is not a little bit worse. Such a person, no matter how you think about it, can't be the mastermind behind the changes in Blackstone City. Wizards and the like are nonsense. A young man snorted disdainfully. Sunan is just a waste who can't even practice breathing. What great things can such a person do? Blackstone City is just a little bit lucky. It can't be a big deal at all. My father can easily deal with them without Lord Owen taking action. Someone recognized that the young man who spoke was the son of Lord Zorf, who first surrendered to Owen. He smiled and didn't refute. The conversation quickly turned to other topics. Although Blackstone City has been in the limelight recently, as Lord Zorf's son said, no one believes that Blackstone City can compete with Baron Owen, who almost controls the entire Flash territory. Even without Baron Owen's elite cavalry regiment, any one of the three lords can deal with Blackstone City. At the same time, in the meeting room, Owen and the three lords were sitting opposite each other. My two nephews are really amazing. They made such a big scene without making any noise. It seems that I really underestimated them before. Owen gently shook the wine glass in his hand, and the scarlet wine liquid shone charmingly under the light. Restart the Blackstone mine. Wipe out the black-scale lizardmen, and form a cavalry regiment. If they are allowed to continue to grow, they may really grow to the point where they can compete with me. You are joking, sir. It is not so easy to form a cavalry regiment. Even if Blackstone City has enough gold coins, they have no channels to buy enough war horses. Forming a cavalry regiment is just a fantasy after all, the tall and sturdy Zal said in a muffled voice. The breathing method he practiced focused on physical fitness, so his physique was particularly sturdy and strong, and his height was nearly 2 meters. When the previous Flash Baron was still there, Zolf was a famous general. After breaking through to become a peak knight not long ago, his reputation became even louder. Yes, training cavalry is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. In such a short time, even if Blackrock City can raise a cavalry regiment, its combat effectiveness is very limited, and it is not to be feared, Devon said with a smile, a flash of disdain in his eyes. If the cavalry regiment was so easy to form, he would have done it himself long ago. Two young boys who are still wet behind the ears. They have wild ideas when they have a little money. They really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Seeing that the two colleagues have spoken, Norwood also echoed a few words. Owen narrowed his eyes, and took a sip of wine. Unlike Zolf and the other two who only speculated based on rumors, he had definite intelligence to prove that Blackrock City had domesticated a new type of mount, which seemed to have certain combat effectiveness. Blackrock City formed a cavalry regiment with a new type of mount as the core. According to the spy's report, Blackrock City suffered very little loss in the war to eliminate the black-scaled lizardmen. It is very likely because of this cavalry regiment. From this point of view, this cavalry regiment cannot be underestimated. Given time, maybe it can really grow into an elite army. When Owen thought of this, he couldn't help but feel anxious deep in his heart. We can't drag it on any longer. It's time to root out the last hidden danger. As long as the brothers die, the Flash territory will be completely in his pocket, and there is no need to worry about any changes. What do you think about Blackstone City? Owen asked calmly. The three lords present were all cunning people, and they immediately understood Owen's plan when they heard this. Zolf spoke first. As long as the adults give the order, I am willing to lead the troops to attack Blackstone City. Davin and Norwood were a step slower, and they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This big guy has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he is very good at flattering, and his face is as thick as the city wall. Cursing inwardly, the two of them were not slow. and they asked for battle one after another. Seeing the loyalty of the three, Owen smiled with satisfaction, waved his hand and said, "Forget about sending troops to attack. It's too ugly. And although the military strength of Blackstone City is not strong, it will also cost a lot of manpower to take it down." Zolf and the other two looked at each other. Davin hesitated. "Then what does the Lord mean?" Owen smiled mysteriously and said, "As long as Key and Sunan die, Blackstone City will naturally return to my hands." The three people understood it immediately, and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Assassination. This is almost a common skill of the nobles. It's just that it's generally not easy to send your own people for such things, so as not to be caught by others. But if you don't send your men, what channel does Lord Owen plan to hire people from? It is said that Key has been promoted to a great knight. It's not easy to assassinate a great knight. Chapter 28 Magic Pet Hidden Dragon. Blackstone Castle. Courtyard. Sunan stood in front of the banyan tree, staring at the trunk. To the naked eye of others, there was nothing in front of the trunk. And even if they looked carefully, they could not see anything. Only Sunan could sense that there was indeed something there. Sprint. Sunan suddenly spoke. The moment the voice fell, a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the void. There was nothing in front of him, but he could clearly hear the rustling sound, as if some creature was crawling quickly along the ground. At this time, the void that was just empty finally showed a slight distortion. "All right," Sunan said. The next moment, the figure of the giant lizard appeared out of thin air on the ground more than 10 meters ahead. The amber vertical pupils showed human-like flattery, whining and low, as if asking for credit from Sunan. Sunan laughed and praised, "Well done." After more than half a month of experiments, during which he failed more than 10 times, he finally succeeded in transferring the color-changing ability of the green chameleon to the monitor lizard and further strengthened the effect. The monitor lizard, which has acquired the color-changing ability, can now instantly change its form according to the environment, achieving a nearly invisible effect. Only when sprinting at high speed will it reveal a trace due to the lag in the form conversion. Of course, unless it is a wizard apprentice or a great knight with good eyesight, normal people can't detect this trace at all. But this ability is not without disadvantages. It's okay when it's still, but once it starts to move, the sound of footsteps and the friction of the body touching objects will reveal the position. Sunan has no good solution for this. After all, even the real invisibility has the same flaws. There are disadvantages. Anyway, the color-changing ability is just to lay the foundation for transforming magic pets. I hope you can awaken a more powerful ability based on the color-changing ability. The giant lizard didn't quite understand what Sunan meant, but just called out cautiously. Sunan didn't care, used the magician's hand to pick up the giant lizard, and then walked into the laboratory. This was a laboratory that was temporarily cleared. A contract array composed of countless complicated patterns had been drawn on the floor in advance, shining with a faint dark color under the candlelight, with an inexplicable and wonderful meaning. Putting the giant lizard in the center of the array, Sunan then released a sleeping spell, and the somewhat uneasy giant lizard fell asleep immediately. Sunan then cut open the tip of his thumb with a knife and pressed the edge of the array. As the blood spread along the lines, the array suddenly shone brightly. Countless black and red intertwined mists emerged out of thin air, drifting away to wrap and cover the giant lizard's huge body. And the mist continued to penetrate into its rough and thick skin. Crack! Crack! A series of tiny sounds suddenly sounded, and the monitor lizard's bones suddenly expanded, piercing through the thick skin, and exposing white in the air. After a while, the monitor lizard's body had become a huge skeleton of nearly 10 meters, with flesh and blood hanging like rags, curled up on the ground, almost filling the entire laboratory floor. Sunan had to retreat to the door, but his eyes were fixed on the monitor lizard without blinking, holding a plant rune gem in his hand, ready to activate and treat the monitor lizard at any time. The transformation process of the magic pet is not 100% successful. The more powerful the creature, the lower the success rate of transformation into a magic pet. For a species like the monitor lizard with dragon lizard blood in its body, the probability of transformation failure is at least more than 50%. Even if the rune gem is used to assist, the success rate can only increase by 10% or 20%. The monitor lizard's bones continued to grow, and soon exceeded 15 meters, but the flesh and blood did not show any signs of proliferation, and it looked like a skeleton monitor lizard. Seeing this, Sunan decisively activated the rune gem, and a soft light green light immediately enveloped the monitor lizard's body. However, the monitor lizard remained motionless and did not change. Failed? Sunan frowned and sighed. But in the next second, something strange happened. Countless black oval scales the size of an adult's palm suddenly grew on the monitor lizard's originally tattered skin, spreading rapidly to the whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in a blink of an eye, the exposed bones were rewrapped. After the scales took shape, the smooth surface flashed a glimmer under the candlelight, gradually becoming exactly the same as the surrounding environment, and finally completely hiding the monitor lizard's huge body. Color-changing ability? No, that's not right. It seems a little different. Just as Sunan was in doubt, the disappeared monitor lizard appeared again out of thin air, and its appearance had changed dramatically compared to before the transformation. The original monitor lizard was 7 or 8 meters long, which could be called a giant beast, but after the transformation, its body expanded more than twice, like a small mountain. However, although its body is huge, it is still slender compared to its length. It does not look bloated, but rather extremely fast and agile. It rushed to Sunan quickly, bent its body softly into a circle, and stared at him with its huge pupils. Although it looked very ferocious, Sunan could feel the admiration and closeness conveyed by the giant lizard through the mysterious connection. Magic pets and their masters can sense each other's emotions within a certain distance, similar to telepathy, and wizards call it emotional connection. And as the wizard's spiritual power improves, it will evolve to share vision, share spells, and even more types of spell abilities. In addition, the life of the magic pet is also bound to the master. Once the master dies, the body and soul of the magic pet will also be destroyed. So in the magic pet's cognition, the master is the closest and most loyal existence in the world. Thank you for your hard work. Sunan reached out and touched the giant lizard's head. The latter whined and rubbed his hand carefully with its huge head, showing its intimacy. Against the huge body, there is an inexplicable sense of contrast. Go outside and try your ability. One man and one lizard quickly moved to the courtyard. The process of transforming the magic pet took a lot of time, and it was already night outside. Under Sunan command, the giant lizard suddenly jumped forward with extreme lightness, soaring 4 or 5 meters high. Under the moonlight, its slender body suddenly disappeared from head to toe. Then the banyan tree not far away broke with an inexplicable snap, and the huge branches fell to the ground. Both strength and physical strength have been significantly improved. In terms of physical fitness alone, it is estimated that it is no less than the Great Knight. But the specifics need to be tested again. The giant lizard's physical strength and color-changing ability have been strengthened in different ways. But these two are original powers, obviously not new abilities awakened. Sunan continued to look down with expectation. After charging a distance, the giant lizard reappeared and turned around to hit the tree stump again. But this time, its body suddenly turned into nothingness halfway, and it passed through the tree stump like a phantom. This is the ability to transform from real to virtual. Sunan showed surprise. From the performance of the monitor lizard just now, it seems that it can instantly transform its body into a virtual body, so as to shuttle through obstacles. You should know that the transformed monitor lizard itself has powerful lethality and agile speed, coupled with the ability to change color and the ability to shuttle through obstacles. It is simply a perfect killer. The combat power has been improved by several levels at once. What a perfect combination of abilities. Sunan couldn't help but admire. The ability to transform from real to virtual has made up for the defect that the color-changing ability cannot cover up the sound. Now the monitor lizard has the real and perfect stealth ability. After listening to Sunan's words, the monitor lizard made a high-pitched cry of excitement and pride. Sunan smiled slightly. I can't call you the monitor lizard in the future. I have to give you a new name. After thinking for a moment, he quickly came up with an idea. Just call you Long. Chapter 29. The strength of Sunan is the strength of Blackstone City. The autumn moon October, the Blackstone City has already had a hint of desolation. Although it is still some time before the first snow, the air temperature has become very low. No longer as hot as the harvest month. 4 men in armor walked on the road in the front yard of the inner castle, and the breath they exhaled formed a faintly visible white mist in the air. The 3 younger youths who fell behind had unconcealed excitement and expectation on their faces, as if something good was about to happen. After walking for a while, one of them couldn't help but ask Xiao Un in front, Sir Xiao Un, Do you need to pay attention to anything when taking the secondary dragon blood potion? Xiaolan looked back at the young man who was talking, waved his hand and said, "Look at how nervous you are. Nearly 100 people have taken the secondary dragon blood potion before you, and no one has had any problems. Just relax." The young man scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm not worried. But I'm very excited. After all, after drinking the potion, I can be promoted to a knight." The other two also nodded excitedly. After all, they are knights. Knights who are known as battlefield beasts and aristocratic reserve. They have worked hard for many years just to be promoted to knights in their lifetime and bring honor to their ancestors. But they didn't expect that this dream would come true so soon. This makes them feel like they are dreaming until now. Haha. I can understand your feelings. If it were a year ago, I would not have thought that there was a potion in the world that could allow an apprentice knight to directly break through and become a knight. All this is thanks to Lord Sunan. When mentioning Sunan, Kaizen's tone was full of respect. The three young men also subconsciously showed expressions of awe and admiration. Although the news about Lord Sunan in Black Rock City was strictly blocked, all the apprentice knights who had taken or were about to take the secondary dragon blood potion knew how much Lord Sunan had contributed behind the development of Black Rock City today. Even the establishment of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment can be said to be facilitated by Lord Sunan. In the hearts of the knights and apprentice knights in Black Rock City, Lord Sunan's status is no lower than that of the Lord. Anyway, you don't have to be too nervous. When you meet the Lord, take the potion and drink it. You can do it. Jordan hadn't finished his words of comforting him when he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something had passed by him in an instant, giving him goosebumps on his back. He subconsciously stopped and looked around, but found nothing unusual. "Did you see anything?" Jordan turned around and asked the three people. The three shook their heads blankly. "Damn it. Did I drink too much last night, and my mind is still not clear?" Jordan patted his head, muttered a few words, quickly put the matter behind him, and continued to lead the way. After a while, the four arrived at the martial arts training ground. From a distance, Jordan saw the Lord and Brad standing at the entrance of the martial arts training ground, seemingly discussing something. There were 3 large wooden barrels not far away. After approaching, Jordan saw that the barrels were filled with light red liquid. I could also smell a familiar pungent smell. It was the smell of secondary dragon blood potion. Are these all secondary dragon blood potions? Jodan was startled, but he quickly realized that the smell in the air was a little light. Not like a real potion, but a diluted liquid. Move the wooden barrel to the barracks. All soldiers who have reached the level of Knight Squire should drink 1 bowl a day. An officer should drink an extra bowl a day. Seeing Jodan bringing people over, he instructed Brad, then waved his hand to signal him to retreat, and then looked at Jodan and others, focusing on the 3 young men. "Lord." The 3 of them bowed together. He nodded solemnly and looked at Jodan. "Only 3 people in this batch?" Jodan nodded and said, "The rest are apprentice knights who have just broken through. Lord Sunan said that it is best to wait for a while and take the potion after they have stabilized their strength." Hearing that it was Sunan's intention, he said nothing more and took out 3 bottles of secondary dragon blood potion. The subsequent process was very simple. The 3 young men took the potion on the spot. 2 of them broke through and were promoted to knights on the spot, although the remaining 1 did not break through. According to past experience, he could also complete the promotion after returning to practice for a few days. After encouraging the 3 newly promoted quasi-knights, he signaled Jodan to take people away. And then, he also left the martial arts training ground and went to the main building. Since the battle to wipe out the black-scaled lizardmen, Blackstone City has entered a period of rapid development. The number of knights has skyrocketed. The total number of knights in Blackstone City today has exceeded 100. Looking at the entire Principality of Stars, only noble territories above the level of Viscount can accumulate so many knights after hundreds of years of development and inheritance. Blackstone City has a number of knights comparable to that of a Viscount's territory. If the news spreads, I don't know how many people will be shocked. It's a pity that the blood obtained from the extermination of the black-scaled lizardmen has been used up. Next, we can only slowly draw blood from the captives. The speed of making potions on Sunan's side will also slow down a lot. But it's good. The secondary dragon blood potion was used a little too much some time ago, and there was a gap in the number of trainee knights in the army. It's just right to train more trainee knights during this period. He thought of the dragon blood potion that Sunan had recently developed. The effect of that potion far exceeds the secondary dragon blood potion. Only 4 bottles allowed him to cross the threshold that countless knights dream of, and step into the level of great knights. It's simply amazing. The only pity is that the production is very small. So far, apart from him, only a few senior knights such as Brad have taken it, and thus promoted to the peak knight. It's a pity that what Blackstone City lacks most now is time. Otherwise, if I have a few years to develop, it will be easy to take back the Flash territory. While thinking, he suddenly saw the butler Old Geller leading 6 or 7 servants passing by, and a group of people were grunting and carrying a few wool-less sheep. Old Geller soon discovered Key and hurriedly stopped to salute. Lord. Key hummed and pointed at the sheep and asked, "Where are you carrying them?" Old Geller said, "Carry them to Lord Sunan Yard." He quickly remembered that Sunan Yard seemed to have a giant lizard caught from the black scale lizard tribe, which ate a lot of meat every day. But he glanced at the 3 sheep and was a little confused. Has the giant lizard's appetite increased a lot? I just heard from Jordan that it seemed to only eat 1 sheep a day. Although he was curious, he didn't ask much, and waved his hand to let Old Geller and others leave. Most things related to wizards are mysterious and strange, and it is difficult for outsiders to understand. He is not interested in exploring it in depth, as long as he supports Sunan as always. After all, Sunan's strength is the strength of Blackstone City. Chapter 30, Buggy Blood Exchange. The brightly lit study room was peaceful and quiet. Occasionally, the sound of pages turning could be heard. Sunan sat behind the desk, flipping through the book intently, in the void that others could not see. A reminder of the progress of spell learning flashed every once in a while. Shield spell. Sunan had already mastered it successfully. Now he was learning Charm Human, and the progress bar had exceeded 90%. He would be able to master it successfully in 2 or 3 days. But after that, he had no more spells to learn. Although I have entrusted it to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, it is not so easy to find a suitable first ring spell. I wonder how things are going. Sunan closed the book and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked up at the door of the room, and a smile appeared on his face. "Where did you go again? Did you play a trick on me?" He was answered by a hoarse cry, as if an invisible curtain had been lifted. A giant lizard appeared out of thin air near the door, shaking its head towards Sunan, perhaps because it had been locked in the cage for too long before. After coming out, Yinlong completely let himself go and ran around in the inner castle every day. It was also thanks to its perfect stealth ability of changing color and switching between reality and illusion that it did not cause panic. No one has noticed its existence so far, including Key, the Great Knight. Sunan had decided that his luck was really bursting, and the first contracted magic pet could awaken such a powerful ability. In terms of physical strength alone, Yinlong is at most at the level of a junior Great Knight, but with the ability to change color and switch between reality and illusion. Even a high-level Great Knight would die under the attack of Yinlong if he was not careful. Moreover, Yinlong's physical strength still has a lot of room for development. The reason lies in the dragon lizard blood in its body. According to the information given by the magic cube, the current concentration of the dragon lizard blood in Yinlong's body is only 18.35%. If the concentration of its dragon lizard blood can be increased, the power of the hidden dragon can naturally be greatly enhanced. Increase the concentration of blood? Sunan's eyes flashed with thought. He had tried to give the hidden dragon blood potion, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Although the dragon blood potion contains the blood of the sub-dragon, the effect has been transformed into a physical enhancement. Even if the hidden dragon takes it, it cannot increase the concentration of blood. At most, it can only slightly enhance the physical fitness. So after thinking for a long time, Sunan decided to find another way and directly give the hidden dragon a blood transfusion. With the synthesis cube, he can completely extract the blood of the dragon lizard from the hidden dragon, synthesize it into a higher level sub-dragon blood, and then inject it into the hidden dragon's body, so as to achieve the goal of blood transfusion. Draw blood, synthesize it, and then transfuse blood. As long as this process is repeated continuously, the blood of the hidden dragon can be continuously improved. It's worth a try. Is this a bug? Sunan laughed at himself. Of course, this process is definitely longer. After all, the amount of blood after synthesis will be greatly reduced, and transfusing it back into the body of Yinlong will not make up for the blood that has been drawn. it is necessary to wait for Long to generate new blood to recover. So blood transfusion can only be performed once in a while. As for extracting blood from the black-scaled lizard captives, not to mention that the amount of blood after synthesis is also a drop in the bucket. The repulsion of blood from different individuals will increase the difficulty and risk of blood transfusion surgery, which is enough to make Sunan give up this idea. In any case, blood transfusion seems to be quite feasible, and Sunan thinks it is worth a try. It just so happens that the biological transformation has been upgraded to level 2 some time ago, so it should not be difficult to do a blood transfusion surgery. Under Sunan's sharp gaze, Long, who was lying on the ground, shuddered suddenly, recalling the fear of being dominated by blood extraction before. Late at night, the silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a veil like moonlight. In the dark, two figures quietly climbed over the wall and walked into the yard. Looking at the silent courtyard, the two looked at each other, and there was some confusion in their eyes. How come there is not even a guard in the place where the brother of the Lord of Blackstone City lives? The guards of the inner castle of Blackstone City are so lax? If the guards of the other target are also in this situation, then their assassination mission this time will be much easier. After a brief eye contact, the two men in night clothes pressed the hilts of their swords at their waists and walked towards the corridor deep in the courtyard tacitly. According to the intelligence of the spies, Sunan rarely let servants enter the yard, so they didn't know which room he usually slept in. Now they could only search one room at a time. Fortunately, there are no guards here, and there is no need to worry about being discovered if the search takes too long. Under the cover of night, the two people's actions were very smooth, and they were not blocked at all. But for some reason, they always had a sense of uneasiness in their hearts, and their backs felt cold, as if they were being stared at by some dangerous existence. But looking around, there was no one around. The two thought they were too cautious, shook their heads to suppress the strangeness in their hearts, and continued to sneak in. Passing through the courtyard, the two arrived in front of the corridor. Looking at the closed door deep in the corridor, the two of them grasped the hilt of the sword at the same time and silently took off the long swords on their waists. However, at the moment of drawing the sword, the uneasiness in their hearts suddenly magnified, and a chill suddenly rushed up from their backs. At this moment, the two of them felt the fear of death at the same time. Years of rich combat experience made the two of them not hesitate at all, and they jumped to the left and right decisively. However, the man on the right had just jumped out 3 or 4 meters, and his body suddenly solidified in midair, and several arc-shaped blood holes suddenly burst out of his chest, and a strange and unnatural angle was twisted between his head and feet. After the other killer landed and stood firm, he looked up and saw the scene, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The bright moonlight shone through the blood mist, and a giant beast with a body of more than 10 meters long, covered with scales, and on all fours was vaguely reflected. Its mouth full of sharp teeth bit its companion tightly, and blood flowed from its twitching body. It was obvious that his companion was no longer alive. Star God! What kind of monster is this? The man took a breath. It's not that he had never seen ferocious beasts before, but a monster like this one in front of him that was more than 10 meters long and could be invisible, so that the two knights could not detect any breath, was simply unheard of. Plop! The monster spit out the corpse, hissing from its mouth, and its huge body slowly disappeared in the moonlight. The man's scalp suddenly numbed, and he turned around and ran without thinking. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the vicinity of the courtyard wall and jumped over the wall. But the next second, he was suddenly hit hard as if by a high-speed boulder. His bones made a crackling sound, and he screamed and flew more than 10 meters away, falling to the ground. The man was still unwilling to give up after being hit hard. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood and flesh, struggled to get up and try to escape. But then he felt his body sink, as if something stepped on his back. The next second, the severe pain came like a tide, drowning his consciousness. Chapter 31 Crush. Looking at the two tattered corpses in front of him, and then looking at Long lying on the ground with innocent eyes, Sunan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Through the connection with the magic pet, he roughly knew what happened. The two killers were discovered by Long, who was sleeping in the courtyard, as soon as they climbed over the courtyard wall. Originally, it was just curious to observe, until the two approached the corridor and drew their weapons. It listed the two as enemies and launched an attack, but it was too strong and killed the two directly. Remember to leave a survivor next time. Sunan patted Elong's head and put his attention back on the two corpses. From the muscle density and bone strength of the corpses, the two were formal knights, and at least high-level knights. The mastermind behind sending two high-level knight-level killers at once and having this motive is obvious. Since someone was sent to me, it should be the same for my brother. Sunan looked in the direction of the main building, and his perception spread, and he really heard a faint noise. He narrowed his eyes, cast a spell to cast a shield on himself, and then a layer of green halo appeared on his body. He rushed out of the yard as fast as the wind and rushed to the main building. Behind him, the hidden dragon roared, leaped up, and disappeared into the night. In the courtyard in front of the main building, the sound of metal clashing was endless. Led by Brad, more than a dozen knights and the same number of black rock leopards were besieging a tall and burly middle-aged man, obviously outnumbered. Brad and others were at a disadvantage. Under the moonlight, a very faint light could be seen on the surface of the middle-aged man. The weapons of the surrounding knights hit that layer of light, not only unable to break through, but were shocked to the point of pain. On the other hand, the middle-aged man could chop a knight away with a casual blow. Among the crowd, only Brad could barely block the enemy attack with his shield, relying on the advantage of numbers. They could barely deal with the enemy. Not far away, Key and a killer holding a black sword were fighting fiercely, and it was obvious that Key was at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the Black Rock Leopard's fearless attack that made the killer somewhat restrained, the situation would probably be even worse. When Sunan arrived at the courtyard, he saw the scene. Two great knight-level killers. It's really a big show. Sunan glanced and immediately made a rough judgment of the killer's strength, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Owen only had one great knight under his command. Where did he hire two great knight-level killers? These days, great knights can enjoy the treatment of guests of honor in any territory they go to. It is impossible for them to be low-level killers. But now is not the time to think about this. Sunan's eyes condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "All retreat." As soon as the voice fell, Brad and others gave up their opponents without hesitation and retreated in unison. The middle-aged knight was stunned when he saw this, and frowned and looked at Sunan. He clearly felt that the moment this young man appeared, the more than 10 knights who besieged him were obviously delighted, and their morale was greatly boosted. It was obvious that the newcomer was quite powerful, which gave them great confidence. To be able to make more than a dozen knights, including a peak knight, so obedient and respectful, this young man must have a high status in Blackstone City. At the first moment, the middle-aged knight thought of Sunan, who was said to be a wizard. Looking at the other party's young face, he became more and more certain. Wizard? The middle-aged knight narrowed his eyes, and his expression showed a bit of solemnity. Others may think that wizards are just guys pretending to be ghosts, but he has been exposed to some secret intelligence and knows that real wizards are a group of mysterious and powerful people. As for whether Sunan in front of him is a real wizard, the two senior knights said to assassinate Sunan may be able to answer this question, just seeing Sunan appear here. But the two men did not show their heads. You can guess their fate. There is no doubt that this is a powerful opponent. The middle-aged knight took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of the sword, and stared at the indifferent Sunan as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the next second, he was hit hard by a speeding carriage, and the whole person was thrown out like a cannonball, hitting the stone wall dozens of meters away. Boom! The broken stones were scattered, and the smoke and dust were everywhere. The knights watching the battle around were all shocked. Their eyes widened, and their faces were full of astonishment. What happened? Why did that guy suddenly fly out? Only Key and the Black Sword Knight vaguely noticed a clue. At the moment when the middle-aged knight was knocked away, they clearly saw a piece of void slightly twisted, outlining the outline of a giant beast. It was obviously the middle-aged knight attacked by the giant beast. The Black Sword Knight looked horrified. What kind of monster is that? It can even be invisible? Before he could figure it out, a sharp scream suddenly came from the flying dust, followed by a figure rushing out of the dust like a gust of wind. It turned out to be a middle-aged knight, but he looked miserable now. One arm hung limply at his side, bent into an unnatural arc, and there was a row of blood holes in the chest and abdomen, which looked like wounds left by some kind of beast. The whole person was covered in blood and looked miserable. Damn monster! The middle-aged knight roared with a twisted face, and then he seemed to sense something and swung his sword back. But the attack missed. The next second, a huge figure appeared from the other side, and the giant claws of the forelimbs popped out sharp hooked nails, piercing the middle-aged knight body. Then it jumped high again, pressed the middle-aged knight fiercely under it, opened its bloody mouth, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and tore his body into several pieces in a few seconds. The bloody scene made people's backs cold. Brad and others swallowed their saliva at the same time, looking at the giant beast with awe. Even though its size had expanded by more than twice, they still recognized that the giant beast in front of them was the giant lizard that Sunan brought back from the black-scaled lizard people. Just don't know why it has become so huge, and can also be invisible and elusive? This terrifying combat power that easily crushed the big knight is more than 10 times stronger than before. Key and the Black Sword Knight stopped their hands at some point, and both stared at the hidden dragon in shock. But besides Key's shock, there was also some surprise in his expression. The Black Sword Knight was simply horrified. The assassination operation that was thought to be a sure thing had loopholes from the beginning. The intelligence did not mention that there were actually a large number of knights and knight-level monsters guarding the target, especially those strange black panthers. The two of them could not detect the breath of these creatures at all, so they just sneaked in and were detected in advance before they took action. If it was just like this, it would be fine. At most it would take a little more effort, and it would not be difficult to complete the task. But what about this terrifying beast? The intelligence did not mention that there is such a powerful and terrifying creature in Blackstone City. Chapter 32. Fortunately, it was his own people. Sunan looked at the scene in front of him with an indifferent expression. Originally, with the strength of the middle-aged knight, even if he was not a match for Yin Long, he would not be crushed so quickly. The key is that he did not understand Yin Long's ability and characteristics at all, and did not even realize the existence of Yin Long at the beginning. So he was happy to kill him face to face. Information gap can sometimes be fatal. Retracting his sight, Sunan turned his head to look at the Black Sword Knight. Facing Sunan's eyes, the Black Sword Knight instantly felt a chill all over his body. He could see that the terrible beast was controlled by Sunan behind the scenes. Is this the power of the wizard? It is as strange as the legend. With the death of his companions, the current situation has become extremely unfavorable to the Black Sword Knight. His mind turned quickly, and he immediately made a decision. The whole person turned into a residual image, and rushed towards Sunan like a ghost in the dark night. As long as Sunan was killed, the beast would most likely fall into chaos, and he could take the opportunity to escape even if it was only for a moment. Seeing the killer heading straight for Sunan, but the giant lizard was still dozens of meters away, and couldn't come back to help in time. K's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously rushed forward to stop him. But then, he saw Sunan's calm face, and his footsteps stopped immediately. And he stopped where he was. Go to hell. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Black Sword Knight rushed hundreds of meters, and the black sword in his hand suddenly slashed down. Wherever the sword passed, a half-moon-shaped sword energy formed out of thin air, piercing through the void like lightning and rushing towards Sunan. Do Chi is released. Only the Great Knight can master the Do Chi long-range attack technique. Seeing that the sword energy was about to hit Sunan, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of the Black Sword Knight. But the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the sword energy seemed to hit something invisible, and it disappeared with a snort. The force of the collision stirred up a twisted shock wave in the void, faintly outlining the shape of a tower shield. The Black Sword Knight eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? Before he could recover, Sunan had already raised his palm, with a sparkling ruby between his raised index finger and thumb. Under the moonlight, the blue-green lines on the surface of the gem flashed with beautiful luster, which was extremely eye-catching. The next second, Sunan threw the gem fiercely. Boom! Everyone seemed to hear a deafening thunder in their ears, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in their vision. And then, they saw the Black Sword Knight flying backwards, like a kite with a broken string, and hit a tall tree dozens of meters away with a bang. Crack! The tree trunk, which was as thick as two people hugging, broke in the middle, and the upper half fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up billowing smoke and dust. When the dust cleared, everyone looked closely and found that the Black Sword Knight was lying on the ground with a charred body, motionless and unconscious. There was silence all around. Everyone stared at this scene with dull eyes, feeling dry mouth and tongue, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Even Key was in a trance. Although he guessed that Sunan had a way to deal with the Black Sword Knight, he didn't expect it to be so easy. The Black Sword Knight couldn't even survive a face-to-face encounter, and was defeated and unconscious. That was a great night. Unknowingly, has Sunan become so powerful? No. He suddenly woke up. It's not that Sunan has become stronger, but that he has never seen Sunan fighting with all his strength from the beginning. And he doesn't know Sunan's true strength at all. Even now, Sunan obviously didn't try his best. What level has his real strength reached? He stared at Sunan in a daze. This younger brother, who he watched grow up, gave him a sense of unfathomable mystery at this moment. Ta-ta! The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the courtyard. A large group of knights in armor rushed into the courtyard, led by Jotan. Lord, we are here to support you. Where is the assassin? Halfway through his words, Jotan's voice suddenly stopped. He stared at the messy courtyard, the safe and sound people, and the Black Sword Knight lying on the ground not far away, and blinked in confusion. Is it done? Kay had sorted out his emotions at this time, ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, and took the Black Sword Knight away. After arranging everything, he came to Sunan and said with a grim face, "It's the assassin sent by Owen." Sunan nodded calmly, which was something that could be guessed without thinking. But where did he find the assassin? Kay frowned. Forces like assassin organizations do exist in this world, but they are all inferior forces, let alone assassins at the level of great knights. Assassin organizations that can find a knight are considered first-class forces in the assassin world. At least Kay and Sunan, two children of noble birth, have never heard of any assassin organization with members at the level of great knights. Sunan thought for a moment and said, Owen definitely doesn't have that kind of power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to endure it until his father got into trouble before he broke up with him. I guess it's probably because of Marquis Jean Yan's connections. Key's eyebrows jumped, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Sunan said made sense. And his face became even uglier. He still had the confidence to deal with Owen. But if Marquis Jean Yan intervened, things would be troublesome. After all, the latter was the actual overlord of Jinyan province, with tens of thousands of troops under his command. The current Blackstone city was just a bigger ant in front of him. Seeing Key's face changing, Sunan said calmly, "Don't worry. Marquis Jinyan didn't go down directly before, which means that he still cares about the rules among the nobles, and will not personally take action to rob the vassal's territory. We just need to be careful to guard against the assassins he sent." He thought so too, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Coming back to his senses, looking at Sunan's calm expression, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Obviously, he was the lord, but he was not as calm as Sunan when encountering things. It seems that his character still needs to be trained. He didn't know that the reason why Sunan was so calm was actually because he didn't value the territory very much. Now that he has passed the most difficult novice period, even if the territory is taken away, he will only lose a stable source of funds. He can take Key to the Principality of Jinghua to hide, and then come back to destroy his enemies after being promoted to a wizard. As for making money, he has plenty of means. Of course, it would be better if he could keep the territory. After all, it would be much easier to make money or collect resources if he has his own power. But he won't say these words to Qi Ming. Not far away, Jotan was pestering Brad to ask what happened. After listening to Brad's narration, Jotan couldn't help but look around with his eyes wide open. A giant lizard more than 10 meters long that can easily crush a great knight is too mysterious. Just like listening to a knight novel. Seeing that Jotan's eyes were darting around, Brad said unhappily, "Don't look for it. It's said that the giant lizard can be invisible. Even the knight can't detect its existence. Can you still see it?" Jotan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm just curious. Speaking of which, Lord Sunan is too powerful. The giant lizard was originally at the peak knight level. It was only caught and trained for a few months. But it can actually kill the knight. It's incredible." The surrounding knights showed deep approval. Who said it wasn't? Every time they saw Lord Sunan fighting methods, they felt that their cognition was refreshed. Fortunately, such a strong man is one of our own. If it was an enemy, it would make people's scalps numb just thinking about it. Chapter 33, Let You Speak for Yourself. In order to avoid chaos, Key ordered the attack to be blocked. After finding several hidden spies, the inner castle quickly returned to its former appearance and operated smoothly as usual. As for the Black Sword Knight, after a period of treatment, he barely saved his life and was imprisoned for torture. But for 2 consecutive days, No valuable information was tortured out of him. That guy should have received anti-torture training. No matter how we tortured him. He refused to speak. In the meeting room, Brad reported the results of the 2 days of torture. If you ask me, I don't believe he can bear it if we just crush his bones one by one. Jodan sneered. Brad shook his head and said, it's useless. He seems to have mastered some means to isolate pain. He didn't react at all when we tortured him. There is such a method? Jodan widened his eyes in surprise. The other knights looked at each other when they heard it. How to torture him? Key frowned, turned to look at Sunan who was sitting beside him, and asked, Sunan, do you have any good ideas? Sunan nodded and said, leave it to me to interrogate. When they heard that Sunan seemed to have a way, everyone was immediately refreshed. Under the guidance of Brad and Jordan, Sunan came to the prison where the Black Sword Knight was imprisoned. When he stepped into the cell, he saw the Black Sword Knight whose limbs were tied to the iron pillars with chains, and his appearance was extremely miserable. There were still scorch marks left by the lightning rune gem on his body, and coupled with the torture in the past 2 days, there was almost no intact skin and flesh on his body. But even so, he still didn't look painful at all. When he saw Sunan coming in, his face changed slightly, and then he showed a disdainful sneer. Don't waste your energy. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. If you dare, just kill me. Sunan said calmly, if you really want to die, there are plenty of ways to commit suicide. Why do you have to live until now? This remark obviously touched the pain point of the Black Sword Knight. The corner of his eye twitched fiercely, and he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Sunan didn't care at all, and came to the Black Sword Knight with a calm face. Since torture doesn't work on you, let you speak for yourself. After hearing this, the Black Sword Knight looked even more disdainful. He was about to sneer at the other party, but the moment he met Sunan's eyes, his whole body trembled suddenly, and he felt that the other party's eyes were like a deep pool, and his soul actually had the illusion of being sucked in. In just a few seconds, the Black Sword Knight face became dull. His eyes were dull, as if he was sleepwalking. Name. Sunan spoke slowly. Yuri Elric. The Black Sword Knight answered with a dull look. Age. 32. Brad and Jotan, who were following behind Sunan, were already dumbfounded. What's going on? How come this guy suddenly became so obedient and answered whatever was asked? The two soon noticed that something was wrong with the Black Sword Knight expression, and they realized that Lord Sunan had probably used that strange power called magic again. But I didn't expect that there would be such a magic in the world that could make people lose their minds and answer questions obediently. In front of such power, doesn't anyone have any secrets? Brad and Jotan took a breath, and looked at Sunan back with more awe. Sunan didn't notice the small movements of the two people behind him, and his eyes were directly on the Black Sword Knight. The spell of charming humans can affect the cognition of the recipient to a certain extent, making the other party regard you as a reliable partner. The caster can give orders to the recipient to let him do something he would not do otherwise. However, orders such as suicide or self-mutilation that are obviously harmful to oneself and threaten one's own life safety are likely to fail, resulting in the termination of the spell effect. But if you just want to ask for some information, the spell of charming humans is still very useful. Who sent you to assassinate the Lord of Blackstone City? It was the High Priest Casper. Priest? Sunan raised his eyebrows. What are your origins? We belong to the Starfire Church and believe in the great Star God who created this continent. When mentioning the Star God, even though he was under the influence of the spell, the Black Sword Knight's dull face still showed a bit of fanaticism, which shows how deep his belief in the so-called Star God is. Starfire Church? Sunan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these killers came from the Starfire Church that attacked the Earl of Storm. What is your relationship with Marquis Jean Yin? I don't know. The Black Sword Knight shook his head dully. Sunan frowned slightly. It was a foregone conclusion that Marquis Jean Yin had a connection with the Starfire Church. Since this guy didn't know, it means that the person responsible for contacting Marquis Jean Yin should be a higher-level member of the Starfire Church. How many companions do you have in Blackstone City? Including me, there are 4 people in total. Tell me the list of spies you know. The Black Sword Knight said 6 or 7 names in one breath. Some of them were the spies who were caught in the past 2 days. Without Sunan instructions, Brad consciously wrote down the names and hiding places of these people, and then left the prison with Jordan and rushed to catch them. Sunan then asked about the organizational structure, strongholds, branches, members, and other information of the Starfire Church. According to the description of the Black Sword Knight, the Starfire Church is a sect that believes in the Star God and is committed to spreading the great glory of the Star God throughout the continent. They have secretly cooperated with many nobles, at the cost of assassinating competitors for the nobles. And with the help of these nobles, they have continued to grow the sect. And in just over 10 years, their tentacles have spread throughout the entire Principality of Stars. As for which nobles they have cooperated with, the Black Sword Knight doesn't know much. They are all barons and viscounts. Noble collaborators with higher status are not accessible to members of his level. After all, above the priest, there are priests, chief priests, high priests, and the Pope who controls the entire sect. The great knights are only middle-level cadres. It seems that the foundation of the Spark Church is very strong. Sunan thought silently. He had guessed before that the Spark Church might be related to wizard apprentices, but now it seems that he guessed wrong. The Spark Church obviously follows the religious belief route, which is completely different from the wizards, who pursue truth and believe in the great power. As for the strongholds, the Black Sword Knight didn't know much, only knowing that there were 3 strongholds in Jinan province. As for other provinces, it was completely unclear. Secretly remembering the personnel structure of these strongholds mentioned by the Black Sword Knight, Sunan then asked about the actions of the Spark Church in Jinan province in recent years. The result is that you don't know until you ask. And you are shocked when you ask. It turns out that the 7 or 8 nobles who died in Jinan province in the past 10 years were all behind the Spark Church. They killed these nobles by creating various unexpected coincidences, pretending that they died accidentally or died of illness. If it is more difficult, they will be assassinated directly. This includes Sunan's chief father. He seemed to have died on the battlefield. But in fact, before the war broke out, the Spark cult sent someone to replace one of his guards in disguise, and then secretly attacked him on the battlefield, causing him to die at the hands of the enemy. Although the Black Sword Knight did not know the real purpose behind this series of assassinations, Sunan could guess with his toes that the mastermind behind the scenes must be Marquis Jinyan, killing the vassal nobles and then supporting the puppet to take the position. Indirect way to achieve the goal of controlling their territory. The ultimate goal of Marquis Jinyan is to completely control the entire Jinan province. No, perhaps this is not the ultimate goal. It is not necessary to go to this extent just to completely control the Jinan province. Marquis Jinyan may have a deeper purpose. Chapter 34 Clues of the Wizard Apprentice. Sunan was slightly depressed after learning about Marquis Jinyan's conspiracy unexpectedly. Unless they abandon their territory, they will definitely have to confront Marquis Jinyan in the future. Shaking his head, Sunan temporarily put the matter aside and continued to interrogate the Black Sword Knight. When he heard that the Starfire sect branch of Jinan province had come out in full force some time ago just to hunt down a magical creature, Sunan interrupted the Black Sword Knight and asked with interest, "What magical creature is it?" "A cat." "Cat?" Sunan was slightly stunned. He thought it was some powerful and ferocious magical creature that forced the Starfire sect branch to send a large number of people to capture it. But it turned out to be a cat. He thought carefully, and it seemed that there was no powerful cat-like magical creature in his memory. However, the Starlight continent is vast and rich in resources, and there may be cat-like magical creatures that he doesn't know about. After thinking for a while without any result, Sunan had to continue asking, "Why did you capture that magical creature?" "It was the order from the High Priest. I don't know the details, but I just know that it seems to be related to wizards." The Black Sword Knight narrated with a dull look. "We dispatched a lot of people, but that magical creature was very cunning. Until I came to Blackstone City to carry out the assassination mission, I didn't hear that anyone in the church had caught it. A magical creature related to wizards. Could it be a magical pet?" Sunan seemed to be thinking. But from what the Black Sword Knight said, they had been chasing that magical creature for a long time, and no one tried to stop them, which meant that the magical creature was likely to be ownerless and not very much like a magical pet. Out of curiosity, Sunan carefully asked about the details of the matter several times, and he did not lift the spell until he was sure that he could not get any more useful information. After coming back to his senses from the sluggishness, the Black Sword Knight showed a shocked and stunned expression. "You? What did you do to me?" Charming humans will not erase the memory of the recipient. The Black Sword Knight clearly remembered that he had answered every question from Sunan, which made him shudder and couldn't understand how he could become like that. Sunan had no intention of explaining at all. He didn't even look at the Black Sword Knight and turned to leave the prison, leaving the pale Black Sword Knight doubting his life. Back in the meeting room, Key, who had already heard the news from Brad, couldn't wait to greet him. Did that guy say anything else? Sunan didn't hide it either, and told him everything about the Spark Church. After hearing this, Key's eyes suddenly showed anger, and he punched the armrest of the chair angrily. I knew my father's death must have something to do with them. After a while, he took a deep breath to calm down his anger, and said calmly, so the attack on Earl Storm was also the work of Marquis Jean Yin behind the scenes? Sunan nodded, most likely. Earl Storm was attacked and unconscious, so he could just secretly intervene in the struggle for the successor of Storm territory. As long as he supports the puppet to take the position, he can secretly control Storm territory. In Jean province, from the Marquis down, the two most powerful lords are Earl Winterfrost and Earl Storm. Earl Winterfrost has already surrendered to Marquis Jean Yin, and is in the same boat with the latter. If even Storm territory falls into the hands of Marquis Jean Yin, then the entire Jean province will almost be under his control. We still have a chance. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm. According to the news from Storm territory, the sons of Earl Storm will not be able to decide the winner for a while. Marquis Jean Yin will definitely focus on that, and will not take care of Flash territory for the time being. As long as we take back Flash territory during this period, we will have the capital to compete with him. If other nobles heard what Key said, they would definitely laugh at him for dreaming. How could a Flash territory compete with Marquis Jean Yin, who controls most of the Jean province? But Key is confident about this. As for the source of confidence, it is naturally Sunan, the wizard apprentice. Now that they control a Blackstone city, they have the confidence to compete with the Baron's territory. If they own an entire Baron's territory, are they still afraid of competing with Marquis Jean Yin? Seeing that Key did not give up in frustration, but instead aroused the will to fight, Sunan nodded secretly and mentioned another thing. I'm going to leave Blackstone City. Key was slightly startled, and subconsciously asked, where are you going? Stone Bell City. Key thought about it, and vaguely remembered that Stone Bell City seemed to be in Silver Moon territory, which was the territory of Viscount Silver Moon. What are you going there for? Looking for something, Sunan said vaguely, without saying it clearly. Stone Bell City is exactly what the Black Sword Knight said. The town where the magical creature hunted by the Spark cult appeared. Since coming to this world, this is the first time Sunan has found clues about wizards, so he naturally cannot miss this opportunity. Even if it is finally discovered that the magical creature has nothing to do with wizards, it doesn't matter. A rare cat-like magical creature is worth his trip, and maybe he can get some extra benefits. Moreover, the Spark cult assassinated the two brothers this time. Although he does not have enough strength to confront the Spark cult head-on in a short period of time, he has to bear it for the time being. But he is actually very unhappy. Finding the magical creature before the Spark cult and intercepting it for them can also be regarded as collecting some interest in advance. After listening to Sunan, Kay did not ask more. Anyway, this Count Silver Moon happens to belong to the group of nobles who are not close to Marquis Jean Yin. In the Silver Moon territory, Marquis Jean Yin and Owen are out of reach even if they want to do anything. So there is no need to worry about Sunan getting into danger. When are you leaving? In a few days. Considering that this trip is likely to confront the Spark cult, Sunan plans to make more preparations. For example, make more rune gems for self-defense, and continue to strengthen the strength of Hidden Dragon. After making all preparations, it will not be too late to go to Stone Bell City. Anyway, according to the Black Sword Knight, the Spark cult has no way to deal with the magical creature, and the latter should not be caught in the short term. In order to avoid being assassinated again, he decided to move to the military camp, where he ate, drank, slept and handled government affairs. Unless a legendary knight took action, there was basically no need to worry about someone being able to assassinate Key under the protection of thousands of soldiers and more than 300 knight-level combat forces, including Black Rock Leopards. Considering that he was about to leave Black Rock City, in order to be more secure, Sunan also upgraded Key's Black Rock Leopard to the Grand Knight level, including the previous one. This Grand Knight level Black Rock Leopard consumed a total of 42 Black Rock Leopards, costing nearly 1,600 gold coins. Even in Black Rock City, which has a mine, the tax revenue in a year is only enough to produce 3 Grand Knight level Black Rock Leopards. Of course, both Key and Brad and others said it was worth it. 1,600 gold coins for a Grand Knight level combat force. It's really a good deal. Chapter 35 New Trade Route. It was late at night, and the moonlight was bright. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the panel in front of him. It has been nearly 5 months since he was promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice, and the star ring meditation method still lacks about 1/3 of proficiency to upgrade. The speed of building the star ring is still too slow. When I come back this time, I have to try to synthesize a more efficient potion with a secondary active potion, Sunan thought secretly. With his current physique and mental strength, it should be no problem to take higher level potions. The key is still the cost. With the potion production upgraded to level 3, his success rate in making secondary active potions has also greatly increased, and the cost of potions has also decreased a lot. Now the cost of a bottle of secondary active potion is about 8 gold coins, and the cost of synthesizing a bottle of first level inferior active potion is about 100 gold coins. The efficiency of meditation needs to be significantly improved. At least a first-grade active potion must be used. The estimated cost will not be less than 200 gold coins. 200 gold coins a month. 2,400 gold coins a year, which is almost equivalent to the income of Black Rock City in half a year. If you synthesize a second-grade potion, the cost will be at least 1,000 gold coins. Sunan frowned slightly. Black Rock City is now in a period of rapid development. Whether it is expanding the army or further developing the Black Rock mining area, a lot of money must be invested. Even if he doesn't mind, Sunan can't take out too many gold coins to use on himself. After all, the development and growth of Black Rock City is also very important. We still have to find a way to open up the source. Sunan looked at the active potion at hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe we can try to sell zero-grade potions. For example, brute force potions, healing potions, and swiftness potions. In the previous battle to eliminate the black-scaled lizardmen, the cavalry regiment had taken brute force potions and healing potions, and the response afterwards was very good. If these potions are sold, there must be many knights interested. Of course, the potions sold to the outside world must be distinguished from those used by the Blackrock City Knights. For example, 1 bottle of potion can be diluted into 3 bottles. This way, more gold coins can be sold. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible it was. He simply decided to make a batch of finished products before leaving and give them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to test the waters. If the response is good enough, he will come back and expand the scale. As long as this trade route is established, there is no need to worry about the material money for synthesizing top-grade active potions. That's it. Sunan was slightly excited and got up and went outside. The dark night enveloped the entire yard, and it seemed silent. But only Sunan could sense that Yinlong was lying under the courtyard wall more than 10 meters away, sleeping soundly. During this period of time, he had performed more than 10 blood transfusions on Yinlong, and the dragon lizard blood in his body was increased by more than 10 percentage points. Now Yinlong's dragon lizard bloodline has exceeded 35%. His body has expanded again, and his physical strength has also been strengthened to the level of a mid-level knight. Now Yinlong can fight against a peak knight. Therefore, Sunan decided to take Yinlong with him when he went to Shizhong City this time. With the stealth level ability of color change and virtual real conversion, he doesn't have to worry about being discovered even if he enters the city. He can also ride a mount on the road. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the original Black Rock Leopard, Sunan gave it to Brad. The rune gem is also ready. The fight with the Black Sword Knight has proved the power and practicality of the rune gem. Even a junior knight can't resist the power of a lightning rune gem. So these days Sunan has made more than 10 attack rune gems. Now the number of rune gems on his body has exceeded 30. A hidden human turret. In addition to the hidden dragon and the rune gem, he also has 2 trump cards in his hand: the spell scroll and the bloodvine ring. It can be said that as long as he is not a legendary knight, no matter what enemy he encounters, he at least has the ability to protect himself and escape. You want to sell potions? When Sunan placed the potion that he spent 3 days making in front of Ki, the latter was stunned. That's right. Sunan nodded, pointed at the potion and said, "These are diluted potions, and the effect is about 1/3 of the original. Each bottle is about 70 silver coins. We can sell them directly to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, and the price is set at 2 gold coins." Ki's eyes lit up immediately. Although Blackstone City's income is now far more than before, He still feels that he doesn't have enough money most of the time. If he can open up another channel to make money, it will undoubtedly greatly alleviate the current tight financial situation. But soon, he hesitated again. Will the price be too high? Selling to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce is 2 gold coins. And the price to the outside world of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce must be higher. Unless a junior knight has a village fief, his total income will not exceed 10 gold coins a year. Would they be willing to spend 1/5 or even more of their annual income just to buy a bottle of potion? The world is not peaceful. Wars are happening everywhere, especially in the Principality of Jinghua, where the Fox Chamber of Commerce is located. In recent years, wars have been frequent. If you can buy a trump card that can save your life at a critical moment by spending a few gold coins, there must be many people willing to do it. Sunan picked up a bottle of potion and shook it slightly. To be honest, if we didn't have channels in the Principality of Jinghua, we could do this business by ourselves, and the profit would only be more lucrative. He was moved by Sunan's words. After thinking carefully, many lords in the Principality of Jinghua are trying their best to expand their armaments. If a potion that can strengthen the power of knights appears at this time, even if it is only temporary, it is estimated that they will scramble for it. If you don't buy it, what if your enemy buys it? This matter has great potential. Okay, I contact Mujua now. He has a straightforward and decisive side in his character. After finding that it is profitable, he no longer hesitates and quickly makes a decision. He turns around and sends people to Jinghua Principality to deliver the letter. After arranging the matters, he turned around and asked Sunan, "Are you leaving?" "Yes." Sunan nodded. "Be careful." He patted Sunan on the shoulder. "If the Starfire cult fails to assassinate, it will not stop so easily." Sunan smiled and responded, thinking that there is no need to wait for them to come. "I will go out to cause trouble for them this time. You should be careful too." Kay laughed and said, "Don't worry. I will stay in the barracks. If there are assassins who dare to come, I guarantee that they will not come back." After exhorting each other for a few words, Sunan left the barracks. Not long after leaving Blackstone City, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Looking up, he saw that the sky had been snowing with crystal snowflakes, like cold raindrops falling on his face. It was snowing. Sunan reached out to catch the snowflakes, and the cold ice crystals gradually melted into water droplets in his palm. The first snow of the month of frost. Sunan smiled slightly, and with a thought, the energy particles had formed a very faint halo on the surface of his body, isolating the snowflakes. Then he jumped up and jumped onto the back of the hidden dragon beside him. "Let's go!" The hidden dragon let out a low hiss, revealed its figure, and ran wildly in the wilderness with its 4 limbs. Chapter 36 Haunted. The bright moonlight falls on the alleys of Shizhong City, and melodious music comes from the tavern. Like a nocturne. Through the window, you can see the stove inside burning, emitting a warm light. The wooden sign at the door reads Golden Wheat Tavern. Sunan pushed open the wooden door and walked in, and the bustle and noise immediately hit him. The smell of hormones filled the air, mixed with a strong smell of alcohol. The rude men played finger-guessing games and drank, and the seductively dressed maids carried plates and shuttled between the tables and chairs, their white thighs dazzling people's eyes. Sunan found a table in the corner and sat down, took out a few silver coins, and stuffed them into the chest of the passing maid. "Same old." The maid winked at him, and then brought a glass of beer and some food. The beer has a low alcohol content, no aroma, a rough taste, turbid liquor, and a sour taste. But even such a beer is a rare enjoyment for the lower class people, and most people are satisfied with just ordering 1 glass. Sunan rarely drinks, but the ones he has tasted are basically top-grade wines. The inferior beer in the tavern is really hard for him to drink. The food is also the simplest cooking method, without pepper, message, soy sauce, honey, butter and other seasonings. Just cooking and grilling and applying salt. In this world, sugar is a luxury, and spices are extremely expensive, basically only appearing on the tables of nobles. The reason why Sunan ordered beer and food was just to suit the occasion and avoid being too conspicuous in the tavern. Under normal circumstances, the tavern is a good place to brag and show off, where you can hear all kinds of drunkards bragging about their past glorious experiences. So after coming to Shizhong City, Sunan would come to the tavern every evening to sit for a while and get some information. The rest of the time, he went to the Black Sword Knight to interrogate the Spark Cult's base in the Stone Bell City. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything for 3 consecutive days. If we can't find anything tonight, we arrest someone and interrogate him. Sunan thought silently. At this time, the conversation at the next table suddenly came into his ears. Have you heard that Lord Cubero's manor in the north of the city is haunted? Ghost? Stop talking nonsense. How could there be ghosts in this world? I'm serious. My brother-in-law served as a soldier under Lord Cubero. After the manor was haunted, Lord Cubero moved out. Later, he sent a few nights in. As a result, no one came out after several days. Now the whole manor is blocked. Is it true? Even the knights are dead? If it is a ghost, it is normal that the knights cannot defeat it. By the way, is the ghost a man or a woman? Why, Lance, are you interested in female ghosts? Hee hee. If they are beautiful, it's not impossible. A group of people laughed, and the topic quickly turned to women and lower bodies. Sunan on the side showed a thoughtful expression. As for ghosts, they do exist in this world. The most common one is ghost. Generally speaking, people who die suddenly are most likely to turn into ghosts. Ghosts look the same as they did when they were alive. And in most cases, you can see traces of violence they suffered when they died. However, ghosts are not very harmful. And even if they possess humans, they will only make people feel a chill. It is also difficult for normal humans to see ghosts. In addition, ghosts cannot be exposed to sunlight, and will become weak and powerless in the sunlight, and will soon disappear. Even without sunlight, ghosts generally cannot survive for too long in the material world. If ghosts are considered harmless, then resentful spirits are truly capable of killing people. Resentful spirits usually have extremely strong hatred in their lives, so that they cannot rest in peace after death, but instead transform into undead creatures that only want revenge. Formed resentful spirits can absorb the energy of humans by contacting them, or control humans with weaker willpower through mental hypnosis. This kind of virtual creature is immune to physical damage and is very deadly to ordinary people. Only knights who have mastered fighting spirit can hurt them. If resentful spirits kill enough humans and absorb enough soul energy, they will advance to powerful evil spirits. Evil spirits usually have the property of binding the earth, and will occupy a piece of land and transform it into a ghost domain. The formed evil spirits are not afraid of sunlight or physical damage. Not to mention the knights. Even the great knights may not be able to deal with them. Above evil spirits, there are also evil spirits, etc. Among them, evil spirits are terrifying enough to bring disaster to a country. The appearance of each evil spirit is often accompanied by the demise of a country. Judging from the words of those drunkards just now, if the Cubero Manor is really haunted, it is most likely the work of evil spirits. Evil spirits? Sunan was slightly moved. Evil spirits are good materials for making soul crystals. If he could get a soul crystal, he could create a puppet more powerful than the Black Rock Leopard. Forget it. Let's focus on the Spark Church for now, and investigate the evil spirits later. After listening to the information for a while, Sunan stood up and walked to the second floor. The Golden Wheat Tavern also provides accommodation services, and he has been staying in the tavern's room these days. Not far away, several waitresses stared at Sunan back as he went upstairs and whispered, I guess he must be a noble. He is more elegant and handsome than the second young Master Erwin I met before. How can young Master Erwin compare with him? Yesterday I accidentally touched his arm. Wow, he has such strong muscles. He doesn't look strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Are you in heat, little girl? Bah, I don't believe you are not moved. Hee hee. If you really want, go knock on his door at night and ask if he wants a massage service. Maybe you can have a casual relationship. That's a good idea. Sandy, if you don't go, I won't be polite. I didn't say I won't go. Wait, I go and try his quality tonight. A group of waitresses laughed and made a mess, attracting many drinkers around to cast hot eyes. Late at night, Sandy specially changed into a shorter waitress uniform, pulled down the collar, came to the room where Sunan lived, and raised her hand to knock on the door. Tap tap. No one responded. Guest, do you need a massage? Sandy knocked a few more times, but still no one responded. Did he fall asleep? Sandy was immediately discouraged. At this time, the door next to her creaked open, and a man poked his head out. When he saw Sandy, he immediately showed a lewd smile on his face. Does your bar provide massage services? Give me one too. Sandy glanced at the man's fleshy face and said expressionlessly, "Sorry. The bar doesn't have this service. But I just heard it clearly." "You heard it wrong." Without waiting for the man to respond, Sandy turned around and left without looking back. At this moment, Sunan's room was already empty. Chapter 37. Poor Kuburo. It was late at night. The deep night enveloped the entire alley. Standing in the shadows, Sunan stared at the brightly lit mansion in the distance. This ordinary-looking mansion, which seemed a little inconspicuous compared to the many magnificent noble houses in Shizhong City, was one of the bases of the Spark cult in Jinan province. After arriving in Shizhong City, Sunan squatted in the vicinity for 3 days and tracked many people coming in and out. But unfortunately, it was finally discovered that they had nothing to do with the pursuit of magical creatures. He didn't intend to waste too much time here, so he simply decided to catch someone tonight for interrogation. Not waiting too long, the right target soon appeared. A man in a cold-proof cloak walked out of the mansion, first looked around calmly, and then hurried into the night. Sunan did not follow him immediately, but waited patiently for a while, and then walked out of the alley naturally and walked in the direction the man left. Yinlong had already followed him in advance. With him, there was no need to worry about losing the target. This distance would not arouse the target's vigilance. Following the man from a distance, Yinlong went around for almost half an hour before he received a message that the target had stopped. Sunan immediately quickened his pace. Not long after, he arrived at Yinlong's location. "What is this guy doing here?" Sunan raised his eyebrows and looked at the residential building in front of him. This is just an ordinary house, located in a civilian residential area. What is that Spark cultist doing here in the middle of the night? Signaling Yinlong to stay where he was and to let out the wind. Sunan immediately blessed himself with a layer of wind energy particles. Then his body lightly crossed the courtyard wall and landed silently on the ground in the courtyard. As soon as he landed, his powerful perception captured the sound coming from the room, and his face suddenly showed an extremely strange expression. "My dear, I miss you so much." "I miss you too, dear honey." The old man Kuburo has been so busy with the manor recently that he has no time to pay attention to me. We will have a lot of time to meet next time. "That's great. Now let me taste the taste of Lord and Lady Kuburo." Then, there was a burst of ambiguous and intimate voices. Sunan couldn't help but feel a little pity for Lord Kuburo, whom he had never met. It was miserable enough to be involved with evil spirits, and his wife also put a hat on him, which was really pitiful. Shaking his head, Sunan didn't hide his tracks and strode towards the room. He had already sensed that there was no other life fluctuation in the whole house, except the two people inside. Thinking about it, these two people came to have a tryst, so naturally they couldn't bring extra people. "Who is it?" The man in the room soon noticed Sunan's undisguised footsteps. When Sunan pushed the door open, the man had already jumped off the bed, reached out to take the weapon on the table, and stared at the door with vigilance. On the bed behind him, a beautiful woman with heavy makeup wrapped in a quilt huddled at the head of the bed in panic. "Who are you?" the man asked sternly. Sunan did not answer, raised his hand, and shot out a flash of lightning to hit the man. The man had no time to react, and fell to the ground with convulsions. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the lady on the bed was so scared that she covered her face with her hands, took a deep breath, and prepared to scream. But it was a pity that the precasting of taking a breath took too much time. Sunan threw his hand and shot out a flash of lightning, and the lady also convulsed and fainted. Closing the door casually, Sunan used the magician's hand to pick up the unconscious man from the ground and wake him up. Before the man could speak, he had already cast the charm of humans, and the man's eyes suddenly became stagnant. Name: Honey Diamond. Position in the Spark Church: 3-star believer. Sunan was slightly disappointed. Below the Spark Church priests, ordinary believers are divided into 1-star to 5-star believers from the lowest to the highest. 3-star believers are still at the bottom of the Spark Church and probably don't get involved in too core affairs. "Do you know about the capture of magical creatures?" "Yes." Sunan's spirits lifted slightly. "Tell me in detail." Honey paused, then said with a dull look, "The people in charge of this matter are Priest Troy and Priest Ryan. They go out almost every day, but they have not been able to catch the magical creature so far. The priest is very annoyed about this." "Go out every day? Then why haven't I seen anyone entering or leaving the manor?" "Those people enter and leave the manor through the underground secret passage." Sunan patted his forehead. speechless. Come to think of it, this is a secret base, and the people of the Spark cult naturally cannot come in and out of the gate frequently. Otherwise people would have noticed something was wrong long ago. It is normal for a base to have a secret passage. It's just that he has been in a blind spot and has not thought of this. Inexperience is lacking. Sunan laughed at himself, then asked, where do those who capture magical creatures usually go? North of the city. Honey said blankly. For some reason, the range of activities of that magical creature has always been limited to the north of the city. So Troy priests have been searching in the north of the city. Sunan understood. It seems that the search range will be transferred to the north of the city. Although it is known that there is a secret passage in the Xinghosek's base. Who knows where the exit of the secret passage leads to? What if the exit is in a remote abandoned well or a residential building? I don't know how long it will take to find it. In comparison, it is better to try your luck in the north of the city. Once the Xinghosek finds the magical creature, the pursuit process will definitely be noisy. He and Elong search separately, and the probability of finding it is still not small. Elong's ability to transform virtuality into reality is very suitable for finding people in towns with complex terrain. While thinking, Sunan has already made a plan in his mind. After asking for a while, he was sure that he could not get any more valuable information. And then, he was ready to get rid of Honey. But at this moment, Sunan's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at the table next to him. The doors and windows of the room were closed, not opened, and only a trace of moonlight came in through the gaps in the doors and windows, like silver lines printed on the ground and the table. A kitten was standing on the table, just passing through the silver lines in the middle of the table. The bright moonlight illuminated its slender body, shiny and smooth snow-white fur, and gem-like ice blue eyes. Cat? Sunan was stunned, and then his eyes suddenly fixed. He turned his wrist, and an earth-rune gem appeared between his index and middle fingers, ready to be activated at any time. The doors and windows of the room were closed. How did this cat get in? Besides, with his own perception, how could he let a cat approach him before he noticed it? There is a problem. Just when Sunan was in doubt, the kitten walked towards him naturally. As she walked, her slender body showed a graceful curve, and her steps were light and vigorous, with a dreamlike splendor. There was also a delicate and small golden bell tied with a red ribbon around her neck. For a moment, Sunan actually had the illusion that she was seeing a rich lady taking a lazy walk in her own yard. Walking to the edge of the table, the kitten jumped down and landed lightly on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Sunan and Honey with her gem-like ice blue eyes, revealing human curiosity in her eyes. Meow. What are you doing? Chapter 38. Worse than a cat. At this time, Sunan had actually realized that the strange cat in front of him was probably the magical creature that the Spark cult had been hunting. But the kitten's sudden opening still surprised him. Among magical creatures, there are many individuals whose intelligence is comparable to that of humans, or even smarter than humans. But this does not mean that these magical creatures can communicate normally with humans. Take the hidden dragon as an example. As the life level improves, one day its intelligence will be improved to a level that is almost the same as that of humans, or even higher. But it still can't speak human language, but only lizard language. Perhaps it will naturally master dragon language after awakening the dragon bloodline. But unless someone patiently teaches it to learn human language, it is basically impossible for the hidden dragon to speak human language. So seeing a cat speaking human language, Sunan was still very surprised. Teaching a cat to master human language is not an easy task. Meow. Why are you ignoring me? Seeing Sunan staring at him in silence, the kitten asked seriously again. The voice was as tender as that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl, and it sounded as sweet and clear as a mountain spring. Coming back to his senses, Sunan said calmly, sorry. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful cat like you, and I was a little fascinated. Meow. Really? Thank you for the compliment. The kitten's eyes narrowed with joy, and his expression was very lively. My name is Sunan. What's your name? My name is Amy. How did Amy get into the room? Just like that. Amy jumped forward lightly and disappeared into thin air. When she appeared again, she was on the other side of the room several meters away. Space shuttle? Sunan opened his eyes in astonishment. At that moment just now, he actually sensed the fluctuation of space. This strange kitten actually mastered the rare ability of space shuttle. Sunan finally understood why the Spark cult had never been able to catch this kitten. Although the virtual real conversion ability of the hidden dragon can also shuttle through the void, the moving distance still depends on its own moving speed. But the ability of Space Shuttle can achieve instant movement within a certain range regardless of distance and obstacles. The radius of this range is at least hundreds of meters, and at most several kilometers. For knights, this ability is like a bug that cannot be solved. Even Sunan was helpless with the ability of Space Shuttle before learning the fourth ring spell Dimension Anchor. A cat that has mastered the ability of Space Shuttle and can speak human language. What is the origin of this little guy? Sunan became more and more curious. Amy didn't seem to know how to refuse. She answered all his questions, even questions related to her own abilities, and she didn't have any tendency to avoid them. She seemed to have a kind of pure beauty in her IQ. Sunan simply squatted down, trying to show a gentle look as much as possible, and continued to ask, Amy, why did you come here? Amy jumped and jumped back in front of Sunan. Meow. I feel the energy particle fluctuations here, so I came to take a look. At this point, Amy looked at Sunan carefully. Her eyes slightly widened. You have a lot of energy particles on you. You are a wizard apprentice. Meow. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Do you know about wizard apprentices? Of course. This is what the master told me. The master is a very powerful wizard. The kitten held his head high, with a strong sense of pride in his voice. What is your master name? Although it felt very strange to talk to a cat, Sunan still patiently asked seriously. The master name is the master. Amy tilted her head in confusion. Then where is your master? Master. Amy's mood suddenly dropped. The master is gone. I took a nap and woke up to find that the master was gone. Then a group of bad guys broke in, looting things everywhere, and wanted to catch me. Fortunately, I was smart and ran away in time. So that's the case. You are really pitiful. Sunan reached out and touched Amy's back, while feeling the softness of the kitten's fur. He thought secretly in his heart. From Amy's analysis, it is very likely that the place where it is located is the residence of a wizard. The wizard disappeared for some unknown reason, and then the people of the Spark cult found this place and moved the things inside. Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but feel a little sorry. It would be a waste to give those things to the people of the Spark cult, and they couldn't use them. If they were all given to him, they would definitely gain a lot. Then why did those bad guys keep chasing you? It seemed that she hadn't been touched for a long time. Amy squinted her eyes with some enjoyment. She didn't react at all to why Sunan knew that she had been chased by bad guys. She answered without thinking, I was angry that they stole the owner's things. So I followed them into their residence and wanted to take back all the owner's things. As a result, I took the wrong things because I was too nervous. And then the bad guys kept chasing me to take the things back. What did you take? Sunan asked subconsciously. Amy stretched out her fluffy paws and patted the floor, and an egg-sized bead appeared out of thin air. Sunan keenly felt that at the moment the bead appeared, the golden bell hanging around Amy's neck showed extremely subtle energy particle fluctuations. Obviously, it was not an ordinary bell, but a space magic item. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. He, a second-class wizard apprentice, still didn't have a space magic item, and was worse than a cat. And the more this happened, the more curious Sunan was about Amy's master. The person who could cultivate a magical creature like Amy must be very powerful. And maybe he is a powerful official wizard. I just don't know how the other party managed to be promoted to a wizard in the current Starlight continent. While thinking, Sunan looked at the bead. After a careful observation, he found that it was not a bead, but a round, crystal clear light yellow amber with a drop of blood inside. Can I take a look? Sunan pointed at the amber and asked Amy. Amy nodded readily. No problem. But be careful. Meow. This thing is a bit weird. Sunan nodded, wrapped a layer of energy particles on the surface of his palm, and then carefully picked up the amber. After a pause, after making sure that there was no abnormality, Sunan quickly put the amber into the Rubik cube under the cover of his body, and then checked the information. At first glance, he was surprised. God blood amber, with a content of 0.05 milliliters of god blood, can increase the attraction to energy particles when carried with you. But it has a certain mental pollution. Long-term close contact will lead to changes in thinking and cognition, and a strong and fanatical belief in the source of god blood. Chapter 39 God Blood Amber. God blood. Sunan did not expect that the blood in amber would be this kind of thing. You have to know that the Starlight Continent was the territory of wizards 1,000 years ago. It is impossible for a god to enter the Starlight Continent and seek death. It stands to reason that there should be no god blood. Could it be that in the 1,000 years since the wizard left, there were gods from other worlds who entered the Starlight Continent to spread their faith? Sunan could not help but think of the star god believed in by the Spark Church. I thought that the star god was just fabricated by the top leaders of the Spark Church to fool the lower-level believers. But now it seems that this is not the case. But if the star god really exists, why don't the believers of the Spark Church know any magic? And their fighting methods are completely native knights? Or is it that this god blood is actually just the materials collected by a wizard 1,000 years ago, and it has been left until now? Frowning and thinking for a while, Sunan couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and temporarily put this matter behind him, and put his attention back to the god blood amber in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he dispersed the energy particles in his palm and let his skin touch the blood amber. In an instant, he was in a trance, and there seemed to be a vague whisper in his ears. A magnificent palace seemed to appear in his vision, and a tall figure whose face could not be seen sat high on the throne. And countless fanatical believers knelt below. Countless prayers and praises echoed in his mind, describing the greatness and omnipotence of the gods. Sunan frowned and used energy particles to isolate the blood amber. The sound in his ears and the vision in his mind disappeared. Is this the so-called mental pollution? Sunan looked a little solemn. With his mental power, he was not immune to mental pollution. If it were someone else, even a knight, who suffered from this kind of mental pollution for a long time, it would be difficult not to be transformed into a fanatic. But although mental pollution is terrible, this thing also has benefits. At the moment of contacting the blood amber just now, Sunan clearly felt that his body's attraction to the free energy particles in the air had become much stronger. For knights, this allows their bodies to be constantly bathed in energy particles, and their physique is subtly enhanced all the time. Presumably, the Spark cult used the spiritual pollution and physical enhancement properties of the god blood amber to cultivate a large number of knights with fanatical faith in a short period of time, thereby rapidly expanding its power. And for wizard apprentices, the god blood amber is also beneficial. The essence of meditation is actually to absorb energy particles to strengthen mental power. God blood amber can strengthen the absorption of energy particles, and naturally it can also improve the efficiency of meditation in disguise. The question is how to eliminate mental pollution. Sunan doesn't want to become a fanatic believer of the so-called star god. Synthetic magic cubes can enhance the effects of synthetic objects and weaken the side effects. If there is enough god blood amber, can the side effects of mental pollution be weakened through synthesis? Sunan's eyes lit up. When the blood of the black-scaled lizard man was used to synthesize the blood of the dragon lizard and the blood of the sub-dragon, the rejection reaction of the blood was successfully reduced. If the god blood amber is synthesized, the result should be similar. Thinking of this, Sunan suddenly became excited and looked at Amy expectantly. Amy, do you have any more of these? No, I only took one. Amy shook her head. Sunan was a little disappointed, but he continued to ask, the Spark Church is where those bad guys live. Are there many of these? A lot. Meow. Amy raised her paw and tapped the floor gently, counting a number each time she tapped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 22, 24, 25. There are 25. Your counting ability needs to be improved. But 24 god blood ambers are not a small number. Come to think of it, since the Spark Church can use god blood amber to grow rapidly, it means that they must have a lot of god blood amber. Sunan was refreshed. If he could get enough god blood amber, the problem of improving meditation efficiency might be solved. Amy, can you sell this to me? Sunan shook the god blood amber in his hand. What do you want this for? Amy tilted her head in confusion. Meow. I can give it to you if you want it, but you have to do me a favor. You say. Amy has been chased by those bad guys, and can't even sleep well. Can you help me drive them away? Sunan smiled slightly, and agreed without hesitation. No problem. He was going to deal with the Spark cult anyway, so this favor was just a matter of convenience. Tearing off a piece of tablecloth, wrapping the blood amber and putting it in his pocket, Sunan turned his head to look at Honey with a dull look. The recipient under the effect of the charm human spell can clearly remember what happened around him, so this person must not be left alive. Sunan was about to deal with this guy, but his expression suddenly changed. and he activated the Earth Rune gem in his hand without hesitation. The yellowish halo with a heavy texture instantly enveloped the whole body. The next moment, the door suddenly exploded with a bang. Amid the splashing of gravel, two half-moon-shaped sword chi came through the air like sharp arrows, slashing towards Sunan and Amy respectively. Sunan raised his hand to block it, and the sword chi hit his palm with a bang. After a moment of stalemate, it suddenly exploded. The violent shock wave hit the yellow halo on his body, causing ripples, but it could not break through. On the other side, Amy had already used Space Shuttle to move to an unknown place when the sword chi attacked. Swish! Explosions broke through the air. Two more sword chi attacked, and this time, the target was Sunan and the unconscious noblewoman on the bed. The latter was twisted into a blood mist by the sword chi without any resistance. Sunan was prepared this time, and his figure flashed and easily avoided the sword chi, squinting his eyes to look outside. Both attacks were so precise. Can you sense the location of the people in the room? With a flash of his eyes, Sunan casually broke Honey's neck, then rushed out of the room, crossed the courtyard and came to the street outside. More than 20 people wearing cloaks and armor had already surrounded the house. Leading them were two tall and burly men, whose bodies shone with a faint glow under the moonlight. Great night. Meow. It's you bad guys again. Amy appeared on the roof more than 10 meters away at some point, staring angrily at the group of spark cultists. Sunan immediately understood that this group of people should be the spark cultists who had been chasing Amy. The two great knights in the lead were most likely the Troy priest and Ryan priest mentioned by Honey. Troy and Ryan ignored Amy's words, but stared at Sunan with vigilance. Who are you? Sunan's face was covered by a layer of yellow halo, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, Troy and Ryan dared not underestimate the opponent's ability to easily block two sword attacks in succession. The blood of God is on him. At this time, Ryan took out a statue and looked at it. His face suddenly changed, and his sharp eyes shot at Sunan like a sword. Troy's face also became cold, pointing his sword at Sunan, and shouted in a deep voice, "Hand over the things." Sunan didn't say anything nonsense, and raised his hand to shoot out a flash of lightning. Troy and Ryan quickly dodged, but the spark cult behind them didn't have such a fast reaction and speed, and was blasted into charcoal on the spot. Wizard. Looking at their charged subordinates, Troy and Ryan changed their colors at the same time, and when they looked at Sunan again, their eyes were already as if they were facing a great enemy. The two decisively ordered at the same time, "Kill him!" Chapter 40. A versatile cat. The battle broke out suddenly in an instant. It was different from what the Spark Cult members expected. They were the first to be attacked. Almost at the moment when Troy finished speaking, two Spark Cult members screamed miserably, and their bodies broke into several pieces, as if they were torn apart alive by the claws of a beast. What happened? The Spark Cult members had a stunned thought in their minds at the same time. Before they could figure it out, two more companions flew into the air with a bang. Their bodies twisted into strange and unnatural arcs, and there was a bone-numbing sound in their bodies. After landing, they only twitched for a moment, and then died. Troy finally reacted at this time and shouted in shock and anger, "Something is hiding nearby. Be careful." However, these words had no other effect except to cause panic among his men. They had no idea where the invisible enemy was, let alone how to defend and attack. They could only watch their companions being torn apart by attacks from nowhere, with broken bones and tendons, and wailing as they died. In just 3 or 4 breaths, more than a dozen Spark cultists were killed. The rest of the people were also terrified, pale, and trembling. Damn it! Troy gritted his teeth as he watched the scene, and suddenly turned around and rushed towards Sunan. Kill the guy first. Ryan also realized at this time that this weird scene must have been caused by Sunan. Kill this guy first. Facing the two murderous people rushing over, Sunan looked calm and composed, and threw a rune gem without hesitation. With a loud bang, the gem suddenly burst into a fiery red light in the air, turning into a raging flame wave that submerged Ryan. The latter's Do-Chi shield on his body only lasted for less than a breath before it was broken, and then the flame swept over his body, turning into a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky in an instant. Ah! With a shrill scream, the great knight was burned to ashes in the flames in an instant. Troy on the other side saw his scalp tingling and his body was filled with cold. Although Ryan's strength was not as good as his, he was also a junior great knight, but he was killed in an instant. The means of this mysterious man were simply terrifying. Seeing Sunan's eyes looking at him, Troy suddenly felt a kind of fear that seemed to tighten his heartstrings, and decisively turned around and fled. He finally understood that this man was not someone they could deal with. Even if everyone gave up their lives, they could not do anything to him. If they wanted to get the divine blood potion back, they could only go back and ask the priest to help. However, when he turned around, Troy was shocked to find that the people he brought with him had been wiped out, and there were broken limbs and bodies everywhere, and the blood was shocking. In addition, the surroundings were empty, and there was still no trace of the monster. Troy suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, a powerful and heavy force attacked from the side, hitting him like a tidal wave. Boom! Troy flew out like a cannonball, flying 100 meters away before falling to the ground, spewing out a large mouthful of blood mixed with broken meat. Without taking a breath, he roared and climbed up, running forward quickly. But the lightning was faster than him, a lightning that tore through the night, crossed more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and struck his back. Crack! Countless arcs of electricity exploded and instantly swept Troy's body. When the dazzling lightning dissipated, Troy had already turned into charcoal and collapsed to the ground, without a sound. In the distance, Sunan withdrew his palm with an indifferent expression. When dealing with a night-level enemy, whether it is a zero-ring spell or simply manipulating energy particles, the effect is very limited. The real combat means that can be used are rune gems. A rune gem is enough to kill a junior knight in seconds. If the cost is not too high, Sunan would like to use rune gems as a regular combat means. Meow. Sunan, you are so awesome. Amy appeared out of thin air at Sunan's feet, looking at him with admiration. So many bad guys were solved by Sunan in a flash. Awesome. By the way, is that big guy who can turn invisible your pet? Amy asked curiously. Sunan was surprised. Can you see Long? Yeah. Amy nodded vigorously. Master said that my perception is very sharp, and I can see many things that others can't see. Is it similar to the ability of the Eye of Truth? Sunan was thoughtful, knowing that he was discovered. Long no longer hid, and directly revealed his figure, looking up and down at Amy with his pupils wide open. Amy's hair stood up instantly, and she hid behind Sunan in a flash. Meow. Don't eat me. Amy is not delicious. Sunan was stunned. At that moment, he did sense the idea that Long conveyed that this cat looks delicious through the magic pet contract. Can you sense other creatures' thoughts? Amy shrank back and said. Not a meow. But I can sense other people's ill will towards me. Is there such an ability? Sunan suddenly realized. He had thought Amy was too naive before, approaching a stranger without reservation and answering every question. Now it seems that it sensed that he had no ill will towards it, so it was not wary at all. Sunan couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that he didn't get greedy when he saw the divine blood amber and the space magic item with the bell appearance just now. Otherwise Amy might have slipped away now. But this kitten is too versatile. Space shuttle, the ability of the Eye of Truth, and now there is a malicious perception. It has mastered a lot of spell-like abilities, and I don't know if it has more spell-like abilities? After sighing for a while, Sunan walked to Ryan's body and searched for a statue from the ladder. Just now, Ryan judged that the divine blood amber was on him with this statue. Before, these people could accurately determine his position in the room. Perhaps because of this statue. The moment the statue was in his hand, Sunan heard a familiar whisper again. He carefully examined it while resisting the mental pollution. But this thing is not like a magic item, and the method of use can be deduced by the enchanted runes. He looked at it for a long time and couldn't figure out anything. In desperation, Sunan simply crushed the statue and found a divine blood amber inside. Now there are two. Sunan happily put both divine blood ambers into the magic cube, and then looked at the synthesis interface. Divine blood amber, with a divine blood content of 0.1 milliliters, can increase the attraction to energy particles when carried with you. But it has a certain mental pollution. Long-term close contact will cause changes in thinking and cognition, and a fanatical belief in the source of divine blood. The last word of the description of the synthesized divine blood amber, generating fanatical belief, is missing the word strong compared to before. This also confirms Sunan's previous speculation that synthesis can indeed reduce side effects. Next, as long as we find enough divine blood amber, we can synthesize a prop that can greatly improve the efficiency of meditation. Sunan showed a happy smile on his face. Chapter 41. Wait until this matter is over. Take Amy and Sunan quietly returned to the tavern room. As soon as she entered the room, Amy immediately pounced on the bed and rolled over on the soft sheets. Meow. I haven't slept on such a soft bed for many days. Finally. No one will come to catch me tonight. Although this is the case. Have you forgotten something important? On the way back to the tavern, Sunan kept giving himself psychological preparations, emphasizing that he had no ill will towards Amy. Now he could start to induce Amy without any burden. Amy, who was lying on the bed with her limbs spread out, raised her head and thought about it for a while, then suddenly jumped up as if she remembered something. Meow. I almost forgot that I haven't taken back the owner's things. The kitten jumped onto Sunan's knees and looked at him with tears in his eyes. Sunan, will you help me? It's good to remember it. Sunan smiled gently, stretched out his hand to scratch Amy's chin, and said, of course, we are friends. Meow. Thank you. Sunan, you are such a good person. Amy showed an expression of enjoyment, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. And she hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Tomorrow night, we will go to the base of the Spark cult. I will let Elon lead the people inside, and then we will sneak in. Take back your things and take away the god blood amber by the way, and teach them a lesson. Meow. Let's do it. Teach them a lesson. Amy couldn't tell whether the method was good or bad, but she believed in Sunan. Since Sunan said so, there must be no problem. After relaxing, Amy couldn't help yawning, and went back to bed with sleepy eyes, and soon fell asleep. Looking at the heartless kitten, Sunan couldn't help laughing and shaking his head, sitting cross-legged at the end of the bed, and began to meditate. No words were spoken all night. The next day, Amy slept until almost noon before getting up. Meow. I slept so comfortably. Amy jumped onto the table and grabbed the bell hanging around her neck. A crystal clear ice crystal that looked like a mint leaf suddenly appeared on her fleshy paw. Amy put the ice crystal leaf in front of her nose and sniffed it a few times, then put it in her mouth. Looking at her happy look, it was as if she was tasting some supreme delicacy. What is this? Sunan asked curiously. Ice mint. It tastes very good. Do you want to try it? Amy generously gave Sunan a piece. The latter took it and looked at it for a few times, then put it into the magic cube. Ice mint. Carrying it with you can resist the invasion of heat and poison, and taking it directly has a refreshing effect. It turned out to be a magic plant. No wonder it looked so strange. Sunan glanced at Amy. The kitten held the ice mint and sniffed and licked it, and soon it collapsed on the table like a puddle of mud, looking very enjoyable, shaking his head with a smile. Sunan came to the window and sat down, took out a book and started reading. Recently, he discovered another use for the Rubik Cube, which is to use it as a temporary storage tool. As long as it is a non-living object without autonomous consciousness, it can be placed in the Rubik Cube. In addition, the Rubik Cube can also shield the energy fluctuations of some special items. For example, the god blood amber. Whether it is placed in a pocket or in Amy's bell, it will be sensed by the Spark cult. But after it is placed in the Rubik Cube, even Amy can't sense the energy fluctuations of the god blood amber. From this point of view, the Rubik Cube is undoubtedly a higher level existence than space magic items. If there is any problem, it is that when using the Rubik Cube to synthesize items, everything must be taken out, which is a bit troublesome. I still have to find a real space magic item. Sunan sighed slightly, gathered his thoughts and concentrated on reading. In the evening, he went downstairs to eat something to show his presence, so that the boss would not come to knock on the door after seeing that he had been locked in the room all day. As a result, while eating, Sunan unexpectedly heard a piece of news. Have you heard that the Viscount is recruiting warriors to eliminate evil spirits? What evil spirits? Didn't they say that Lord Kubero's manor was haunted a while ago? It is said that it was an evil spirit. Did even the Viscount get alarmed by this? After all, several knights died. For this matter, the Viscount has offered a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Really? 1,000 gold coins. I can't spend them all in my lifetime. Several drinkers exclaimed. Sunan's eyes flashed. He finished his meal calmly, and then went upstairs to his room. Time passed slowly. The gloomy night gradually enveloped the entire Stone Bell City. Sunan glanced at the night sky outside the window, closed the book and stood up. It's time to act. Amy was licking her paws boredly. and immediately stood up when she heard this. Meow. I'm ready. Sunan nodded, opened the window and jumped down, landing silently in the alley behind the tavern. Amy appeared on his shoulder out of thin air. In the night, a man and a cat rushed out of the alley and ran towards the Spark cult's base. Late at night, most of the residents in the city had fallen asleep. There were few people on the street, and only a few drunks were seen lying on the roadside occasionally. Occasionally, patrolling city guards passed by, but they were also sensed in advance by Sunan and easily avoided. Not long after, a man and a cat arrived at the Spark cult's base. Looking at the brightly lit manor in the distance, a cold light flashed in Sunan's eyes. Go. Try to lead the people inside out. A low hissing sound came from behind, as if a breeze blew past, and then everything returned to silence. Deep in the manor, in the study of the main building, the atmosphere was extremely stagnant. The four priests stood in front of the desk with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe, let alone look at the priest Casper sitting opposite. 2 priests and more than 20 believers were killed overnight, and you still can't find any clues about the murderer. Casper glanced at the 4 people with a cold look, and his tone became colder. I doubt whether you can continue to serve as priests. The 4 priests suddenly broke out in a thin layer of sweat. An older priest said hurriedly, Master Priest, we checked the traces at the scene and confirmed that most of the believers died under the claws of some beasts. And the body of the priest Ryan had lightning scorch marks on his body. As for the priest Troy, although we didn't find his body, from the traces at the scene, he was very likely burned to ashes by the high-temperature flames. Casper narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Are you trying to tell me that the one who killed him was a legendary knight who raised strange beasts? No. No. The priest shook his head hurriedly. If a legendary knight who had a feud with the sect entered the Stone Bell City, they would not have received the news in advance. In addition to the legendary knights, there are also wizards who have mastered the power of elements. We all agree that the person who attacked is likely a wizard, and the other party is very likely to be related to the magical creature we are chasing. Casper was silent for a long time, and said, No matter what, the 2 divine blood ambers that were taken away must be taken back and must not be allowed to be lost. I don't care what method you use. You must find the wizard for me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes, sir. The 4 priests' expressions tightened, and they responded in unison. Casper's expression eased a little, rubbed his eyebrows and asked, How is the investigation of the matter in Blackstone City going? A priest hesitated and said, Sir, the 4 people sent out have all lost contact. The list of spies given to us by Baron Owen has also been cleared. Yuri and others may have. Casper's eyes twitched. The loss of 2 great knights and 2 senior knights at once is a big loss for the Stone Bell City stronghold. Adding the loss of manpower last night, it is not an exaggeration to say that the vitality is seriously damaged. Logically speaking, there is only one great knight, Keyionist, in Blackstone City. Yuli and his men cannot fail no matter how they think about it. A priest said. The other person snorted coldly and said, Is there any need to think about it? The information given by Baron Owen must be wrong. There are probably other strong people in Blackstone City. He must be responsible for the failure of this assassination. Casper looked at the older priest, who immediately understood and said, Baron Owen said he didn't know what happened. The guy was confused and insisted that we were incapable of doing things. He asked us to continue to send assassins to kill the 2 targets. He has a beautiful idea. Casper sneered with contempt and waved his hand. Tell him that the previous reward is compensation for the wrong intelligence. If you want us to continue to assassinate the target, you have to pay another 3,000 gold coins. Yes, sir. Waving his hand to let the 4 priests retreat, Casper stood up and walked to the window, looking at the endless night sky. The mistake this time was not small. But fortunately, there is still that batch of things. As long as they are handed over, it should be enough to make up for the mistake this time. If it works well, it is not impossible to move up 1 level. When this matter is settled, I will personally take the things to Sunan City. Casper's mouth showed a faint smile. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly came from the distance. Casper's smile froze, and he looked into the distance, and saw a cloud of dust rising from the direction of the manor gate. Chapter 42 Treasure Detector. Boom! The deafening sound was heard far away in the silent night. Sunan calmly looked at the dust rising hundreds of meters away, petting the cat and waiting patiently. Not long after, Deafening shouts and screams came from the direction of the manor. Just by listening to the sound, Sunan could imagine the confused look of the people of the Spark sect when they heard the news and rushed to the gate, but found that there was no one around. And the panic and confusion when the invisible bloody attack suddenly broke out around them. Unless there are priests at the level of great knights or higher level cadres, ordinary Spark sect members are just lambs to be slaughtered for the hidden dragon. They will not know where the attack came from until they die. The fight lasted for about 4 or 5 minutes. And then, the invisible hidden dragon rushed out of the manor and ran wildly into the distance. Behind it, 3 figures chased closely. One of them was extremely powerful, and his straight-line sprint speed was even faster than the hidden dragon. A senior knight? Most likely the priest who manages this stronghold. The other 2 are also knights, and should be priests. The management of the Spark cult stronghold in Shizhong City consists of a priest and 8 priests. 2 of the priests died in Blackstone City. 2 priests died in the battle last night. That is to say, there are only 2 priests left in the manor at most. Meow. Will Shine be okay? Amy asked worriedly. I don't know when it gave Yinlong this name. Don't worry. It will be fine. Sunan comforted. The Yinlong's ability to transform virtuality and reality is particularly unique in the complex terrain of the town environment. If it is determined to escape, even a senior knight will not be able to catch up with it, and it can only be led by it in circles and run farther and farther. After waiting patiently for a while, estimating that the 3 people who left had run a long distance, Sunan appeared and walked towards the manor. He is not good at sneaking in. After all, he does not have the right spells and magic items. But there was no need to sneak in. The remaining defense force of the manor at this time was no longer a threat to him. The most important thing was to get rid of the people who blocked the road as soon as possible and then find the target of his trip. In the messy courtyard, a group of Spark cultists were busy treating the wounded. Seeing a man and a cat swaggering in, they were stunned. Coming back to their senses, one of them immediately realized that something was wrong, raised his weapon and shouted, "What are you?" Crack! Before he finished speaking, a flash of lightning had already blasted him into charcoal. Then more lightning and fire suddenly broke out, sweeping the entire courtyard. The Spark cultists present did not even have a big knight, and Sunan controlled the energy particles and easily got rid of everyone. Where is the thing you are looking for? Sunan looked at Amy, who was lying on his shoulder. The little guy raised his head, tilted his head to sense it, pointed to the left front and said, "In that direction. The concentration of energy particles there is very high." Sunan rushed to the left front without saying a word. Along the way, there were many Spark cultists who heard the noise and jumped out to stop him. But they were all killed by him at will, and he couldn't even stop them. The manor was not large, and it only took 4 or 5 minutes for Sunan to reach the place where Amy said the energy particles were very dense. What came into view was a tightly closed iron door. A splash of acid splashed on the iron door and corroded a big hole. Sunan bent down and walked through the hole and walked down the stairs. What appeared in front of him was a wide basement. The night pearls inlaid around the ceiling emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire basement like daylight. There were many wooden shelves around the room, with various items placed on them. The most were books. About 30 or 40 books. There were also some jewelry such as rings, necklaces, and bracelets, as well as a large number of cloaks, swords, etc. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked to the shelf where the books were placed, and his eyes swept over the books one by one. Sunan was pleasantly surprised by the dazzling array of books, such as Magic Philosophy, Plain Biology, Burning Hands, Magic Alarm, Spell Missile, Debilitating Ray, Basics of Magic Item Manufacturing, Low-Level Magic Item Collection, Design and Manufacturing of Magic Crystal Forge, and Magic Pattern Core. Among the books in front of him, there were 7 or 8 books on first ring spell models alone, and even 1 book on second ring spell models. Among the remaining books, there were also many very practical knowledge. For example, Basics of Magic Item Manufacturing could speed up his progress in learning magic item manufacturing. Low-level Magic Item Collection could provide him with design drawings for making magic items in the future. Design and Manufacturing of Magic Crystal Forge, as the name suggests, is the manufacturing drawing of the Magic Crystal Forge. The furnace in Sunan Laboratory is only a basic furnace. If he can make a Magic Crystal Forge, The cost of refining the black rock leopard will definitely be reduced by a large margin. And he will also have the foundation for refining higher level puppets. But I've never heard of the magic pattern core. Is it a magic item? Sunan shook his head. Now is not the time to study this. The most urgent thing is to take the things away. Without hesitation, he put everything into the magic cube. After thinking for a while, he also took down the night pearl on the ceiling and took it away. And then looked at Amy. Your master things are all here? Amy nodded vigorously. All here. Okay. Then let's go find the god blood amber next. No problem. Meow. The god blood amber is over there. Amy pointed to the right. Sunan steps to the outside suddenly stopped. And he looked at Amy in surprise. Can you sense the location of the god blood amber? Meow. I have already recorded the energy fluctuations of the god blood amber. I can't be wrong. Amy tilted her head, with a puzzled expression as if this is not normal. Sunan was speechless. He originally thought that Amy could only sense the concentration of energy particles. But he didn't expect that this kitten could really sense the more essential energy fluctuations. The gap between the two is completely different. The former wizard, apprentice, can also do it as long as his mental power is high enough. Or he masters spells such as detection magic. At most the sensing distance is not that far. The latter can be used as a treasure detector. As long as the energy fluctuations are recorded, you can find the same, similar, high-energy items. When looking for treasures, it is so practical. Sunan's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Amy, as if he was looking at a treasure. He originally had the idea of abducting Amy back to Blackstone City. And now, he was even more determined. If Amy was there, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for him to search for magic items or explore wizard inheritance in the future. Amy didn't know that someone was already thinking about it. It was very happy to successfully get back the owner's things. Now it was excitedly urging Sunan to find the god blood amber. After calming down, Sunan left the basement and bent down to pass through the hole. Just as his body passed through the hole, two shining swords attacked from both sides, one on the left and one on the right, aiming directly at his neck and heart. Chapter 43 High Concentration Energy Area. Swish. The sword blade containing fighting spirit tore through the air, stirring up a piercing sonic boom. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sunan fell into a deadly and dangerous place under siege. However, there was no panic on his face. His right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the sword blade attacking from the right. There was a dull sound, and the sword blade seemed to hit the tough leather. The fighting spirit and the yellow halo fought fiercely, but they could not break through. On the other side, the long sword attacking from the left was also blocked by an invisible shield, and could not advance an inch. The fierce attack of the two great knights that had been prepared for a long time was easily resolved. Are the remaining two priests here? It's just right to deal with them together. Sunan stood up and glanced at the two people on his left and right with indifference. The two priests who were in shock saw that the enemy did not take them seriously at all, and they were immediately enraged. They shouted and rushed over again. Sunan threw out two rune gems without hesitation, and the blazing flames and dazzling lightning suddenly burst out, rushing forward like a long dragon, instantly submerging the two people. After the deafening roar, there were two more corpses on the ground. Meow. Sunan is so powerful, Amy shouted at the side. Although the little guy was simple, he looked accustomed to the bloody death scene. It was estimated that his previous owner had blood on his hands. After solving the two priests, the remaining spark cultists seemed to be afraid, and no one jumped out to stop Sunan, running wildly with wind energy particles all the way. After more than 10 breaths, one person and one cat arrived at the main building deep in the manor. The thing is on the second floor. Amy's fleshy claws pointed to the room in the middle of the second floor. Sunan jumped high on the spot, broke through the window, and entered the room, and then blasted a wall under Amy's guidance and found a secret room. There was only a stone platform and 3 boxes inside. On the stone platform was the divine blood amber he was looking for. There were 24 in total. Sunan accepted them all without hesitation, including the previous ones. He now had 26 divine blood ambers. When Sunan opened the other 3 boxes, his eyes suddenly lit up. Golden coins. The 3 boxes were all filled with gold coins, estimated to be no less than 2,000. I didn't expect these guys to be so rich. Sunan sighed, and then put all the gold coins into the magic cube. After doing all this, he quickly left the main building and ran out of the manor. Not long ago, The hidden dragon sent a message that the three people chasing it seemed to have discovered something wrong and were rushing back to the manor. Unfortunately, they were destined to miss it. Rushing out of the manor, Sunan's footsteps did not stop and disappeared in the night in a blink of an eye. Not long after, three figures rushed into the manor and headed straight for the main building. When Casper saw the emptied secret room, his eyes almost went dark. Damn thief! Beast! After coming to his senses, Casper, who was extremely angry, smashed the desk next to him with a sword. The two priests behind him lowered their heads in fear, not saying a word, fearing that they would bring bad luck. At this moment, a Spark cultist rushed in and said in a panic, "Priest, it's bad. We found the bodies of Priest Braun and Priest Lori in the warehouse." Before he finished speaking, Casper had already appeared in front of the cultist, grabbed his collar, and asked with a sullen face, "What about the underground warehouse? Is there any trouble?" The cultist was startled and stammered, "Too. The bodies of the two priests are in front of the door of the underground warehouse. And everything in the warehouse has been emptied. A bunch of trash." Before the cultist finished speaking, the extremely angry Casper had already slapped him on the forehead. The unfortunate fellow died tragically in an instant without even a groan. "Damn it. I will find you." Casper's angry roar was heard far away in the middle of the night. Just as Casper was furious, Sunan had quietly returned to the tavern room. At the same time, Elong also returned to the vicinity of the tavern and found a place to hide. After checking and making sure that no one had entered the room since he left, Sunan sat down and took out all the spoils he had obtained tonight. Looking at the more than 20 pieces of divine blood amber on the table, Sunan was full of joy. Opening the Rubik cube and putting the divine blood amber in one by one, Sunan stared at the information on the synthesis interface. After putting in 6 pieces of divine blood amber in a row, the information on the synthesis interface finally showed obvious changes. Divine blood amber, with a divine blood content of 0.4 milliliters, can greatly increase the attraction to energy particles when carried with you, and has low mental pollution. Long-term close contact will lead to changes in thinking and cognition, and generate faith in the source of divine blood. Compared with before, the attraction of the god blood amber to energy particles has increased significantly, and the mental pollution has also been significantly weakened. Enjoy. Sunan put all the remaining god blood amber into the Rubik cube in one breath, and the synthesis interface information changed significantly again. God blood amber, with a content of 1.3 milliliters of god blood, can attract free energy particles after contact with the air, forming a high concentration energy area. When in this area, it will produce slight auditory and visual hallucinations, and it can be immune to mental power above 18. Success? Sunan was delighted. After the synthesis of the god blood amber, the side effects of mental pollution have completely disappeared, leaving only a little auditory and visual hallucinations. Sunan guessed that it was the prayers heard before and the magnificent halls seen. However, as long as there is no mental pollution, a little auditory and visual hallucinations can be completely accepted. Moreover, when the mental power reaches above 18, this side effect can also be immune. Compared with the initial god blood amber, the final synthetic product is undoubtedly much better. Without hesitation, Sunan decisively chose to synthesize. When he took out the synthesized god blood amber from the magic cube, he clearly felt that the free energy particles in the air around him quickly gathered together, forming a dense energy particle area with a radius of about 2 meters with the god blood amber as the center. Bathed in the dense energy particles, Sunan felt that his mind was clearer and more active than ever before. Even without his active absorption, many energy particles had already sunk into his body and the depths of his sea of consciousness, strengthening his body and filling the star ring. In this case, meditation can be at least 2 or 3 times more efficient than before, or even more. Strong joy surged in Sunan's chest. The effect of the synthetic product was much better than he expected. With the god blood amber, the time he spent on his promotion to the 3rd level wizard apprentice could be shortened by at least half. With the god blood amber alone, his trip to Shizhong City was not in vain. Meow? What's going on? Why are all the energy particles running to your side? Amy Sue noticed the strange phenomenon around Sunan, jumped up from the table in surprise, and stared blankly at the god blood amber in the latter's hand. That divine blood amber is strange. Why does it seem to be different? I made some small changes to it, as it involves his own secrets. Sunan did not explain too much. He just said something vaguely, and put away the divine blood amber, and turned to look at the things on the table. The things left by Amy's mysterious master were basically books or magic items. He had already read the books roughly. But as for the magic items, he did not have time to carefully identify them because of the tight time at that time. Now he had time. So he picked them up one by one and looked at them carefully. Chapter 44: 1,000 Years of Sleep. There are 18 magic items in total. Half of them are jewelry, and the rest are relatively large items such as cloaks, robes and weapons. What makes Sunan regretful is that most of these magic items have been completely damaged. They seem to have existed for a long time, and the enchanted runes on the surface have long been worn out and blurred under the erosion of time, and the magic properties contained in them have long disappeared. Only 2 magic items have relatively light enchantment runes, and they can probably be used after repair. Judging from the number and complexity of the enchantment runes, these 2 magic items were originally at least magic level. That is, real witchcraft weapons. But even if they are repaired now, they are at most second-rate magic items. What a pity. Sunan sighed. And then, he was a little confused. It is impossible for a magic weapon to be naturally corroded to this extent without thousands of years. Does Amy's master have a hobby of collecting old magic weapons? Sunan turned to look at Amy, raised the ring in his hand and asked, Amy, do you recognize this ring? Amy glanced at it and nodded, yes. This is a magic weapon that the master just made not long ago. I saw this ring in the laboratory before I went to bed. It's strange. How could it become so dirty? Sunan was stunned. When you saw the ring before, it was still new. Yes. Are you sure you remember it correctly? Amy thought about it and nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Sunan couldn't help but take a breath. The corrosion marks on the ring were definitely formed naturally. If what Amy said is true, it means that this ring was made thousands of years ago. And Amy's master, the wizard who made this ring, is most likely one of the wizards who left the Starlight Continent thousands of years ago and went on an expedition to the multiverse. Wait! Sunan reacted quickly. Amy's owner left while she was sleeping. So doesn't that mean Amy slept for 1,000 years? This little guy is actually over 1,000 years old. Amy suddenly noticed that Sunan looked at her with astonishment. It was as if he was looking at some extremely rare creature. What's wrong? Meow? The little guy tilted his head in confusion. Sunan was silent for a moment, then asked, Amy, have you ever seen a wizard other than your master? Of course I have. Many of my master friends are wizards, and there are many students of wizard apprentices. I can see them every day. But now they are all gone with my master. It's so strange. Meow. There were obviously many wizards and wizard apprentices on the street before, but I haven't seen any since I woke up. You are the first wizard apprentice I have met. Are there few wizards in this town? The case is solved. This little guy is really a magical pet that has lived for 1,000 years. What Sunan doesn't understand is why Amy's master would only leave it in the Starlight Continent. Why did the little guy sleep for 1,000 years? Although part of Amy's origin was speculated, there are more incomprehensible questions. Amy seemed to have noticed something from Sunan's expression, and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Meow? After hesitating, Sunan still told Amy about the wizards leaving the Starlight Continent. After hearing this, the little guy was stunned in place, his eyes dull. Master. The master left the Starlight Continent. And left me behind? Why? Did Amy do anything wrong? Sunan comforted, maybe your master didn't want to abandon you, but had to do so for some unavoidable reason. Look at how many things your master left behind. Which means he must have left in a hurry. Hearing this, Amy's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. That's right. Meow. I don't usually sleep that long. It must be the master who did it. If the master wanted to abandon me, there's no need to do this. That's right. Sunan followed the little guy's words. After making sure that the master didn't really abandon her, Amy regained her vitality and muttered as if to encourage herself. The master will definitely come back. I wait for the master here. Sunan thought that this was really possible. After 1,000 years, the elements will revive, and those wizards who left will return to the Starlight Continent. Maybe Amy's master is among them. In that case, Amy, do you want to go to where I live? Meow. Where Sunan lives. Amy was a little moved, but at the same time a little hesitant. But if I leave, what if the master can't find me when he comes back? Sunan smiled and said, "You are your master pet, right?" "Yes." "That's fine. There is a contractual induction between wizards and pets. If your master comes back, he will definitely find you." It seems so. Amy suddenly realized. Sunan continued to persuade her, "Besides, if you stay here, the people of the Spark cult might come to catch you again. It's better to leave with me and go to a place where they can't find you." In fact, Amy no longer has the god blood amber in her hand, and the people of the Spark cult can no longer hunt it through the induction between the god blood. But Amy, who has a touching IQ, didn't think of this at all. She just thought that Sunan's words made sense. And she had a good impression of Sunan, who helped her twice. So she didn't hesitate and agreed happily. Seeing this, Sunan's eyes flashed a smile. Although he did this for his own selfish reasons, it was also for Amy's good. This little guy is too simple and doesn't know much about the current Starlight continent. It's easy to suffer if he lives alone outside. After all, malicious perception is not omnipotent. It's better to follow me. At least he can eat and sleep well. Anyway, he won't be treated badly. After the excitement, Amy said a little embarrassedly, "But Sunan, will this be too much trouble for you?" "How could it be?" Sunan smiled slightly, and then pointed to the things on the table. "But if you really feel bad, why don't you lend me these things first, and return them to the original owner when your master comes back?" "No problem," Amy agreed without thinking. "It's useless to keep these things here anyway. By the way, let's go to your master residence tomorrow to take a look. Maybe we can find some clues about your master departure. It's rare to find a wizard's residence from 1,000 years ago, so Sunan will certainly not miss it. Maybe you can find something valuable." Amy didn't doubt him and agreed crisply. There were still 4 or 5 hours before dawn, and Sunan didn't plan to waste time. He sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the divine blood amber, and began to meditate. For hours later, he opened his eyes and opened the panel as soon as possible. "My proficiency in meditation has increased by 287 points. Almost 3.5 times as much as before. My mental strength has increased by 0.04. Not bad." Sunan nodded with satisfaction. "At this rate, he can build a 4-star ring in less than a month. If we can make a second-level active potion, the efficiency can be greatly improved. I just got more than 2,000 gold coins from the Spark Church. I will try to synthesize a higher-level potion when I go back." In fact, Sunan has also considered opening up a magic plant garden and planting large-scale silver moon flowers for making secondary active potions. In this way, the cost can be greatly reduced. But the planting and cultivation of magic plants is not like ordinary plants. It is not enough to just have a piece of land and hire a few people. In addition to a series of common environmental factors such as climate, soil, and humidity, planting magic plants also involves energy density. With the current energy density of the Starlight continent, small-scale planting of magic plants is barely enough. If you want to plant on a large scale, you must set up a rune array to gather energy particles and artificially increase the energy density. It is precisely because of the difficulty in cultivation that the price of silver moon flower has remained high. This is because silver moon flower is not a particularly precious magic plant. If it is a more precious magic plant, the person who takes care of it must also master certain magic plant cultivation knowledge. In short, building a magic plant garden is not something that can be done overnight. At least Blackstone City does not have the manpower and material resources to provide Sunan with the construction of a magic plant garden. Let's consider this matter after we take back the Flash territory. Chapter 45 Bloody Mandala. The night passed and the dawn arrived. As soon as the sky was light, Sunan took Amy out of the tavern. The residence of Amy's master, the mysterious wizard, was located in the Sharpstone Valley east of Shizhong City. More than 10 kilometers out of the city is a pine forest, following the dense trees all the way east. Over 2 hills, you will enter the scope of the Sharpstone Valley. After entering the valley, the further you go, the more desolate the environment becomes, and the terrain gradually becomes rugged. There is almost no vegetation on the surface, and there are jagged, sharp rocks everywhere. Dead grass and thorns grow out of the cracks in the rock wall, making a creaking sound as the cold mountain wind blows. Sunan was a little puzzled why the wizard chose to live in such a desolate place. But then he thought that it was 1,000 years ago, and maybe 1,000 years ago, the Sharpstone Valley was not what it is now. Amy lay quietly on Sunan's shoulder, licking her paws boredly. It was not until the sun rose from behind the distant mountains that the man and the cat finally arrived at a river beach. Meow. Walk along the river, and you will reach the place. Amy pointed to the front and said. Sunan did not leave immediately, but ordered the hidden dragon hiding nearby to explore the front first. This place has long been known to the Xingho sect. If the latter wants to catch them, they will most likely send people to squat here. So it is better to be careful. However, after a round of search, no one was found hiding nearby. It seems that those guys have not recovered from the battle last night. Sunan was relieved and walked towards the upper reaches of the river. Under Amy's guidance, he soon found a cave in the middle of a rock wall. With the blessing of wind energy particles, Sunan easily climbed up the rock wall and entered the cave. The cave was dark, but the passage was very flat and spacious, and traces of artificial construction could be seen everywhere. Sunan casually took out a night pearl as a light source and walked inside. At the end of the passage was an extremely spacious circular hall, with square granite bricks on the ground, engraved with dense strange patterns, like some kind of large magic array. However, many of the patterns have faded and blurred, and the magic array has long been unable to start. There are more than 10 doors on the surrounding walls. Behind the door is the apprentice living area, where wizard apprentices basically rest. That leads to the plantation, which used to have many strange magic plants and many elves. But now they are gone. That is the warehouse. And this is the magic experiment square. Amy introduced to Sunan where the doors led one by one, and she knew them all. The area of the entire building is unusually large, with passages extending in all directions and countless rooms. It can be said to be a castle built inside the mountains, judging from the runes that look like crystal marks left on the wall. This should have been a building similar to a wizard tower, but now it has been destroyed and fallen into ruin. Sunan originally thought that he could find a bargain here, but he found nothing along the way. The Xingho cult's ability to act was higher than he expected. They emptied the place directly without leaving anything valuable. It's a pity that this place is too remote and the surrounding environment is a bit desolate. Otherwise we could build a laboratory and magic plant garden here, Sunan thought with some regret. Since he couldn't find anything valuable, he didn't stay any longer and turned around and left with Amy. Walking out of the cave, Sunan suddenly remembered something and asked Amy, the people of the Spark cult said that you have been wandering around the north of the city. Why? Amy was stunned for a moment, and then shouted, Meow. I almost forgot. There is still something I haven't brought back. Sunan was surprised. What is it? It's the bloody mandragora. After the bad guys took this magic plant away, they didn't know why they put it in a big house. I wanted to take it back, but there was a powerful evil spirit guarding it, and I couldn't beat it. Bloody mandragora. Sunan was shocked. I remember that this is a very evil magic plant that feeds on the blood of living people. The more mature the rhizome is, the brighter it becomes. In the end, the rhizome will become as bright red as blood. Once it is fully mature, the bloody mandragora will emit hidden mental fluctuations, creating illusions to lure nearby creatures and devour their souls. When it devours enough souls, a terrible evil spirit will be born in the bloody mandragora's body, and it will start to kill nearby living people and devour souls to strengthen itself. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the place where the bloody mandragora is cultivated generally has to set up a corresponding restraining array. Otherwise, it will definitely cause evil spirit disasters in the end. Thinking of the ghost rumors he heard in the tavern before, Sunan suddenly understood. The big house that Amy mentioned is most likely Lord Kuburo's manor. It seems that it was most likely the Spark cult that designed to get the bloody mandala into the manor. But what was their purpose in doing so? After a little thought, Sunan quickly figured out the connection. Shizhong City is the central city of Yinhua territory, and Viscount Yinhua happens to be one of the nobles who is not on good terms with Marquis Jin Yin. When an evil spirit appears in his own territory, Viscount Yinhua must find a way to solve it. Otherwise, if he leaves it alone, the harm of the evil spirit will soon expand and eventually endanger the entire Shizhong City. And relying solely on the power of the knights to eliminate the evil spirit, it is unknown how many lives will be lost. Even if the evil spirit is finally successfully eliminated, Yinhua territory will definitely be seriously injured. By then, Marquis Jin Yin and the Spark cult will be able to take advantage of the opportunity. This evil spirit incident is most likely another part of Marquis Jin Yin's conspiracy to control Jinyan province. This guy is really not quiet at all, Sunan secretly complained. And then his mind became active again. Although the bloody mandragora is very harmful, it is also a very rare magic plant with a wide range of uses. For example, the formula for the evil hallucination potion that can increase mental power that I saw in Angel McLean's diary before. Its main ingredient is the juice of the bloody mandragora. Angel McLean has been looking for the bloody mandragora for decades, but has not found it. But he found it under such circumstances. It must be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Among the materials for making evil hallucination potions, the bloody mandragora is the rarest. Other materials can be synthesized through the magic cube. As long as I get this bloody mandragora, I can make evil hallucination potions continuously. Sunan was excited for a while, but soon calmed down. Evil spirits are not easy to deal with. It's better to prepare more trump cards before going. Sunan remembered the 2 half-damage magic items he had just obtained last night. If these 2 magic items can be repaired, it will undoubtedly be more certain to deal with evil spirits. In addition, he can't help Yinyaling solve the trouble for nothing. And he still has to get the reward he deserves. Chapter 46. You can kneel down and learn to bark like a dog. Silver Moon Castle. Meeting room. Viscount Silver Moon sat alone in the hall, rubbed his brows, and sighed with a frown. Since the evil spirit incident, he has not slept well for a day. Those ignorant lower-class people only thought that the Kubero Manor was haunted and treated this matter as a casual talk after dinner. But only he knew how serious the real situation was. That was an evil spirit. The legendary evil undead creature. If it is not handled properly, the entire Stone Bell City may become a ghost land. In order to deal with the evil spirit in the manor, he has lost a great knight and 5 knights, and his flesh is almost bleeding. But after such a great sacrifice, the evil spirit is still alive and kicking. And even because it devoured the souls of 6 knights, it has become more ferocious and terrifying. If the evil spirit is not eliminated as soon as possible, the situation will only get worse. When he thought of this, Viscount Silver Moon couldn't help but hate Kubero, who had been locked up in the cell. If this idiot hadn't been unable to watch over his wife, allowing her to be deceived by the Spark cult and bring the evil blood-colored flower into the manor, and if he hadn't blocked the news when someone died later because he was worried about his reputation being affected, things wouldn't have developed to the point where they were irreversible. Killing this idiot, who harms others and himself 10 times, wouldn't have relieved his anger. After taking a few deep breaths, Viscount Silver Moon calmed down his anger and asked the clerk beside him, "Are all the recruits here?" "All here, sir." The clerk bowed and said, "They are all waiting in the reception hall in front." Viscount Silver Moon hummed, stood up and walked outside. To eliminate the evil spirit, the fighting power of his men alone is definitely not enough, and he must recruit some mercenaries or wandering knights from outside to deal with powerful and terrifying evil spirits. One more knight fighting power is good. What a pity. It would be better if a wizard could be found. They are not those liars who pretend to be wizards, but are actually just playing tricks. But real wizards. They are the real professionals in dealing with evil spirits. It's just that wizards are always secretive. And Viscount Silver Moon didn't know where to find them for a while. I heard that the second son of the former Flash Baron became a wizard. I don't know if it's true or a rumor. While thinking, Viscount Silver Moon had already arrived at the reception hall. He glanced around and saw more than 20 people sitting in the hall. Almost all of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s wearing armor. Knights who are not of noble origin usually have to be promoted to knights in their 30s or 40s because of the poor quality of their breathing training and the lack of resources. And generally speaking, knights are the end point. Unless there is an adventure, it is impossible to be promoted to a great knight in your lifetime. So for those people sitting in the hall now, it is good to have a peak knight, but you can't expect a great knight. There was one person who was dressed more conspicuously, which made Viscount Silver Moon look at him more involuntarily. The man was wearing a thin gray robe and a night owl mask on his face, which made him stand out among the armored knights. However, those who could sit here had all been preliminarily assessed and confirmed to have knight-level strength. So Viscount Silver Moon did not say much, and went straight to the first seat at the back of the hall and waved his hand to signal the clerk. The clerk immediately stepped forward, looked around and said, "First of all, thank you all for coming to participate in the recruitment. We have explained the specific situation on the recruitment form, but I still want to remind you that the evil spirit in the Kubero Manor is very powerful, even as strong as a knight. He will die if he is not careful. Even so, do you still want to participate?" Everyone's face remained unchanged. The news that several knights died in the Kubro Manor had long been spread in Shizhong City. And they certainly knew it. In this case, they still came to participate in the recruitment. And they were obviously prepared psychologically. I just have one question, a burly man said in a muffled voice. Is the bounty of 1,000 gold coins real? The clerk glanced at the man and nodded. Of course it is true. The 1,000 gold coins will be divided equally among everyone present according to their strength. If anyone unfortunately dies in the manor, we will also send the money to the family members designated by that person. Hearing this, the knights present all showed joy. More than 20 people share 1,000 gold coins. Even the weakest one should be able to get 20 to 30 gold coins. Right? This is almost equivalent to their income for 3 or 4 years. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. If I am the only one participating, will all the 1,000 gold coins be mine? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became stagnant. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was the guy wearing a mask, who was unique and eccentric. TSK. What a big tone. Do you know what you are talking about? Want to take 1,000 gold coins by yourself? Hey, I just don't know if you have the strength to do that. I haven't seen such a rampant guy for a long time. Many malicious eyes gathered on the masked man, who is easy to mess with when they come out to be mercenaries and wandering knights these days. Many people were upset when they saw someone more arrogant than themselves. Boy, if you want to take the bounty by yourself, you have to get past me first. A burly man stood up, patted the iron axe on his back, and stared at the masked man with unkind eyes. You are so arrogant. You must have some skills. Let's compete. Whoever loses will kneel down and bark like a dog, and then quit. Do you dare? Some people recognized that the burly man was a famous wandering knight, whose strength had already reached the level of a senior knight, and looked at the masked man with a hint of gloating. That's a good idea. Haha. Let's have a fight. Whoever is scared is a coward. Boy. Agree quickly. You're not scared. Are you? The knights all shouted. Viscount Silvermoon watched the scene coldly, without saying anything to stop him. To be honest, he was also a little curious about the masked man's background. Anyone who dared to say such a thing in such an occasion was either a fool or very confident in his own strength. He intuitively felt that the masked man was not the former. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the masked man, or rather Sunan, just nodded calmly. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Sunan raised his head and met the strong man's gaze, and a strange light appeared in his eyes behind the mask. Now, you can kneel down and learn to bark like a dog. The fierce smile on the strong man's face quickly faded, and his facial features became dull in an instant. In the stunned eyes of the crowd, the strong man slowly knelt on the ground and opened his mouth. Woof! Chapter 47 Superpower Potion. Silence. The hall was completely silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, their mouths wide open and unable to speak. What happened? Why did this guy give up before the fight even started? In the hall, only Viscount Silvermoon's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. What did you do to him? A man who seemed to be a friend of the strong man rushed forward, pulled the strong man up from the ground, and glared at Sunan at the same time. Sunan said lightly, It's just a little trick. Why? Do you want to try it too? Facing Sunan in different eyes, the man's expression froze, and the words came to his lips but couldn't come out. At this time, the strong man also woke up, recalling his actions just now. His face suddenly turned the color of pig liver, and he shouted angrily, pulled out the battle axe on his back, and rushed towards Sunan. Everyone was shocked. The two knights guarding Viscount Silvermoon were about to stop him subconsciously, but the next second they saw Sunan waving his hand, and a dazzling lightning flashed out of thin air, piercing through the void and hitting the strong man. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the latter fell to the ground with a charred body, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The hall fell into silence again. Everyone stared at the strong man on the ground in a daze, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. A high-level knight was defeated so easily. What kind of method was that lightning? Crack! Crack! The applause suddenly sounded, waking everyone up. Turning his head, it was Viscount Silvermoon who stood up and applauded, looking at Sunan with a smile on his face. Your Excellency has a good method. Just as you said. As long as you can get rid of the evil spirit, the bounty will be all yours. As soon as these words came out, The faces of all the knights suddenly became very ugly. However, no one raised any objections. Not to mention that Viscount Silvermoon had already made a decision, and they had no right to object. The power displayed by Sunan alone made them lose the idea of resistance. Some well-informed knights had already vaguely realized Sunan's identity. They knew they had no chance. So they turned around and left without saying a word. Soon, except for Sunan, all the other recruited knights in the hall had left. Viscount Silvermoon didn't care at all, staring at Sunan with a sharp gaze and asked, "What's your name?" "Ange McLean. If I'm not mistaken." "Lord Ange is a wizard, right?" "Yes." "That's great." Although he had already guessed, Viscount Silvermoon was still very excited to hear Sunan admit it himself. "With your help, we can definitely solve the evil spirit." "The evil spirit is not a problem," Sunan said calmly. "But before solving the evil spirit, I have other conditions. Please tell me." "Sir, I hope you can pay me the bounty of 1,000 gold coins in advance and exchange it for a physical object of equal value specified by me." Viscount Inu hesitated for a moment and agreed readily. "No problem. What do you want to exchange it for?" Sunan handed over a list, which contained materials for making secondary active potions and a set of tools for making potions. The synthetic cube has limited space, and he did not bring the tools this time, so he could only buy another set. Viscount Inu took a look and found that it was not a very rare thing. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and said, "I will have someone buy everything as soon as possible. You can rest in my mansion first." Sunan did not refuse and agreed. Viscount Inu then called the butler and told him to take Sunan to the prepared room and to serve him wholeheartedly. After Sunan left the hall, the knight next to him couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you trust him so much? What if he takes the things and runs away?" The person who spoke was one of the only two great knights left under Viscount Silvermoon. Seeing him raise doubts, Viscount Silvermoon was not annoyed, and asked with a smile, "Ubano, if you fight him, how sure are you that you can win?" Ubano hesitated, but still said truthfully, "Less than 50%. That man's methods are too weird. I can't see through it. Although he can also kill high-level knights in seconds, he can never be as calm as Sunan. Besides, Sunan obviously didn't try his best. The scene of the strongman being manipulated like a puppet to kneel and bark like a dog is still vivid in my mind. Such methods are simply unpredictable." Viscount Silvermoon laughed and shook his head, patted Ubano on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "You will definitely lose." Seeing that Ubano was a little dissatisfied, he smiled and said nothing, turned around and walked into the side door of the hall. People who don't know wizards don't know how strange and terrifying the power of this group is. That is beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Belonging to another world, Viscount Silvermoon is very efficient. The next day, a large number of Silvermoon flowers were delivered to Sunan. After instructing the housekeeper not to disturb him, Sunan began to make potions. Materials worth nearly 1,000 gold coins were eventually made into 102 bottles of secondary active potions. Sunan then began to synthesize. As he expected, when 22 bottles of secondary active potions were put in, the active potion displayed on the synthesis interface had become a first-grade upper-grade one. The effect and duration were both extended. However, the mental power limit was also increased to 8 points. Sunan did not stop and continued to put potions into the Rubik Cube. When the number increased to 58 bottles, the synthesis interface suddenly changed. Super Energy Potion, second grade/low grade. After taking it, can greatly improve mental activity, enhance the efficiency of absorbing energy particles, and extend meditation time. The duration is 48 days and 4 hours. There is no effect of stacking. The mental power of the user must reach 13 or above. Not bad. Sunan was delighted. This potion is much more effective than the active potion, especially the effect of enhancing the efficiency of absorbing energy particles. Combined with the Divine Blood Amber, it can completely play the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. In addition, the duration was extended by nearly half. I wonder how the effects of the middle and top grades are. Sunan continued to add potions. When the number of potions increased to 85 bottles, the super potion became a second-level middle grade. The effect description did not change significantly, but the duration increased to 54 days, and the mental power limit became more than 15. When the number of potions increased to 105 bottles, Sunan added the remaining potions he had before, and the super potion finally became a second-level top grade. Super potion, second level / top grade. After taking it, can greatly improve mental activity and greatly enhance the efficiency of absorbing energy particles, prolong meditation time, and last for 62 days and 10 hours. There is no effect of stacking, and the mental power of the user must reach more than 18 usage limit. Sunan shook his head with some regret. His current mental power is less than 16. Even if he synthesizes a second level top grade super potion, he can't take it. But he soon cheered up again. It's already very good to be able to synthesize a second level middle grade super potion. It's enough for now. When the mental power breaks through 18, it won't be too late to synthesize the second level superior super potion. A bottle of second level medium quality super potion costs about 850 gold coins, and the effect can only last for less than 2 months, which is about 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins a year. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. The expenses are so high for a second level wizard apprentice. I really don't know how many gold coins will be spent every year after being promoted to a wizard. Chapter 48 Magic Coins and Protection Rings. Although the expenditure was huge, in order to improve his strength, Sunan spent money without hesitation. After taking the synthetic superpower potion, his meditation efficiency increased to an astonishing level. After a 4-hour meditation, the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method soared by 514 points, and the mental strength also increased by 0.06. The efficiency was more than 6 times that of the previous time in Blackstone City. Sure enough, the superpower potion and the god blood amber have a good compatibility. Sunan was full of joy. In addition to meditation, the effect of the superpower potion also greatly improved his progress in learning spells. In just 1 day, the learning progress of spell missiles exceeded 5%. This also means that at most 20 days, he can master a new first-level spell. Sure enough, high-level resources are the guarantee for rapid improvement of strength. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with joy and decided to stay in the mansion of Viscount Silvermoon for a while, making full preparations before entering the manor to deal with evil spirits. After that, Sunan settled down in the mansion. Every day, apart from meditation and spell learning, he would repair magic items, occasionally play with Amy, and pet the cat. As for Yin Long, he released him from Shizhong City and went to hunt for food in the nearby mountains and forests. With the dual benefits of super potion and divine blood amber, the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method soared like a rocket. On the 13th day in the mansion, the Star Ring meditation method was successfully upgraded to level 5. Sunan also successfully constructed the 4-star ring, 30,000 proficiency points. It will be full in less than 2 months. Sunan was very happy when he thought that he would soon be able to construct the 5th-star ring. On the 20th day in the mansion, Sunan successfully mastered the spell missile. This is also the first offensive first-level spell he has mastered. The effect of spell missiles is to shoot missiles made of highly condensed energy particles from the palm. The number and power of missiles depend on the caster's mental strength and spellcasting proficiency. The spells that appear on the panel must have reached the level of complete mastery. With Sunan mental power close to 18, he can release up to 3 spell missiles at the same time. He has tested that a single spell missile is enough to penetrate a 2 cm thick black stone iron plate. Even a knight in heavy armor would definitely feel uncomfortable if he was hit by a spell missile. When the mental power is improved in the future, dozens of spell missiles can be released at the same time to form a barrage attack. That power is terrible. There are a total of 8 spell model books left by Master Amy. In addition to spell missiles, there are also burning hands, magic alarms, weakening rays, language proficiency, magic disguise, colorful aura, and feather fall. Among them, the only combat spells are burning hands, weakening rays, and colorful aura. Sunan thought about it and decided to learn the weakening ray second. Although the rune gem is powerful, it consumes more than 10 gold coins to use it once. After a battle, gems worth 50 or 60 gold coins are often consumed. It's too expensive. Sunan decided to use spells and energy particle manipulation to fight as much as possible in the future. Rune gems will only be used when encountering a difficult enemy. Otherwise, no matter how many gold coins are there, they can't withstand such consumption. It's a pity that super magic skills require sufficient mental power to master. You have to be promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice before you can practice. Otherwise, if you master the silent and instant spells, it will be much more convenient to cast spells in battle. On the 25th day in the mansion, Sunan finally completed the repair of 2 magic items. Put the repaired magic items into the magic cube, and the corresponding information quickly emerged. Protection Ring, Alchemy/secondary magic item. After activation, it can form an invisible protective force field on the body surface, which can be used 3/3 times, and can be restored by injecting mental power or automatically absorbing free energy particles. Magic Coin, Alchemy/sub-magic item. After activation, can randomly summon a creature from another world. Obey the user's command, and the creature will disappear after serving the user for half an hour or dying. The protective ring looks like an ordinary copper ring. Very inconspicuous. This is in line with the wizard's pursuit of practicality. They often like to make magic items less noticeable, so that in battle, the enemy will not pay too much attention to the magic item, and thus be prepared in advance. Sunan tested it, and found that the force field formed by the protective ring has a high defense force, which is almost the same as the shield spell. However, it is better than the shield spell in that it has a larger defense area, and can resist attacks from all directions without dead angles. Unlike the shield spell, it can only defend a single direction. Once it is attacked from multiple directions at the same time, it cannot resist all of them, including the protective ring. Sunan already has 2 ring-type sub-magic items. The other magic coin is a rare summoning magic item, and its effect is very similar to the first-level summoning monster spell. However, the good thing is that the alien creatures summoned by the magic coin are roughly between the Junior Great Knight and the Peak Great Knight. The effect is much stronger than the first-level summoning monster spell. In Sunan's opinion, the magic coin is actually very close to the Glimmer-level magic item. In the process of repairing these 2 magic items, Sunan magic item manufacturing learning progress has also reached 100%, and he has successfully mastered this skill. It just so happens that I bought a book low-level magic items before. After returning to Blackstone City, I can try to make magic items. A powerful wizard must have many magic items. After all, no matter how talented a wizard is, it is impossible to be without weaknesses. The weak points of the combat system must be supplemented by magic items. Ready. The next step is to deal with the evil spirits. With the magic coin and the protective ring, Sunan has more confidence in the next action. When Viscount Silver Moon received the report from the butler that Lord On said that they could act, he was greatly relieved. Although the other party told him in advance that in order to solve the evil spirit without any mistakes, it would take some time to prepare. But seeing them more than 20 days had passed, and Ong had no signs of taking action, he gradually became anxious. Every day, the evil spirit in the Cubero Manor became stronger. If it was delayed for too long, it might develop to an irreversible point. Fortunately, the wizard finally took action. Viscount Silver Moon immediately decided, gather people and go to Cubero Manor. Chapter 49 Evil Spirit Manor. Cubero Manor. In just 1 or 2 months, this once bustling manor was completely abandoned. It was better during the day, but at night, it was full of ghosts. The soldiers responsible for blocking the manor could hear faint and strange wailing sounds every night, as if a female ghost was groaning, which scared them so much that they couldn't sleep well every night. If it weren't for the pressure from their superiors, the soldiers would have run away long ago. Viscount Silver Moon once sent people to explore it, but a knight and 5 knights went in, and only 1 knight came out alive, and his mental state was a little abnormal. Standing not far from the manor, Viscount Silver Moon suddenly felt pain again when he thought of the lost knight and knight. What's the situation inside now? Sunan asked. The clerk on the side hurriedly said, the manor is now full of mandrakes, and most of the original plants and trees have died and withered, and sometimes there is a faint mist during the day. Sunan's eyes flickered when he heard this. Mandrake is beautiful and enchanting, and can be used as medicine, but it is also a poisonous plant, and has hallucinogenic effects. The mandrakes that come from the bloody mandrakes in the manor are definitely more toxic and hallucinogenic than ordinary mandrakes. At present, the entire manor is filled with the pollen and strange fragrance of these mandrakes, and the entire environment has been transformed into a highly toxic area. People below the knight level will probably die of poisoning before they go far, even for knights and great knights. In that environment, it is considered good if they can exert 6 or 7 points of their strength. Sir Ange, what are you going to do? Viscount Silver Moon asked. Sunan added a shield to himself and said casually, you just wait outside. Viscount Silver Moon was surprised and said, don't I need to send someone to go in with you? No need. Sunan waved his hand. Knights can't play a big role in the ghost domain of evil spirits. They will only be a drag. He didn't want to find out that his allies were manipulated by illusion and turned into enemies, who stabbed him in the back when he was in the middle of a fierce battle with evil spirits. Taking out a rune gem and holding it in his palm, Sunan strode towards the manor. He left Long and Amy outside. Evil spirits rely on perception to locate their prey. Long's color change and virtual real conversion ability are useless in front of evil spirits, and his sharp claws can't hurt evil spirits. Amy was even less helpful, walking into the manor from the outside. Just crossing a door, the light in the field of vision suddenly became much darker. Everything in sight seemed to be covered with a layer of gray, and there was death and gloom everywhere. The temperature in the air also suddenly became much colder, and the cold wind blew, bringing a faint sobbing sound. Such a rich negative energy particle. Sunan raised his eyebrows slightly. For wizards who specialize in necromancy spells or have ways to eliminate the effects of negative energy particles on the body, this manor is undoubtedly a treasure land for cultivation. Meditation here can at least double the efficiency. Unfortunately, Sunan has no means to eliminate the side effects of negative energy particles, so he can only give up with regret. But even if he had, the evil spirits here would not let him practice with peace of mind. After a slight pause, Sunan continued to walk in. The range visible to the naked eye was full of extremely bright mandragora flowers. After Sunan entered, these mandragora flowers began to sway slightly, and the swaying movements were unusually neat. And even the flowers opened faintly towards Sunan, which was creepy. However, Sunan's face was normal, and he ignored these mandragora flowers directly. There were many species that lost sand value in the game in his previous life, such as the Whispering Ball, the Death Patrol, and the Socicide Parasite. There were countless disgusting monsters in the multiverse, and there were also many scenes that made people lose sand value, compared with those scenes that made people doubt the designer's psychological problems. The scene in front of him was already normal. Passing through the empty courtyard, Sunan entered from the side door and walked through the corridor to the hall. Under the influence of negative energy particles, the furniture here has begun to mold and decay. The vines of Datura passed through these furniture and spread around, almost covering the entire hall. Sunan took out a long sword from the magic cube and cut off the vines that blocked the way, ignoring the faint sobbing in his ears. He searched several places again, but still found nothing. All he saw along the way was Datura flowers. Sure enough, without spells like detecting the dead, it is impossible to find the evil spirit in the ghost domain with the naked eye. Sunan stopped and looked at the strange fog that had spread around him at some point. When he entered the manor, he had activated the protective ring. With the protection of the protective force field, there is no need to worry about being affected by the poisonous fog. But if you stay here for a long time, the protective force field will soon be eroded and dissipated. We have to fight quickly and decisively. Sunan no longer hesitated, and with a flip of his wrist, a ruby appeared in his palm. The next second, the surging flames burst out in all directions with him as the center. Where the flames passed, the mandragora flowers and vines fled in panic like living things, but were soon caught up by the flames, twisting wildly and burning. And the fire spread rapidly. In an instant, the whole manor seemed to boil rapidly like boiling oil poured with water. The sobbing sounds around suddenly rose several tones. The surrounding mist rushed towards the burning mandragora, as if trying to extinguish the flames. But the magic flames formed by high-density energy particles were different from ordinary flames, and these mists could not extinguish them at all. Sunan changed a few places and threw a few flame rune gems. Not long after, the whole manor had turned into a sea of fire, as large numbers of mandragora flowers were burned into charcoal. The strange fragrance and mist in the air dissipated visibly. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly sounded. It seemed that there was an extra layer of strange energy in the void. The momentum of the rapidly spreading sea of fire suddenly stagnated, and then it weakened rapidly at an astonishing speed, and finally disappeared. At the same time, a dark red mandragora flower suddenly appeared out of thin air on the open ground 100 meters in front of Sunan. The flower was blooming beautifully, but the stamen in the center was a distorted human face. Next to the mandragora flower, there was a girl wearing a white dress stained with black and red blood, with disheveled hair and a pale and distorted face. She stared at Sunan with resentment, and a cold and weird smile appeared on her face. Finally, you are willing to show up. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Hee hee. Accompanied by weird laughter. A group of real and unreal black shadows appeared from all around, surrounding Sunan in the middle. They kept the outline of human form, and their appearance before birth could be vaguely recognized. Many of them were servants and soldiers who died in the manor. Among them, there were 5 armored warriors with particularly gloomy auras, which were the 5 dead knights and knights under Viscount Silvermoon. These dead souls had been transformed into resentful souls by the bloody mandala. They paused for a moment, then rushed towards Sunan with a sharp hiss. Sunan had no intention of dodging at all, as these resentful souls alone could not break the protective force field on his body. He spread out his palm, and a pure gem appeared in his palm out of thin air. The next second, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a ghost suddenly tilted its body, and was involuntarily pulled over by some invisible force, screaming and being pulled into the gem. After a strange spell of light, the gem was stained with a strange gray. Chapter 50 Soul Crystal. The soul is a carrier. The energy it contains is soul energy, and the transformation into entity is soul crystal. In the eyes of many wizards, soul energy is the most inclusive energy in the multiverse. You should know that even elemental energy cannot be absorbed by many creatures. But soul energy is different. There is almost no creature that cannot absorb and utilize soul energy. Soul energy can be said to be the most widely used energy in the multiverse. And soul crystal is the product of the dissipation of soul after death, and the condensation of soul energy. Unfortunately, soul crystal is difficult to produce naturally. Only some special existences will drop the original soul crystal. In most cases, wizards obtain soul crystal through artificial manufacturing. And if you want to artificially manufacture soul crystal, you must prepare a carrier. The most commonly used by wizards are various gems. What Sunan is doing now is to artificially manufacture soul crystals, accompanied by unwilling screams. Ghosts are pulled into the gems one after another, and the color of the gems gradually changes to gray. In just a short moment, the resentful souls around Sunan were swept away. Are there any more? Sunan looked at the evil spirit expectantly. This little bit of resentful soul is not enough to completely transform the gem into a soul crystal. As if angered by Sunan's gaze, the evil spirit screamed and raised his hand to send a negative energy attack. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the shield spell as soon as it attacked Sunan. Seeing this, the evil spirit simply left the ground and rushed towards Sunan. Is there only this little bit of resentful soul? Sunan frowned in dissatisfaction, and then uttered complex and difficult syllables without even looking at the evil spirit rushing towards him. He currently has 3 layers of protection on his body: shield spell, energy particles, and protective ring. There is also an earth rune gem held in his palm, ready to be activated at any time. There is no need to worry that the evil spirit can break through his defense in a short time. Sure enough, when he prepared the spell, the evil spirit's hands full of sharp claws couldn't even break through the shield. Magic missiles. 3 fist-sized missiles shot out, piercing through the evil spirit's illusory body like bullets. The latter immediately let out a shrill scream, and its body visibly dimmed a little. Sunan's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly released the second magic missile. The fight between the two sides instantly became white-hot. The evil spirit completely gave up defense. In fact, she couldn't defend herself. She kept changing directions around Sunan and attacked, trying to break through and intercept and tear the latter's body. But unfortunately, they were all stopped by the shield in time. Sunan concentrated on releasing magic missiles. When the evil spirit finally tore the invisible shield in front of it, it had been hit by 4 magic missiles in a row. Its originally translucent body became more and more illusory, and it felt like it would dissipate at any time. At this time, the evil spirit finally realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape. It was a pity that it was too late. After releasing the 5th magic missile that was prepared, Sunan raised the gem in his hand. The evil spirit, which was hit by 3 more spell missiles, was pulled towards the gem by an invisible huge attraction before it could catch its breath. Although it struggled frantically, it still could not resist the power of the gem to absorb it. And finally its entire soul entered the gem. As the soul sank in, the color of the gem changed completely and turned into a gray crystal. It's done! A hint of joy appeared on Sunan's face. Under normal circumstances, he would need to use at least dozens of night souls to create a lowest level soul crystal. However, with his current mental strength, he could not extract the soul from the corpse, and could only use some magic items or magic arrays. Unfortunately, he did not have them. The resentful soul evil spirits were much simpler. After beating them to weaken their power, they could be directly absorbed by force. One evil spirit was enough to match 20 or 30 night souls. Putting away the crystal, Sunan looked up at the bloody mandala not far away. The evil spirit can be said to be a clone formed by the bloody mandala condensing almost all its power, which is not restricted by the flower body and can move freely. Therefore, as the evil spirits died, the bloody mandragora was also hit hard, and it visibly withered. Even its size shrank a lot, leaving less than 20 centimeters tall. When it was pulled out of the ground by Sunan, the bloody mandragora screamed sharply and struggled violently to try to get back into the ground. But it was weak and could not resist Sunan power in the end, and was forcibly stuffed into a silver-plated box. The surface of the box was engraved with a soul-sealing magic circle, which could suppress the bloody mandragora's spiritual power from escaping. As long as the box was not opened, the bloody mandragora could not do evil. After doing all this, Sunan clapped his hands and looked around. As the evil spirits that were entrenched were eliminated and the bloody mandragora was sealed, the mandragora in the manor began to wither and die in large areas. Soon, the environment returned to normal, except for being a little dilapidated. There was nothing unusual, but in fact, there were still a lot of negative energy particles in the air, and it was not habitable for the time being. If it was lost naturally, it would take 4 or 5 months to return to normal. Of course, if a wizard apprentice took action to purify it, it would be back to normal in a few days. But Sunan was unwilling to do a job without pay. To be honest, it was already very cheap to kill an evil spirit with 1,000 gold coins. If it weren't for the bloody mandala and soul crystal, he would not be willing to take such a job. Outside the manor, Viscount Silver Moon paced back and forth, looking up at the manor from time to time. His expression could not hide his anxiety. Not long after Sunan entered the manor, a raging fire suddenly ignited inside, followed by a series of screams, which frightened him. He wanted to take people in to investigate, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He was so anxious that a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, not long after, Sunan came out of the manor. Sir Ange, Viscount Inwe went to meet him immediately, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Sunan said lightly, "I have destroyed the evil spirit." Hearing this, Viscount Inwe breathed a sigh of relief. There are still a lot of negative energy particles left in the manor. Don't live in it within half a year, Sunan reminded again. Viscount Inwe nodded quickly to show that he understood. In fact, he would not divide the manor anymore without Sunan saying anything. Such a strange thing happened, and the manor will almost be closed and abandoned in the future. But it doesn't matter. As long as Shizhong City is not affected, he won't be too distressed for a mere manor. This time it's all thanks to Sir Ange. I have asked someone to prepare a dinner. Please give me a favor. Viscount Inua's tone was very enthusiastic. It was not easy to meet a powerful wizard, so of course he was reluctant to let him go. If he could recruit them to his territory, he would be happy to give them a town. But to Viscount Silver Moon's disappointment, Sunan refused without even thinking. "No, I have something else to do." After saying that, without waiting for Viscount Silver Moon's response, Sunan left without looking back. At this time, a guard ran over from a distance and passed by him. Before Sunan had gone far, his keen hearing allowed him to clearly hear the guard's whispered report to Viscount Silver Moon. "My lord, the Flash Baron has declared war on Blackstone City." Chapter 51 War. Astral Calendar 1250. The beginning of the month of Dongqin. Not long after the new year, the Flash City demanded that the Lord of Blackstone City, Qianist, come to Flash City alone to confess his crime and accept punishment on the charge of colluding with the Spark cult. After being rejected by Qianist, they brazenly sent troops to attack Blackstone City. Crack! Crack! The sound of metal armor plates rubbing against each other rang out. He led his men up the city wall, took the brass telescope from Brad, and looked into the distance. Under the night sky, the entire plain outside the city was dotted with the light of bonfires. There were people around the bonfire, and dense tents were connected together, spreading far across the plain. Owen has come out in full force this time. Not only his army, but also the armies of the 3 traders, Davin, Zolf and Norwood, have gone out together. In addition, they have recruited thousands of mercenaries. Brad looked at the army in the distance, his expression a little heavy. Owen's army alone has nearly 4,000 people. With the addition of mercenaries, the number of troops has exceeded 5,000, which is almost 4 times that of Blackstone City. This war is not easy to fight. Mercenaries are not a concern. These guys are undisciplined and are just a mob. They can still play a role in frontal battles on plains, but they are a drag in siege battles. He put down the brass telescope and said, but his brows were slightly frowned. Obviously, his heart was not as calm as he said. Although he knew that after the assassination failed, Owen would most likely not care about it anymore, and would definitely tear his face and attack Blackstone City directly. When things really happened, he still felt heavy pressure, especially looking at the dense army outside the city. The burden on his shoulders became even heavier. Blackstone City has been expanding its armaments during this period, but to this day, it only has an army of about 1,300 people. Among them, 300 people are militiamen who have only received basic training and have never seen blood. It is still questionable how much combat power they can exert on the battlefield. Among the remaining 1,000 people, 800 are city guards, and their combat power is still good. The remaining 200 people belong to the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. This is the trump card that Key really relies on. It's a pity that the time is too short. If I have another year or two, I can make the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment a real full knight army. Even if there are only 200 or 300 people, it will be more than enough to flatten the entire Flash territory. He sighed secretly. It costs about 50 gold coins to train a Black Rock Cavalry. Even with the cash cow of the Black Rock mining area, the expansion speed of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has always been very slow. So far, there are only 200 people. Have all the people from the Black Rock mining area withdrawn? He turned his head and asked. Jotun nodded and said, they have all been safely withdrawn. According to the scout's intelligence, the enemy has now occupied the place. Key nodded slightly, looking at the army in the distance, thinking silently, and thinking about the next strategy. For them, defending the city is more advantageous. The elite cavalry regiment under Owen is more suitable for fighting on plain terrain, and its combat effectiveness will be at least reduced by half in the battle of defending the city. After all, horses cannot fight on the city walls. But the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is different. There is no problem using the Black Rock Leopard to defend the city. It is better to say that the puppet creations that are fearless of death can exert stronger combat effectiveness in the battle of defending the city. This is more beneficial to Black Rock City. Just defending the city blindly is not enough. Once the war is delayed for too long, supply will become a fatal weakness. In addition, the Black Rock mine is still in the hands of the enemy, and Key does not want the Black Rock mine to become the enemy cash cow in turn. The best way is to defend the city for a while, wear down the enemy's strength, and then send the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment to directly attack the core of the enemy camp when the enemy relaxes. If they can directly kill the enemy command center, this war will be their victory. Since the establishment of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, relevant information has been blocked, and outsiders have no way of knowing how powerful this army is. The rebels are unprepared for this, and the plan is likely to succeed. Thoughts are flying in his mind, and Kay quickly made a plan in his mind. Looking back, seeing that all the generals had a solemn expression on their faces, Kay said calmly, the enemy is coming aggressively. But we are not vegetarians. We have been working hard to accumulate strength in the past 2 years. Isn't it for today? Next, let those rebels see our strength. Yes, Your Excellency is right. Let those rebels see the power of our Black Rock City. I can't wait. Encouraged by Key, the general's fighting spirit quickly rose. Brad and Jotun looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Outsiders didn't know the secret, but as members of Black Rock City, they knew very well how exaggerated the changes in Black Rock City were in the past 2 years. Talking about knights alone, there were already more than 160 people in Black Rock City. Many viscounts don't even have so many knights. Not to mention that Black Rock City still has 200 knight-level Black Rock Leopards. In total, Black Rock City has more than 300 knight-level combat forces. To be honest, if Black Rock City was not limited to a city, the basic military strength was too poor, and there was no other elite army to show except the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. Owen alone would not be enough for them to fight. And all this is thanks to Lord Sunan. Where is Lord Sunan now? Jotun patted the long sword on his waist and grinned. If Lord Sunan was here, we wouldn't have to defend the city. We could just go out of the city and fight those grandsons. The surrounding knights nodded in agreement. Even Brad, who has always been steady, is no exception. If it were someone else, even if the peak night came, they would not believe that one person could influence the outcome of a war of 5,000 or 6,000 people. But Sunan is different. They have seen how mysterious the wizard's methods are, and therefore have extremely strong confidence. If it was that person, maybe he could really create a jaw-dropping miracle. Not long after staying on the city wall, he observed for a while, and then turned away. Pre-war preparations were extremely complicated, and there were still many things waiting for him to arrange. The next day, not long after dawn, a melodious and low horn sounded outside the city. He led a group of generals to the city wall, and looking out, he saw the dense army in the distance began to form a battle array. Not long after, thousands of soldiers pushed siege equipment and slowly advanced towards the city wall. You really can't wait. A cold light flashed in Key's eyes, raised his hand, and shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir," the generals responded in unison. Then turned around and loudly ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. The defending army acted quickly. Chapter 52, I really can't think of a reason to lose. Kill! The deafening shouts and screams echoed above the city wall. Countless siege ladders were set up in front of the city wall, and a large number of mercenaries and soldiers climbed up densely. From a distance, the city wall looked like countless ants clinging to it. On the starlight continent where knights roamed everywhere, the defensive function of the towering city wall was not very obvious. Even an apprentice knight could forcibly climb up the city wall under arrows and falling rocks. Not to mention the knights. A height of just tens of meters is just a few vertical jumps for the knights. For this reason, the city wall often becomes the key point of fierce competition between the two sides. Less than half an hour after the war broke out, the city wall had turned into a bloody battlefield like a meat grinder, and blood spread outward along the cracks in the stone bricks, and soon soaked the ground with a layer. Behind the battlefield, in the center of the heavily guarded army, for knights in armor looked coldly at the bloody city wall. Devon frowned and said, "Blackstone City's resistance is unexpectedly strong." "That's normal," the tall Zal said in a muffled voice. "Expanding the army is all about money. He holds such a treasure as the Blackstone mine. If the military strength does not improve at all, it would be a waste." Norwood smiled and said, "Don't worry. Our troops are several times that of Blackstone City. We can't lose no matter how we think about it." Then he showed a flattering smile to the man next to him. "Besides, we still have Lord Martell here. With you leading the army, defeating Blackstone City is just a piece of cake." The man named Martell was about 40 years old, with a tough face and a strong breath. He was one of the newly enfeoffed lords after Owen occupied the Shining Territory, and he was also his confidant. Martell was also a senior knight. This time, he led the army to the battle under Owen's order, and he also tried his best to make meritorious deeds so that he could be enfeoffed with more land. After hearing Norwood's words, Martell's face flashed with pride, and he smiled. "Lord Norwood is right. With a difference of several times in military strength, I really can't think of a reason to lose." Davin was more mature and prudent. Seeing that the two people were disdainful of Blackstone City, he couldn't help but remind them, "Don't forget that there is a wizard in Blackstone City. Lord Davin is talking about Sunan." "Right?" Norwood sneered. "We watched that kid grow up. He was cowardly and timid since he was a child. His body was so weak that he couldn't even practice breathing. How could such a waste be a wizard? Besides, it's not certain whether the rumors about wizards are true or false." Martell also looked disapproving. Even if it was a real wizard, he, a senior knight, would not be afraid. In fact, Davin also had doubts about this rumor in his heart. Seeing that the two people didn't care, he stopped talking and continued to look at the battle in the distance. The first batch of sieges were mercenaries, and the troops brought by the three lords. Their combat effectiveness was not outstanding. Therefore, the fierce tug of war continues. Even because of the long-term attack, the offensive of the army has begun to show some fatigue. Seeing this, Martell finally couldn't hold back and led the elite troops brought from the Flash territory to rush up. As Martell's army entered the battlefield, the pressure on the defenders increased sharply. In just a moment, the area of the city wall occupied by the siege army increased one step. Martell, with his indomitable and brave attitude, plowed a bloody road among the defenders, killing the defense line to the point of collapse. Seeing this scene from a distance with a brass telescope, Davin and the other two showed joy at the same time. As expected of Lord Martell. He is really powerful. This is the power of a senior knight. But just when the three were happy, the situation on the city wall suddenly changed. A group of Black Panther-like creatures suddenly rushed up the city wall and pounced fiercely on the siege army. These beasts were unexpectedly strong, and they could even fight the knights to a draw. For a time, the attack momentum of the siege army stagnated. At the same time, he also appeared on the city wall with a Black Panther and stopped Martell. Although he was only a junior knight and his strength was far inferior to Martell, he had a fearless knight-level Black Rock Panther beside him. The man and the beast cooperated very well, and even Martell could not do anything to them for a while. What is that? Norwood was shocked. Davin and Zolf also showed astonishment. Coming back to his senses, Davin hesitated and said, "It seems to be the mount of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment." Mount? Zolf and Norwood looked at each other in astonishment. They knew that Black Rock City had formed a cavalry regiment, and the mount was said to be a strange leopard beast. At that time, they sneered at it, and did not take it too seriously. Although many exotic beasts are more powerful than war horses, being powerful does not mean they are suitable for the battlefield. For cavalry, the mount is more important for its taming degree and ability to obey the master orders. Only in this way can the effect of 1+1 be greater than 2. However, it is extremely rare to tame the exotic beasts on a large scale and adapt to the battlefield. At that time, Davin and the other two thought that Black Rock City was just making a show of attention. But when they actually saw it, they were shocked to find that those Black Panthers had a sense of advance and retreat, cooperated very well, and were fearless and brave, and were more elite than the most elite soldiers. It's simply too suitable for the battlefield. If all the mounts of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment were this kind of creature, then the combat effectiveness of this army would be terrifying. With 200 Black Rock Panthers joining the battlefield, the area originally occupied by the attacking party was quickly taken back. The battle suddenly fell into a stalemate again. Damn it! Black Rock City actually has such a trump card. Norwood looked annoyed. Zolf frowned and said, "This is troublesome. With those exotic beasts, it may not be so easy to break through Black Rock City." Davin also frowned. With such a variable out of nowhere, even if they can finally capture Black Rock City, they will probably be seriously injured. Attacking the city will cause too much loss. It is better to besiege the city. After thinking for a while, Davin looked at the other two. Winter has just passed. There must not be much food in Black Rock City. As long as we besiege it for a month or two, Black Rock City will definitely not be able to hold on. And then, they will definitely leave the city to fight us. Zolf and Norwood's eyes lit up and nodded. Good idea. Wait for Lord Martell to come back, and then propose it. The main force of the decisive battle, outside the city, will be the elite cavalry regiment under Baron Owen. In this way, their army's casualties can also be reduced. When the three of them were proud of coming up with a good idea, they suddenly heard a shrill scream. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, and were shocked to find that the right wing of the army, where the elite cavalry regiment was located, was in chaos for some reason. Hundreds of war horses fled in all directions, and the neighing sound was endless. Many cavalrymen were thrown off their horses, and then trampled into pulp by the swarming horses' hooves. In the process of calming their horses, more cavalrymen were thrown out as if they were hit by a running elephant, falling more than 10 meters away, howling miserably. Some unlucky ones even twisted their bodies into strange arcs in midair, and died without even a groan after landing. Chapter 53. Half of the surrendered soldiers will be killed. What happened? Davin was shocked and angry, and called his adjutant to ask. However, the adjutant was also at a loss. "Sir, I don't know either. Those soldiers suddenly flew out." Waste. Davin's face darkened, and he didn't care to continue scolding his adjutant. He turned his horse and wanted to go and see for himself. But the next moment, he stopped. It was because the riot in the distance was spreading towards this side. When he got closer, Davin saw a clue. It seemed that there was an invisible beast rushing towards this side in the crowd, and the soldiers who blocked the road along the way were knocked out, and their tendons and bones were broken. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see that the originally dense crowd was plowed out a shocking bloody road, which continued to spread towards where Davin and the other two were. Davin and the other two saw this, and their faces suddenly changed. "Stop it!" Davin almost roared and ordered. However, facing the invisible enemy, the soldiers had no way to intercept it. They could only block it with their flesh and blood. But they were knocked away in the next second. And some were even broken into several pieces on the spot, with blood splattering. Such a bloody scene made the fear on the faces of the surrounding soldiers even stronger. After dozens of soldiers died tragically, the remaining people finally collapsed and fled in fear and screamed, "Those who run away will die." Davin killed a soldier who was running away like a headless fly with a sword and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, this move was useless to the soldiers, who were overwhelmed by fear. Only a few knights stood in front of the three lords. They were all knights with villages. Once they fled on the battlefield, they would inevitably be liquidated and deprived of their village territory afterwards. "Damn! What kind of monster is that?" Norwood's expression could not hide his fear. "That's my magic pet." A voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned around suddenly. And then, they realized that there was an extra person behind them at some point. After seeing the man's face clearly, Norwood's pupils shrank suddenly, and he blurted out, "Sunan!" In his opinion, Sunan should be in Blackstone City now. How could he cross the battlefield and appear in the center of his own army? How did this guy do it? Davin and Zorf were also a little surprised. But the two looked at each other and quickly made a decision, and drew their weapons with a clang. "Kill him!" The surrounding knights rushed forward and rushed towards Sunan with murderous intent. Compared to the terrible invisible monster, it is obviously easier to deal with the enemy that can be seen with your own eyes. However, they soon found that this idea was wrong. A dazzling lightning suddenly broke out in the field of vision, and the dazzling light made the knights subconsciously close their eyes. And once they closed their eyes, they could never open them again. The intense pain swept through their bodies in the next moment, and darkness drowned their consciousness. Davin and the other two saw Sunan wave his hand, and countless lightnings suddenly burst out, winding through the void like a long snake, shooting in all directions. In just a moment, more than a dozen knights turned into charcoal and fell to the ground dead. Davin and the other two looked at this scene with a dull look. Their minds were blank, and they opened their mouths wide and couldn't say anything. What kind of power is this? More than a dozen knights, including some high-level knights, were killed in an instant? The three of them were pale, and their eyes looking at Sunan were filled with uncontrollable horror and fear. At this time, they suddenly realized that the rumors about Sunan were true. Whether it was the powerful means of the wizard in the legend, or that Sunan had become a wizard, the authenticity of these rumors was extremely powerfully proved at this moment. Seeing Sunan looking at him indifferently, Zorf suddenly shuddered, reacted first, and shouted in a hurry, "Wait a minute. I surrender. As long as you don't kill me, I can let my family pay a huge ransom," Zorf said quickly, fearing that if he spoke slowly, Sunan would take action. Davin and Norwood also reacted quickly, and said the same thing. Not to mention the unfathomable Sunan. Just the invisible beast is a terrifying war weapon that makes people scalp numb on the battlefield. Even the most elite army will collapse in the face of such a monster. They even doubted whether Martel could deal with Sunan and the beast. In any case, the most important thing at the moment is to save their own lives. "Surrender?" Sunan sneered and nodded. "Okay. Surrender and kill half." Davin and the other two were happy when they heard the first half of the sentence, but they were stunned immediately afterwards. What does it mean to kill half of them? Before the three of them could figure it out, they saw Sunan casually raise his hand, and dense wind blades appeared out of thin air, sweeping over like sharp arrows, crushing their lower bodies into puffs of blood mist. It was not until their upper bodies fell to the ground that the three of them reacted and let out extremely shrill screams. The knight's strong physique made the three men scream for 4 or 5 minutes even though only half of their bodies were left. They gradually calmed down and died with fear and despair. Sunan retracted his sight and turned around to look around. Under Yinlong's back and forth attack, the enemies died. Some were injured, and the rest escaped. Seeing this, Sunan directly ordered Yinlong to rush to the enemy army that was attacking the city. The attacking army had no idea that there would be an enemy coming from behind, and they were caught off guard. The key is that the soldiers attacking the city didn't know where the attack came from. When they looked up, they only saw their companions' bodies twisted and broken, their limbs and flesh flying, and they were so scared that their faces were pale, and their eyes were blank. Martel also found something wrong at this time. What are those three guys doing? Why did they let the enemy come? But when he took the time to look back, he could only see a messy camp and corpses everywhere. What happened? Where are the troops on standby? How come they are gone in the blink of an eye? Martel was stunned. On the other hand, when Key, Brad, Jordan and others saw the scene below, they immediately thought of the invisible beast raised by Sunan. And their faces showed surprise. It's Lord Sunan! Lord Sunan is back! The word Sunan seemed to have some kind of magic. As soon as this name came out, the morale of the knights defending the city suddenly increased. And the offensive became much more fierce. Sunan? That wizard? Martel's face changed. And he vaguely understood that he and others might have misjudged a very important piece of information. It's a pity that it was too late to understand it now. Martel was a decisive person after all. Seeing that the situation was not good, he did not hesitate at all. He decisively retreated and jumped off the city wall, intending to escape. But the moment he landed, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. He looked down and was shocked to find that a blood-colored vine had appeared under his feet and was spreading upward along his ankle. Martel immediately swung his sword to cut it off. But the blood-colored vine was unexpectedly tough. He could only cut off one with his full strength. He also clearly felt that his physical strength was being lost and absorbed by these strange vines. Not far away, Sunan raised his hand slightly, and the blood-colored vine ring on his index finger flickered. He smiled coldly, and a light flashed in front of his palm, and 3 magic missiles whizzed out. Martel, whose movements were restricted by the blood vine, could not dodge at all. He could only watch the 3 magic missiles attack, penetrate the armor, and hit the fighting spirit shield violently. The violent impact made Martel pale, and before he could catch his breath, 3 more magic missiles came towards him, shrouded in the fear of death. Martel shouted loudly, and his strong fighting spirit suddenly burst out. With a swish, he tore the blood vines on his body into pieces, and then ran away without looking back. But just after running more than 10 meters, he suddenly felt a chill running up from his back, and instinctively raised his long sword to slash diagonally behind him. Dang! The crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly burst out. The long sword seemed to hit something, and a streak of sparks appeared out of thin air. Indistinctly, Martel seemed to see the outline of a giant beast with sharp teeth and claws on all fours. Before he could figure it out, the giant beast suddenly twisted its body, and its thick tail came out of the air. Bang! Martel flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Swish! 3 magic missiles attacked immediately, and Martel's head exploded like a watermelon, watching the headless body fall to the ground from a distance. Sunan slowly retracted his palm. High-level knights are more difficult to kill. Without using rune gems, they have to work together with Hidden Dragon to kill them. Martel's death was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The siege soldiers could no longer hold on, and began to flee. Generals such as Brad and Jodan immediately opened the city gates and led people to chase and kill the fleeing soldiers. He strode to Sunan, laughed, and gave him a warm hug. Welcome home. Chapter 54 Golem. Because of Sunan intrusion, the war ended with an outcome that no one expected. In this battle, the enemy dead soldiers reached more than 1,300, and there were 600 to 700 prisoners. More people fled and disappeared. The number of soldiers killed in Black Rock City was relatively small, less than 200. On the contrary, more than 20 Black Rock leopards were destroyed. When counting afterwards, Brad's cheeks twitched with heartache. But most people were excited. After all, it was worth it to defeat the rebels at this price. After the victory, the whole Black Rock City was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. That night, he held a celebration banquet in the banquet hall of the inner castle. The knights gathered together and drank happily. Some injured knights also drank with others in bandages. After drinking a round of wine with the generals in the front hall, he came to the meeting room at the back and found Sunan, who was resting, but found that the latter was petting a cat. When did you get a cat? Kay looked at the white cat lying on Sunan's knees in surprise. This is Amy, my friend. Sunan smiled slightly and introduced Amy. This is my brother Kay. Kay was a little amused to see Sunan introducing himself to a cat seriously, but the next second he widened his eyes in shock. Meow. Hello. The cat actually raised its paw and greeted him. A talking cat? Kay opened his mouth slightly, even though he had seen many things beyond his cognition from Sunan. At this moment, he still felt that his worldview was being impacted. This world is more bizarre than he imagined. Hello. Kay greeted Amy with a strange look. He then sat down opposite Sunan, took a sip of wine to sort out his thoughts, and then spoke slowly. I think now is a good time to take back the Flash territory. Sunan seemed to have expected what Kay was going to say, and was not surprised at all, smiling and nodding. When do you plan to send troops? 3 days later, Kay said solemnly. We can't give Owen time to reorganize the defeated soldiers. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to capture the Flash City. Now we are switching from offense to defense. Even if we don't count the defeated soldiers, it won't be easy for us to capture the Flash City. Indeed. He glanced at Sunan with a meaningful smile on his face. But don't you have you? Sunan smiled, nodded and said nothing. He understood what Key meant. Indeed. He had more than 10 ways to break through the gate of the Flash City. As long as the siege turned into a city-street battle, the advantage of Blackstone City would be much greater. At a time when the elite cavalry regiment was almost wiped out and most of the army was broken. If Owen lost the high walls of the Flash City, he would basically have no capital to fight against Blackstone City. How is the progress of selling potions? Sunan suddenly remembered that before he went to Stonebell City, he had left a batch of potions for Key to deliver to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for trial sale. And he didn't know how the response would be. When mentioning this, Key showed a happy smile on his face. The response is very good. The potion is very popular. And it was sold out in less than 3 days. Mujua also brought news that many lords of Jinghua Principality want to order another batch of potions from us. At present, I have received more than 500 bottles of intended orders. Mujua idea depends on your intention. If you plan to accept the order, he can collect a part of the deposit from those lords in advance. Of course I will accept it, Sunan said without thinking. After taking back the Flash territory, he will start to build a base, open up his own magic plant garden, as well as a series of facilities such as magic item manufacturing room, potion room, large laboratory and puppet factory. The required gold coins are at least 20,000 to 30,000. It is impossible to get all the money from the territory with such a large expenditure. He must find a way to make money to subsidize it. With the trade route of selling potions, the economic pressure was relieved a lot at once. The Fox Chamber of Commerce has sent a lot of things. I have asked people to send them to the warehouse in your yard. You can go and have a look when you have time. I know. Sunan stood up and left the meeting room. Back in the yard, Amy jumped out of Sunan's arms, jumped and disappeared, and went to play with Yinlong. Sunan came to the warehouse and quickly found several boxes piled in the corner. 2 of the boxes were full of books. These books were obviously wiped clean. But no matter the cover or the color of the paper, they all showed a sense of vicissitudes of time. Sunan picked up and read one by one. As expected, more than 90% of the books were knowledge books, and many of them overlapped with what he had. There were only 4 books on spell models. One is the 0-level spell Teleportation. One is the 2nd-level spell Ma Yofu Strong Acid Arrow. Among the things left by Master Amy, there is also a 2nd ring spell model book Crushing Sound Wave. These 2 spells are both relatively practical offensive spells among the 2nd ring spells. The remaining 2 books also gave Sunan a surprise. Both are 1st ring spell model books, namely Silent Phantom and Level 1 Summoning Monster. The former can be said to be one of the spells that wizards must learn. The effect is to instantly create an illusion of a single object or creature within a certain range, and it can move freely to achieve the effect of confusing the audience. Mastering this spell will undoubtedly greatly enhance combat flexibility. And Level 1 Summoning Monster, although the uncertainty is a bit high, if you are lucky enough, it can also play a significant role at certain times. Moreover, the high uncertainty can also be compensated by the number of times, as long as you prepare in advance. In short, both spells are very practical, including these 2. I have 9 first ring spells that I haven't mastered yet. It will take at least a year to master them all. Sunan sighed secretly. Having said that, he wished that there were as many spells as possible. For wizards, the more spells they master, the stronger their ability to deal with various unexpected situations. In addition to spells, there are also several books that interest Sunan in those knowledge books. One is Puppets and Golems. Golems can be said to be one of the branches of puppets, and it is also the branch with the most in-depth research and the most technology since the birth of wizards. When golems were first created, they were actually regarded by wizards as servants and assistants with simple intelligence. It was not until later that wizards tried to add rune secrets to golems, giving them corresponding expertise and skills, making them smarter and more powerful. that the combat ability of golems was greatly improved, and they began to be widely used on the battlefield. And even the famous golem army appeared, as more and more wizards invested in the research and development of golems. The types of golems gradually increased, and their power was greatly enhanced. Chapter 55. It can be called a miracle. Based on the materials used, golems can be roughly divided into flesh golems, clay golems, stone golems, metal golems, and supreme golems, etc. Among them, flesh golems are more special. Their power depends on the quality of the flesh and blood used to make the golems, and the upper and lower limits are extremely wide. From the low-level flesh golems made of beasts, their combat power is not much stronger than that of primary knights. From the god body golems made of the flesh and blood of gods, even true spirit wizards have to retreat when they encounter them. Clay golems are more often used as coolies. Their combat power is not particularly strong. At most, they can bully trainee knights. Stone golems are slightly better, but they are only at the combat power level of formal knights. The types of metal golems are much richer. Steel golems, adamantium golems, shadow steel golems, diamond golems, etc. Generally speaking, the more expensive the materials, the more powerful the golems made. Even the lowest level steel golems have the combat power of legendary knights, such as shadow steel golem and diamond golem. They are more than enough to fight against the formal wizards. Of course, the manufacturing cost of such golems is also astronomical. Sunan doesn't know whether the Starlight Continent can find all the materials to manufacture shadow steel golem and diamond golem now. As for the supreme golem, it is the original form of the magic energy construct. On top of this original form, wizards have also developed legendary constructs such as arcane guard, magic energy mecha, tower spirit construct, mithril sage, etc. This kind of legendary construct life is generally used to deal with gods. In addition to the above golems, there are also special types of golems such as dark golem, strangler golem, skeleton golem, etc. However, because the function is relatively simple, generally only wizards with special needs will make it. In general, the combat effectiveness of golems varies greatly depending on the type. Many wizards will make golems to serve as labor or guards. Sunan has had similar ideas. But if you want to make a golem, the soul core is indispensable. Soul cores can give golems simple intelligence, allowing them to perform less complex repetitive tasks. Clay golems and stone golems are fine, as they do not require high-quality soul cores, and gemstones can be used as soul cores. But higher-level metal golems must use soul crystals. According to mass energy and quantity energy, soul crystals can be divided into 5 levels: micro, small, medium, large, and legendary. Generally speaking, the higher the level of soul crystals used, the smarter the golems made. The soul crystals that Sunan got from the Kubero Manor before were only the lowest grade micro soul crystals. It is okay to make steel golems, but it is beyond the ability of higher level golems. However, Sunan is already very satisfied with having a steel golem at this stage. Once the magic crystal forging furnace is built, start making golems. The second book that interested Sunan was about how to artificially make secondary magic stones. The so-called secondary magic stones refer to energy crystals that are artificially made and contain less energy than magic stones. Although it is not as versatile and functional as real magic stones, it can be used as a substitute for magic stones in many places. So it is called secondary magic stones. In the heyday of wizards 1,000 years ago, the scope of use of secondary magic stones was not very wide. However, with a sharp decline in the concentration of energy particles, all the magic stone veins in the Starlight Continent have been exhausted, and there is no more naturally produced magic stone. So the importance of secondary magic stones has become prominent. It can even be said that secondary magic stones are now the only choice for wizard apprentices when choosing energy crystals. This is good. For secondary magic stones, it should be possible to synthesize real magic stones with magic cubes. Sunan's eyes lit up. If there are magic stones, it will be much easier to build a magic crystal forging furnace in the future and set up an energy particle gathering array when opening a magic plant garden. Putting the sorted books aside, Sunan turned to look at the last box. The box contained some things that looked very old. However, after checking them, Sunan found that most of them were antiques and had no meaning to him. There were only 2 objects with some lines on the surface, which showed that they were once magic items. However, due to the erosion of time, These two items are now completely destroyed. Magic items from thousands of years ago are basically unusable now. I was lucky to get the protection ring and magic coin before. It seems that I have to be self-reliant and make magic items myself. Sunan packed up the useless things, ordered the servants to clean them up, and then walked to the laboratory. A lot of rune gems were used during this outing. Considering that he would have to attack the flashing city next, he had to make another batch of rune gems for self-defense. He exchanged all the more than 2,000 gold coins he got from the Spark Cult stronghold for various gems, and he planned to use half of them to make rune gems. Baron Owen's attack on Blackstone City attracted the attention of many nobles. When Baron Owen took advantage of his brother's death in battle, disregarded his face, and directly seized the title, and exiled his two nephews to Blackstone City, it caused quite a stir in Jinan province. Many people speculated that when Baron Owen integrated the Flash territory and completely secured the title, he would free up his hands to cut the grass and root it out. And the development of things was not unexpected. Baron Owen couldn't wait to send troops almost after winter was over. The charge used was that Blackstone City colluded with the Spark Cult, which was a crime that anyone with a discerning eye could tell was nonsense. Many nobles couldn't stand Baron Owen's shameless style of behavior and felt sympathy for the Key brothers. But no one thought that Blackstone City could defeat Baron Owen. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was so large that it was almost obvious at a glance. But the final result surprised everyone who paid attention to this matter. Baron Owen was defeated. And it was a miserable defeat. The 5,000-strong army was defeated, and only about half of them escaped. The elite cavalry regiment was completely wiped out. The leading Knight Martel and 3 lords died on the spot. It is not an exaggeration to describe the heavy casualties. After this battle, the strength of Baron Owen and Blackstone City can be said to have been completely reversed. For a time, all the nobles in Jinan province had a new understanding of the strength of Blackstone City, and the name Sunan also officially entered the vision of many nobles. According to the fleeing soldiers, the 3 lords and Knight Martel all died at the hands of Sunan. The latter can release lightning, wind blades, and summon bloody vines, and his methods are magical. He also has a giant beast that can be invisible. It was because of the sudden attack of the giant beast that the army collapsed quickly and eventually led to defeat. It can be said that the defeat of Flash City this time was mostly due to Sunan. He changed the outcome of the war with his own strength. All the nobles who heard this information were dumbfounded. You know, even a great knight can't do this. Unless a legendary knight takes action, there may be some possibility. At the age of less than 20, he can do something that even a legendary knight may not be able to do. It can be called a miracle. It was from this incident that the nobles of Jinan province knew that the legend about the wizard was true. For a time, except for the small group of nobles who stood at the top of the pyramid and knew the secret of the wizard, everyone else began to collect information about the wizard. And on the 4th day after the end of the war, an even more shocking news came out, which caused an uproar in Jinan province. Blackstone City officially sent troops, and the target was directly aimed at Flash City. Chapter 56, I came at the right time. Crack! The sound of porcelain breaking rang out in the meeting room. Owen held the broken cup, ignoring the fragments piercing his skin and blood flowing down. His bloodshot eyes stared at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Did the Marquis really say that?" The middle-aged man was well-dressed, with 2 small mustaches, and looked like a pampered aristocrat. After listening to Owen's words, he took a sip of the black tea and spoke slowly. "The Marquis is busy dealing with storm territory recently, and has no time to care about your affairs. Besides, the Marquis has given you a lot of help before, and even helped you contact the assassins of the Spark Cult. He has done enough. But how do you repay the Marquis? You have been forced to this point by 2 young brats. Do you know how many nobles are laughing at you outside?" The middle-aged man spoke slowly, but his words were merciless. Owen was so angry that his forehead jumped, but he didn't dare to get angry in front of him, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. To be honest, he couldn't understand why things turned out like this. In just less than 2 years, how did the 2 brothers make Blackstone City so big? And that's Sunan, who was a useless man who couldn't even learn the breathing method 2 years ago. Why did he suddenly become a wizard? And even Martel died at his hands? I can't understand it. Owen said he really couldn't understand it. Maybe he shouldn't have cared about his face at the beginning. And it would be best to kill the 2 brothers directly. It's too late to regret it now. unless Marquis Jinyan is willing to send troops. With the remaining troops under his command, it is really unlikely to defend the Flash City. Even if he can defend it, he, the Flash Baron, is probably dead in name only. Thinking of this, Owen took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said, Envoy Gillis, if the Marquis is dissatisfied with me, he can punish me later, and I will never complain. But once the Flash territory changes hands, it will be difficult for the Marquis to control this land. Is the Marquis willing to give up the Flash territory? Gillis glanced at Owen and said with a smile, You don't have to worry about this. Even if the Flash territory changes hands, the Lord will take it back in person in the future. Owen was stunned. What does this mean? Is Marquis Jinyan finally going to break the unwritten rules among the nobles and directly go out to rob the territories of other nobles? But if he really wants to do this, I'm afraid that the nobles of the entire principality will not allow it, and will definitely attack Marquis Jinyan. Even Marquis Jinyan can't afford such consequences. Or does Marquis Jinyan have a way to make other nobles in the principality turn a blind eye to this? What does the envoy mean? Owen asked in doubt. Don't worry about it. Giller waved his hand, narrowed his eyes and said, Although you are not good at your job, the master is broad-minded. Considering your past service, he ordered me to take you away from Flash City. From now on, you can be a manor owner in Jinyan City. Owen's face turned pale. From a dignified baron to a manor owner, the gap was too big for him to accept. But if he didn't do this, he couldn't defend Flash City by himself. And there would be no other result except to be buried with Flash City. Giller tasted the black tea slowly, looking down at Owen with a changing expression. He believed that Owen would make a wise choice. Or, at this time, Owen had no other way to go. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. The clerk hurried into the hall, as if he wanted to report something, but he looked at Gillis and the man in a cloak sitting beside him, and hesitated to speak. Owen waved his hands impatiently. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. The secretary bowed and said, Sir, the scouts have sent a message that the Black Rock City army has marched 5 kilometers outside the city, and will arrive at the city gate in an hour at most. After the voice fell, Owen stood up from the chair, and his expression could no longer suppress the panic. How did they come so quickly? After saying that, he realized his loss of composure, and reluctantly restrained his panic, waving his hands to pretend to be calm. Pass the order down. Let Dario lead the army to guard the city, and never let the people of Black Rock City step into the city. When the secretary retreated in response, Owen no longer hesitated and hurriedly said to Gillis, Special Envoy, I agree. I will go to Golden Rock City with you. Gilles put down the teacup and smiled slightly. A wise choice. Please wait for me for a while. Sir, I will have someone pack up now. Escape is escape. But the property that should be taken away still needs to be taken away. If you want to be a manor owner, you must have money to buy land. Before the Blackstone City attacks, you have to hurry up to collect your property. In order to avoid Gillis' dissatisfaction, Owen also went up and stuffed a small bag of gold coins into Gillis' hands. Excuse me, Special Envoy. Gillis weighed the weight of the bag and smiled a little more. Don't worry, Baron. Please rest assured. With Mr. Hodge here, even if the Blackstone City army surrounds the Flash City, we can get out of here safely. Owen looked at the cloaked man next to him in surprise. Since entering the meeting room, the cloaked man has not spoken a word, and has been sitting quietly beside him without saying a word. He thought the cloaked man was Gillis's guard, but from Gillis' tone, the cloaked man named Hodge seemed to be of no lower status than him. I don't know who Mr. Hodge is. Owen was just about to test the cloaked man's background when he heard a noise coming from outside. He frowned and was about to call the guards to question him, but he saw Hodge standing up in front of him. Something is wrong. There are screams. It's an assassin. Assassin? Owen was half believing and half doubting. The Blackstone City army was 10 kilometers away, and his mansion was heavily guarded. What kind of assassin could break in? However, Owen soon stopped wondering. The shouting and killing quickly approached the conference hall, and then suddenly quieted down. Following closely, a figure slowly stepped into the conference hall. The moment he saw the face of the person coming, Owen's eyes widened in horror. Sunan! Gillis' eyes condensed, and he sat up subconsciously, looking at the young man standing at the door with interest. Is this the wizard from Blackstone City that was rumored? Sunan glanced at the three people in the hall, paused on Hodge, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled. It seems that I came at the right time. Are you three discussing how to escape? Chapter 57. Young people should not think too highly of themselves. Without answering Sunan's teasing words, Owen subconsciously took a step back and shouted in horror, Come! Come quickly! There is an assassin! Giller couldn't help but frown at the sharp voice that changed its tone due to fear, and looked at Owen with a flash of contempt in his eyes. The enemy had already entered the house, and it was obvious with the toe that the guards must have been killed. He was still shouting like a fool, which was really embarrassing. Why didn't I see that this guy was such a fool before? Owen also understood at this time. His face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Gillis ignored the idiot, turned to look at Sunan, chuckled and said playfully, Sunan Yinist, I have heard of you. The legendary wizard. The Marquis praised you as a promising young man. How about it? Would you consider working for the Marquis? As long as you have made enough merits, the Marquis can reward you with the title of Viscount, not to mention a mere baron. Who are you? Sunan glanced at Gillis. Gillis Konos, the special envoy of the Marquis of Jin Yin. Gillis raised his chin slightly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. It turns out that you are just a dog of the Marquis of Jin Yin. Sunan shook his head. Gillis' smile froze. His face quickly turned gloomy, and he said coldly, Young man, don't think too highly of yourself. Don't think that you can look down on everything just because you become a wizard. There are many people in this world who are better than you. Sunan sneered. So? Seeing that Sunan looked down on him from beginning to end, Gillis was finally completely enraged, and his face became extremely cold. It seems that you are just a fool who can't see the situation clearly. I overestimated you. People like you are not worthy of serving the Marquis. Well, since you are here, don't leave. And leave your life here. Mr. Hodge? Please. The last sentence was said to the cloaked man next to him. Hodge nodded, tore off the cloak, revealing a vicissitudes of life face of about 40 years old, as well as the silver scales and fine steel sword underneath. I've heard a lot of rumors about wizards, but this is the first time I've encountered one. I hope you won't let me down. Hodge stared at Sunan with a fierce look in his eyes flashing with high fighting spirit. After the words fell, without waiting for Sunan's response, he swung his sword forward fiercely. Amid the piercing explosion of breaking through the air, a red flame sword energy formed out of thin air wherever the sword blade passed, piercing through the void like lightning and attacking Sunan. Elemental power. Sunan's eyes condensed. Without dodging, the invisible shield instantly drifted in front of him, blocking the flame sword energy. After missing the first attack, Hodge was not disappointed. He jumped out and attacked Sunan like lightning. Sunan casually threw out a lightning, slightly blocking Hodge, and at the same time took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and left the hall in a blink of an eye. Watching the two rushing out of the hall one after another, Owen was stunned and stood there, his face full of astonishment. Elemental power. Lord Hodge is a legendary knight, Giller said with a proud smile. I said it long ago. With Lord Hodge here, there is no need to worry at all. After coming back to his senses from the shock, Owen suddenly felt a strong surprise from hell to heaven. Legendary knights are the top combat power of the principality. A legendary knight can fight dozens of great knights alone, with a legendary knight in charge. What is he afraid of? Owen's panic and fear were swept away, revealing an extremely excited expression. The two immediately walked out of the hall and came to the courtyard outside. The originally quiet and elegant courtyard was already in a mess at this time, with broken wood and gravel everywhere. Hodge held a long sword burning with blazing flames, and continuously launched a fierce attack on Sunan. The latter was almost suppressed in place, and could not dodge. He could only rely on the shield and protective ring to resist, and occasionally raised his hand to release thunder and lightning to counterattack. Flames, thunder and lightning and winds intertwined, stirring up dull and deafening whistles. Unlike the great knight, who can only rely on himself to generate fighting spirit, the legendary knight has to some extent escaped the shackles of the flesh, and can communicate with the free energy particles in nature. They are similar to the second-level wizard apprentices, and have already mastered the skills of manipulating energy particles. The difference is that most legendary knights can only transform a single energy particle into a single element form, unlike the wizard apprentice, who can manipulate multiple energy particles and has more diverse skills. But even so, the combat effectiveness of the legendary knight who has mastered the power of elements can be said to be a completely earth-shaking change compared to the Great Knight. To put it in popular terms, it is to transform from a simple physical warrior to a magic warrior who practices both magic and martial arts. And it is also a magic warrior who can absorb energy particles to replenish consumption and greatly improve endurance. The legendary knight, who has mastered the power of elements, can already be a single enemy of thousands of troops on the battlefield, which is enough to affect the outcome of a small-scale war. It is precisely because of the power and rarity of legendary knights that they have rarely been seen on the battlefield in recent years. They are more regarded as strategic weapons and will not be deployed easily. To be honest, meeting a legendary knight here was really beyond Sunan expectations. It is really difficult for him, a second-level wizard apprentice, to deal with such a strong man. At this moment, Sunan's expression moved slightly, and a smile flashed across his face. At the same time, Hodge seemed to have noticed something and swung his sword to the side. Dang! A large piece of spark suddenly burst out in the empty void, accompanied by a low hissing sound. Hodge swung his sword and cut out a large piece of flames. The scorching high temperature burned the air slightly distorted, and vaguely outlined the figure of a giant beast on all fours. It quickly transformed into a virtual body, avoiding the flames while retreating to Sunan's side, and hissed softly. Sunan laughed softly. Well done. Hodge narrowed his eyes and stared at Sunan's side. Although there was nothing there, he seemed to be able to clearly see the position of the hidden dragon. It's exactly the same as the intelligence said. A beast that can be perfectly invisible. But if you think you can defeat me like this, then you are underestimating the legendary knight. At the level of the legendary knight, judging the enemy position is no longer purely relying on the naked eye, but more on perception. Unless the breath can be hidden, even if the shape, sound and smell are perfectly eliminated, the legendary knight can still judge the enemy position by perception. At the door of the hall, Gillis looked at this scene with a disdainful expression on his face. It's useless, Sunan. The power of the legendary knight is far beyond your imagination. Your little tricks are useless to Mr. Hodge. Faced with Gillis' sarcasm, Sunan didn't even bother to respond. In terms of understanding the legendary knight, everyone present, including Hodge himself, is probably not as good as him. In his last life, he had killed at least 70 or 80 legendary knights, if not hundreds. Among them, there was even a legendary knight who mastered the power of space. In comparison, Hodge was only average. Although it was a bit tricky, he was not unable to solve it. It costs money again. Sunan sighed, turned his wrist, and several sparkling rune gems appeared in his palm. Chapter 58 Humanoid Turret. Is that a gem? Looking at the gem in Sunan's hand from a distance, Gillis frowned in confusion. But soon, he put this doubt behind him. No matter how powerful the wizard is, he is still suppressed by Lord Hodge. Even with the help of that strange beast, Sunan can never be the opponent of Lord Hodge. From the moment Sunan appeared here, his fate was actually doomed. Either surrender or die. It can only be said that the young man is too arrogant and always thinks he is very powerful. But he doesn't know that the world is much wider than he thinks. You are lucky. Giller turned his head to look at Owen, and smiled. As long as Sunan dies, the morale of the Blackstone City army will inevitably drop sharply. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to hit the opponent hard. The envoy is right. Owen's expression was also very excited. Killing Sunan, not to mention immediately solving the current dilemma. But at least it can be a big relief. It might be possible to defeat Blackstone City and regain control of the Flash territory. Thinking of this, Owen was immediately excited, staring at the battle in the courtyard without blinking, hoping that Sunan would be killed by Hodge in the next second. The battle broke out again after a short pause. As Hodge himself said, the invisible ability of the hidden dragon was almost useless in front of him. Every time the latter attacked, the moment it transformed from a virtual body to a real body, Hodge instantly detected and captured the position, easily blocking the attack while leaving several charred wounds on the hidden dragon. The hidden dragon is still a bit reluctant to deal with the legendary knight now, unless it completely transforms its bloodline into the bloodline of a subdragon. Then it should have the strength to fight the legendary knight. Sunan thought silently. However, with the hidden dragon distracting most of Hodge's attention, his situation became much easier, and he threw out a rune gem. Boom! The gem suddenly exploded in midair, turning into countless winding lightning snakes that poured down and covered Hodge's whole body. Hodge's face changed slightly due to the violent and unparalleled power. He quickly retreated and swung his sword to cut a flaming sword energy above his head. Crack! Despite his quick reaction and the flaming sword energy that annihilated most of the thunder, Hodge was still hit by the remaining thunder. He froze for a moment, and the fighting spirit on his body fluctuated violently. What is this trick? Hodge's face changed in horror. The power of the previous attack was much more terrifying than any of Sunan's previous attacks. With his fire elemental power and fighting spirit double defense, he was actually injured. However, reality did not leave Hodge room to think. As Sunan threw another rune gem, the second wave of attacks followed. This time, it was countless dark and deep rays of light. Shadow erosion. Without even having time to react, Hodge was hit directly. He felt a chill in his body, as if he was wearing an invisible shackle, and his movements were obviously much slower. Even the mobilization of Do Chi and the control of energy particles were a little more sluggish. Like rust. Not far away, Sunan threw out 3 gems again, following the thunder and shadow. The flames, frost and hurricane swept out again, overwhelming Hodge. Facing the legendary knight, Sunan completely let go of his hands and feet, transformed into a human turret, and continuously threw out one rune gem after another. In just 4 or 5 breaths, he consumed more than 20 rune gems, and Hodge was already blinded by the blow. He felt like he was besieged by multiple legendary knights, and elemental attacks of different attributes were coming from all directions at all times, facing the fierce offensive like a storm. He didn't even have time to absorb energy particles to recover, and the Do Chi brilliance on his body was quickly shattered and destroyed. After enduring several waves of attacks with his flesh and blood, Hodge was covered with wounds of frost, wind blades and lightning. He looked miserable, and the fighting spirit he had just a moment ago was completely gone. Damn it! Since he was promoted to a legendary knight, when has Hodge ever been so miserable? His strong anger made him burst out with 12 points of strength. He actually carried the thunder and frost that were coming towards him, and rushed towards Sunan with unparalleled momentum. Then he saw Sunan spread out his hands, and the 6 rune gems in his palm shone with charming luster. Hodge has never wanted to curse like this. How many gems does this damn kid have? It's a pity that he will never know the answer. The next moment, the surging elemental attack overwhelmed him. Boom! The violent shockwave spread out from where Hodge was, blowing the gravel flying. Even Gillis and Owen, who were far away, were pushed back several steps by the oncoming wind wave, and the gravel hit their faces and hurt a little. However, the two of them could no longer care about anything else at this time, and just stared blankly at the center of the courtyard, with their mouths wide open and faces full of disbelief. Why did it turn out like this? Hodge had the upper hand just now. Why was he beaten into such a miserable state by Sunan in the blink of an eye? What exactly happened? Huh? The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the situation in the center of the courtyard. Hodge was covered with frost and burn marks, lying motionless on the ground. Already dead? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Sunan felt a little sorry. The soul of a legendary knight can at least create a small soul crystal, but unfortunately, he can't extract the soul from the corpse now. It's a waste. Retracting his gaze, Sunan turned his head to look at Gillis and Owen. Meeting Sunan's gaze, the two of them suddenly shuddered and subconsciously took a step back, their faces pale. Mr. Sunan, we can actually discuss it again. Marquis Jinyan, Gillis stammered, his face full of fear. Completely no longer the pride and arrogance when he was sure of victory before. Unfortunately, Sunan had no intention of talking nonsense with him. A flash of lightning flashed at his fingertips, and a flash of lightning instantly pierced through Gillis's brow. The envoy's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground with fear and despair on his face. Owen was so frightened that his heart and gall bladder broke. He knelt on the ground with a plop, begging for mercy with a horrified face. Sunan, please let me go. I don't want the title anymore. I give it back to you, as long as you spare my life. Please. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by a sleeping spell from Sunan and fainted directly. It's too easy to kill you like this. The place you really should go is the execution ground. Sunan turned and looked towards the city gate, and patted the head of Yinlong who was approaching. Go. Break open the city gate, and welcome my brother and others into the city. Yinlong screamed, and his body quickly disappeared. Not long after, a loud bang came from the direction of the city gate. followed by shouts of killing that soared into the sky. Chapter 59 Waiting for a Storm. At the end of the month of Dongqing, the snow has not completely dissipated. It is still some time before the arrival of the wind of recovery. But the entire Jiangnan province has become restless. Two major events that have happened recently have made the aristocratic circles of the entire Jiangnan province boil. The first thing is related to the Storm territory. After being in a coma for more than half a year, the Storm Earl was finally announced dead. The title was unexpectedly inherited by the Storm Earl's youngest son. At the subsequent inheritance ceremony, the Marquis of Jiangnan attended and gave his blessing to the new Storm Earl. The second thing is that the position of the Flash Baron has changed hands again. To be honest, many nobles have been mentally prepared for this result. It's just that the course of events was somewhat beyond their expectations. Blackstone City almost captured the Flash City without bloodshed. According to the war report, the gate of Blackstone City was shattered just before the army arrived at Flash City. Several generals were torn into pieces in public and died tragically on the spot. So before the war even started, the defenders of Flash City collapsed. The Blackstone City army then marched straight in and took over the entire Flash City without much effort. This result really shocked many people, and more discerning people, when they saw this war report. Guess the role played by Sunan in this victory. After the war, many nobles were waiting for Marquis Jiannan's reaction. After all, everyone knew that Marquis Jiannan was standing behind Owen. Now that Owen was hanged, and the position of Flash Baron changed hands, if Marquis Jiannan did nothing, his prestige would inevitably drop sharply. But what is surprising is that after a long time of war, Marquis Jiannan did not react at all. Let the new Flash Baron Qianist easily conquer the entire Flash territory and gradually sit firmly on the position of Baron. Many nobles were puzzled. Only a few nobles who were close to Marquis Jiannan, such as Count Dongshuang, Viscount Kurosawa, and Viscount Quetzalcoatl, knew what the latter was afraid of. Jiangnan City. Inner Castle. Under the guidance of the butler, two men in cloaks walked through the courtyard and entered the spacious and bright corridor. The corridor was hung with expensive oil paintings on both sides. The sun shone through the window, making the gilded frames sparkle. Casper was the last one, and his eyes swept over an oil painting, and his mouth twitched slightly. He remembered that this oil painting of Princess Jinghua had appeared at a large auction not long ago, and it was sold at a high price of 3,800 gold coins. And such a precious oil painting is now hanging on the corridor. Looking at the dozens of oil paintings on the corridor, whose value is not much less than that of Princess Jinghua, Casper couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is said that Marquis Jiannan is rich enough to rival a country. And now it seems that the rumor is true. In this world, gold coins represent strength. So it's no wonder that Marquis Jiannan is unwilling to be just a local overlord. While thinking, the three of them have come to the room at the end of the corridor. The butler raised his hand and knocked on the door gently, saying, "My lord, two distinguished guests have arrived. Come in." A deep voice came from inside. The butler gently pushed the door open, then turned sideways and motioned the two to go in. Walking into the study, Marquis Jiannan was standing sideways in front of the window, staring at the sky outside. His eyes were deep, and I don't know what he was thinking. Just 2 months ago, Marquis Jiannan had just celebrated his 60th birthday, but his black hair was still as shiny as before, and his facial skin was tight and ruddy. Anyone who saw him would think he was only in his early 30s. "Master Yoris, long time no see." Marquis Jiannan turned around. A smile appeared on his tough face, and raised his hand to motion the two to sit down. "Long time no see, Marquis. I am very happy to see you are well." After Marquis Jiannan sat down, Yoris also sat down opposite him. As for Casper, he consciously stood aside. He was not qualified to sit in front of these two. "I am old and my body is starting to go downhill. The hidden injuries left by the previous wars often flare up. Time is unforgiving." "Marquis, you are joking. Your body is much stronger than mine." The two exchanged a few pleasantries like ordinary friends, and then Marquis Jiannan got to the point. "Officially, Yoris came to see me specially. It's not just to chat with me about family matters." Yoris smiled and said solemnly, "This time I came to see Marquis, mainly because of Sunan matter." As soon as the word Sunan came out, a trace of haze flashed across Marquis Jiannan's face, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Casper on the side subconsciously tensed his body. At this moment, Marquis Jinyan truly revealed a bit of the edge of the overlord of Jinan province, and the old legendary knight. Sunan? Did he offend your sect? Marquis Jinyan raised his eyebrows and asked. In his impression, the only intersection between Sunan and the Spark sect was the incident in which the Spark sect sent people to sneak into Blackstone City to assassinate him. Before, he couldn't figure out why the Spark cult assassins failed. But after the Blackstone City battle report was made public, the facts became very clear. Even Hodge died at the hands of Sunan. So it was normal for the assassination of 2 junior knight assassins to fail. It was just that the assassination was commissioned by Owen. So even if it failed, the Spark cult would not be angry with Sunan. But what Yuri said next surprised Marquis Jinyan. To be honest, Marquis, 2 months ago, our sect suffered heavy casualties in the stronghold of Stone Bell City, with a total loss of 6 priests and hundreds of believers. And the murderer who caused all this was a wizard. The other party also happened to have an invisible beast. Marquis Jinyan's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. Invisible beasts are so rare that the possibility of 2 appearing at the same time in the Jinan province is too low. In addition, the controllers are all wizards, so the probability is even lower. No wonder the Spark Church was sure that the man was Sunan. But how did Sunan know your base in Shizhong City? Marquis Jinyan knew that the people of the Spark Church had means to prevent torture, and it was impossible for others to interrogate any information from this group of fanatics. If not, he would not be at ease cooperating with the Spark Church to assassinate nobles. We haven't investigated this clearly yet. Yuri's eyes twitched slightly, and then his expression turned cold. But Sunan killed so many of our believers. We will never let him go. This time I came to see the Marquis. I also want to deal with Sunan with you. If you want to send troops to attack the Flash territory, we are willing to lend you a hand. Marquis Jinyan tapped the table with his fingers and smiled slightly. I am naturally very happy if your church is willing to help. But now is not the time to deal with the Flash territory. Then when will it be? Yuri's frowned slightly. He was not really in a hurry to kill Sunan, but the divine blood amber was still in his hands. This thing is of great significance to the sect, and they will not be at ease until they find it back. Marquis Jinyan stood up and walked to the window, looking deeply to the south. Wait for a storm. A storm that sweeps across the principality. Chapter 60 Base Construction. Hurry up. We must deliver the things to the destination before dark. In the flashing city, a transport convoy slowly moved forward on the Bluestone Road, and the sound of the wheels rolling was continuous. The residents along the way consciously avoided to both sides, because there was a team of fully armed soldiers following the convoy. The leading men were wearing full body armor, and they were obviously knights at a glance. Sure enough, Flashing City is better. Blackstone City is still a bit remote after all. Looking at the scenery on both sides of the street, Qiaotan grinned inside. The architectural style of Flashing City tends to be Romanesque, giving people a majestic and solemn feeling. The road is a flat bluestone road, with flowers, trees and plants planted on both sides. The ground is clean and tidy, and there is a complete sewer. Even the houses are more exquisite and tidy than those in Blackstone City. Compared with Flashing City, Blackstone City suddenly looks like a country. When we followed Lord Key to Blackstone City, who would have thought that we would be able to return to the Flash territory so soon? A knight sighed. The rest of the people also sighed when they heard this. Who said it wasn't? I thought I would stay in Blackstone City for the rest of my life. Yes. Until now I still wonder if I am dreaming from time to time. All this is thanks to Lord and Lord Sunan. But then again, why did Lord Sunan move out of the city? Could it be? The knight who was speaking was kicked by Jotan before he finished speaking. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful. I will beat you up. Lord Baron and his brothers have a good relationship. Besides, Lord Sunan obviously has no interest in the title. He wants to be a wizard in the future. Why doesn't Lord Sunan stay in the city? It's so remote outside the city. How can it be as comfortable as living in the inner castle? A knight asked, puzzled. Qiaotan shrugged and said, I heard that Lord Sunan wants to build a base outside the city. He said he wants to build a magic plantation and a puppet factory. The land area required is not small, so he chose to build it outside the city. This time we are transporting materials for building the base. Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, Qiaotan waved his hand impatiently. Anyway, we just need to do what Lord Sunan says. Everyone thought so. Lord Sunan's plan is not something they can guess casually. So just do it. The convoy passed through the city, and after leaving the city gate, it went north for 4 or 5 kilometers, and finally saw a piece of excavated and leveled land. Many workers were busy, and the crisp sound of pickaxes hitting rocks was endless. Xiaotan soon found Sunan, who was wandering around on the hillside, as if looking for something. "Sir Sunan, the Lord asked me to deliver something." Sunan nodded, waved to a steward, asked him to hand over the things, and then took out a list and handed it to Xiaotan. "This is the next batch of things to be used. Please give it to my brother for me." "Yes, sir." Xiaotan responded solemnly and secretly glanced at the list. Crystal, brass, silver, clay. The first few are understandable. What is clay used for? Making ceramics? Xiaotan was secretly puzzled, but he didn't ask much, took the list and said goodbye to Sunan and left. After he left, Sunan continued to explore the surroundings. After taking over the flashing city, he started his farming plan according to the plan. Without saying a word, he found key and marked a piece of land on the plain not far outside the city, preparing to build his own base. A qualified wizard must have his own territory to practice and study knowledge with peace of mind, and develop at the same time. So many wizards will build their own wizard towers. A few powerful true spirit wizards would even spend enormous resources to build floating cities. Unfortunately, neither the floating city nor the wizard tower is within the reach of Sunan now. He could only settle for the second best and build an ordinary base. A complete base must include a meditation area, a spell practice area, an experimental area, a residential area, a pharmaceutical area, a magic plant garden, a magic item workshop, a puppet factory, a warehouse and other facilities. With so many facilities built, the base's area is even larger than an ordinary village. The gold coins consumed are also in the tens of thousands. Fortunately, Sunan took the time to make a batch of potions during this period and handed them over to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for sale. The deposit received can be used for the initial construction of the base. What he is currently exploring is the location of the ground vein nodes. There are primitive magic veins underground in any world. These veins are called ground vein nodes, or elemental branches, magic nodes, etc. The name is just a code name. In essence, the ground vein nodes are the intersection of natural energy. As long as large magic arrays are used to set up magic supply channels at the ground vein nodes, stable magic energy transmission can be provided, which can greatly save energy. Otherwise, if we simply rely on magic stones to support the operation of the magic plantation, magic item manufacturing workshop and puppet factory, even if we invest the entire income of the Flash territory, it will not be enough to consume. The only problem is that the elements of the Starlight continent are now barren, and the elemental magic power that the ground vein nodes can provide has also been greatly reduced. Relying on the ground vein nodes alone, I am afraid that it can only support the daily operation and maintenance of the base. If you want to use equipment such as the magic crystal forging furnace, you must add magic stones as a supplementary energy source. In view of this, before the construction of the base is completed, a batch of magic stones must be reserved. After determining the ground vein nodes, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the busy crowd below. Relying solely on manpower to build a base is still a bit inefficient. It is best to create a batch of clay golems to serve as manpower. Clay golems have a power of nearly 1 ton and are very efficient labor. In many large-scale projects, a clay golem can be responsible for the work equivalent to hundreds of humans. The key is that clay golems do not need to rest or eat. As long as there is enough energy supply and daily maintenance, they can be used all the time. Therefore, many wizards like to use clay golems as laborers or servants. Clay golems require simple materials, consume less energy, and are very easy to maintain. They are the best choice for labor. As long as there are 10 clay golems, the efficiency of base construction can be multiplied several times, and a lot of manpower expenses can be saved. In addition, places such as magic plant gardens and magic item workshops also need special manpower to maintain. In addition to being literate, they must also master a certain foundation in magic plant science or enchantment science. These must be cultivated from scratch. Practice, learn spells, build bases, make potions, refine golems, and cultivate manpower. Sunan suddenly found that he had a lot of things to do. I'd be busy next. Chapter 61 Clay Golem. Don was very efficient and delivered the materials that Sunan needed the next day. Sunan immediately asked the workers to move the materials to the temporary laboratory, and then set about making the first golem puppet. The main material of the clay golem is clay, a kind of soil with little sand and stickiness, which is not easy for water to pass through and has good plasticity. It takes about 0.5 tons of clay to make a clay golem, plus a small amount of silver, crystal, and the most important soul core. The lowest level of clay golem can use gems as the soul core, but the intelligence level of the clay golem made in this way is extremely low, and it can only be competent for simple tasks. For example, cleaning a certain area, carrying things, or hammering people. Sunan had made many clay golems in his previous life. Now he is revisiting the old work, and soon becomes familiar with it. After more than half an hour, there was a clay body about 2.5 meters tall on the wide workbench. Its face is square, without a neck, and its chest is broad and strong. The thick arms attached to its shoulders hang down to the knees. Its fingers are short and thick, but relatively flexible. Its legs are only 1/3 of its body length, and its feet are wide and flat. The chest of the clay golem is still open at this time, revealing the extremely complex enchanted runes inside. Sunan put the gem with the runes engraved into it, then closed the groove and began to chant the spell. The last step in making a golem is to activate the golem and give it vitality. As the spell sounded, the surrounding energy particles suddenly became active, quickly gathered from all directions, and rushed to sink into the body of the clay golem. At the same time, the elemental magic power from the earth vein node also flowed in. Under the infusion of energy, the body of the clay golem gradually changed, and a vitality that was completely different from flesh and blood life was growing and growing in the clay body. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Then the magic power gradually faded, and the energy particles gradually returned to calm. TSK, the clay golem on the workbench suddenly moved, and then sat up with its huge and sturdy body, staring blankly at Sunan with its stiff face. "It's done." Sunan showed a happy expression, pointing to the box next to him and giving an order. "Move the box outside." "Yes, master." The clay golem responded with a dull sound, and then jumped to the ground with a muffled bang. Its movements were a little clumsy, but it quickly adapted to it, and moved the heavy box outside without any effort. Sunan nodded secretly. The clay golem is a very useful laborer, and the key is that it consumes less energy. After fully charging once, it can do hard labor for 4 or 5 days in a row, when the energy is about to run out. As long as it enters the connection array of the earth vein node, it can be quickly recharged. It can be said to be the most useful ox and horse. The most expensive material for making clay golems is the gem. The rest of the clay and a small amount of silver, brass, and crystal are not worth much. The cost of making a clay golem is only a dozen gold coins. In the long run, it is more cost-effective and more efficient than hiring workers to do the work. Sunan immediately decided to make 10 clay golems in one go in the next 2 days, so that the base can be built as soon as possible. As for the steel golem, we have to wait until the puppet factory is built before making it. After all, metal golems require higher skills and equipment. Unlike clay golems, they can be made with just a simple workbench. Time flies, and it is the month of recovery. The snow melts, and there are more touches of spring in the fields. With the 10 clay golems put into the project, the construction speed of the base has soared a lot. The heavy stone that requires several workers to carry together can often be carried by clay golems at once, which makes those workers who can't read a single word stunned. He had come to see it several times, and after seeing the clay golems working, his eyes lit up. This thing is a natural baggage soldier. He immediately had the idea of forming a clay golem baggage unit. Even after learning that the cost of making a clay golem was as high as more than 10 gold coins, he did not give up. This thing is not as expensive as the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, but it will be a subversive improvement in the war logistics capabilities. If you use this thing to form a baggage unit, the logistics pressure during the war will definitely be greatly reduced. Unable to be entangled by Key, Sunan had to agree to supply him with a batch of clay golems after meeting the manpower needs of the base. It is worth mentioning that after retaking the Flash territory, Key immediately stopped the export of blackstone iron due to the substantial increase in territory income. The blackstone iron produced in the Blackstone mine has since been supplied only to the Flash territory to arm the army and expand the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. Expanding military strength is still the top priority for the Shining Territory. After all, there is a Marquis of Jianyan who is eyeing them covetously. The first problem facing the expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is that the supply of secondary dragon blood potions cannot keep up. There are only 60 or 70 black-scaled lizardmen captives in the Flash territory now, and the amount of blood that can be extracted each month is limited. The secondary dragon blood potion that was finally produced is far from enough to support the rapid expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. For this matter, Key was worried a lot and consulted Sunan several times. In this regard, Sunan also thought of many solutions. For example, draw blood from the hidden dragon. The blood concentration of the hidden dragon is far higher than that of ordinary black-scaled lizardmen. It alone can get much more blood materials per month than the group of black-scaled lizardmen captives. However, after thinking again and again, Sunan finally rejected this idea. If blood is continuously drawn from the hidden dragon, the speed of its blood concentration will inevitably be greatly reduced. This is unacceptable to Sunan. Helping the territory grow is certainly important, but his own strength improvement should not be ignored. The appearance of Hodge reminded him. Although the current Starlight continent is an elemental desert, there are many hidden strongmen. Hodge, who is at most a first-ring legendary knight, forced him to consume nearly 30 rune gems to get rid of him. If a stronger enemy appeared, he might not even be able to escape. So for the sake of his own safety, the improvement of strength must not be slowed down. After thinking about it for a while, Sunan finally came up with a feasible solution. That is to find a substitute for the secondary dragon blood potion. Considering that the scale of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment will be further expanded in the future, this substitute must be able to be mass-produced and cheap enough. This rules out potions. After thinking again and again, Sunan finally set his sights on magic plants. Although there are no magic plants that meet his conditions in his memory, it doesn't matter, since there are none. He can cultivate them himself. With a synthetic magic cube in hand, he naturally has a greater advantage than other wizard apprentices in cultivating new magic plants. I have some ideas about the potion. Give me some time and I will find a way to solve it, Sunan said. He trusted his brother very much. Hearing him say that, his expression relaxed a lot. Then, he suddenly remembered something and asked Sunan, "You said before that you would recruit apprentices from the territory. What's the matter? After I complete the construction here, many places will need special manpower to maintain. I plan to train myself and see if I can dig out a few wizard apprentices." Hearing the last sentence, he was immediately refreshed. It was because of Sunan, the wizard apprentice, that Blackstone City could grow rapidly and eventually regain the Flash territory. Facts have proved how important a wizard apprentice is to the development of a territory. If there are a few more wizard apprentices in the territory, it will definitely be a great thing. Thinking of this, he immediately patted his chest and agreed to the matter, promising to do it beautifully for Sunan. Chapter 62, Hugely Profitable Magic Stone. With the dual benefits of the Super Potion and the Divine Blood Amber, Sunan meditation progress has made great progress, and he successfully built the 5th-star ring in the middle of the month. His mental power has also successfully broken through the 18 mark. In 2 months, the duration of the Super Potion is just about to end. So Sunan synthesized another bottle of 2nd-grade Super Potion and took it, and his meditation efficiency has been improved compared to before. At the end of the day, the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method increased by nearly 700 points. It takes 50,000 proficiency to upgrade the level 6 Star Ring meditation method. It will take at least more than 2 months at this rate. But after building the 6-star ring, my mental power should be able to break through 20. Sunan's mind moved slightly, and he called out the panel. In addition to the Star Ring meditation method, among the remaining 4 skills, the fastest growing one is potion making, and the level is also leading. After all, Sunan now has to make potions every day, and after accumulating for a period of time, he will deliver them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for sale. This is his current largest source of funds. The second one is puppet refining. He refines dozens of black rock leopards every month, and recently refined 10 clay golems, which increased his proficiency. The next one is biological transformation. Inlong's blood exchange plan is still going on, and each time it can provide a lot of proficiency for biological transformation skills. To date, the concentration of Inlong's dragon lizard bloodline has reached nearly 40%. Sunan estimates that in 2 years at most, Inlong's bloodline can be upgraded to sub-dragon bloodline. It is worth mentioning that Sunan actually had the idea of extracting Amy's space shuttle ability and copying it to Yinlong. After all, the space shuttle ability is very compatible with the virtual real conversion ability and the invisibility ability. The combination of the three can definitely make Yinlong's combat power undergo a qualitative change and improve several levels. Even a legendary knight can't resist the sudden attack of Yinlong, who has mastered the space shuttle ability. For this reason, Sunan also tempted Amy with the synthesized ice mint, and successfully fooled the kitten into agreeing to cooperate with his experiment. It's just a pity that the result was that many experiments failed. After all, Amy's ability to travel through space is not derived from her bloodline, but a spell-like ability awakened by the magic pet contract. This ability is not a bloodline ability. Even if Amy's bloodline is extracted and integrated into the hidden dragon's body, it cannot be inherited and copied. Sunan had to temporarily put aside this tempting idea. Although the ability to travel through space is very rare, there are also races with similar bloodline abilities in the multiverse. When I become a wizard in the future, I may be able to find a way to catch one and extract the bloodline ability to copy it to the hidden dragon. Sunan thought secretly. Among the 4 skills, the slowest growth is magic item manufacturing. After all, apart from rune gems, he has basically never made a serious magic item. Speaking of which, making secondary magic stones should also increase the proficiency of this skill. Right? Sunan heart moved. Both the magic item workshop and the puppet factory require a magic crystal forging furnace, and the energy source of this thing is magic stone. Before casting the magic crystal forging furnace, the magic stone must be synthesized first. Sunan turned and walked into the laboratory. Under the tireless work of the clay golem, the foundation of the base has been laid, and various building facilities have begun to take shape. It is estimated that the base project will be completed in 2 months at most. After that, as long as various magic arrays and magic energy transmission pipelines are laid, the base will be truly built. Standing in front of the workbench, Sunan drew the magic array, and then placed an egg-sized crystal in the center of the magic array. Although the name of magic stone contains the word stone, it is actually a gray crystal. Therefore, it is also called magic crystal stone. To make secondary magic stone, similar crystals must be used as carriers. As Sunan chanted the spell, the magic array lit up, and elemental magic power surged from the ground vein nodes, flowed into the magic array through the magic energy transmission pipeline, and finally gathered into the crystal. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the crystal completely changed from transparent to gray, with a strange luster. Sunan picked up the crystal and put it into the magic cube. Secondary magic stone. Purity 99.36%. A crystal containing a small amount of magic energy. Not bad. The purity is quite high. Sunan nodded with satisfaction, and then made more than 20 secondary magic stones, until the energy-gathering magic array he drew completely lost its effect. Then he stopped and started to synthesize magic stones, until the 15th secondary magic stone was put in. The information of the magic stone finally appeared on the synthesis interface. Magic stone, lower level. A crystal containing rich magic energy. The cost of making secondary magic stone is only crystal and materials for drawing magic array. And one magic array can make about 27 secondary magic stones. In the end, the cost of a secondary magic stone is about 12 silver coins. The cost of a lower level magic stone is 180 silver coins. Less than 2 gold coins. It seems that in the 2.0 version of the wizard era, a low-level magic stone can be exchanged for 50 or 60 gold coins in any country. If calculated in this way, my cost is simply a huge profit. Sunan weighed the magic stone. Magic stones are the product of the elemental tide, a rare mineral with magic power. They are rare spellcasting materials, props for arranging magic arrays, and can extract energy to restore consumed mental power. They are extremely versatile. Therefore, wizards are accustomed to using magic stones as hard currency, with the means of synthesizing magic stones at low cost. When the wizard era comes, he can immediately become a rich man and purchase various resources and magic items. It's exciting to think about it. The premise is that I can live 1,000 years later. After calming down, Sunan put away the magic stone and continued to make secondary magic stones. A low-level magic stone can support the operation of the magic crystal forging furnace for about an hour. Considering that there will be at least 2 magic crystal forging furnaces in the base in the future, he plans to save 200 or 300 magic stones first. It's a pity that my current mental power is not enough to open the element channel. Otherwise, I would not need to consume so many magic stones if I built an element pool. The element pool is a higher level energy supply device. It can extract elemental energy from the elemental plane and continuously provide unlimited and stable energy, which is much more efficient than setting up magic energy transmission pipelines on the ground vein nodes. A small element pool is enough to maintain the basic needs of a wizard tower. It's just that opening an element channel is something that only formal wizards can do. Sunan can only sigh in despair at present. It's better to work hard on magic stones. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan immersed himself in the work of making secondary magic stones. Just when Sunan was immersed in working hard on magic stones, a strange recruitment activity that swept the entire Flash territory was in full swing. Chapter 63 Testing. Bang, bang, bang. There was a violent knock on the heavy door. In the wooden house, see a man, who was sleeping in a worn-out quilt, was awakened instantly. He rubbed his eyes and shouted sleepily, "I'm here." It was still a little cold in the middle of the month of resurgence. After Siaman put on his worn-out clothes, he picked up the leather coat that was covering the quilt as a second quilt and put it on before opening the wooden door. Outside the door, old Roger leaned against the carriage, holding a whip in one hand and a pipe in the other. "Hurry up. It's getting late. You be scolded if you're late." "Got it." Siaman closed the wooden door and got on the carriage quickly. But he didn't look anxious at all. Roger glanced at him, said nothing more, and whipped the whip hard. The old horse groaned and pulled the carriage slowly forward. Shemin leaned on the carriage railing, looked at the dark sky, closed his eyes, and dozed off. According to past experience, it would take another half an hour to reach the inner castle, and when he got there, it would be almost dawn. Shemin is an orphan. According to old Roger, he found Shemin on a snowy day, and because he had no children, he took Shemin home to raise him. For so many years, old Roger raised Shemin to the age of 12 by collecting garbage for the nobles and sending it outside the city. Shemin was full of gratitude to old Roger, although he knew that he and old Roger had no blood relationship. In his heart, old Roger was his father. Unconsciously, the carriage drove into the inner city. The long-established habit made Shemin wake up automatically. From a distance, he saw the majestic and tall castle, and his eyes could not help but reveal envy and yearning. That was where the lord and the knights lived. Shemin didn't know how many times he dreamed that he became a nobleman, lived in a luxurious castle, and enjoyed a high and luxurious life. Or he became a powerful knight, was appreciated by the lord, and became the lord's guard from then on, and was qualified to live in the castle. In the boy's shallow cognition, the castle was the most beautiful place in the world. But in fact, he knew very well in his heart that if it were not for work, a poor man like him would never set foot in the castle in his life, not to mention living in it. When he woke up, everything in the dream would disappear, and only the cold reality would remain. Old Roger once told him that after he died, he could inherit the 2 wooden houses and carriages, and take over the job of cleaning up garbage for the nobles. Shemin thought that his future would be like that. The carriage stopped in front of the castle gate, and Shemin followed old Roger to jump off the carriage and walk towards the tall guards guarding the gate. In the past, when they entered the castle to clean up the garbage, they would always be exploited by the guards guarding the gate and the stewards inside, asking for various benefits. However, since the previous lord was hanged, the new lord moved into the lord's mansion and changed a group of guards and servants. They have not been exploited again. For this reason alone, Siaman has a good impression of the new lord whom he has never met. In the past few months, the guards at the gate have become familiar with old Roger and the others. Seeing the 2 people coming, they just checked them briefly and let them pass. It took the whole morning for old Roger and Siaman to skillfully clean up the garbage and sweep it all into the carriage, and then prepare to transport the garbage out of the city. Before leaving, one of the guards suddenly stopped Siaman, looked him up and down, and asked, "Little Siaman, how old are you this year?" Siaman was stunned, but still answered honestly, 12 years old. "Can you read?" Siaman nodded. Poor people like him, who work hard for nobles, are generally illiterate. However, when he was young, Roger worked as an accountant apprentice in a store. Although the store later went bankrupt, he learned to read and later taught Sherman. After hearing what Siaman said, the guard smiled and said, "That's just right. The Lord issued a decree a while ago that all young people in the territory who are over 12 years old and under 15 years old and can read, regardless of gender or background, must go to the testing office for testing. You can go there later. Testing? What test? Sunan was still in a daze. And old Roger panicked first, and hurriedly said, "Sir, little Sunan has always worked very hard, but he has never done anything bad." The guard waved his hand and laughed. "Don't worry. This is a good thing. Lord Sunan is going to recruit apprentices for the entire Flash territory. All those who pass the test can serve as his apprentices and receive a subsidy of 1 gold coin every month." Old Roger and Sunan were shocked when they heard this. They worked hard for a month and earned less than 10 silver coins. But as long as they become that apprentice, they can get a gold coin every month? Is there such a good thing? But then old Roger hesitated again. Is there really such a pie in the sky in this world? Will he cheat people and then do something bad? Seeing old Roger's expression, the guard knew what he was thinking and laughed and scolded. "Mr. Sunan is a legendary wizard, and the decree was also issued by the Lord. Do you think those two masters are free and would cheat you? A poor guy? If I hadn't seen that little Sunan was usually very well behaved, I wouldn't bother to remind you." Old Roger hurriedly smiled and apologized. Thinking about it, what the guard said made sense. How could the decree issued by the Lord be false? After thanking the guard, old Roger pulled Sunan into the carriage. On the way back, old Roger thought for a while and said to Sunan, after transporting the garbage back, "You go back to wash your body, change clothes, and then go to the inspection office." Sunan nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. If he could become the apprentice of the Lord Sunan mentioned by the guard, he could receive a gold coin every month. After saving for a year or two, he could move to the inner city with old Roger and open a small shop, and no longer have to get up early and stay up late to clean up garbage. Maybe there would be a chance to live in that castle. When he thought of this, Sunan was extremely excited, and he wished he could fly to the inspection office right now. After returning from the outskirts of the city, Sunan rushed home, washed his body, changed into his best clothes, and then went straight to the place the guard mentioned. The inspection office was located at the junction of the outer city and the inner city. In front of the temporary wooden shed, hundreds of boys and girls of the same age as Sunan were queuing in a long line. Many people were excitedly whispering to each other, and from time to time, they looked at the front of the team. Sunan noticed that these people were dressed very decently, and the worst ones had clean clothes, unlike him, who was wearing clothes that were washed white and had patches on them. Come to think of it, people who can read these days usually come from well-off families. There are very few outliers like him. Go to the end of the line. Don't wander around. A soldier nearby noticed Sunan and told him to go to the line. Sunan followed his instructions and came to the end of the line, waiting quietly. Chapter 64 Spiritual Enlightenment. The boys in front of Sunan seemed to know each other and were chatting enthusiastically. "Sir Sunan is the Lord's younger brother. If you can become his apprentice, you will have a bright future. My cousin is a guard in the castle. I heard that the knights respect Sir Sunan very much. Even the Lord often asks Sir Sunan for his opinion. You don't know? Sir Sunan is a wizard. The legendary wizard? Is it true? Of course it's true. My father went to a banquet hosted by a noble lord and heard the noble lord say so himself. Too amazing. Wizard? Sunan rolled his eyes. When he heard the kind guard mention wizards before, he was a little confused. What exactly is a wizard? From the tone of these people, it seems to be a very powerful thing. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sunan finally couldn't help but interrupt. Excuse me, what is a wizard? The people who were chatting looked back at Sunan, who was wearing old clothes, and a trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. The leading boy sneered, You don't know this? Wizards are big figures who are more powerful than knights. They can control lightning and fire, and can also perform various magical spells. Can control lightning and fire? Sunan was stunned. There are actually people in this world who can do such a thing? This is too amazing. It turns out that Lord Sunan is such a powerful figure. Seeing Sunan standing there stupidly, the boy who was talking curled his lips in contempt, ignored him, turned his head, and continued to chat with his companions. As time passed, the team gradually moved forward. After waiting for about an hour, Sunan finally reached the front row and could clearly see the situation in the wooden shed. There was a long wooden table inside, and behind it sat an old man with a kind face. Whenever a boy or girl came forward, the old man would open a book for them to read. Most people looked at it for only 10 seconds before showing an uncomfortable expression, covering their heads and groaning in pain. At this time, the old man would close the book, comfort the tester, and let him leave. Obviously, these people were unqualified. So far, the test seemed to have very few qualified people. Only one boy and one girl. The two were about 12 or 13 years old, standing shoulder to shoulder behind the old man. The boy was wearing a very expensive silk dress, and seemed to be a child of the nobility. He had a faint smile on his face. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, he still showed a sense of superiority when he looked at other people of the same age. The girl's dress was relatively not so luxurious, but clean and elegant, and she also had a strong bookish atmosphere. Sherman once felt a similar atmosphere in a bachelor master, and he guessed that the girl must come from a knowledgeable family. While Sunan was observing, the boys in front had already completed the test and were eliminated without exception. The three of them left the team with frustrated expressions and walked to the side. But they did not leave. They seemed to be unwilling to give up and wanted to see how others performed. Seeing that it was his turn, Sunan hurriedly stepped forward and came to the long table. "Name?" the old man asked in a gentle tone. "Sunan." The old man glanced at Sunan's clothes and was slightly surprised. "Do you know how to read?" "I have learned some." Sunan rubbed his hands nervously. The old man smiled and comforted him, saying, "Don't be nervous. Relax." Then he handed him a piece of paper. "Read the words on it." Sunan nodded, took the paper and took a look, and found that they were all some common words. He breathed a sigh of relief, cleared his throat, and read the contents on it clearly. "Okay." The old man nodded with satisfaction, took back the paper, opened the book, and pushed it in front of Sunan. It was a book with a cold and hard black cover on the outside. On the open page was a string of strange words that looked like ghost paintings, which made it difficult to understand the meaning. "Read this book. You may have some abnormal reactions such as headaches and chest tightness during the reading. This is normal. Don't worry. If the pain is unbearable, stop reading and look away." Sunan could no longer hear the old man's reminder. The moment his eyes touched the book, he suddenly fell into a strange trance. The whole world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Everything around, whether it was the scenery or the people, whether it was the flying birds in the sky, or the leaves that fell halfway from the branches not far away, seemed to be frozen in midair. Sunan looked around and was shocked to find that the long table in front of him and the wooden pillars that supported the wooden shed had many colorful tentacles on them. The surface of these tentacles was covered with countless eyes, swaying in the air like jellyfish, looking at the ground under my feet. The cracks in the bluestone bricks have combined into long cracks. The cracks open and close like a talking mouth, repeating a word in unison. "Truth, truth, truth." "What? What is this?" Sunan's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a strange scene since he was a child. What happened? Just when he was panicking, those strange tentacles and mouths suddenly disappeared. Sunan suddenly came to his senses and was surprised to find that the world had returned to normal. Everyone around him stared at him with wide eyes, full of envy and jealousy. Sunan looked down at the books on the table and found that he could actually understand those ghostly words. "Congratulations. You passed the test," the old man said with a smile on his face, with a little more enthusiasm on his face than before. "Wait for a while in the back. I take you to see Mr. Sunan after the test is over." "No way. What kind of shit luck did this guy have to pass the test? This luck is too good. It shouldn't be. How could I be worse than a poor man?" The crowd around was in a commotion and talked a lot, especially the boys who were in front of Sunan just now. Their eyes were full of jealousy when they looked at him. Under the shouts of the soldiers, the crowd gradually quieted down. Sunan was still immersed in the strange situation just now. He just nodded woodenly after hearing the old man's words, and subconsciously stood behind. "Are you okay?" A pleasant voice came from his ears. Sunan raised his head and met a pair of clear eyes. It was the girl full of bookish atmosphere he saw just now. She whispered, "You also saw those visions, right? You all saw it?" Knowing that he was not the only one who had this experience, Sunan was inexplicably relieved. After coming to his senses, he was surprised. He had passed the test. Then, he would be able to receive a gold coin subsidy every month. Great. Chapter 65. 3 Apprentices. Looking at the ecstatic Shimon, the girl also smiled and said, "My name is Adil Yuri. What about you, Shimon?" Shimon looked at the other boy. The latter raised his chin slightly and said indifferently, "Corey McKinning." Perhaps because Shimon was dressed like a poor man, Corey looked down on him. After introducing his name out of politeness, he ignored Shimon. On the contrary, Adil smiled at Shimon and did not put on a condescending attitude because of the difference in their backgrounds. This is a gentle girl, Shimon thought to himself. The test was finally over until the sky turned yellow. The result surprised Shimon a little. In the end, only he, Adil and Corey passed. The rest were all eliminated. This made Shimon feel that he was actually quite good. "Come with me." The old man carefully wrapped the book with a fine cloth, put it in his arms, and then turned around and waved to see a man and the other two. Led by the old man, the three entered the inner city and came to the gate of the castle. The old man seemed to be of high status, and the guards at the gate immediately saluted respectfully when they saw him. Siaman then knew that the old man was called Geller, a butler in the castle. The guard who had reminded Siaman before saw him and widened his eyes in surprise, obviously not expecting Siaman to have really passed the test. Siaman smiled at him gratefully, thinking that he would find an opportunity to thank the guard uncle later. Master Sunan is a very good person. Never beats or scolds servants. You don't have to be nervous when you meet Master Sunan later. On the way, old Geller comforted the three people a few words, but it didn't have much effect, and the three people looked a little nervous. There is no need to say Siaman. The person he is about to meet is a high and mighty big shot to him. It would be strange if he is not nervous. Even Adil and Corey were told by their elders before coming here that they must respect Lord Sunan and must not displease him. After passing through the courtyard and corridor, old Geller finally brought the three people to a yard. The spacious yard was empty, with only a kitten lazily basking in the sun on the stone table in the middle. Adil's eyes lit up slightly. What a cute kitten. Shimon and Corey couldn't help but look at it a few more times. But the next scene made the three of them stunned. Old Geller walked up, saluted respectfully to the kitten, and said respectfully, "Lord Amy, these three are newly recruited apprentices. I'd bring them to see Master Sunan." Meow. Sunan is meditating in the meditation room, and it will take about half an hour to finish. You wait here for a while. Amy licked the back of her paw and looked at Shimon and the other two curiously. The latter had already been stunned and stood there. A talking cat? Are they dreaming? The three of them subconsciously looked at old Geller, who coughed lightly and whispered, "Ms. Amy is a friend of Lord Sunan. Please don't be rude." Meow. Come and sit down. Don't stand there stupidly. Amy raised her paw and waved at the three of them. Seeing this, the three of them looked at each other and sat down at the stone table. Old Geller put down the books and a roll of parchment on the stone table, bowed to Amy again, and said goodbye. In a blink of an eye, there were only three people and a cat left in the courtyard. Meow. What are your names? Amy took the initiative to open the topic and chatted with the three of them with great interest. Shimon looked a little dazed. He never dreamed that he would sit and chat with a cat one day. Fortunately, the other party looked very kind and asked questions such as what places are fun in Flash City and where to buy delicious ice mint. Siaman was a little speechless. Who knows what ice mint is? On the contrary, Corey and Otto were much more knowledgeable than him, and they could answer many questions, which made Siaman envious and inferior. Half an hour passed quickly. The sound of a door opening came from the depths of the corridor. Meow. Sunan is coming out. Siaman and the other two stood up reflexively and looked towards the corridor with nervous expressions. A figure quickly walked out of the corridor. To the surprise of the three, they originally thought that Lord Sunan would be a young man in his 20s or 30s. But when they saw him with their own eyes, they found that he was very young and seemed to be less than 20 years old. Lord Sunan. The three did not dare to look at him any more and bowed in a hurry. Sunan nodded slightly, did not speak, stretched out his hand, and the parchment on the stone table flew up from the air and landed in his palm. He unfolded it, and his expression changed slightly. Corey McKinning, the son of the Lord. Adil Yuri, the daughter of the bachelor. Siaman, the adopted son of the poor. The three of them represent the three classes of the Shining Territory. What a coincidence. After taking back the Flash Territory, he conferred 3 lords in total, in addition to Brad and Jotan. There was also a knight named Starling McKinning. He was the father of the boy named Corey. The parchment also wrote down the whole process of the test. The whole test lasted for 7 days, during which thousands of boys and girls, who met the age limit and literacy requirements, participated. But only 3 people successfully passed the qualification test. Sunan was not surprised by the result this time. Even in the wizard heyday 1,000 years ago, the number of people with wizard qualifications was very small compared to the huge population base. Less than 1,000. Not to mention that the concentration of energy particles has dropped significantly over the past 1,000 years. And there will be even fewer people with wizard qualifications. To be honest, it was beyond Sunan expectations to find 3 people with qualifications in the entire Flash territory. He originally thought that it would be good to find one. Of course, Sunan could not be sure how the 3 people in front of him would eventually grow. Unless the 3 showed enough value, he would not waste too many resources to train them. Plop! Sunan waved his hand, and 3 thick books appeared out of thin air and landed on the stone table. The 3 children stared at this scene. This is the Star Ring meditation method, which is the key to becoming a wizard apprentice. And it is also what you will practice in the next period of time. From today on, you will live here. If you need anything in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, you can tell the servants. As long as it is reasonable, they will satisfy everything you want. The only thing you need to do is to concentrate on practicing the Star Ring meditation method. When you get started, I will accept you as my students. Do you understand? Shemin, Corey and Otto looked surprised and happy, and responded in unison. Apprentices and students are 2 completely different concepts, and they can still distinguish this. If they can become students of His Excellency Sunan, their future will undoubtedly become brighter and more dazzling. Sunan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand to let the 3 people go down. It is not so easy to train suitable assistants to help maintain the facilities of the base. The first condition is that these people must at least be wizard apprentices. Even a first-level wizard apprentice who has not successfully built the first star ring will do. Otherwise, if you can't even sense energy particles, many tasks cannot be carried out at all. Wizards are not a group that loves to spread knowledge. The reason why many wizards go to great lengths to train apprentices is either to cultivate their own forces and facilitate resource collection, or to find a group of qualified assistants for themselves. And Sunan wants both. He plans to start from now and train people step by step. When the wizard era comes 1,000 years later, maybe he has established his own wizard force. And to accomplish this, the first step is the most critical and the most difficult. Sunan has been mentally prepared for this. Chapter 66, Base Improvement. Time flies by, and we enter the thunder month, April. The weather gradually becomes hotter, and the heat in the air makes people a little restless. But Sunan is quite excited, just because the infrastructure of the base is finally completed. As soon as he received the news, he immediately rushed back to the base to prepare for the last step of the process, laying the magic energy transmission pipeline. If the earth vein node is the heart of the base, then the magic energy transmission pipeline is the blood vessel of the base. Only when the complete magic energy transmission pipeline is laid, the elemental magic power of the earth vein node can be transported to all parts of the base without obstruction, and the various facilities of the base can operate normally. There are many kinds of materials for making magic energy transmission pipelines. Sunan thought about it again and again, and finally decided to use crystal. Crystal is the cheapest, highest performance ratio, and easiest to produce artificial magic energy transmission material. The magic energy transmission pipeline, made of a large number of artificial magic energy crystals, is also called the crystal trace. However, although the price of crystal is not high, because the base is large, there are many magic energy transmission pipelines to be laid, so the final cost is not much lower. So far, Sunan has invested more than 10,000 gold coins in the construction of the base. It is almost equivalent to the income of the Flash territory for a whole year. For this reason, he has been working hard to make potions almost every day for the past 2 months, delivering them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for sale. And with the territory's subsidy, he has made up the money, so that the potion making is now less than 1,000 proficiency away from level 4. This is just the beginning, and the subsequent construction of the magic plant garden will also cost a lot of money. Sunan sighed secretly. It is not difficult for wizards to make money, but spending money is also exaggerated. Like running water. Melt each crystal into extremely fine silk threads, and then used the wizard's hand to control them on the ground, walls, and ceiling, and draw lines with precision to the micron level. Sunan spent 2 full days without sleep to complete the drawing of the crystal traces of the entire base. As for the huge crystal as the central energy core, he set it in the center of the base, and placed it in a separate room named the Energy Center Room. Start supplying energy. In the center of the room, Sunan stretched out his hand to press the central energy core, chanting a spell. A lavender light suddenly emerged from the surface of the giant crystal, and then extended to the surroundings along the crystal veins. In Sunan's perception, the rich energy fluctuations were spreading in all directions with the room he was in as the center. Soon, the entire base was shrouded in rich energy fluctuations. It's done! Sunan smiled happily. Now the base is truly built. Next, all we have to do is to improve the details of each area. Sunan took out the design of the base from the magic cube and looked at the areas divided on it. Meditation area, spell practice area, experimental area, living area, pharmaceutical area, warehouse. Sunan even divided out a prison area, which was placed next to the experimental area, ready to be used to imprison some experimental beasts in the future. If there are enemies who come to you on their own initiative, you can also consider imprisoning them here. These areas are all ordinary areas, and the layout is relatively simple. You just need to borrow some people from Key to handle it. The only 3 places that need him to arrange personally are the Magic Plant Garden, the workshop, and the Puppet Factory. The 2 magic crystal forging furnaces have been built. Just move them into the workshop and the Puppet Factory. As for the Magic Plant Garden, we need to arrange the energy gathering array as soon as possible, and then start planting the first batch of magic plants. What to plant in the first batch of magic plants? Sunan has already decided. Silver moon flower is definitely needed. The raw material of the super potion he is currently taking is silver moon flower. This is the most indispensable material at present. And if you want to train apprentices on a large scale in the future, you will definitely need a lot of silver moon flower to make secondary active potions and active potions. Instead of purchasing silver moon flower from the Firefox Chamber of Commerce all the time, it is better to plant it yourself, which is cheaper. In addition, the silver moon flower can be improved to cultivate better varieties, which will facilitate the production of higher-level potions in the future. The second magic plant to be planted. Sunan chose the red vein fruit. This is a relatively common magic plant. If taken for a long time, it can slightly strengthen the physical fitness. However, the effect can only be said to be average. If you insist on taking it for 1 or 2 years, you can probably increase 1 to 2 points of physical fitness. The effect lasts for a long time, and it is only effective for knights and below. Therefore, the price of the red vein fruit is not high, even lower than that of the silver moon flower. Sunan plans to fuse the red vein fruit with the blood of the sub-dragon to try to cultivate a more effective magic plant. Considering the planting and growth cycle of the fruit, this will be a relatively long process. However, with the magic cube, Sunan is very confident of success. As for daily maintenance, all the work can be done by the clay golems. Make 10 more clay golems. A total of 20 clay golems, which should be enough to bear the daily maintenance of the entire base. For guarding, stone golems can be used. In Sunan vision, except for the apprentices to be trained in the future, no other humans will be stationed in the base. The daily maintenance and security of the entire base will be left to the golems. It's a pity that there is no tower spirit to control it. Otherwise, the operation of the entire base can be automated. The tower spirit is the top artificial intelligence. They are the managers of the wizard tower, responsible for the integrated operation of the wizard tower, including terminal calculation, data recording, combat command, experimental assistant, etc. One tower spirit is more than enough to take on the automated operation of the entire base. It's a pity that the lowest level tower spirits need legendary soul crystals to be manufactured, so don't expect it at this stage. 50 stone golems, combined with magic alarms, are enough to make the base's defense airtight. In the past few months, Sunan has mastered 3 more first-level spells. They are Weakness Ray, Burning Hands, and Magic Alarm. There is nothing much to say about the first 2 offensive spells, but Magic Alarm is a very practical auxiliary spell. The effect of this spell is to specify a certain range of areas. When any unmarked creature enters or touches this area, an alarm will be triggered. The alarm is divided into 2 forms, mental signals and sounds. The former will only be transmitted silently to the caster, or the creature designated by the caster. The latter will make a sound audible to the human ear, and all creatures in the warning area can hear it clearly. Sunan plans to set up a permanent magic alarm in the base. In this way, with stone golems in the open and magic alarms in the dark, the defense network is complete. Even if a legendary knight comes, don't think of sneaking into the base silently. It would be best to create another iron golem as the final guard sequence for the base, with a legendary knight level iron golem guarding the base. The security of the base will be even more foolproof. Chapter 67. Another broad road. The thunder moon is like wood chips floating in the river, swirling through the fingertips and disappearing from people's sight. The weather began to get hotter day by day. Not long after entering the moon of new moon, Sunan successfully built the 6-star ring. As he expected, his spiritual attribute also broke through the 20 mark. 80,000 proficiency. It will take more than 3 months to upgrade. Sunan nodded secretly. One of the conditions for promotion to the 3rd level wizard apprentice is to build 9-star rings. He is still short of 3-star rings. According to the current progress, if everything goes well, it should be completed in 2 or 3 years. Then only the mental power will be missing. When the mental power is increased, take the evil hallucination potion. The most critical main material, bloody mandragora, has been obtained. The remaining materials are entrusted to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to collect. It is only a matter of time to get them together. During this period, a large number of potions have been made, and Sunan potion making skills have broken through to level 4. This level of potion making is enough to try to make a 2nd level potion. It is worth mentioning that with the upgrade of skills, the success rate of making secondary active potions and secondary dragon blood potions has further increased, exceeding 40%. The increase in success rate also further reduced the cost of potions, and the profit from sales increased a lot, which made Sunan, who was very short of money, breathe a sigh of relief. The clay golems and stone golems have been made, and we don't need to spend too much time on refining golems next. The 10 clay golems and 50 stone golems required by the base have been made by Sunan overtime during this period. In addition, 30 additional clay golems were made and given to Key, asking him to form a baggage troop. Silver moonflower seeds and red vein fruits have been ordered to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, and it will take some time to deliver them. Sunan began to think about the next arrangements. In addition to practicing and learning spells, there are only 2 things he has to do next. One is to refine a steel golem. A steel golem weighs more than 10 tons and must be made of at least the same weight of pure steel. The better the quality of the steel, the stronger the combat power of the steel golem. Sunan plans to use blackstone iron, since blackstone iron is lighter than refined iron of the same volume. The steel golem made in this way will be more flexible. However, the blackstone iron in the warehouse has just been used up recently, and we have to wait for new blackstone iron to be shipped from Blackstone City before we can start to refine the steel golem. The second thing is to make magic items. Sunan turned his wrist, and a book appeared out of thin air in his palm. Low-level magic items. The book left by Master Amy includes more than 100 alchemical level magic items and glimmer level magic items, with a very complete variety. Sunan currently has a lot of magic items, but they are all alchemical level. He plans to make a few glimmer level magic items for himself, including space, attack and protection, at least 1 each. However, the difficulty of manufacturing glimmer level magic items is much higher than that of alchemical level magic items. With his current magic item manufacturing skill of only level 1, the success rate is estimated to be pitifully low. Magic item manufacturing. I am less than 500 points away from upgrading my proficiency. Let's make some alchemical level magic items to practice first, just in time to update the equipment for my brother and the others. Sunan came to the workshop and took a long sword from the weapon rack beside him. There were more than 100 weapons densely packed on the weapon rack, including swords, spears, swords and halberds, all of which Sunan asked Key for. He planned to use these weapons to test make magic weapons. Magic weapons can be said to be a major category of alchemical level magic items. The users are mainly knights. Many wizards will make magic weapons for the knights, who follow them to improve their combat effectiveness. Some wizards who are proficient in magic item manufacturing can also use silver, gold and other metals to temporarily add magic properties to the weapons of their knights during battle. This is also called temporary magic weapons. Sunan estimated that he had to upgrade the magic item manufacturing to at least level 4 to master this skill. Placing the long sword on the workbench, Sunan began to prepare materials. Common materials for making magic items include various precious metals, gems, magic stones, etc. Depending on the characteristics of magic items, some special materials are sometimes needed. For example, star sand is basically required to make space magic items. Mithril is basically required to make staffs. Magic weapons are the simplest. Only basic materials are needed, and no additional materials are required. As alchemical magic items, the difficulty of making magic weapons is lower than that of orthodox magic items. Under the bright light, silver ingots, gems and magic stones melted in Sunan palms, turned into thin threads between his fingers, and slowly melted into the long sword as his fingertips touched the sword body, leaving strange patterns on the surface of the sword body. The silver-white luster visible to the naked eye gradually emerged from the surface of the sword blade. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. As the last pattern was carved, the silver thread broke from Sunan's fingertips, and the long sword flashed with an inexplicable strange aura. Not bad. My skills are not rusty. Sunan smiled and put the long sword into the magic cube. Magic weapons, alchemical grade / sub-magic items, have the characteristics of black steel, greatly improved hardness, not easy to damage, and reduced loss of fighting spirit attachment. The characteristics of alchemical grade magic weapons are generally black steel, sharpness, and bloodlight. The better ones are weak elemental damage and gathering. The former can add weak elemental damage to the weapon. The latter can enhance the power of fighting spirit. Generally speaking, magic weapons can only add one magic characteristic. Only wizards with extremely superb manufacturing skills can add multiple characteristics to a magic weapon at the same time. Of course, wizards at that level generally don't do such things thanklessly. Wouldn't it be better to make a glimmer-level magic item with this time? In addition to these characteristics, magic weapons have another feature that can't be considered a characteristic. Due to the infiltration of magic power, the adaptability of magic weapons to fighting spirit is greatly improved compared to ordinary weapons. The external manifestation is that when attaching fighting spirit, the additional loss of fighting spirit can be greatly reduced. For this reason, even some magic weapons that fail to be refined and could not attach characteristics are very popular among knights. Speaking of which, can magic weapons with different characteristics be synthesized? Sunan had a flash of inspiration. If it is feasible, wouldn't it be possible to synthesize a magic weapon with more than 10 characteristics? Thinking of it, Sunan tried it immediately. In the following time, he successively made more than 20 magic weapons. The success rate is not bad, with an average of 3 successes in 5 manufacturing. Each success can increase the proficiency by about 20 points, and failure can also increase the proficiency by 7 or 8 points. After manufacturing more than 20 magic weapons, his magic item manufacturing also successfully broke through to level 2. However, what disappointed Sunan was that magic weapons with different characteristics could not be synthesized. That's right. Magic weapons with different characteristics are essentially different items, so it's not surprising that they can't be synthesized. Magic weapons with the same characteristics can be synthesized. The characteristic effect of the synthesized magic weapons will be further enhanced. For example, Sunan used 3 sharp swords to synthesize a sword with armor-breaking characteristics, which easily broke the defense of fine armor with one strike. Although the level has not been broken through and is still alchemical grade, the power of this sword is no less than that of orthodox magic items such as blood vine rings and magic coins. Since magic items with the same characteristics can be synthesized, I can use alchemical magic items to synthesize glimmer-level magic items, or even witchcraft. The materials of glimmer-level magic items are mostly rare and difficult to find, not to mention the materials of witchcraft. In comparison, the materials of alchemical magic items are much more common. If one could use the alchemical grade to synthesize the glimmer grade, or even the magic weapon, it would undoubtedly save a lot of effort. Sunan was refreshed, and felt that he had found a smooth road. Chapter 68 Changes. Flashing City. Inner Castle. In the quiet meditation room, Sherman sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. In the void invisible to the naked eye, energy particles sank into his body, as if being pulled by invisible forces, and disappeared. After half an hour, Sherman opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, opened the door and went outside, looking at the green flowers and plants in the courtyard. A trace of trance flashed across his face. Since the day he took the test, his life has changed dramatically. The dream that he had imagined for more than 10 years came true in one day. He lived in the castle he had dreamed of. Not only did he enjoy the service of servants like a noble, but he also received a gold coin every month. During this period, Sherman returned home once. He heard from old Roger that after he moved into the castle, many people came to inquire about his news and gave him many gifts to curry favor with him. When he mentioned this, old Roger smiled from ear to ear and praised him for his promising future. Seeing the happy and relieved look of old Roger, Sherman was also very happy. But what made him happiest and most surprised was the knowledge taught by Mr. Sunan. Now he should be called teacher. A magical knowledge called meditation. After spending 25 days to successfully enter the star ring meditation method, Sherman sensed energy particles for the first time. Since then, he felt that he had come into contact with a whole new world. After only 2 months of meditation, he changed from a thin child to a strong teenager. His originally thin body, which could even clearly see the ribs between his waist, became stronger almost visibly. According to Lady Amy, he now has the physical fitness of a sword-bearing attendant. Carlo, the blacksmith of the Firehammer blacksmith shop in the north of the city, used to brag to him that he used to be a sword-bearing attendant. If Carlo knew that a 12-year-old child already had the power of a sword-bearing attendant, would he be so surprised that his jaw dropped to the ground? Sherman suddenly wanted to see that scene. But he was just thinking about it, and he didn't have the spare time now. After he got started with the star ring meditation method, the teacher officially accepted him as a student. He then gave him a bunch of books and asked him to study hard. He also said that he would test his progress every month. If he satisfied the teacher, he would get a reward. To be honest, the content of those books was very complicated and unheard of. Sherman was dizzy after reading books like Basics of Magic Plants, Magic Plant Cultivation, Basics of Pharmacy, Biology, Mutation, Principles of Magic, and Origin of Wizards. Although he could read, he only knew how to read every day. It was really difficult for him to read these big books. In order not to fall behind, he had to secretly go to ask Master Amy for advice. And the price was that he had to massage Master Amy for half an hour every day. While Sherman was thinking, the door of the room not far away suddenly opened and Otto walked out. Seeing Sherman, Otto smiled gently and said, "Did you just finish meditation?" "Yeah." Sherman glanced at the book in Otto's hand and pursed his lips nervously. "Today is the monthly test. In a little while, the teacher will come to test their learning progress this month. Every time at this time, he will feel nervous involuntarily." Seeing Sherman's uneasiness, Otto comforted him softly. "Don't be nervous. You have been studying hard. There will be no problem. Others may not know, but Otto knows how hard Sherman works. She and Corey will occasionally take a break because of boring study, but she has never seen Sherman take a break. Every time she saw Sherman, the latter was holding a book and studying seriously. This kind of concentration and unremitting efforts made Otto secretly admire her. Sherman may not be as efficient as her and Corey in learning, but he may not be behind them in progress. "Thank you." Sherman nodded to Otto gratefully. At this moment, the door on the other side of the corridor opened and Corey came out. Seeing Otto and Sherman standing in the corridor, he paused, glanced at Sherman, frowned slightly, then nodded to Otto, and walked towards the courtyard door without saying a word. Seeing this, Sherman couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past, Corey looked down on his poor status. And since he was 2 days earlier than Corey, and the first to enter the star ring meditation method, Corey seemed to be even more unhappy with him. As if arousing the competitive mentality, every time the teacher tested the knowledge, Corey looked like he wanted to compete with him, which made Sherman laugh and cry. "Don't mind it. Corey is actually not a bad person, but he is a little too competitive," Otto whispered. Sherman nodded to show his understanding. He had seen many noble young masters with worse personalities, and in comparison, Corey was already very good. At least Corey wouldn't call him a bastard or a pariah in person. Seeing that it was getting late, Otto and Sherman also stood at the gate of the courtyard, ready to greet the teacher. Not long after, a sound of footsteps came from a distance and gradually approached. Soon, Sunan figure appeared in the field of vision. "Teacher." Sherman, Corey and Otto all bowed. "Yes." Sunan mental power spread out, sweeping around the three people, and nodded imperceptibly. It seems that the three of you have not fallen behind in meditation recently. Very good. After receiving Sunan praise, Shimon and the other two showed joyful expressions. Meow. Sunan is here. Amy suddenly ran out from nowhere and landed on Sunan's shoulder. The bell on her neck swayed gently, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Shimon and the other two looked at this scene calmly. When they first saw Amy's ability to travel through space, they were still shocked. But later, they saw it more and got used to it. It was another existence that they still hadn't gotten used to. Just as they were thinking, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone silently, with black and red scales and sharp claws shining with a frightening cold luster in the sun. The primitive and ferocious aura made Shimon and the other two subconsciously tense their bodies. Truth be told, they had never seen such a terrifying beast before. When they saw the true face of Yinlong for the first time, the three of them were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Yinlong ignored the three little guys, hissed softly, and came to Sunan. Sunan touched Yinlong's rough head and said with a smile, "Have you run out of the city again recently?" Yinlong, hiss. Amy, meow. I'm not afraid to go out alone. I just took you out because I saw you were bored here. Yinlong, hiss. Amy, what's good about sleeping? You're not a real dragon. Why do you lie in your nest all day? Sunan laughed dumbly, interrupting the quarrel between a cat and a lizard. The base outside the city has been built. I have reserved a place for you to live. It is more spacious there. You can move there. Hearing this, Yinlong had no objection. Amy looked at Xiaomon and the other two. Meow. Where are the three of them? Sunan looked at the three students and said, when they have learned the knowledge according to my requirements, they can move into the base. After hesitating for a while, Amy shook her head and said, then I will stay here for the time being. Meow. Sunan looked at Amy deeply, nodded and said nothing more. After waking up from 1,000 years of sleep, Amy's master and friends disappeared completely, and she could almost be said to have no relatives in this world. In addition to Sunan and Yinlong, there were only 3 new wizard apprentices, Xiaomon, Cory and Adel, who could barely be called in the same circle as it and could communicate with it. Therefore, when Sunan was often not seen because of his busy schedule, Amy preferred to stay with the 3 of them. Chapter 69 Plague. In the study, Sunan put down the book in his hand and nodded slightly. Not bad. You 3 have passed. As soon as these words came out, Xiaomon, Cory and Adel, who were standing in front of the desk, all breathed a sigh of relief. This is a reward for you. Sunan waved his hand, and 3 bottles of secondary active potions floated in front of the 3 people. This is a secondary active potion, which can improve your mental activity, meditation efficiency, and learning ability. 1 bottle can last for a month. Shimon and the other 2 were surprised to hear this, and looked at the potion in their hands with shining eyes. According to the description in the book, a real wizard potion, even if it is only a 0-level potion, has a powerful effect that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Not to mention a potion that improves meditation efficiency, which is also very precious to wizard apprentices. Keep working hard. If you can pass the knowledge test next month, there will be a reward. After encouraging the 3 people for a few words, Sunan waved his hand and let them leave. The 3 little guys are making good progress in their studies, especially Sherman. I originally thought that his background and learning ability would be weaker than the other 2, but I didn't expect that he was not behind at all. It seems that the little guy is worth training. A smile flashed across Sunan's face. According to this progress, in about half a year, the 3 little guys should be able to take on some of the work of the base. Leaving the courtyard, Sunan went straight to the martial arts training ground. As expected, he was indeed practicing in the martial arts training ground. Brad, Jordan and others were also there, for the sake of stabilizing the power, and because the secondary dragon blood potion had to be supplied to the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. He had not asked Sunan to make dragon blood potions for him for more than half a year. Therefore, he is still a junior knight, and there is no sign of a breakthrough yet. However, a junior knight at the age of 21 is very impressive in any country. Brad and Jordan have taken dragon blood potions once. The former has shown signs of breaking through to become a knight. The latter just broke through to become a peak knight 3 months ago. Noticing Sunan's arrival, he immediately stopped practicing, took the towel from the servant's hand and wiped his sweat, and said with a smile, "How come you have time to come here today? I have something for you." Key's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, "What is it?" Brad and Jordan also showed curiosity. After all, every time Sunan took out something, it was a treasure beyond their imagination. This time was probably no exception. Amid the expectant gaze of the crowd, a long sword appeared out of thin air in Sunan's hand. The silver-bright sword body shone in the sunlight, and the mysterious patterns on the surface of the blade flashed an extremely dazzling luster. This is a demonized weapon. Sunan came to an Iron Man target and swung his sword to cut it down. Everyone felt a flash of fire in front of their eyes, and the next second they heard a hissing sound, and the Iron Man target was broken into two pieces diagonally from the shoulder to the waist, and the upper part fell to the ground with a bang. This is... Key took a breath. As someone who has been using swords for many years, he could naturally see how good the long sword in Sunan's hand was. The Iron Man target was forged from black stone iron, and it was extremely hard. Ordinary swords and knives could only leave a white mark on it at most. But under the swing of the long sword, it was as fragile as tofu. It can be seen how amazing its sharpness is. Under normal circumstances, with the sharpness of this sword, the fracture must be extremely smooth and flat. But in fact the fracture is uneven, with faint signs of melting. It obviously shows that the long sword also has effects similar to fire damage. This sword has solidified the two properties of armor breaking and weak fire element damage. In addition to being much sharper than ordinary weapons, it will also cause weak fire element damage when attacking. Sunan retracted the long sword and explained. This is the finished product he successfully made after 3 failures on the magic weapon that synthesized the armor breaking property and solidified the weak fire element damage again. It is also the best magic weapon he has made so far. This is because the magic item manufacturing has been upgraded to level 2. Otherwise it would probably not succeed. At present, solidifying 2 properties at the same time is the limit of what Sunan can do. If there are more, it will have to wait until the magic item manufacturing is upgraded to a higher level. But even so, he has already fallen in love with this sword. While stroking the long sword with excitement, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. As expected of Sunan, he can always bring him great surprises. This kind of weapon can greatly improve the combat power of the knight. With the long sword in hand, he even has the confidence to fight against the intermediate knight. On the side, Brad and Jordan stared at the weapon in Key's hand with envy. Seeing this, Sunan threw another magic weapon to each of them. Brad's was a shield solidified with black steel and concentrated energy, which was extremely hard and could also enhance the power of fighting spirit. Jotun's was a long sword that solidified the sharpness and weak fire element damage. After getting the magic weapon, Brad and Jotun were immediately excited and thanked Sunan repeatedly. "Can this weapon be mass-produced?" Kay asked excitedly. Sunan shook his head slightly. "Yours is not good. But the slightly worse magic weapons that only solidify one characteristic can barely reach the level of mass production." "What about the cost?" Kay asked immediately. He is most sensitive to this now. The Flash territory now has to expand its armaments and support Sunan in building a base. And the economic pressure is still very huge. "About 20 gold coins for one," Sunan said. "This is because the magic stone was synthesized by himself, and the cost is extremely low. Otherwise, according to the market value, if any, the cost of a magic weapon would be at least 80 gold coins." Kay breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. "It's okay. 20 gold coins are not particularly much. An ordinary fine iron long sword costs 3 or 4 gold coins. Magic weapons are much stronger than ordinary weapons, so it is reasonable that they are several times more expensive. That being said, to equip all the knights in the territory with a magic weapon, it would cost at least several thousand gold coins, which is another huge expense." He looked at the weapon in his hand and began to wonder if he could use it to open up a new trade route. Seeing his change in expression, Sunan immediately guessed his plan and said coldly, "Forget about selling it to others. I don't have so much time to spend on making magic weapons." He was a little disappointed, but he also understood that what Sunan said made sense. Letting a wizard apprentice be a blacksmith is a bit of a waste of talent. After thinking about it, he finally decided to equip each knight in the territory with a magic weapon. Sunan nodded and agreed, and handed the magic weapons made during this period to Key, including those failed ones, and let him distribute them himself. After the matter was settled, Sunan was about to leave, but when he turned around, he saw Key's secretary hurriedly running into the martial arts training ground and handing a roll of parchment to Key. The latter opened it and frowned immediately. What happened? Sunan stopped and asked. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, an epidemic broke out in Ranchuang province. Chapter 70 Seed Improvement and Selection. There are 7 provinces in the Principality of Stars. Among them, Jinan province is located in the northernmost part of the principality, bordering Hunan province in the southwest, and Ranchuang province in the distance. What disease? Sunan asked. He didn't say much and handed over the parchment. Sunan took it and looked at it, and his brows frowned. It turned out that just a month ago, a strange disease suddenly appeared in Yinling City in Ranchuang province. The sick people would gradually grow beast-like hair, claws and fangs, and even more beast characteristics, and would attack others like crazy, showing an extremely strong desire for flesh and blood. The Lord of Yinling City did not take it seriously at first, and sent guards to kill the sick and buried them hastily. But the matter did not end there, and more people infected with the disease appeared in the city. In just 1 month, the number of infected people in Yinling City exceeded 500, and it was still increasing at an alarming rate. The situation has developed to this point, and the army of Yinling City alone can no longer handle it. As a last resort, the Lord of Yinling City had to ask Marquis Ranchuang for help. At present, Marquis Ranchuang has sent troops to suppress those crazy infected people. After reading the contents of the parchment, Sunan couldn't help but grinning as if he had a toothache. Isn't this beast disease? Rather than saying that beast disease is a disease, it is better to say that it is a reversion phenomenon. For humans infected with beast disease, the beast factor in their bodies will be completely activated, and many beast characteristics will appear in their bodies, losing their reason and becoming bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts. However, only primitive beast people can spread beast disease. Primitive beast people refer to the first generation of beast people, and the next generation derived from primitive beast people. For example, beast people derived from primitive beast people, and normal humans, or ordinary beast people, do not belong to primitive beast people. For example, the beast guard Oda beside Muzhua of the Fire Fox Chamber of Commerce is obviously an ordinary beast person. In ancient times, primitive beastmen once caused a beast disaster, causing a large number of casualties, until it was suppressed by wizards later. Since then, wizards have realized the threat of primitive beastmen, so they killed them all. Those who can stay are ordinary beastmen who reproduced with normal humans. So it stands to reason that primitive beastmen should no longer exist on the Starlight continent. So how can beast disease appear? Sunan was secretly puzzled. This is beast disease. Sunan handed the parchment back. Seeing Kuyi's puzzled expression, he had to explain in detail what beast disease is. After hearing this, Kuyi's expression suddenly became particularly solemn. Is it difficult to deal with the infected who have turned into beast men? It depends on the physique of the infected. If it is just an ordinary person, the most he can become after being infected is the level of an apprentice knight. But if it is an apprentice knight or a knight, it will be very difficult. Bestiality can be serious or minor. If the source of infection can be found as soon as possible, the momentum of infection can be curbed, and all the infected people can be cleared. The situation can be quickly calmed down. But if it is not well controlled, it may cause a disaster. Sunan shook his head. Kay frowned more inside. I hope Ranchuang province can control the situation as soon as possible. Sunan pursed his lips, but he was not too worried. There is also Hunan province between Ranchuang province and Flash territory. Even if Ranchuang province really breaks out in the beast disaster, it will be the Marquis of Ranchuang and the Marquis of the neighboring provinces who will have to worry about it. Time flies, and it enters the month of Xia Long in a blink of an eye. The Fire Fox Chamber of Commerce finally sent the seeds of silver moon flower and red vein fruit. The construction of the magic plant garden was finally put on the agenda. However, before planting, Sunan had to improve the seeds of silver moon flower and red vein fruit. The former is relatively simple. Just 2 words, synthesis. Use the basic silver moon flower seeds to synthesize better varieties. Of course, synthesis is not infinite. Although in theory, as long as there are enough silver moon flower seeds, Sunan can continue to improve and advance them. But the problem is that the better the variety, the more demanding the growth environment. If the synthesized silver moon flower is too good, then even if the magic plant garden is arranged with an energy gathering array, the energy particle concentration may not meet its growth conditions. So what Sunan has to do is to find the extreme improved version of seeds that are just suitable for the energy particle concentration of the magic plant garden. This process is not difficult. Just plant different synthetic seeds, and then compare them according to the growth performance, and pick the best one. It took almost 2 months for Sunan to select the most suitable and excellent variety. The improvement process of the red vein fruit is much more difficult and long-lasting. The red vein fruit seed must be fused with the dragon blood first, and after planting for a round, the improved red vein fruit seed is obtained, and then it can be synthesized. Otherwise, Sunan would be exhausted to death if he had to fuse the seeds one by one. However, even with the energy gathering array to improve the growth environment, the growth cycle of the red vein fruit is still as long as 3 months, including the time for researching fusion. It took Sunan 4 months to harvest the first batch of seeds and name them dragon blood fruit. Then he repeated the selection and adaptation process of the silver moon flower seeds. When Sunan finally planted the dragon blood fruit seeds he had selected, it was already the autumn curtain month at the end of the year. The weather had become cold. Fortunately, the magic plantation had a constant temperature array, so there was no need to worry about the impact of the climate. Looking at the densely packed silver moon flowers and dragon blood fruit seedlings in the magic plantation, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with a sense of accomplishment. From now on, he no longer had to spend a lot of gold coins to purchase silver moon flowers, and the material problem of the super energy potion was temporarily solved. The same goes for the substitute of the secondary dragon blood potion. When the first batch of dragon blood fruits are harvested, the problem of insufficient potion supply can be solved. Stretching, Sunan turned around and left the magic plantation. The base was quiet, because Sunan was alone. It was quiet most of the time. Occasionally, the dull footsteps of the clay golems could be heard as they cleaned the base. Since Sherman and the other two were not able to take charge of their own affairs for the time being, the planting and cultivation of the silver moon flower was done entirely by Sunan himself. As a result, he has become busier in recent months. As a result, the steel golem has not been refined yet, and the black stone iron sent from the Flash City is still piled up in the warehouse. However, Sunan has not missed a day in meditation and spell training. Now he has successfully constructed the 7-star ring, and is one step closer to being promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. His mental power has also increased to 22.12. However, the proficiency of the 8th-level star ring meditation method has also soared to 130,000 points. He is still more than 20,000 points away from another upgrade and breakthrough. More than 20,000 proficiency points, which will take about a month. But according to this trend, the proficiency of the 9th-level star ring meditation method is likely to reach 200,000. In that case, it will take at least 7 or 8 months to upgrade. Sunan estimated that the time was about the same as he had predicted before. If everything goes well, he will be able to build the 9th-star ring at the end of the Xiaolong month or the beginning of the Liuhua month next year. Chapter 71 Level 1 Summoning Help Surgery. In the puppet factory, a low roar echoed endlessly. The huge magic crystal forging furnace hummed and vibrated violently, and a fiery orange-red light emanated from the gap of the tightly closed lid. The whole factory was filled with a burning atmosphere, and even an apprentice knight could not withstand the scorching temperature for long. Sunan was unaware of it, and stood in front of the workbench with a calm face. On the wide workbench was placed a completed steel golem body. The surface of the dark metal body was covered with dense enchantment patterns. As Sunan placed the soul crystal into the groove on the golem's chest, the silver luster quickly spread along the enchantment patterns, flowing all over the body like a stream of light. The next second, the steel golem suddenly sat up, jumped off the workbench and landed with a bang, standing upright in front of Sunan. Looking at the majestic body of the steel golem, Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The iron golem made of black iron is indeed much stronger than ordinary steel. Even if it faces Hodge, this iron golem is enough to win. A qualified iron golem, in addition to being indestructible and powerful, also has dark vision, immunity to all mental effects, immunity to poison, sleep, paralysis, confusion, suffocation and other effects, fearless of pain, and fearless of death. It is also highly resistant to most elemental damage effects. For example, burns from fire, paralysis from lightning, curses from darkness, erosion from shadows, etc. It is definitely a fighting behemoth. Even in the wizard tower of a formal wizard, the iron golem can be ranked in the middle and high-level guard sequence. For suiting current base, which is just beginning to take shape, it is more than enough to serve as the final guard sequence. As for higher-level golems, in addition to not having soul crystals that meet the requirements. His current puppet refining level is not enough. The iron golem is indeed a good guard, but the key materials are a little hard to find. In addition to the metal materials that make up the body, the iron golem also needs silver, gold, crystal and other materials for enchanting runes. After the final calculation, the overall cost is close to 800 gold coins. This is without calculating the value of the soul crystal. If the soul crystal is included, the cost of the iron golem is definitely more than 1,000 gold coins. Now I don't have a second soul crystal, and I can't refine a second iron golem in a short time. Or can you try to use gems as soul cores? Refine castrated iron golems with lower performance, and then synthesize them? Sunan had a flash of inspiration. If this works, even without soul crystals, you can refine iron golems. But if you do this, the amount of blackstone iron consumed is not a small amount. Or use soul cores made of gems to synthesize, and see if it can replace soul crystals? Anyway, it's worth a try. Put it in the schedule first. Sunan added this plan to the schedule. His daily schedule was written on the list: meditation, making potions, refining black rock leopards and golems, cultivating magic plants, changing blood for hidden dragons, making magic weapons. Every day was almost fully scheduled. Fortunately, wizards can use meditation instead of rest, and don't need to sleep. Otherwise he would be too busy. Fortunately, the three little guys have learned almost everything. They will be arranged to move into the base in a few days. Then they can be assigned to simple tasks such as cultivating magic plants and extracting silver moon flowers. And I can spare time to make magic items. Because he was too busy. The plan to make glimmer-level magic items has not been put on the agenda yet. Speaking of which, the materials commissioned by the Firefox Chamber of Commerce should be delivered soon. It is worth mentioning that the reason why there is no spell learning on the schedule is that in the past 6 months, Sunan has mastered all the first-level spells that can be learned, including Magic Disguise, Colorful Aura, Featherfall, first-level Summoning Monster, Silent Phantom, and Language Proficiency. So far, he has mastered a total of 12 first-level spells. For a second-level wizard apprentice who has been promoted for less than 2 years, this number of spells is amazing. However, after this, Sunan no longer has any more first-level spells. Although the Fox Chamber of Commerce has collected various books for him according to his commission. But there are very few spell books among them. And most of them are zero-level spells. More than half of the first-level spells that Sunan now masters are spell books left by Master Amy. It turns out that making a fortune still depends on wizard inheritance. Sunan thought of the Starry Tower, one of the 3 major wizard inheritances in the Starlight Continent. I don't know where the Starry Tower is. By the way, the Starry Tower and the Principality of Stars both have stars in their names. Are there any connections between the two? After thinking for a while without any result, Sunan shook his head and stopped worrying. Instead, he thought about another thing. The base is too big. Even if 3 apprentices join in, many places are still short of manpower. We need to find more helpers. Sunan already had a solution to this problem, and it happened to be related to the 2 first-level spells he had recently mastered. That is the first-level Summoning Monster spell, and proficiency in language. The first-level Summoning Monster spell is also known as the first-level Summoning Helper Surgery among wizards. Many wizards will use this spell to summon some alien creatures to assist them in experiments or to help manage the base, etc. After all, compared to spending a lot of time and energy to train apprentices, summoning alien creatures is undoubtedly faster and more convenient. But this method is not without difficulties. The first is that the summoning object of the first-level Summoning Monster spell is uncertain. There are many kinds of alien creatures, and more than 99% of them cannot meet the requirements of wizards. If you want to summon a suitable alien creature, it is basically difficult to succeed without trying hundreds or thousands of times. The second is the language communication problem. During the spell, the caster can communicate with the summoned creatures through spell contact, and there is no communication problem. But if you want to keep the alien creatures, communication is a problem that must be solved. But this is easy to solve, and the language is prepared for this. With this spell, communication with alien creatures is not a problem. And in the future, you can create a magic item with a constant language spell and put it on the summoned alien creatures, so that there will be no communication barriers. Finally, there is the issue of contract. The premise of turning alien creatures into helpers is to make sure that they will not betray. Going further, loyalty. So signing a contract becomes the only option. Even if you don't sign a bloodline contract of slavery, at least it must be a cooperative oath contract. And how to convince alien creatures to sign a contract is a problem that wizards must consider. Of course, if you are cruel enough, you can also use violence to force alien creatures to sign a bloodline contract. There were even wizards who used this spell to summon alien creatures as experimental materials, so that the first level summoning monster spell was given another nickname, the first level summoning resource spell. However, the disadvantages of doing so are also obvious. Under the influence of the law of summoning from another world, basically no alien creatures will respond to the summons of these wizards in the future. I also have magic coins that can summon alien creatures, which can be used together with the first level summoning monster spell. I hope I can summon a few useful helpers. Sunan added another item to the schedule. Chapter 72 Base Tour. Shining City. Backyard of the tavern. Shouts and shouts were heard one after another, making a lot of noise. Be quick and unload all the things. Be careful. I deduct your salary if you break anything. Pick out the marked things separately. I personally deliver them outside the city later. Mujwa loudly directed his subordinates, scolding them from time to time. Originally, with his status, he didn't need to follow the convoy to deliver the goods. However, in order to show his importance to the Shining Territory, he would lead the team personally every time. Thinking of the first time he met Sunan in the tavern, Mujwa couldn't help but sigh. Although he saw that Sunan was not an ordinary person and had a bright future, he didn't expect that his performance would be so amazing and brilliant. As one of the most powerful merchants in the Jinghua Principality, he had his own intelligence channels and knew how much role Sunan played in the war to retake the Shining Territory. It can be said that if there was no Sunan, Blackstone City would have fallen apart in that assassination incident, not to mention a counterattack. Sunan almost reversed the strength comparison between the two sides by himself. Although Mujwa had heard a lot of secrets about wizard apprentices, it was the first time he knew that wizard apprentices were so powerful. He naturally wanted to make friends with such a powerful man with a bright future. Not to mention that Sunan also cooperated with the Chamber of Commerce, and those potions brought considerable profits to the Chamber of Commerce. After unloading the goods, Mujwa handed over other matters to his deputy, and personally took people and goods to the base outside the city. Oda followed Mujwa closely, and they also sat in the same carriage. After getting on the carriage and lowering the door curtain, Mujwa casually asked, "Is there no news from Ranchuang province?" Oda shook his head with a heavy face and said, "No. I sent several letters, but the tribesmen there have never replied. It's strange. The beast men in Ranchuang province live well. Why would they actively spread beast disease?" Mujwa stroked his chin and pondered. Oda said in a muffled voice, "It shouldn't be them. Only primitive beast men can spread beast disease. We descendants can't do it. I think there must be something else." Mujwa did not deny it. After thinking for a while, he said, after delivering the goods this time, "You go to Ranchuang province to investigate what's going on. If the situation is too critical, the Chamber of Commerce will have to consider shrinking its industry in Ranchuang province." "I know." Oda nodded solemnly. The two stopped talking afterwards, and the carriage soon fell into silence. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. Mujwa curiously lifted the door curtain and looked out, and found 3 black leopards running through the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. Black Rock Leopard. Mujwa immediately recognized the origin of the Black Panther. Since the Battle of Black Rock City, the reputation of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has spread throughout the entire Jinyan province. Many people know that this cavalry regiment has a powerful mount called Black Rock Leopard, each of which has knight-level combat power, and is fearless and better than the best war horses. Most of the reputation of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment comes from the Black Rock Leopard. Many noble lords are very jealous of this. Mujwa once tried to test Key's attitude and wanted to by the Black Rock Leopard, but was rejected outright. But what surprised Mujwa was not this, but the 3 children riding on the back of the Black Rock Leopard. 2 boys and 1 girl, all 13 or 14 years old. Where did these 3 people come from? Mujwa secretly wondered. The age of these 3 people is obviously too old to be members of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, but they can use Black Rock Leopard as a mount, and their status in Flash City is definitely not low. Suddenly, Mujwa remembered something. I heard that Sunan had accepted 3 apprentices at the beginning of the year. Could it be these 3 little guys? Whoosh! The strong wind whistled in my ears, and the scenery on both sides swept by quickly. Sunan rode on the back of the black rock leopard with excitement, experiencing the first time in his life to ride a leopard wildly, and felt that his blood was boiling. On the other side, Corey also looked excited, with shining eyes. Only Otto's face turned pale, not quite used to such a fast speed. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the base. Is this the base that the teacher said? Sunan looked at the towering stone wall and the closed door in front of him curiously. If you look closely, you can find that there are shallow strange lines on the surface of the stone wall. He vaguely saw the pattern of this line in the book, which seems to be an enchanted rune that strengthens the hardness of an object. Boom! The tightly closed door suddenly opened, and a familiar figure rushed out from inside, and landed in front of the 3 people like teleportation. It was Amy. Meow. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Amy waved to the 3 people. Come in quickly. Sunan is busy. Let me take you to visit the base first and get familiar with it. Led by Amy, Sherman and the other 2 stepped into the base somewhat cautiously. After entering the gate, they found 2 huge rock creatures standing behind the gate. Stone Golem, Otto exclaimed. She had seen the pattern of Stone Golem in the book, but it was the first time she saw the real thing with her own eyes. Sherman and Corey also stared at the Stone Golem in front of them with wide eyes, their eyes full of novelty. This is the guard meow of the base, Amy explained. As she was talking, another team of clay golems came from a distance, as if they were about to leave the base. Amy looked back and said, a caravan has delivered something. They are going to move it. Let's go. Let's continue. As she said that, she jumped forward, and Sherman and the other 2 hurriedly followed. Amy was very dedicated, and explained the use of this place to the 3 people every time she arrived at a place. This is the meditation area. You can meditate here in the future. Just pick an empty meditation room. This is the spell training area. Do you see those human-shaped targets? When you learn spells, you can practice here. This is the experimental area, where experiments are done. This is the residential area, where you will live in the future. This is the pharmaceutical area. The base is ridiculously large. As they walked along, the 3 little guys were dazzled by the various facilities. Unconsciously, they arrived at the puppet factory. Shimon noticed the huge steel monster standing in the corner at the first time, and couldn't help but stare. What is that? Amy took a look and said, that's the steel golem. So this is the steel golem. The books that Shimon and the other 2 had read only described low-level golems, and only mentioned the steel golem in one stroke without any detailed explanation. Seeing the real thing now, they were shocked. This is too big. Lord Amy, is the steel golem much more powerful than the stone golem? Coldly I asked curiously. Of course. The iron golem's fighting power is at the level of a legendary knight. Hearing Amy's answer, the 3 little guys took a breath and looked extremely shocked. This big guy is as powerful as a legendary knight. The 3 of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their eyes were full of awe when they looked at the iron golem, and their admiration for Sunan deepened a little bit. How powerful must the teacher who can create an iron golem be? Chapter 73 Mission and Contribution Value. After leaving the puppet factory, Amy took the 3 people to visit the magic plant garden and finally went straight to the warehouse. The last stop of the base tour is the warehouse. As soon as he walked near the warehouse, Sherman heard a melodious music from a distance. It's a violin. Arthur closed his eyes and listened for a while, and said with certainty, yeah. Coldly I nodded. The performer's skills are excellent. Better than the violin teacher who taught me before. Sherman scratched his head. He couldn't tell the difference, but he thought it was very nice. It's little Glee playing meow. She likes playing the violin the most, Amy said, leading the way to the warehouse. Sherman and the other 2 suppressed their doubts and hurried to catch up. When they arrived at the warehouse, they found a small chair in front of the warehouse door, and a little man was sitting on it, playing the violin with a focused look. The little person was only about 20 centimeters tall, with a slender and delicate appearance, looking like a girl who had shrunk countless times. She had light green skin with a little scale, dark green hair with shells and pearls, and wrapped in a shawl woven from various seaweeds, which looked strangely beautiful. Otto's eyes lit up. So cute. Shimon hesitated and said, is this A little elf? Shemin is right. Meow. Little Glee is a Glee elf. A helper that Sunan just summoned from another world a few days ago. Amy said. Summoning from another world? Glee elf? Shemin and the other two felt that it was impressive. Don't look at how young little Glee is. But she has lived for many years. Glee elves are a very rare immortal race. The three apprentices suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Immortal race? Isn't that immortal? Is there such a race in the world? At this time, the melodious violin sound slowly stopped, followed by a tender and pleasant voice. Amy, it's not a good habit to talk about a lady's age behind her back. Why meow? I'm telling the truth. Amy turned back and asked in confusion. Gray, who came over, glanced at it helplessly, sighed and ignored the idiot, turned to look at Shemin and the other two, and smiled. Nice to meet you. My name is Gray. I'm the new warehouse manager. Shemin and the other two came back to their senses from their astonishment and hurriedly introduced themselves. I know you. Lord Sunan told me. Gray smiled slightly, motioned the three to follow her, and walked to a bulletin board. Take a look at this. Shemin and the other two looked closely and found that the bulletin board was filled with tasks. There are about 20 to 30 tasks, including taking care of magic plants, cleaning the laboratory, refining silver moon flowers, maintaining clay golems, repairing humanoid targets, making secondary active potions, making secondary dragon blood potions, making brute force potions, and refining black rock leopards. Each task is marked with a location, time, acceptance conditions, and contribution value that can be obtained after completion. Among them, the contribution value obtained for tasks such as taking care of magic plants, cleaning the laboratory, and maintaining clay golems is the lowest, only in the single digit. The second is refining silver moon flowers and repairing humanoid targets, with a contribution value of more than 10 points. However, the former requires certain knowledge of potion making. The latter requires mastering the zero-ring spell repair. None of them can be accepted by them now. As for the series of tasks of making potions and refining black rock leopards, let alone looking at the tasks above, Ardell turned his head and asked thoughtfully, Lord Gilly, can the contribution points obtained by completing the tasks be used to exchange for something? Just call me Gilly. Gilly nodded to confirm Ardell's guess. You are right. Contribution points can be exchanged for resources from me. There is a rule among wizards. That is, equal exchange. If you want to get something, you have to pay something of equal value, including knowledge. The previous meditation method, knowledge and potion were gifts given to you by Mr. Sunan as a teacher for free. But from today on, you must obtain resources through labor. Gilly took the three people to another notice board, which listed various resources, from basic materials such as clay, silver, blackstone iron, silver moon flower, and various books, to super potions, sub-magic items, rune gems, these treasures that Sherman and the other two were jealous of. They had long known from Amy how precious these items were. They had everything. Even the iron golem can be exchanged. They were very excited. However, after seeing the contribution points required to exchange the iron golem, the three people's hearts twitched and immediately shook off the unrealistic idea. You are very lucky. Meow, Amy said on the side. The current Starlight continent has scarce resources. Many things here can't be found outside. Only Sunan can get them. As long as you work hard enough, you won't have to worry about not having resources to quickly improve your strength. Shemin, Corey, and Otto were moved by Amy's words. Over the past 6 months, through book learning and chatting with Amy, they have long understood the importance of resources to a wizard apprentice. Without sufficient resources, wizard apprentices find it difficult to meditate and increase their spiritual power, let alone pursue the truth. And now, their teacher has provided them with a platform. A platform where you can exchange resources as long as you work hard. As long as they work hard to obtain contribution points, they can continue to become stronger. Until one day, they become as strong as their teacher. I will stay here in the warehouse. If you want to accept tasks, check contribution points, and exchange things, you can come to me at any time, Glee said. After saying this, she raised the violin again. Seeing this, Shemin and the other two said goodbye and left tactfully. On the way to the residential area, Amy was still chattering. Don't look at little girlie's small size. In fact, she is very good at archery. And she could also use various charm spells, detection spells, and invisibility spells. Even I am not her opponent. Shimon and the other two responded in a disjointed manner. But their minds turned to other things. For the young apprentices, everything they saw just now seemed so novel. Before today, they had read a lot of books and thought they had a certain understanding of the wizard world. But after seeing the facilities in the base with their own eyes, they really felt like they had opened the curtain and saw a corner of the wizard world. Before this, they were just frogs in the well. Especially Shimon. The feeling was even more profound. Thinking of his previous dream of living in a castle, he couldn't help but want to laugh at himself. The previous self was too shallow and ridiculous. The world is much wider than he thought. Compared with the vast and mysterious wizard world, the noble castle is like sand and gravel. I must become a wizard and see more. At this moment, the young apprentice secretly made up his mind. Chapter 74 Synthesis of Twilight Level. The magic stone lamp emits a warm light, illuminating the entire workshop as if it were daytime. After successfully synthesizing the magic stone, Sunan immediately replaced all the lighting fixtures in the base with magic stone lamps. Compared with torches and oil lamps, the light of the magic stone lamp is more stable and brighter. The energy consumption is not high, and one magic stone can support the use of the magic stone lamp for more than half a year. Similarly, the alcohol lamp used to make potions has also been replaced with a more precise combustion lamp that uses magic stone as energy. Thanks to this, Sunan's success rate in making potions has increased by several percentage points. Under the bright light, Sunan looked at the ring in his palm with a focused look, with a happy smile on his face. After the materials commissioned by the Firefox Chamber of Commerce were delivered, he immediately started to make magic items. The first one was naturally a space magic item. According to the plan set before, Sunan made 7 alchemical level space rings in one go, and then put them all into the magic cube, successfully synthesizing a twilight level space ring. Space ring, twilight level / low magic item. Contains 5 cubic meters of storage space. Objects placed in it are not affected by the passage of time, and living objects cannot be placed in it. The alchemical level space ring is only 0.5 cubic meters in size, and there is no preservation effect of pausing the passage of time. However, after synthesizing the twilight level space ring, the space has increased to 10 times the original, and it also has a preservation effect of pausing the passage of time, which is much stronger than the alchemical level space ring. In the future, you don't have to take things out and put them in the magic cube all the time. Sunan put the space ring on his hand and nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to make offensive and defensive twilight level magic items. Protective magic items are easy to choose. There is a method for making protective rings in the low-level magic items collection. Sunan makes them according to it, and then synthesizes them. As for offensive magic items, Sunan thought about it again and again, and finally chose an alchemical level magic item called Ice Explosion Necklace. Its effect is to explode an extremely cold shock wave with the user as the center, causing icy damage to the area within a radius of 10 meters, and adding a frost delay effect. It can be said that it can both damage and control the field. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, unlike the space ring, which is enough, the more powerful the offensive and defensive magic items are, the better. So Sunan plans to make more and synthesize more powerful glimmer-level magic items as much as possible, as long as it is stuck at the critical point of breaking through to become a magic weapon. It will be fine. After all, magic weapons require the mental power of a formal wizard to control and use. In this way, the number of synthesized items required must be quite large. Sunan took a deep breath and continued to concentrate on making magic items. Starlight Calendar 1251. Just a few days after the New Year celebration, the first batch of dragon blood fruit matured. Sunan immediately found a group of guards and asked them to take dragon blood fruit to test the specific effect. The result made him quite satisfied. The physical strengthening effect of dragon blood fruit is about 1/3 of the inferior secondary dragon blood potion. This range is already very good. After all, the monthly production of secondary dragon blood potion in Flash City is less than 20 bottles, and thousands of dragon blood fruits can be harvested in 3 months, which is equivalent to more than 100 bottles of secondary dragon blood potion per month. The production has increased by more than 5 times. This production is enough to supply the current army of Flash City. Even if Flash City expands its army in the future, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the production of dragon blood fruit can continue to grow. as long as the planting scale is increased. However, the premise is that there are enough apprentices to take care of and cultivate it. This will take time to solve. Level 1 Summoning Monsters. Although the number of helpers can be increased, the uncertainty is too high. Sunan tried 700 or 800 times, and finally summoned a suitable one like Gully. It will also take a long time to find enough helpers by this method. The key is to attract the other party to stay. Gully is an immortal race. Her long life gives her enough time and interest to experience everything that makes her feel new. Therefore, after being summoned by Sunan, she immediately showed great interest when she heard that she was to be the warehouse manager of the base, and agreed without much hesitation. The required remuneration was not high. 3 magic stones per month. According to Glee, it was quite interesting to witness the growth of a group of young wizard apprentices. Sunan guessed that the young wizard apprentices included not only Sherman and the other 2, but also him. In addition to the dragon blood fruit, the planting of silver moon flowers was also very gratifying. Because it was planted early, the silver moon flowers had already been harvested twice. The essence extracted from the improved silver moon flowers has greatly improved the effect compared with the previous ones, which greatly reduced the cost of synthesizing superpowered potions. It is precisely because of this that Sunan has extra secondary active potions to provide to the 3 students. After the 3 little guys took over the tasks of taking care of the magic plants and extracting the essence of the silver moon flower, he was relieved for a while, and had more energy to focus on other tasks. It is worth mentioning that not long ago, the 3 little guys successfully built their first star ring. The fastest one among them was Sherman, who took only more than 7 months. Most of this is due to the secondary active potion. You should know that when Sunan himself first started the star ring meditation method, he only used the essence of the silver moon flower, and the effect was more than 1 level worse than the secondary active potion. In comparison, the 3 little guys are undoubtedly more fortunate, as they have potions to assist meditation at the beginning of their practice. However, in that case, Sunan only took 6 months to build the first star ring. From this point of view, the qualifications of the 3 little guys are not as good as him. The second one to build the star ring was Cole, who took nearly 8 months, 7 or 8 days slower than Shimon. The last one was Adil, who took about 9 months. After successfully building the first star ring, the 3 little guys have now started to learn zero ring spells. However, Sunan estimated that it might take them more than half a year to master the first spell. This is still the case with the secondary active potion gain. After all, they don't have a cheat code like a panel to quickly master spells. Thinking of the panel, Sunan opened it and took a look. The star ring meditation method has now been upgraded to level 9, and 8 star rings have been built. Only the last one is missing. As he guessed, the proficiency required to upgrade the level 9 star ring meditation method has skyrocketed to 200,000. According to his estimate, it will take at least 6 months to break through an upgrade. The mental power is currently 23.88. When the 9 star ring is built, it can almost increase to 25. The later it is, the harder it is to increase mental power. If you want to advance to the 3rd level wizard apprentice as soon as possible, you still have to rely on the evil hallucination potion. Chapter 75 The Disaster Spreads. Is this the dragon blood fruit? Key's eyes almost lit up as he looked at the baskets of red fruits in front of him. Does this thing really have 1/3 of the effect of the secondary dragon blood potion? Sunan smiled slightly. Do you want someone to try it? No. Aren't you and I worried? Key laughed. Of course, he wasn't questioning Sunan. He just said that because he was too excited. Because the supply of secondary dragon blood potions couldn't keep up. The expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment slowed down significantly during this period, even with the full support of the entire territory. The current number of Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is only around 300, of which the number of knights accounts for only about 2/3. It's still a long way from Key's expectation of a full knight army. He dreams of Sunan coming up with a substitute for the secondary dragon blood potion as soon as possible. Fortunately, this problem has finally been solved. With this batch of dragon blood fruit, the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, which had been stagnant for a long time, can finally accelerate its expansion again. Brad, Jotun and Starly standing behind Key were also full of joy. They all knew what dragon blood fruit meant. With this, the military power of the Flash territory can usher in another wave of rapid expansion. By the way, this is for you. Sunan threw a dragon blood fruit to Key. The latter subconsciously reached out to take it and asked in confusion, "This is a special dragon blood fruit. After eating it, you should be able to break through and be promoted to an intermediate knight, Sunan said. In fact, this is a synthetic dragon blood fruit, which uses hundreds of dragon blood fruits. If converted into dragon blood potion, it is almost equivalent to 3 or 4 bottles of top-grade dragon blood potion. After hearing what Sunan said, Key's spirit suddenly lifted, and he carefully put away the dragon blood fruit, preparing to find a suitable time to eat it later. This kind of good thing must not be wasted by swallowing it whole. It is best to practice breathing techniques immediately after taking it to achieve the best absorption effect. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Key smiled and said, I have issued a decree. From now on, all children over the age of 12 in the territory must undergo qualification tests. Those who are found to have the qualifications of wizard apprentices will be sent to the base and handed over to you for training. After a pause, Key hesitated, and finally couldn't help but say, Can you lower the standard for selecting wizard apprentices? The huge Flash territory finally selected only 3 wizard apprentices, which is really too few. Sunan shook his head and said, Being able to read enlightenment books is the lowest standard. Wouldn't he like to select more apprentices? It's just that the standard has been stuck, and he can't do anything about it. People without wizard qualifications are useless even if they are sent to the base. At most, they can only do some daily cleaning work, and these are already taken care of by the clay golem. In the final analysis, the selection and training of wizard apprentices is a long process, and it can't be rushed. With the current population of the Flash territory, it is already very good to have a qualified apprentice every 2 or 3 years, unless the territory expands and acquires more territory and population. It is impossible for the number of apprentices to increase significantly in a short period of time. Listening to the conversation between the two, Jordan behind couldn't help but glance at Starly, sighed and whispered, I really envy your quarry, who can become the student of Lord Sunan. Why doesn't my kid have this talent? Mentioning his son, Starly couldn't help showing a proud expression on his always solemn face. When his son was tested to have wizard qualifications, he was so happy. If his son becomes a strong man like Lord Sunan in the future, the McKinnon family may prosper and become a real aristocratic family. Seeing Starly's proud face, Jordan felt sour as if he had eaten a lemon, and began to wonder whether he should have more children. My youngest son will be 12 next year, and I will ask him to take the test then, Brad said with hope. With Starly's son as an example, all the knights who have married in the Flash territory now hope that their children can have a wizard. He did not pay attention to the whispers of the 3 subordinates and talked to Sunan about another topic. The beast disaster in Ranchuang province is getting worse and worse. Not only in Yiling City, the beast disease has begun to spread to other towns. Sunan was surprised. Didn't Marquis Ranchuang send troops to suppress it? I heard that during the suppression, dozens of knights in the army were infected, causing the situation to deteriorate suddenly. The army sent to suppress it suffered heavy losses. I guess Marquis Ranchuang is now in a state of panic. Sunan's mouth twitched slightly. Beast disease usually comes at the cost of completely losing reason, and the strength soars, similar to a permanent state of rage. If a knight is infected, it is normal for the combat power to increase by 1 or 2 small realms. If a peak knight is infected, his combat power can even soar to the level of a great knight. Dozens of knights infected are enough to directly attack a fully armed cavalry regiment of 1,000 people. Just thinking about it makes people feel headache. I don't know how the generals in charge of the suppression let things develop to this point. As if seeing Sunan's doubts, he continued, the general in charge of the suppression has been dismissed by Marquis Ranchuang. The new one who took over is Lord John. He is a senior general, who has followed Marquis Ranchuang in battle for many years. He is also a legendary knight. With his help, the beast disaster should be suppressed soon. Key's words were full of confidence. After all, the legendary knight is already the top combat power of the Principality of Stars. It is easy for such a strong man to suppress a group of irrational infected people. In fact, all the nobles who knew about this matter had similar ideas. But the development of the situation caught everyone by surprise. Starlight Calendar Year 1251. Spring Dawn Moon March. Legendary Knight John was besieged by thousands of infected people in Magnolia City and died of exhaustion. The elite cavalry regiment accompanying him was wiped out. As soon as the news came out, it shocked the entire Principality of Stars, and countless nobles focused their attention on the Frost Province. In the thunder month of the same year, April, the beast disaster spread rapidly at an alarming speed. Except for the central city of Frost City, almost all of the Frost province suffered from beast disease. As the source of the disaster, Silver Ridge City became a ruin. The Lakeland Province, Redleaf Province, and White Tower Province, which border Frost Province, set up blockades on the border and prohibited the people of Frost Province from entering the territory. In the same month, Marquis Frost asked the capital for help and requested the capital to send reinforcements. The next month, Grand Duke of Stars sent troops into Frost Province and began to suppress the infected. For a time, the entire Principality of Stars seemed to be filled with a precarious atmosphere. Chapter 76: The Ring of Extreme Protection and the Frozen Necklace. The turbulent situation outside did not affect Sunan farming development. Time entered the end of the month of Xiaolong. Not long after his 19th birthday, Sunan built the 9-star ring. So far, half of the conditions for promotion to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice have been met. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the panel in the void. Looking at the data on the panel, a trace of joy appeared on Sunan's face. Next, as long as the spirit is raised to 30, you can be promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Sunan estimated that the evil hallucination potion can increase the spirit by at least 2 points. In other words, he still has to increase the spirit to more than 28. Now my daily meditation only increases my mental power by 0.01 points. It will take about 8 or 9 months to increase it to 28 points. Considering that it will be more difficult to increase mental power later, it may take longer. Unfortunately, I am already at the limit of taking the 2nd-level potion now. Otherwise, if I take the 3rd-level super potion, the meditation efficiency can be improved a little more. Sunan felt a little regretful. Having said that, being promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice before the age of 20 is already very outstanding. At least in the current Starlight continent, Sunan doesn't think there are many wizard apprentices whose strength improvement speed can match his own. Shaking off the greedy thoughts, Sunan stood up and left the meditation room and walked towards the workshop. The manufacture and synthesis of glimmer-level magic items has come to an end. During this period, he has successively manufactured more than 20 protective rings and ice explosion necklaces. According to the information obtained from the magic cube, the number of synthesis of glimmer-level magic items has almost reached the limit. After making a protective ring and an ice blast necklace in the workshop, Sunan began to synthesize. First, the protective ring. A total of 25 pieces were put in. This number is already the limit of the glimmer level, and 1 more piece will turn into a magic weapon. As the synthesis interface flashed, a new magic item was born. The Ring of Extreme Protection, Glimmer/Low Magic Item. When the wearer is hurt, it will automatically form an invisible protective force field on the wearer's body surface, and can also be activated actively, with a defense degree of 1000 out of 1000, and can restore the defense degree by injecting mental power or automatically absorbing free energy particles. Compared with the alchemical level protective ring obtained from Master Amy, the Ring of Extreme Protection has no limit on the number of uses, but becomes a defense degree. This is not a matter of who is better or worse. However, the passive activation of protection at the moment of injury is deeply in Sunan's heart. After all, no one can guarantee that they can react in time when they are attacked. With this function, at least, he will not have to worry about being attacked in the future. Sunan then summoned the Iron Golem and asked it to cooperate in testing the defensive performance of the Ring of Ultimate Protection. The result satisfied him very much. While Sunan stood still and did not apply any other defense, the Iron Golem attacked with all its strength for more than a minute before finally breaking the protection of the Ring of Ultimate Protection. You have to know that this is a full-strength attack of the legendary knight. This means that if Sunan encounters an opponent of Hodge's level in the future, he can attack without any defense for at least 1 minute. In battle, allowing a wizard apprentice to cast spells for a full minute without any worries means obvious consequences. At least with Sunan's current mental strength and spellcasting attainments, 1 minute is enough for him to cast 30 or 40 spells. It is worthy of being a magic item of the highest level of Glimmer level. Sunan was happy. Glimmer level magic items are already the highest level magic items that wizard apprentices can use. The Extreme Protection Ring he made was made at the limit of the Twilight level, and its power is much higher than that of the general Twilight level. No wonder its defense is so amazing. After testing the Extreme Protection Ring, Sunan began to synthesize the Ice Explosion Necklace. The Ice Necklace, Twilight/Low Magic Item. After activation, will release an extremely cold shock wave around the wearer, covering a radius of 100 meters. All creatures within the range will suffer cold damage. With a frost hysteresis effect, the closer to the wearer, the greater the damage. After use, it needs to be charged before it can be used again. The Iron Golem is still the test subject, with the amazing performance of the extreme protection ring in front of him. Sunan was more careful and let the Iron Golem pull away a little, standing 30 meters away from him, and then activated the ice necklace. Crack! Instantly, a chill so cold that it almost froze a person's bone marrow came from nowhere. With Sunan as the center, a visible white frost suddenly burst out in all directions, instantly filling every inch of space within a radius of 100 meters. The surface of the steel golem not far away was almost instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. A layer of light blue ice emerged from its soles and quickly spread upward along its ankles. Crack! Crack! In almost the blink of an eye, the Iron Golem was frozen into an ice sculpture, although it broke free with its infinite strength in the next second. Its body movements were obviously affected and delayed a lot. Sunan immediately lifted the effect of the ice necklace. The air still had a bone-chilling chill. Under the attack of the terrifying cold, the ground within 100 meters was completely covered with ice, forming a thin layer of light blue ice. Awesome! Sunan's face was full of surprise. This power was beyond his expectations. You know, as a constructed life, the Iron Golem itself has a high resistance to elemental damage. It is 30 meters away, but it is still obviously damaged and affected. It can be seen how terrifying the power of the ice necklace is. If it were a flesh and blood body, and it was hit at a close distance of 2 or 3 meters, even a legendary knight like Hodge would probably lose half his life. The ice necklace and the ring of ultimate protection are a perfect match. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. The ice necklace already has such a powerful power. If it is replaced with a completely damaging glimmer-level magic item that does not pursue control effects, how terrible would the power be? Sunan suddenly felt itchy and wanted to make one now. But thinking of the materials consumed in making the ring of ultimate protection and the ice necklace recently, the idea in his heart suddenly died down. He now has less than 100 gold coins in his hand. Before the new potion profit arrives, there is no way to make more glimmer-level magic items. The income is still too little, and many things cannot be done. Sunan sighed slightly. The most direct way to increase income is to expand the scale of potion sales. It's just that he can't spend too much time making potions, which is already his limit. He can only wait until Sherman and the other two grow up and learn how to make potions before considering expanding the scale. Chapter 77 Rebellion. After more than a year of construction and improvement, the base is now basically on the right track. Sunan does not need to deal with most of the chores, as the clay golem and 3 apprentices are responsible for it. In addition to occasionally caring about the status of the magic plant garden, he puts more energy into meditation, making magic weapons and making potions. Mental power and skill proficiency are steadily increasing. I thought this situation would continue until I was promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. But what happened next broke Sunan's stable life. Starlight Calendar 1251. The month of Liuhua. The principality reinforcements stationed in Ranchuang province were besieged by the infected, who suddenly appeared in multiple directions during the process of destroying Yiling City. They suffered heavy losses, and only 1 in 10 survived. The disaster in Ranchuang province was completely eroded, and the infected army immediately spread to neighboring provinces. The borders of Hungye province, Baida province and Hulan province were successively attacked by the infected army and were in danger. The 3 marquises quickly mobilized heavy troops to station at the border to resist the invasion of the infected. For a time, the southwest of the entire principality was filled with the smoke of war. Council room. After reading the war report in his hand, Sunan frowned slightly. The disaster spread too quickly, and the army's several attempts to suppress it failed too unusually. You really think so too? He handed over a letter. This is a letter from President Mushwa. Take a look. Sunan took the envelope, opened it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The content of the letter was very concise. The gist was that Mushwa sent his guard, the beastman Oda, to Ranchuang province to investigate the outbreak of beast disease. As a result, when he arrived there, Oda found that the place where his fellow tribesmen lived had long been deserted, and all the tribesmen had disappeared. He followed the traces to investigate, but accidentally discovered that a group of mysterious people were controlling the beast disease-infected people behind the scenes. Just as he was about to get closer to investigate, he was discovered by the other party. After a fierce battle, he escaped at the cost of serious injuries. After that, Oda did not dare to stay in Ranshuang province any longer and fled back to Jinghua Principality overnight. After learning about the incident from Oda, Mu Shua immediately realized how deep the water behind this matter was and decisively terminated the investigation. Out of a show of goodwill to the Flash territory, he then wrote this letter and informed Ki and Sunan of the information. In other words, this outbreak of beast disease was indeed pushed by someone behind the scenes. Sunan put down the envelope and showed a thoughtful look. But what is the purpose of the mastermind behind this? Could it be other countries who did it? Ki said. The Starlight Continent is not peaceful. Every year, countries go to war over territorial resources. For example, the Songjin Empire, which borders the Fanqing Principality, has always been eyeing the Fanqing Principality. If it weren't for the fact that the Songjin Empire had just ended the war and needed to recuperate, it might have launched a large-scale attack on the Fanqing Principality. Sunan thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "It's unlikely to be able to lead a disaster that affects several provinces. The mastermind behind the scenes must have deep-rooted power in the principality. Other countries don't have this power." He thought the same. If other countries have this power, there are better ways to conquer the Principality of Stars. There is no need to use such a method with huge sequelae. Even if they succeed in taking over the Principality of Stars, they will end up with a mess. But if it's not the case, who is behind it? He asked in confusion. Sunan said calmly, "No matter who it is, the mastermind behind the scenes must have a big plan and will make a lot of noise. Now that the disaster has spread to this extent, the other party should jump out." As if to confirm Sunan's words, Ki's clerk suddenly walked into the meeting room in a hurry. "Lord, there is new information from Jinyan City." Hearing that it was about Jinyan City, Ki's expression suddenly became more serious. He quickly took the parchment from the clerk and opened it to read carefully. After reading the content above, Ki's face had become extremely solemn. He looked up at Sunan and said solemnly, "Marquis Jinyan has rebelled." Sunan was slightly startled. Just this morning, Marquis Jinyan announced that Jinyan province was independent from the Principality of Stars. Earl Storm, Earl Winterfrost, Viscount Black Zay, and Viscount Feathered Serpent have responded one after another. Now they have raised the banner of rebellion and formed a coalition. Sunan's expression moved, and he understood. So that's it. It seems that the mastermind behind this beast disease incident is most likely Marquis Jinyan. Ki had figured it out at this time. Marquis Jinyan started a rebellion and used the power of one province to fight against the other 6 provinces of the principality. It seemed very unwise, but the time he chose was just right. At present, the Ranshuang province was almost in ruins, and the army had already been crippled, so there was no need to worry. Hongya province, Baida province and Hulan province are facing the invasion of the infected army, and they are too busy to deal with Marquis Jinyan. The remaining Soman province and Zizhu province are safe for the time being. However, the comprehensive strength of these 2 provinces is ranked last in the entire principality, and they are not as strong as Jinyan province. Even if they don't deal with Marquis Jinyan, Marquis Jinyan will probably attack them. In other words, his initial target is most likely these 2 provinces. While the disaster spreads, swallow up Soman province and Zizhu province to strengthen its strength, and then plot other provinces. Of course, Marquis Jinyan may just happen to be in the disaster, not the mastermind behind it. Just thinking about the fact that Marquis Jinyan started planning to control the power of the entire Jinyan province many years ago, it is unlikely that he didn't expect the situation at this time. "We should prepare early," he said in a deep voice. Sunan also nodded solemnly. Before launching a war, the first thing Marquis Jinyan must do is to purge the troublemakers in the province. After years of secret development, there are very few noble lords in Jinyan province who disobey Marquis Jinyan. Coincidentally, Flash territory is one of them, and it is the one that jumps the most. It can be predicted that Marquis Jinyan will definitely be the first to send troops to attack Flash territory. Considering the worst development, Flash territory will most likely face the noble coalition of most of Jinyan province. The situation is not grim. However, neither Ki nor Sunan looked panicked. The 2 knew long ago that Flash territory would sooner or later confront Marquis Jinyan. The reason why they desperately accumulated strength was to prepare for this moment. Therefore, when things really happened, The two of them felt a strange feeling of relief that it finally came. Winter is just over 3 months away. Marquis Jian will definitely want to end the war before the snow blocks the roads. I estimate he will soon send a large army to attack us. We must prepare for war immediately. Chapter 78 Outstanding Treatment. Astral Calendar 1251. The Moon of Flowing Fire. The Marquis of Jian started a rebellion and issued a declaration of independence. Following closely, 12 powerful lords including Count Storm, Count Winterfrost, Viscount Blacks, Viscount Feathered Serpent responded and formed the Jian coalition. The next day, the Jian coalition sent troops to attack the noble lords in the Jian province who opposed the declaration of independence, including 3 barons and 1 viscount. The war was about to break out. The meeting hall in the flashing city. Sunan, 3 lords and a group of knights gathered in the hall to discuss how to fight against the Jian coalition. According to intelligence, Marquis Jian has led his army to Mingguang City, which is located near the intersection of the borders of Sunan Province, Zizhu Province and Jinan Province. I guess Marquis Jian wants to take charge in person to prevent surprise attacks from Sunan Province and Zizhu Province. In the center of the hall, there is a long table with a military map of the Principality of Stars spread out on the table. Brad is explaining the intentions of the Jian coalition to everyone present. Every time he says something, he points out the corresponding location on the map. Except for Marquis Jian, the rest of the nobles of the coalition army will be divided into 4 groups. Viscount Heizei will lead 1 group to attack Chijio territory. Viscount Quetzalcoatl will lead 1 group to attack Mingxin territory. Viscount Fan Lang will lead 1 group to attack Panshan territory. Earl Storm and Earl Winterfrost will join forces to attack our Flash territory. After the last sentence, everyone present twitched their lips and looked at Sunan. The other 3 attack territories were led by a viscount, but Flash territory had 2 earls attacking together. The key point is that Flash territory is just a barren territory. So this treatment is simply too outstanding. Everyone present knew that the reason why Flash territory received such obvious biased treatment from the Jian coalition was entirely because of Sunan existence. Perhaps in the eyes of Marquis Jian, Sunan alone is more difficult to deal with than the entire Viscount territory. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Sunan was calm and composed. He coughed lightly and asked, "How many people are there in the army of Earl Storm and Earl Winterfrost?" "Preliminary estimates are at least 30,000 people," Brad said solemnly. When this number came out, the other generals frowned. Although the Flash territory has been expanding its armaments during this period, and has the 2 trump cards of Dragon Blood Fruit and secondary Dragon Blood Potion, its military strength has grown rapidly. But as of now, if the militia is not counted, the army that can really fight is only about 8,000 people. This level of military strength is already above most Viscount territories, but it is still a bit difficult to deal with the 2 earls. "Where are they now?" he asked again. Brad glanced at the map and replied, "They will enter the Flash territory in 10 days at most. From the marching route, the destination of Count Storm should be Firefly City, and the destination of Count Winterfrost is Chilan City. They should want to extend the battle line and disperse our forces." He frowned and pondered for a while, and suddenly shouted, "Jotan! Starly!" "Yes, sir." The 2 lords stood up immediately. "I will allocate 3,000 troops to you. You go to defend Chilan City, and at least hold off Count Winterfrost for 2 months." "Yes, sir." Jotan and Starly agreed without saying a word. Chilan City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with steep terrain. Only the plain terrain in front is relatively easy to deploy troops, with less defensive pressure, which can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. With 3,000 troops in hand, they are still quite confident of defending Chilan City for 2 months. "I will personally lead the army to sit in Firefly City," he said in a deep voice. Brad immediately understood what he meant and hesitated. "Your Excellency wants to defeat the army of Count Storm within 2 months? Isn't the time too tight?" He shook his head. He knew this truth, but it was already very good for Jotan and Starly to hold off Count Winterfrost for 2 months with 3,000 troops. If they cannot defeat Count Storm during this period, once Count Winterfrost breaks through Chilan City first, it will be even worse to be attacked from both sides. Although the gap between 5,000 and more than 10,000 troops is very large, he is not without a trump card. First of all, the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is one. Thanks to the Dragon Blood Fruit, the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has now expanded to 500 people. although the knights account for only about 2/3 of the total. The combat power is also very amazing. There is no other elite army like the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment in the Jiangnan province. With the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, he has the confidence to fight the army of Count Storm head-on. The second, of course, is Sunan. Kay turned to look at Sunan and said solemnly, "Sunan, what do you propose?" Sunan said calmly, "I want a batch of gems and a lot of granite." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and all showed confused expressions. Kay immediately reacted. His eyes lit up and said, "You want to refine stone golems?" He had seen the stone golems in Sunan base, each of which had the combat power of a formal knight, although they were only junior knights. Their fearlessness of death and fearlessness of pain made them a weapon of war that could defeat 100 enemies on the battlefield. If nothing else, with 100 stone golems and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, he was fully confident of defeating the army of the Count of Storm. Sunan nodded gently, confirming Key's guess. Due to the recent accelerated expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, black stone iron is in short supply. For this reason, Sunan had to suspend the plan to refine the castrated version of the steel golem. And naturally there were no extra steel golems to be put into the war. It is worth mentioning that Sunan tried to synthesize with gem soul cores. But unfortunately the final product could not replace soul crystals. After all, the core of soul crystals is the soul energy contained inside. The soul core made of gemstones does not contain soul energy. And no matter how it is synthesized, it cannot produce soul energy. However, the castrated steel golem cannot do this. But the stone golem can. The materials of the stone golem, including gemstones, granite and silver, are easy to gather in a short time. As for money, although the territory's current finances are very tight, there is a solution. At most, the profit from the sale of potions can be advanced to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce. I believe Mu Zhuo will definitely agree to their request, unless he is willing to see the defeat of the Flash territory, and the trade route of selling potions will be interrupted. Very good. He looked excited. With the stone golem, we will definitely win this battle. The other knights also understood the combat effectiveness of the stone golem under the explanation of Jotan, and they all showed excitement. As expected of Lord Sunan, his powerful methods are indeed one after another. With Lord Sunan, they are not afraid even when facing the coalition forces of the two earls. Let's transport all the materials to Firefly City. I also bring the magic crystal forging furnace over there, and refine the golem directly there. Sunan smiled and said, "We need to give our guests from afar a little surprise." Chapter 79 Golem Army. As Key's order was issued, the entire Flash territory quickly started to operate. A large number of troops were divided into two groups, rushing to Firefly City and Qilin City respectively. Sunan also rushed to Firefly City with a magic crystal forging furnace, and set aside a piece of land in the city to temporarily build a puppet factory. Shemin, Corey and Otto were also brought over by him to help with some auxiliary work. Puppet refining. After the skill broke through to level 3, it was no longer difficult for Sunan to refine stone golems, and the success rate was almost 100%. In fact, the success rate of puppet refining would not be too low, much higher than making potions. The real problem with puppets is the refining cost and the subsequent maintenance cost. However, this batch of stone golems are consumables to be put on the battlefield, so there is no need to consider the subsequent maintenance cost. The only thing that really needs to be concerned about is the refining cost. The cost of a stone golem is about 43 gold coins, which is almost 3 times that of a clay golem. The main cost premium is on gems, because it is necessary to use more advanced gems as the soul core. To be honest, if the gems needed for refining puppets and making rune gems must be naturally generated, and naturally generated gems have natural spirituality, Sunan would have wanted to develop artificial gems. So far, he has spent at least tens of thousands of gold coins on buying gems. If there is a way to solve the problem of the source of gems, he can save a lot of money and spend the gold coins on other things. After the temporary puppet factory was built, it immediately entered full load operation. Sunan temporarily put aside cultivation and other work, and took 3 students to concentrate on refining stone golems. After more than half a year of study, Shemin and the other 2 have mastered the first zero-ring spell, the Mage's Hand. In addition, under the guidance of Sunan Inclination, the 3 began to get involved in the field of puppet refining and potion making. and mastered certain skills and knowledge. Therefore, the three of them acted as temporary assistants, which was quite organized. It took half a month, and Sunan finally refined 100 stone golems. It's a pity that time is too tight, and money is not enough. Otherwise, we can refine more stone golems and synthesize more powerful stone golems, which will definitely be more effective on the battlefield. Sunan felt a little regretful. Although the Fox Chamber of Commerce finally agreed to their conditions and prepaid the profits from the sale of potions in advance, it was only 5,000 gold coins. It is enough to refine 100 stone golems, and it will be beyond our ability to refine more. But 100 stone golems are almost enough. Sunan looked at the densely packed tall golems in front of him and smiled. Behind him, Shemin, Corey and Otto were also excited. They also contributed partly to the golem army in front of them. When they thought that these stone golems would be invincible on the battlefield, they couldn't help but feel excited. Okay, you have worked hard during this period. Sunan turned around and smiled at the three people. When we return to the base, I will give you corresponding contribution points according to your efforts during this period. Thank you, teacher. Shemin and the other two smiled at the same time. With extra contribution points, they can exchange for more secondary active potions. Let the three go down to rest. And Sunan went straight to the south gate. As early as 5 days ago, the army of Earl Storm had arrived near Firefly City and launched an attack. These days, Firefly City and the Storm Army have fought several offensive and defensive battles, and the battles are extremely fierce. Fortunately, there are Black Rock Leopards to help defend the city, and clay golems are repairing the city walls day and night. So Firefly City is temporarily not in danger of being breached. Along the way, there are few people on the street. Under the shadow of war, the city has become much quieter these days. The residents are hiding at home and rarely go out. Occasionally, groups of soldiers pass by, and they are all in a hurry. Sunan sensed that the hidden dragon was basking in the sun in the square more than 500 meters away. As for Amy, I don't know where she ran to play again. Originally, Sunan didn't plan to bring Amy out this time, but the little guy couldn't stay idle and kept making a fuss to follow. So Sunan let it go. Anyway, with the ability of the little guy, nothing will happen even on the battlefield. The iron golem was left in the base by Sunan. After all, the base is his foundation, and it cannot be lost. He must keep the power to defend it. On the wall, he was arranging matters for defending the city. Seeing Sunan appear, he was surprised. Why are you here? The stone golem core has been refined and can be deployed at any time. Hearing this, he was immediately refreshed. Great. Those guys on the opposite side have been very arrogant recently. I was thinking about how to teach them a lesson. Since the golem core is ready, I will lead the army out of the city tomorrow and defeat them head-on. Sunan glanced at the densely packed military camps in the distance. His eyes flashed and said, "No need to wait until tomorrow. Take action tonight." Tonight? You want to attack the camp? He hesitated. Although attacking the camp at night can catch the enemy by surprise, it is not only the enemy, but also our soldiers, who can hardly see the surrounding environment at night. If we are not careful, we may fail to attack the camp and lose our own troops. Besides, he does not believe that the Count of Storm has not prepared for this. At this moment, the enemy must have sent people to keep a close eye on the gates of Firefly City. Once they make any unusual movements, they will be immediately noticed by the enemy. Seeing Key's concern, Sunan smiled and said, "Stone golems are constructed creatures with a natural dark vision characteristics. Fighting at night will not have any effect on them. Stone golems have this ability." Key was surprised and happy. If this is true, then fighting at night will be a great advantage for them. But even so, the night operation will not have the effect of a surprise attack. The stone golems will make a lot of noise when they attack. As soon as we open the city gate, the enemy will know immediately. What if we transport the golem army to the enemy camp quietly? Sunan laughed. How is that possible? He was about to refute subconsciously, and then suddenly reacted, staring at Sunan with wide eyes. Do you have a way? Sunan smiled and nodded. The stone golems are not creatures with real self-awareness, and they can be put into the storage space. Of course, the space ring has a volume of 5 cubic meters, and at most 3 or 4 stone golems can be put in. So this plan cannot be implemented at all. But Sunan still has the magic cube. 100 stone golems. Even only 2 grids are enough. Which is more than enough. Good. Great. He rubbed his hands excitedly. It's no wonder he lost his temper. If it was really like what Sunan said, if 100 stone golems were quietly transported into the enemy camp and then suddenly exploded, the enemy would definitely be thrown into chaos. At that time, they would calmly open the city gates and send troops to easily defeat the enemy. The battle situation could be determined overnight. This plan is simply too good. The key is actually the person who implements the plan. If someone else said that he could transport 100 stone golems into the enemy camp, Kui would not believe it. But Sunan was different. Even though Sunan didn't say what he was going to do from beginning to end, he still believed that Sunan must have his own way. Without delay, the plan was finalized, and the two immediately started to act. Chapter 80 Infiltration. At night, thick clouds covered the silver moon in the night sky. The moonlight was weak, like a touch of elegant ink in the dark night. Looming 500 or 600 meters away from the south gate of Firefly City, in a dug trench, 3 scouts were lying in the pit, monitoring the movement of the distant city gate. This Firefly City is like a turtle shell. We have been attacking it for so many days, but still can't take it down. It's really hard. Alas, it's still the Black Rock Leopard in the end. Those monsters are too tricky. I heard that they are puppets created by wizards. TSK. Wizards. I heard that it was because there was a wizard in the Flash territory that the Marquis sent 2 earls together to make such a big scene. Are wizards really as powerful as the legend says? The scout lying on the far left said half doubtfully. But after a long time, he found that his 2 companions did not respond. He turned his head in confusion and was shocked to find that they had collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Not good. His heart tightened, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. He was about to jump up, but the next second he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Sunan slowly retracted his palm, his face calm without a trace of ripples. With his current physical fitness comparable to that of a peak knight, even without casting spells, it would be easy to quietly deal with 3 scouts who were not even knights. After carefully looking at the appearance and figure of the corpse for a few times, Sunan then uttered a spell. Under the moonlight, his figure and appearance changed rapidly, and in a blink of an eye he became exactly the same as the dead scout. Even the clothes and weapons on his body were exactly the same. Magic disguise. This spell can change the appearance of the caster, including clothing and equipment. It is somewhat similar to transfiguration. The difference is that magic disguise can only change the appearance. Even if it changes into a creature, it cannot obtain the ability of the creature. In addition, human casters can only become like humans, humanoid creatures, or other bipedal creatures that look like humans, but cannot transform into creatures of other races. After the disguise, Sunan woke up the other 2 scouts and used Charm Human to control them. Then, he used Silent Phantom to transform himself into an injured appearance. At this point, all preparations were completed. Sunan ordered the 2 scouts to lift him up and hurried back to the Storm Army's camp. The Storm Army's camp was brightly lit. The bright light extended to 100 meters away from the camp, and anyone who approached would be immediately discovered. Stop! The guards immediately discovered the 3 approaching people and ordered them to stop. We were attacked by the enemy, and one of our brothers was injured. The captain of the guard signaled everyone to be alert, and he walked forward to check. He quickly recognized that the 3 were the scouts sent out to monitor the city gate. Looking at the bloody wound on the injured man, his doubts were relieved. Did the enemy leave the city? No. Firefly City did not open the city gate. It should be the enemy's scouts who attacked us. The captain of the guard was relieved when he heard this. As long as the enemy did not send out troops, it would be fine. But just in case, he still said to his men around him, Ham, you go report this to Lord Thomas. Yes, Captain. A soldier took the order and left in a hurry. The captain of the guard turned to look at the 3 scouts, waved his hand and said, Go in. Carry the people to the wounded camp. The 2 scouts thanked him, carried the injured companions, and hurried to the wounded camp deep in the camp. Seeing this, the captain of the guard couldn't help but secretly sigh that the comradeship of these 3 people was really deep. In the center of the camp, the command camp, in the wide tent, a group of people sat together. Earl Storm sat at the top, his face gloomy and silent. The generals below looked at each other and kept silent. After a long time, Earl Storm broke the silence with a hoarse voice. It's been 5 days. You have such a huge military advantage. Why haven't you taken down Firefly City yet? Give me a reasonable reason. Several older generals twitched their eyes, and couldn't help but secretly complain in their hearts. Military advantage is bullshit. It's true that our troops are more than Firefly City. But Firefly City also has the elite Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. Apart from anything else, the 500 Black Rock Leopards are more useful than 10,000 soldiers for defending the city. If they didn't have a large number of knights, let alone attacking the city, I'm afraid that the Flash Baron would have led his men to fight. To be able to say such things, it can be seen that the new Earl of Storm has worrying military capabilities, far inferior to his brothers. But then again, if he wasn't mediocre and easy to control, Marquis Jean would not have supported him to take the position. As if realizing that he had lost his composure, Count Storm took a deep breath, calmed down his anger, and said coldly, "Key, this coward, has been hiding in the city and not fighting us head-on. Can we bypass Firefly City and attack Flash City directly to force him out?" As soon as these words came out, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched more happily. A general finally couldn't help it and said, "Sir, if we don't take Firefly City first, what if Firefly City sends troops to attack from behind when we attack Flash City? The consequences will be disastrous." Earl Storm's expression froze, and he realized that he asked a stupid question, and said angrily, "This won't work, and that won't work. You can come up with a solution." Everyone looked at each other. After a long time, an older general suggested, "Sir, in fact, we don't need to be anxious at all. Time is on our side. We just need to wait for Earl Winterfrost to capture Chelan City and come to join us. Then, with the strength of the two armies, it will be much easier to break through Firefly City." Earl Storm's face darkened. He understood this truth. But if he really did this, Earl Winterfrost would take most of the credit for the attack on Flash territory. He was not willing to make wedding clothes for Earl Dongxuang. Thinking of this, Earl Storm rejected with a dark face, "No. Before Earl Dongxuang arrives, we must capture Firefly City." The generals looked at each other, and their faces showed helplessness. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. Earl Storm was annoyed, and he was furious when he heard the noise. He slammed the table and said, "Who dares to violate the military camp discipline and make noise in the middle of the night? Drag it down and hang it." "My lord, something is wrong." The general who spoke just now stood up suddenly, and without waiting for Earl Storm to respond, he rushed out of the tent with a solemn look. The rest of the people also reacted at this time and rushed out of the tent. Out of the tent. The sound suddenly became much clearer. The crowd heard faint screams from a distance. That direction is the wounded camp. The general's face changed drastically. At this time, a messenger came running in panic, kneeling on one knee and saying urgently, "Sir, there is a monster over there in the sick camp." "Monster? What monster?" Earl Storm was stunned, but he soon stopped wondering. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a tent 100 meters away was suddenly blown up into the sky, and the wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing a 4 or 5 meter tall humanoid creature made of rock behind it. It punched down casually, smashing several soldiers in front of it into meat paste, including people in armor, and a huge pit appeared on the ground instantly. The terrifying power made many generals scalp numb. Far away, many identical rock monsters were destroying everywhere and slaughtering the soldiers who were fleeing in panic. "What's going on?" Earl Storm stared at the monster in horror. "This is the core of the camp, heavily guarded by tens of thousands of troops. How did these monsters appear here?"